The story begins with the introduction of a game named Arpedia Online, known as the greatest fantasy game among modern virtual reality games. It uses a game-specific capsule to deliver to the five senses in a way indistinguishable from reality. Their patented scanning technology creates an avatar identical to the user, and paired with the latest AI technology, NPCs and monsters act like they have actual sentience. It even offers a well-paced, fun experience without the need to wail. It's quite popular among all the games in Korea and is known as the greatest game of all time. Due to its popularity, people are even paying attention to the actions of the top players. However, the rank 50 warrior, Bartz, is the most noticeable among them. The reason why people pay attention to him over others of higher rankers is that in Arpedia Online, where partying up is considered essential, he is a hardcore solo player who soloed the Raging Dragon. There are a lot of speculative rumors about him that he is someone connected to the development, or that he is a rich boy who has invested an incredible fortune into the game. But no one knows that his real identity is that of the unemployed Kang Yuhan. He is an ordinary boy who doesn't know why people are getting all excited just because he defeated a mere rage dragon. Suddenly, he opens his eyes and finds himself in a village, all naked. The people are shocked to see him being naked there, and some of them also make fun of his appearance. Kang Yuhan tries to calm them down and says he will equip his clothes right now. He opens his status window, but is shocked to see that his inventory is empty. He is astonished to see that there is a bug in his system. He presses the bug button, and the system shows he is again at the beginner level. Yuhan screams loudly, and his mother enters the room and shockingly asks what has happened to him. He tells his mother with teary eyes that his account has been hacked. At first, she doesn't understand what he is talking about and then asks him if he is referring to his game account. She gets furious to know that he is causing a scene over something like that. She scolds him over the time when he dropped out of college and said he would figure his life out himself. But all he does is play a game inside and nap at the civil servant cram school. She shouts at him for a long time and then slams the door. Yuhan stays there while crying over his hacked account. It took him so much time to raise it. He was the world's best solo player, the lonely warrior, and the dragon killer. But now, he is again at the beginning of level 1. He doesn't give up. He calls the Dram Max Corporation, the game help center, and tells them about his hacked account. He tells the other person that he submitted a ticket, but he gets a response that everything is normal. But that's not possible. The person on the phone confirms his name and phone number and asks him for a moment to verify the complaint. After a while, he informs him that his character was created 4 days ago, and there doesn't appear to be anything abnormal. Yuhan tells him that he made Bartz during open beta, and his level has been rest, and on top of that, he is completely naked. The other person informs him that the Bartz he is referring to was deleted 5 days ago. Yuhan is shocked to hear this and tells him he has been at his grandma's home for the past week, so he can't log in. The other person ignores him and says Dram Max has a world-class security system, and it's unfortunate to inform him. Still, there is a high chance that this results from his mismanagement of personal information. Yuhan gets hopeless because the person says it's his fault. He recommends he change his passwords weekly in order to prevent such occurrences. His system also shows that he has not been changing his passwords on a weekly basis. In their terms, it is clearly stated that their company doesn't take responsibility for a user's mismanagement of personal information. Yuhan shouts at the person and hangs up the call. He thinks if he never deleted a character, but they have been erased, then it's obvious that it's hacking. With tears in his eyes, he determines not to forgive the person who hacked his account. After some time, his brother Yuhyun enters the room and is surprised to see him drinking alcohol, sadly. Yuhyun also offers him a glass, but he refuses, saying he is just a minor. He asks his brother if he lost his mind while studying for the civil servant exam. Yuhan continues to cry over his character's picture and says today is the day his other half left the world. Yuhyun thinks his brother is just a loser, and gaming all day isn't enough for him. He then tells him the purpose of coming to his room is that their mother wants Yuhan to grab a ladle from downstairs. Yuhan refuses, saying he is busy, and asks him to grab himself. Yuhyun tells him that he needs to go to the cram school, so Yuhan has no choice but to go and grab the ladle. He thinks his younger brother has no respect for him, and he considers his elder brother beneath him. His father runs a store, and he tells him that his mother told him to bring a ladle upstairs. He asks him what happened to the old one, and Yuhan picks up the ladle, saying she broke it while making fried rice. His father is surprised and wonders how hard she was using it to break, but Yuhan replies that no one knows since objects all have inherent durability. Suddenly, something clicks in his mind in the name of durability. He walks away from the shop while laughing, and his father just stares at him, surprisingly. Yuhan seems excited, and it seems like he has hit upon a plan to recover himself in the game. He runs from the store and hurriedly steps on the stairs. It is revealed that Arpedia Online has a durability system, and every piece of equipment consumes its durability with use. When its durability reaches 0, it is destroyed automatically. Because of that, players will seek out blacksmiths who can repair a weapon ahead of time. However, the repairability changes by level, so the better and more expensive the equipment is, the higher the level of the blacksmith they have to entrust it to. But at this moment, Yuhan wants to know what will happen to a high-level blacksmith who repairs equipment for cheap. He smiles and thinks it surely means everyone would come rushing over to request equipment repairs. Bart's equipment was all expensive, rare items, so there is no way the hacker would have left them alone. Therefore, it might be a possibility that the hacker sold the items before deleting his character, and then he can find the hacker by following the trail of their sale. He enters the game and stands at level 1. A mini creature welcomes him into the game and asks if he wants to log in. Yuhan replies he is going to create a new character. The mini creature asks him to choose his character's birthday. Yuhan asks him to pick one at random for him. The creature replies that his character's birthday has been selected as April 4th and asks him for the character's name. He wonders what he should name his character. He wants something short yet strong, like Bart's. After a while, he decides the name and tells him that his name is Zig. The door opens for him, and the status window shows that the character Zig has been created. Yuhan enters there with the hope that it will be the name of the greatest blacksmith in Arpedia. He goes to a blacksmith and asks him for a job, but he refuses by saying this is a job that requires endless patience and endurance. He makes fun of it and says it's not something a boy like him challenges as he wishes. He asks him to get out of his smith. His name is Pabuchi, and he points his hammer toward Yuhan and asks him to get out of there. It is revealed that there are 2 ways to gain a production job in Arpedia. One is to learn by purchasing a skill book, and the other is to learn by working. The second method allows a character to earn money along with a job advancement, but everybody avoids working. This is because every master craftsman NPC has an odd personality. Among them, Yuhan is especially wary of Pabuchi because he would constantly pick a fight with him when he was trying to get his equipment repaired as Bart's. However, considering how Yuhan is penniless, his only option is to work under a blacksmith. He is currently at level 10 and has only 35 coins. He goes to another blacksmith shop and says he wants to become a blacksmith. The man who is already present is surprised to hear his wish, while Yuhan exclaims that he wants to become the world's greatest blacksmith. The man angrily refuses and says there is no chance for him to become a blacksmith. He insults him, saying he can tell from just a glance that he will never be able to become a blacksmith. Yuhan requests him to at least test him before he fails him. He gets quiet at the term test, and Yuhan insists on ordering him anything. He then takes him to a large pile of logs and orders him to chop them all. He gives him 1 day and says he will consider it if he can finish it. Yuhan is still shocked and asks him if he really wants him to chop all this in just 1 day. He ignores him and leaves from there, asking him to quit if he wants to. Yuhan starts working and chops the wood. He tries to hit a log, but it moves to the other side whenever he hits it. He gets angry and shouts loudly, wondering why he has to do this when he sees others advancing right away and is taught how to hammer. Another boy passes by him and says it may be because of his affinity. Yuhan asks him who he is, and he smiles and replies he is also a hopeful blacksmith apprentice. He asks Yuhan if he knows how he picks a birthday during character creation, and apparently that dictates his affinity for jobs. It is said that the production jobs especially have a rough early game if the affinity doesn't match. Yuhan remembers when the mini creature asked him about his birthday, and he asked him to pick it up at random. He is shocked to know that birthdays are that important. The other boy tells him that he is also struggling because of it. Yuhan grabs his head worriedly and thinks he never knew that. He wonders if he should make a new character, but if he does this, then he will need to reach level 10 again. Rather than worrying, he should focus on this. He gets up and starts chopping the wood, hoping that he will let him advance if he chops all of it. He hits the wood with his full might and slices it from between. After that, he doesn't stop and continues to chop them. The next morning, when the blacksmith comes to check on him, he is surprised to see that he has chopped all the wood. Yuhan gets up and says he has already told him he will do it. The blacksmith refuses and gives him a sword, asking him to go to Langkal and mine 10 black coal. Yuhan remembers Langkal mines are suggested for levels 15 and 45. Its field boss is a raging boar whose level is 45. Yuhan asks the blacksmith if he will take responsibility if he dies there. He replies he won't take responsibility, but he is being gracious and lending him a sword. He also allows him to quit if he doesn't like it, but Yuhan has no option but to accept his order. He grabs the sword and asks him to promise that he will make him a blacksmith if he finishes this. The blacksmith agrees to a promise, and Yuhan sets out for the mountains. A quest appears there, saying he has to go to the location marked by Pabuchi and obtain black coal. He starts hitting the mountains and looks for coal. He continues to hit it, but then realizes that he should calm down because this isn't a game where just random brute force works. He remembers the pattern from chopping wood and tries to follow it. He lightly grips the shaft and swings with a circular momentum as if he is wielding a sword. After that, he hits the rock with his full might, and with this, he obtains his first black coal. He then smiles and thinks this hit equals 2 years of experience for him. He then looks more determined with the first success, and now he thinks of it as swinging a sword. He continues to hit the rock and soon finds another black coal. After some time, his quest to obtain the black coal was completed. Now, he has to deliver the black coal to Pabuchi, and the system shows his reward will be advancement to blacksmith. He is going back toward the blacksmith happily when he sees a boar approaching him. The system immediately warns him that Langkal field boss, Raging Bode, has appeared. The boar is rushing toward Yuhan, who seems shocked at his sudden appearance. He starts running in the opposite direction while the boar is running behind him. All the other people are also running to save their lives. The Raging Boar is a boss that only appears once a day at a random location, and Yuhan thinks he is unlucky since it has spawned in front of him in all places. Furthermore, he is aiming for a production job, so his health is also weak, which means he will die in one hit by the boar. The boar approaches him and tries to attack, but he somehow dodges it. Yuhan thinks he will have to give up on running away and thinks of another plan. In this game, production jobs like blacksmiths have an inherent disadvantage in combat. Now, Yuhan stands in front of Boar and thinks the nature of the virtual reality games means the character's body is connected to the real one, and Arpedia Online's design principle aims for realism. This means that disadvantageous fights are still viable depending on one's martial capabilities or natural combat senses. Therefore, he also rushes toward the boar to hit him because he knows that a raging boar's weakness is the center of its forehead. No matter how weak the damage is, he can win if he precisely hits its weakness. He rushes toward it and successfully hits its forehead. But before he can hit its head, it blocks his attack and moves to the other side. Yuhan is shocked at its movement and observes that the boar stops him because he has a low movement speed. He would have packed some dexterity potions if he knew this would happen. The boar is ready to attack him again, and Yuhan seems worried and wonders what he should do now. He doesn't have any other option other than attacking its weakness. He also has an option just to run away, but he doesn't want to do this, so he grabs his sword to face it again. Determined, Yuhan wonders why he is getting so worried over just a raging boar. He reminds himself that he is Bartz, and that while a character may be temporary, class is permanent. As he moves, ready to face the boar, the system informs him that he is out of stamina. Now, he clearly understands that he will not be able to hit it. He is about to die when an arrow appears from the side and hits the boar. He wonders from where that arrow has appeared. A girl who had just hit it appeared there, and now the boar was charging toward her. Yuhan shouts and asks her to aim for the center of its forehead. The girl can see the center of her head and again shoots an arrow. The arrow hits the boar, and the system appears there, saying the archer defeated the raging boar. Yuhan is relieved because he barely survived. He thanked the girl who had helped him, and she came in front of him and asked if they had met before. She finds him very familiar, while Yuhan has never seen her before and wonders why this lady is getting closer to him. She again calls him and asks her to answer. But Yuhan runs away from there, appreciating her help, and says he has never seen her before. She stays there confusingly, but is sure that she has seen him somewhere. After that, he goes to the blacksmith and offers him the black charcoal he demanded. Now that he thinks of it, he has never seen these before. The blacksmith is surprised that he is actually able to get all these. He admits he was wrong about him, and now he can use his grit well. He agrees to hire him, and Yuhan becomes very happy after getting the job. Suddenly, the mini creature from earlier appears there and asks him if he wants to become a blacksmith. Yuhan replied yes and said he had suffered through all the trouble to become one. The system window pops up, notifying him that he has advanced into a blacksmith. Yuhan is very happy at his first achievement and thinks the blacksmith life of Zig, who will one day become a legend, begins. The blacksmith calls him and asks him to follow him hurriedly. He then starts working in the shop, and after some time, he has made a weapon. He is happy to see his perfect weapon and thinks he is talented in blacksmithing. But the owner appears there, scolding him for making junk. He is sure that it won't even be able to cut a leaf. He forgives him for the first time and says if he makes another piece of junk like this, he won't get paid. He asks him to hurry and make him 30 short swords. He also threatens him that if any of them turn out ugly, he will be fired. Yuhan cries helplessly over his demand, but he has no option but to follow his orders. After that, he starts working, and a few hours later, he makes a short sword. But its quality is so low that he can see cracks in the sword. He gets disappointed and tired, wondering what he has to do to make a good sword. The status window appears there, telling him about the cheap short sword, which is a low-quality sword made by a novice blacksmith, and it's hard to use because of its messy state. All the swords he has made so far are extremely low quality that the bald blacksmith won't like. He starts working again, and after some time, he sees some blue lines appear on his sword. He can see them not only on this sword, but also on other swords. He observes that the lining styles are all different on the swords. He goes to another guy working beside him and picks up his sword. He can see the blue lines on his sword, too. The boy asks him to return his sword. Yuhan points the sword toward him and asks if he can see blue lines on the sword. The boy replies that he can't see any of the lines he is talking about and asks him not to shake the sword. Yuhan throws the sword toward him and thinks he will now do the other quests. He opens up a quest in which he has to repair 5 broken axes and brings them to Pabuchi. He picks up a broken axe and is confused to see that the lines are red this time. He thinks he should just try hammering it, and maybe they will disappear once it's repaired. He hits the axe with the hammer with his full might, but is shocked to see that the hammer has broken. The system pops up, saying he has failed to repair it. He gets disappointed that he doesn't even have the talent to repair things. Suddenly, he observes that the damaged shape matches up with the red lines. Something clicks in his mind, and he decides to try it on the damaged swords. A few days later, the bald blacksmith enters the shop and asks Yuhan what he is doing. He shouts at him, reminding him that he had claimed to make them in no time, yet several days have already passed. Moving closer, he questions exactly how long it took Yuhan to make 10 short swords and adds that he hopes Yuhan has finished his repair training as well. Seeing the short swords, he grabs one and looks surprised. Noticing his expression, Yuhan asks how they are, confidently stating that they are perfect. Ask him if he is correct. After a few days of producing and repairing, he discovers a shocking fact. First, the blue line. This line represents the track of the hammer pounding on the metal. Its shape is influenced by the power and timing of the hammering, and the more consistent the distance between the lines, the higher the production quality. Next is the red line, which is a crack within the metal tissue formed during the repair process. In theory, if he focuses on taking care of these lines, the item can be completely fixed. The blue lines and red lines serve as cheat codes to perfect both production and repair. Though he stays up a few nights, he finds it completely worth it. Feeling pleased, he thinks that thanks to this, he has gained an incredible ability. The blacksmith shouts Zig's name in excitement and praises him for doing a great job, announcing that he has passed. Yuhan, surprised, finds it hard to believe. The blacksmith assures him that his skills are more than good enough and admits that he is surprised as well. He explains that talentless individuals like Yuhan usually give up right away. Still wondering, Yuhan asks if anyone as talentless as him has ever passed the training. The blacksmith nods and states that there were none, as they lacked the patience. Yuhan then asks if anyone has ever claimed to see lines or anything similar. The blacksmith, confused, replies that he has no idea what Yuhan is talking about. Expressing his gratitude, Yuhan begins to think that there is a high possibility this ability is linked to a hidden achievement. He considers that the condition might involve reaching a certain rank while being trained by an NPC with the worst affinity. Since he has never seen anything about this online, he realizes that he is likely the only one who has gone through such trouble. This leads him to conclude that he is the sole person with this ability. Smiling, he remarks that things have turned out more interesting than he expected. Some bullies drag Bartz while taunting him, asking why he is so intent on being alone. They express their desire for him to die. He wonders why they feel that way, believing that people cannot be trusted. Suddenly, he opens his eyes and finds himself sitting in the store, realizing that it was just a dream. Feeling tired, he wonders if it is because he did not sleep well. He then questions why his father is making him look after the store when there are no customers. Then, he receives a call from an unknown number. As he picks up the phone, a voice introduces itself as Yang Ho Shik, a customer service manager at DreamMax. Yuhan is about to hang up, but Yang Ho quickly stops him, reminding him that he had contacted them a few days ago regarding a hacking issue. Hearing this, Yuhan becomes excited and asks if they have decided to restore his character. However, Yang Ho informs him that, according to their policy, they are unable to do so. Instead, they have decided to offer him a small compensation. Disappointed, Yuhan asks about the compensation and questions whether they expect him to accept a gift as a way to make up for his lost character. He firmly states that he does not need any compensation and tells them not to contact him unless they are willing to restore his Bart's character. Yang Ho then reveals that the compensation is the newest model capsule, worth $8,000, and asks if he still does not want it. Hearing the value of the capsule, Yuhan is taken aback. His mouth nearly waters as he immediately changes his stance, eagerly responding that he does need it. The next day at the beach, director Sun Seokjin sits on a bench, talking on a call with Yang Ho. He asks if it was to Yuhan's liking. Yang Ho informs him that Yuhan initially refused the offer, but the moment he heard about the capsule, he immediately agreed. He added that Yuhan was probably grateful for how the director handled the situation. Seokjin expresses his satisfaction upon hearing this. Yang Ho then curiously asks why the director decided to gift Yuhan a capsule out of his own pocket. While typing on his laptop, Seokjin explains that despite being hacked, Yuhan continues to play instead of quitting. Moreover, he has chosen to play as a blacksmith, a class most players tend to avoid. He then remarks that the situation intrigues him and wonders whether it will be interesting to see what kind of gameplay Yuhan will demonstrate in the upcoming update. With a hint of excitement, he admits that he is quite eager to find out. In the game, Jia had previously attached a paper to the notice board, announcing that she was recruiting members for the ISO party at Deborah Dungeon. The notice specified that the party already included an archer, a knight, and a mage. It instructed anyone interested in joining to send a direct message to Jia. Archer Jia mutters in frustration, wondering why it is so difficult to find a party. As she walks, she complains that they quickly black out whenever she finally finds someone. She considers whether she should just go as a party of 3. At that moment, she collides with Yuhan. They both apologize before quickly recognizing each other. Surprised, she remarks that he is the guy who was being chased by a boar and casually adds that it is nice running into him. Seeing her, Yuhan immediately prepares to run, thinking that he should leave before things get annoying. However, before he can escape, she quickly suggests that they chat for a bit. He notices her speed of asking, and as he starts running, she follows him, insisting that he stop and talk. Out of breath, he finally halts and asks what she wants. She then shows him the challenge notice and asks if he wants to join their party. Noting that he has never been to Deborah Dungeon, she explains that it is a great place for beginners to level up and earn a decent amount of money. Yuhan immediately recognizes Deborah Dungeon, as his character Bartz was the first to discover it. She explains that she has been searching for party members but has only found 2 so far. If Yuhan joins, they will have 4 members, which is the exact recommended party size. However, Yuhan refuses without hesitation, firmly stating that he does not want to. Jia, puzzled, asks why. Despite their repeated encounters, he continues to shake his head, insisting that he is not interested. Growing concerned, she questions why he dislikes the idea so much, pointing out that it is an opportunity to earn money and level up. Outside the blacksmith shop, a huge queue forms, with people discussing Yuhan. Some wonder if he is really that skilled at repairs, while others mention that although he takes time, he has a 100% repair rate. Yet, he only charges 30 gold coins. Seeing the long line, Yuhan begins to sweat, realizing that he did not expect such a large crowd. He briefly considers raising his prices but quickly dismisses the thought, reminding himself that money is not his priority, catching the hacker is. Then, a customer hands him a ranger's bow. The moment he sees it, he immediately recognizes it as the only D-rank equipment he had as Bart's. His heart races for a moment as he wonders if he has found a clue about the hackers so soon. However, after carefully observing the bow, he concludes that it is not a lead, as there is no insignia. The customer hands him 30 gold coins, and as Yuhan collects them, he mutters to himself, irritated by how rudely the man speaks. Meanwhile, a guy named Alden, seemingly the friend of the bow's owner, Zeris, asks if he is really planning to give it to her. Zeris confidently responds that, of course, he is spending money is necessary to win over the ladies. Hearing this conversation, Yuhan silently wonders if Zeris thinks this is some kind of dating sim. Alden then points out that they have been helping her in dungeons and even gifting her a rare item, questioning if it would not be a loss if she refused to meet them in real life. Zeris, unfazed, tells Alden to think logically after receiving all these things and asks if she would be able to shamelessly refuse a simple request. Alden agrees that it makes sense. Zeris then adds that if, by any chance, she says no, they can threaten to post about her on the community forum, using that pressure to force her into going out for drinks with them. Hearing their conversation, Yuhan silently reflects on the mention of threats, realizing that these guys are real scumbags. He feels bad for whoever their target is. Zeris then tells Alden to message the girl, reminding him that they cannot risk her forgetting. Alden hesitates, trying to recall her username, and asks what it is again. Zeris, annoyed, scoffs and tells him that it was Ja. At that moment, Yuhan finishes repairing the bow and announces that the repair is complete. As he hands it over to Zeris, he does not let go, still gripping the weapon. Zeris, confused, asks what he is doing and tells him to let go. Meanwhile, Yuhan is lost in thought, recalling that she was the name on the party recruitment poster the archer had given him earlier. He considers the possibility that it might just be a coincidence, but then realizes that repeating usernames is not allowed in this game. The likelihood that it is the same person is high. Zeris grows impatient, shouting that he has already paid, demanding to know what Yuhan's problem is, and sarcastically asking if he is now regretting charging too little. Yuhan remains silent, still gripping the bow as he observes Zeris. Finally, he lets go, causing Zeris to lose his balance and stumble backward. Alden rushes to his friend, concerned, and asks if he is okay. Frustrated, Zeris immediately grabs Yuhan by the collar, demanding to know if he is picking a fight. His anger flares, and he threatens Yuhan, telling him to apologize or prepare to uninstall the game. Yuhan does not respond, remaining calm. Meanwhile, another customer from the queue speaks up. He is Guilford of the Storm, the leader of one of the strongest mercenary guilds, the Red Tiger Company, and a well-known player ranked 45th on the server, standing in line at the smithy. Holding his broken sword, he mutters to himself, recalling the fond memories he has with it. Before coming here, he had visited another smith and asked if they could repair weapons regardless of their maximum durability, as rumored. However, seeing the sword's durability at 10, the smith immediately refused, stating that such a repair was impossible. Now, as he waits in line, Guilford considers his next option. If this place cannot handle it, he has to seek out Guryon instead. His thoughts are interrupted as he notices that some customers are still lingering despite having their repairs completed. Growing impatient, he questions why those guys Zeris and Alden are taking so long. He finally speaks up, telling them that there are others waiting behind them. The moment Zeris and Alden turn and recognize him, their expressions change instantly. Shocked and troubled by the unexpected presence of a high-ranking player, they panic. Fearful of drawing any unwanted attention, they quickly stammer that they were just about to leave anyway. Agreeing with each other nervously, they claim they had been talking for too long and hastily flee from the smithy. As Guilford watches Zeris and Alden flee, he remarks that they turned out to be polite fellows after all. Then, holding up his broken sword, he explains that it is his favorite weapon from his beginner days and asks if it can be repaired. Yuhan takes the sword, examining it briefly before responding that it is possible and asking Guilford to wait a moment. He then begins the repair process. Observing Yuhan at work, Guilford mutters to himself, impressed. Even if it is only for D-rank equipment and below, maintaining a 99% success rate is remarkable. He wonders if Yuhan possesses a hidden skill. Meanwhile, as Yuhan works, his mind drifts back to the troubling conversation he overheard earlier. Shaking the thought away, he reminds himself to focus after all. It is none of his concern. Guilford, watching the process, casually mentions that once the repairs are complete, he plans to display the sword in the guild building as a memento. However, just as he speaks, Yuhan's hammer strike lands on the sword, and instead of reinforcing it, the weapon shatters into pieces. A system notification immediately pops up, informing Yuhan that the repair has failed. The sword is now in an unusable state. Guilford holds the broken sword in his hands, tears welling up as he laments its destruction. He questions how such a thing could have happened and turns to ask the smith for an explanation. However, before he can get a response, he realizes that Yuhan has vanished. The mini creature appears and notifies him that Mr. Zig has logged out. Frustrated, Guilford shouts, demanding to know where Yuhan has gone and ordering him to return immediately. Meanwhile, she stands outside the dungeon gate alongside Zeres and Alden. As she gazes at the massive entrance, she wonders if this is truly Deborah Dungeon. Alden confirms her thoughts, explaining that this is indeed the lair of the terrifying witch Deborah, who plunged the entire Barca's kingdom into chaos 300 years ago. Zeres, sounding more casual, remarks that it is merely a beginner dungeon they have cleared multiple times before suggesting they head inside. Just then, Yuhan appears, panting as he catches his breath. He hurriedly asks them to wait, assuring them that he is not late and confirming that this is the Deborah dungeon party. Recognizing him, Ji immediately calls him Mr. Ungrateful Blacksmith. Confused, he asks who she is referring to. She pointedly responds that she means him after all. She saved him. Yet he did not even greet her and simply ran away. However, seeing that he ultimately came, she assumes he does want to clear the dungeon. Welcoming him, she introduces herself as Archer Zhe and extends her hand for a handshake. Yuhan, looking confused, does not shake her hand, but instead introduces himself as Zig and asks them to take care of him. Smiling, Ji acknowledges him and responds in kind. She then turns to the others and introduces him, explaining that he is the blacksmith she had been trying to recruit. Addressing the group, she formally presents him Mr. Zig as their new party member, introduced Alden and Zeres. Ji informs Yuhan that both Alden and Zeres are skilled players over level 70. Alden quickly recognizes Yuhan and asks Zeres if he is the same person they encountered before. Zeres confirms that he is indeed the blacksmith from that time. Curious, Zeres then questions Yuhan, pointing out that as a blacksmith, he likely does not have any battle skills and wonders if he will be able to manage. Before Yuhan can respond, Ji assures them that Zig is strong, saying that she witnessed his strength firsthand. In response, Yuhan forces a fake smile and acknowledges her words, but internally finds it surprising to hear a blacksmith being described as strong. He then casually remarks that it is quite a coincidence to be meeting them again and confirms that they were the same people he encountered at the smithy. Shifting closer to Zeres, Yuhan apologizes for what happened earlier and asks him to take care of him, promising not to say anything foolish. He even jokingly declares that, from now on, he will be like a loyal dog to them. Zeres agrees and urges everyone to move before it gets too late. As they walk, Alden leans in and whispers to Zeres, asking if it is really fine to let Yuhan join. Worrying about what might happen if Yuhan says something unnecessary, Zeres replies that if Yuhan tries to say anything foolish, they can simply kill him and make it look like an accident. He adds that trying to force him out right away might make you suspicious. As they enter the dungeon, they come across skeletons. Zeres quickly uses his fire skills while wielding his sword, cutting down many of them with ease. Upon noticing Ji's expression, Zeres feels a sense of greedy satisfaction, assuming that she is impressed by his performance. He smugly wonders if she has already fallen for his impressive display, thinking that this situation is not bad at all. However, it soon becomes clear that Ji is actually more impressed by Yuhan instead of him. As she observes Yuhan fighting, she wonders how he is able to perform so well. Meanwhile, Yuhan, focused on the battle, quickly identifies the skeleton's weak point, the temple. Striking a skeleton directly at that spot, he shatters it instantly. When another wooden soldier approaches, he swiftly aims for its neck, muttering to himself that, since he lacks combat skills, things could get tricky if the mobs manage to surround him. He realizes that he needs to eliminate all of the enemies in the area as quickly as possible. Recognizing the wooden soldier's weak point, he accurately targets its power source, the heart, and takes it down after a brief struggle. Just then, a system notification alerts him to his low stamina. Surprised, he notes that his stamina has already depleted with just this much effort, and remembers that he packed some biscuits to recover. Ja, clearly impressed, excitedly points out to Zeres that Yuhan was able to defeat the enemies in a single strike, even without any combat skills. She reminds him that she had told him before Zig is incredibly strong. Hearing this, Zeres becomes increasingly frustrated. Annoyed, he thinks to himself that a noble like Yuhan dares to act cocky. He recalls that he had originally considered carrying Yuhan through the dungeon out of goodwill, but now, that will not do. Instead, he begins plotting to take him out, deciding to eliminate him slowly. As a skeleton launches an arrow toward the group, Zeres quickly notices it and deflects it with his sword using his counter-slash technique. However, the deflected arrow ends up striking Yuhan instead. Seeing this, Zeres smirks, realizing that he has just discovered a new hidden skill. He notes that the attack will hurt even more since its power was doubled upon deflection. Jit, concerned, immediately asks Yuhan if he is okay. At that moment, a system notification informs Yuhan that he will be paralyzed for 10 minutes and that his movement speed will be significantly reduced. Despite the pain, Yuhan forces a smile while tears well up in his eyes, insisting that it was just one arrow and that he is fine. Internally, however, he struggles with the intense pain, knowing that his mixed-up pain sensor is amplifying the sensation. Zeres then turns to Yuhan, commenting that he looks exhausted and that, as expected from someone in a production job, he has already reached his limit. Alden, noticing the situation, tells Zeres not to be so harsh, pointing out that Yuhan must already be feeling embarrassed. However, Zeres dismisses Alden's concern and suggests that Yuhan stay behind and rest until the paralysis wears off, adding that they cannot just carry him along. Ja shouts at Zeres, insisting that they cannot just leave Yuhan alone. However, Yuhan reassures her, stating that he will stay behind and that he should be able to get back on his feet after resting for a while. He promises to catch up with them later. Zeres agrees with Yuhan, pointing out that since they are in the same party, they can track each other's locations, so there is no need to worry. Though Ja remains reluctant, she eventually agrees. Before leaving, she instructs Yuhan to message her the moment his paralysis wears off. Yuhan nods and assures her that he will. Once they leave, Yuhan receives an antidote from the system and drinks it. A system notification informs him that he has consumed a common antidote and is no longer paralyzed. After wiping his mouth, Yuhan mutters to himself, preparing to take action. As they continue deeper into the dark dungeon, Alden lights up a lamp, illuminating their path. Pleased, Zeres turns to Ja and asks if it is bright enough for her. Alden adds that the warm glow of the lamp even matches her current outfit. Holding the weapon they had given her, Ja examines it curiously and asks if it is truly a low-priced weapon, as it looks quite expensive to her. Alden reassures her, explaining that at their level, it is a common weapon, so she should not feel pressured. He also points out that since neither he nor Zeres are archers, it makes more sense for her to use it. Hearing this, Ja nods and decides to borrow it until they complete the dungeon, thanking them for their generosity. Watching her reaction, Alden mutters to himself about how happy she seems before subtly mentioning to Zeres that it is about time they proceed with their plan. Just then, a rock suddenly strikes the lamp, causing it to fall to the ground. Darkness engulfs the area. Confused, Zeres immediately turns to Alden and demands to know what he is doing. Alden, just as surprised, insists that it was not him, and that the rock seemingly came out of nowhere. Quickly searching the ground, Alden manages to find the fallen lamp. Zeres urges him to turn the light back on. As Alden lights up the lamp, they notice a herd of skeletons surrounding them. Seeing this, Alden becomes frightened. As he and Zeres stand alone, they quickly realize that Ja is nowhere to be seen. In a panic, Alden starts hitting the approaching wooden soldier with the lamp. Meanwhile, Yuhan pulls Ja along while she grips her weapon tightly. Not recognizing him, she demands to know who he is and insists that he let her go. Yuhan then burns a stick, using it to create light, and calmly tells her to relax, revealing his identity. Slightly surprised, Ja asks if it is really him, and then questions where they are going. She insists that they need to help the other two. Yuhan reassures her, reminding her that both Alden and Zeres are over level 70. whereas this dungeon is recommended for players around level 45. He tells her that the other two will be fine, so they should continue moving forward. After some time, both Alden and Xeris are breathing heavily. Sitting down, Alden asks if it is finally over. Xeris responds that he thinks they have cleared out all the enemies. Muttering to himself, he wonders what kind of brainless players would try to lure so many monsters at once. Then, noticing some items on the ground, he calls Alden's attention to them, pointing out that there are a lot of semi-rare items. As they begin collecting them, Alden agrees, questioning whether such items usually drop in this dungeon. Xeris dismisses the concern, urging him to hurry and take them. As Alden greedily gathers the loot, he wonders aloud how much they are worth in total. Xeris, equally excited, comments that it was definitely worth defeating all the mobs. At that moment, a player named Wang Chiolsu, who is at level 100, arrives with her party. She shouts at them to stop immediately, expressing disbelief that they are about to take all the items for themselves. Identifying them as the infamous Xeris and Alden from the notice board, she accuses them of being complete scumbags. Frustrated, Xeris demands to know what she just said, questioning how she dares to speak to him like that. However, she firmly states that she and her party are the rightful owners of the items. Xeris and Alden have a notorious reputation on the bulletin board for harassing female players. They are known for threatening and coercing them into meeting in real life. No one knows exactly what happens after these meetings, but considering how the victims quit the game afterward, it is clear that nothing good comes from it. The issue has never escalated publicly because the players who encountered them simply disappeared from the game. Yuhan, having learned about their actions, makes up his mind he is going to ensure that these two are kicked out of the game for good. His plan is simple, and with his deep understanding of Deborah Dungeon's mechanics, executing it will be easy. Yuhan lures a mob of monsters. On the way, he notices a group of other players nearby and throws a rock in their direction, drawing the monsters toward them. As the creatures attack the unsuspecting players, Yuhan seizes the opportunity to steal their collected items. Backstabbing in dungeons was a common tactic in the past, with players looting others by setting them up to be attacked. Since this dungeon had a history of such incidents, all Yuhan needs to do is make it look like Xeris and Alden were the culprits. Chiolsu's party surrounds Xeris and Alden, warning them to be ready. Protesting, the two insist that they have done nothing wrong. Alden supports the claim, adding that they are victims as well. However, one of the party members angrily points out that Alden is wearing the ring they purchased just yesterday, dismissing any excuses. Without further discussion, the party begins attacking them. As expected, Yuhan anticipates that Xeris and Alden will be forced to quit the game. After some time, Jia checks the system and notices that the two have logged out. She wonders aloud if they have died. Yuhan, remaining composed, assures her that he just received a direct message from them, stating that they had an urgent matter to attend to. Suspicious, she questions why they did not message her instead. Yuhan, pretending to be uncertain, suggests that she ask them the next time they come online, though he knows they will never be able to log in with the same characters again. Now at level 42, Jia turns to Yuhan, who is at level 38, and comments that they should probably head back. Agreeing, he states that proceeding any further would likely be too difficult for them. Internally, he notes that now that he has achieved his goal, he should return and focus on blacksmithing. However, Jia appears disappointed, admitting that she had wanted to clear the dungeon since she would no longer be able to play. With a resigned tone, she adds that there is no other way. Hearing this, Yuhan silently wonders about her statement. He then suggests that since they are already there, they might as well continue forward and defeat the boss. Jia, surprised, asks Yuhan to clarify what he means. As she speaks, Yuhan recalls a memory of his mother stopping him from playing. He then tells Jia that he understands how difficult things are for her. Internally, he resolves that he needs to create a memory for her that she will never forget. Jia, still confused, says that she does not quite understand what he is trying to say but confirms that he is suggesting they hunt the boss together. With tears in his eyes, Yuhan replies affirmatively and asks her to trust him. Just then, he notices Jia already moving forward to confront the boss. She calls out to him, asking why he is just standing there. Urging him to hurry, she points out that the dungeon doors are beginning to close. Realizing the urgency, Yuhan shouts in surprise, asking when she got that far ahead. Seeing the doors closing, he quickly rushes forward, telling her to wait for him. Yuhan enters just in time, barely making it through before the doors close. looking at him, wonders aloud whether the two of them are enough to take down the boss. Yuhan responds confidently, saying that if the boss is at the level of the stone golem, then it is definitely possible. He adds that there will be no problem at all since he is there. With a smirk, he assures her that he knows the Deborah dungeon like the back of his hand and gestures as if to prove his point. Yuhan recalls that during his days as Bert's, he cleared the dungeon over 100 times. At his current level, even if he wanted to make a mistake, he couldn't. He thinks that while helping Zhe out, he might as well level up 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhe, looking around, comments that it has been quite some time since they entered, yet there is still nothing in sight. Yuhan sits down casually and explains that they probably just need to wait a little longer. He adds that the stone golem usually remains in its boulder form before revealing itself. Then, they hear a squeaky voice. Yuhan turns around and notices a small monster behind him. Zhe, seeing the creature, asks if it is a monster, too, commenting on how cute it looks. Yuhan immediately recognizes it as the hamster that always sticks around the stone golem. Realizing what this means, he concludes that the stone golem must be nearby. He instructs the little monster to go and call out the golem right away. Soon after, the ground begins to vibrate. Yuhan, sensing the impending danger, remarks that it is coming. Zhe, alarmed, shouts that the floor is starting to move. Yuhan struggles to maintain his balance and urgently tells Zhe to dodge to the side. He quickly assesses the situation, realizing that the golem just happened to spawn right underneath them. The ground rumbles as the massive stone golem emerges, landing heavily in front of them. The opponent before them is a level 60 stone golem, a massive automaton created by Deborah. As the dungeon's sentinel, it stands as a formidable guardian. Zhe, feeling a surge of excitement, eagerly asks if they can actually take it down. Yuhan confidently assures her that they can, as long as they follow the proper strategy. Moving forward to engage the enemy, he declares that he will cover for her. Zhe readies her bow, preparing to unleash an arrow. However, the golem growls and swiftly dodges her attack. Meanwhile, Yuhan grips his sword tightly and approaches the creature, calling out to it and demanding that it face him instead. With a determined swing, he strikes the golem only to recoil in shock. Despite being the one to attack, he suddenly finds himself the one feeling the pain. The golem tries to hit him, but he moves slightly up to dodge but falls off. He realizes that his jumping ability is too weak and that his stats are much lower than he expected. As he analyzes the situation, he understands that in order to defeat the golem, he first needs to reach its head. However, he struggles to come up with a way to do so. At that moment, he notices Zhe's arrow striking the golem's joint at the arm. A smile appears on his face as an idea forms in his mind. At that moment, Zhe calls out to Yuhan from behind the monster. While dodging the creature's attacks, he shouts for her to stay back and continue shooting at the golem's joints from a distance. She acknowledges his instruction and begins firing arrows at the joints, steadily causing damage. After a series of well-placed shots, the golem appears significantly weakened. Meanwhile, Yuhan drinks a potion, wipes his mouth, and declares that he has found a way to defeat it. He then tosses the bottle aside and climbs onto the monster's body using its arm. As he leaps into the air, he recalls that the golem's weak point is its core, which, as expected from the ruthless Dream Max, is located at the crown of its head. Striking the golem's head with his sword, he notices a crack forming and confidently states that it is time to claim their reward. However, as the golem suddenly rises while growling with pain, Yuhan loses his footing and falls. Zhe quickly catches him and asks if he is okay. He assures her that he is fine, thanks to her. She then states that she will take on the monster for now and urges him to hide and recover. Yuhan questions her decision since they are close to defeating it, but then he notices the monster growling with renewed intensity. A system notification alerts them that the Berserk Giant Stone Golem has been activated. Its core has been damaged beyond control, causing its attack power and speed to increase significantly. The golem then launches an attack at Yuhan, who barely manages to dodge, breathing heavily as he wonders how this could be happening. He realizes that he has underestimated the dungeon despite having cleared it over 100 times. As he attempts another strike with his sword, the golem evades and counterattacks, knocking both him and Zhe down with overwhelming force. He questions whether the unfamiliar attack pattern is the reason for his struggle. However, as he is struck once more and sent tumbling, something inside him shatters. He finally realizes that he is no longer Bart's. He falls to his knees, helpless. Jia, launching a final attack at the golem, grabs his arm and pulls him along as she runs, urging him to follow her. She points out that their health points are dangerously low and insists they hide and recover. As they take cover behind a large rock, she informs him that she has already checked the exit remains closed. As expected, the only way to escape is to defeat the boss. She explains that she had tried attacking the golem's core, where Yuhan had previously struck, but it had no effect. Meanwhile, Yuhan remains in a dazed state. Concerned, she calls out to him, asking if he is listening. He finally responds, saying that they cannot break the core. Admitting that it is his first time encountering such a situation, he speculates that it might be a hidden pattern that only triggers under specific conditions. He suggests that they would either need a high damage dealer to suppress the golem or an entirely new attack strategy, but given their current level, it seems nearly impossible. He then considers that their best option might be to figure out how to take hits while minimizing the pain they suffer. She does not understand and asks him to clarify. Yuhan explains that there is nothing else they can do. Their levels are too low, so if they can possibly figure out the strategy behind the new attack pattern. Determined, just stands up and refuses to accept his reasoning. She insists that if he does not know the strategy, they will just have to figure it out themselves. If failure is inevitable, it isn't better to take on the challenge rather than give up. Without hesitation, she moves forward to face the golem once again. Yuhan hesitates, questioning whether they can really stand a chance at their levels. She confidently reminds him that she is level 42, and he is level 38 together, they make level 80. He immediately points out that her logic makes no sense, but she remains firm. If they work together, she believes they will find a way to succeed. Calling out to him, she urges him to hurry up, assuring him that she will be waiting. Yuhan lies in his room, wrapped in a blanket. His brother, Yuhyun, enters and confronts him, mentioning that he heard about his decision to drop out. He questions what they are supposed to do when he makes such a big decision without telling anyone, adding that their mother has been crying. Sitting close to him, Yuhyun brings up a childhood memory, reminding Yuhan of the time he stood up for himself against bullies. Back then, Yuhan was bigger than them, so they couldn't do anything in return. But now, things are different. He has become scrawny, his posture is hunched, and he even looks a bit unsettling. He points out that Yuhan isn't good at studying, and the only thing he knows how to do is play games. Yuhan, growing frustrated, gets up and asks what exactly Yuhyun is trying to say. Yuhyun tells him to pay attention to the people around him, emphasizing that he doesn't know what Yuhan is going through, but he could have talked to someone, either him or a friend. Then, after a pause, he adds that Yuhan has no friends. Saying this, Yuhyun turns to leave but stops at the door. Before walking out, he tells Yuhan that, whether he believes it or not, there are many things he can't do alone. He then urges him to come out and eat, mentioning that their mother made kimchi stew. With that, he says he will be waiting and tells Yuhan to hurry up. She lands a powerful strike on the golem, causing a big explosion and inflicting significant damage. However, her health points decrease and her stamina runs low. She wonders if this is her limit. As the golem prepares to punch her, Yuhan quickly helps her retreat from her position. The golem's attack then lands, causing massive destruction to the ground. They both fall to the ground. Yuhan expresses his gratitude to her, thanking her for buying him some time. He then stands up and states that he has fully recovered his health points and stamina. Acknowledging that she was right, he agrees that since they will likely lose anyway, they should at least put up a fight. Grabbing an axe from the system, he declares that it is all or nothing. As the golem attempts to attack him, he shouts and strikes, severing a piece of its stone arm and dealing massive damage. Seeing the damage, he wonders if the pickaxe could be the golem's weakness. According to the system, the pickaxe does not have any attack power, which makes him question what just happened. Sitting on the golem's severed hand, he starts hitting it again, but his strikes miss. Confused, he wonders why it is not working now. Considering the possibility of a bug, he quickly dismisses the idea, realizing that the system alarm indicates it is within the game's mechanics. Struggling to land a hit, he tries to figure out the condition required to use the pickaxe effectively. Ja alerts him to look up. As he does, he notices the golem's attack approaching once again. At that moment, he recalls the words of the bald smith, who once explained that ores are composed of several different types of materials fused together. While they may appear as one due to immense pressure, there are still tiny gaps between the various materials. The smith mentioned that although it might not be noticeable at his current level, if he could accurately strike those gaps, he would be able to mine something extraordinary. Realizing the incoming attack, he shouts the command to mine. Understanding the strategy, he swings the pickaxe at the severed arm of the golem, dealing massive damage. With a determined voice, he declares that he has found the weak point. It belongs to him now. He then delivers a powerful strike, shattering the golem into pieces. After the devastating impact, the golem collapses onto the ground, breaking apart completely. The system notifies him of his success in mining, rewarding him with 10 marbles and increasing his skill proficiency by 30. Watching him in disbelief, Zhe wonders how someone could defeat a boss using a production skill. He simply smiles and delivers a final blow to the severed head, causing another massive impact. The system then announces that Zig and Zhe's party has successfully defeated the berserk giant stone golem. Yuhan mutters to himself, realizing that the ability to see the lines can also be applied to mining. The lines had been so faint that he hadn't noticed them until he focused carefully. Even so, he had actually ended up hunting the boss. Zhe, overwhelmed with excitement, jumps on him and exclaims how incredible it is. She asks if he really just took down the boss using a production skill and insists on knowing how he did it. Yuhan, maintaining a teasing tone, responds that it is a trade secret and not something he can reveal so easily. Then, a sudden force pulls them away from the battlefield. After a while, they find themselves in an unfamiliar location within the dungeon. Zhe looks around in confusion, wondering about the strange place. Yuhan assumes that since they just defeated the boss, this should be the reward room. However, as he takes in his surroundings, he realizes that something is off. It does not look like any reward room he has seen before. Observing the area, Zhe speculates that this could be the place where the dungeon's monsters are created. Yuhan mutters to himself, noting that the Deborah dungeon's reward room does not resemble this at all. He recognizes it as the rumored production room of Deborah, a place he has only heard about. He wonders aloud if players are transported here as a result of defeating the berserk giant stone golem, acknowledging that this is his first time witnessing these strange contraptions. As they wander around the room, Zhe suddenly spots a reward chest in the corner. Yuhan, feeling relieved and excited, remarks that it truly is a reward room after all. Without hesitation, Zhe opens the chest and finds a pair of goggles inside. Almost immediately, the system notification appears, informing them about the item. The goggles are called Eagle Eye, an artifact crafted by the witch of this world. They increase accuracy by 20% and enhance range by 30%, making them a valuable find. Yuhan protests and tries to snatch the goggles from Zhe, insisting that it is a rare item and demanding to see it. However, she quickly blocks him, refusing and claiming it as hers. Deciding to ignore the argument, Yuhan turns his attention elsewhere and soon spots another chest. Confident that there are at least 2 reward chests, he eagerly approaches it. As he opens the chest, he shouts in excitement, only for his enthusiasm to fade when he finds ordinary artifacts inside. Disappointed, he sighs but picks up a pair of gloves with defense and magic power, deciding that they are better than nothing. Next, he comes across an unusual blueprint. The system immediately provides information about it, stating that upon completing the blueprint, he will gain the ability to craft black iron, a material that the witch Deborah once attempted to create. Yuhan stares at the blueprint in disbelief, wondering if it is really a robot blueprint. The idea seems crazy to him, and he questions whether he can start constructing it immediately. However, as he examines the necessary materials and prerequisites, his excitement fades, realizing that it is just a scrap of paper for now. Continuing his search, he finds a book and picks it up, reading its description. The system notifies him that it is Hero Carwin's manual, a record left behind by Carwin, the one who defeated the witch Deborah. The system further explains that if a blacksmith reads it, they can acquire the grain and armor break skills. However, there are specific learning prerequisites. Grain requires the worst affinity for blacksmithing, while armor break requires a mind skill, defeating the berserk giant stone golem, and having a giant stone golem and grain skill rank 7. After processing this information, Yuhan realizes that he can use the grain skill right away, making the discovery even more valuable. Yuhan wonders about the purpose of the book and what it could be used for. As he reads, the book explains that while it does not provide information on everything, defeating the witch golem had been an incredibly difficult task. The challenge was even greater in the case of the giant stone golem. However, an important suggestion from a blacksmith had given crucial insight. The book recounts that all ores consist of several different types of materials combined together, and due to this composition, small gaps exist between them. These words had revealed the key to destroying the golem. The writer then focused on enhancing the ability to see the grain structure of all materials and developed a skill to amplify this ability further. As the writers trained in the grain skill, they eventually mastered the arm break skill, which allowed them to destroy ores and armaments. Yuhan, intrigued by the ability to destroy armaments, finds it incredible. He continues reading and learns that the battle against the witch Deborah is not over. The writer warns that she will one day return, bringing a powerful army with her. For this reason, they had chosen not to destroy the witch's cave, but instead left it intact. The writer expresses hope that future warriors would use the cave to train against the witch's creations and prepare for the inevitable battle against Deborah's army. Yuhan reflects on the fact that the fight against Deborah is not yet over, and is surprised that only a blacksmith can learn Hero Karwan's skills. As he contemplates this, Ji approaches him and asks if he dislikes his reward. He quickly reassures her, saying that he does like it more than just liking it, as he has managed to acquire a hidden skill. Satisfied with his response, Ji suggests leaving, mentioning that she has already checked the other side and found nothing of interest. Once outside the dungeon, she stretches her arms and remarks that it feels like an eternity since she last felt the open air. Yuhan agrees, noting that since the dungeon raid had taken an entire day in real life, approximately 8 hours must have passed. Surprised, Ji realizes she needs to leave quickly. Before parting ways, she suddenly asks Yuhan about his age. When he tells her he is 20, she extends her hand with a smile and states that they are the same age, suggesting that they become friends from that moment on. Yuhan remains still, unsure how to react. Noticing his hesitation, Ji urges him again, asking why he is not shaking her hand. After a brief pause, he finally reaches out and shakes hands with her. She then informs him that she has added him on the messenger, and suggests they meet again once the test period is over, promising to contact him. Yuhan curiously asks Ji about the test period, to which she explains that her midterms are approaching, and she wants to complete the dungeon before then. However, she admits that even if she had waited, she could have tackled it in 2 weeks. She then adds that she had a great time today. Hearing this, Yuhan realizes he had misunderstood something. Noticing his expression, Ji playfully hits him and teases him, asking why he looks so upset. She remarks that if anyone saw them, they might think they would never meet again. She reassures him that it is only 2 weeks, which will pass quickly. However, her playful hit lands harder than expected, causing Yuhan to collapse. A system notification suddenly appears, announcing that Zig has died and that Ji has slain a player, marking her as a murderer. Stunned, she panics and exclaims in disbelief, questioning whether he truly died. At that moment, Yuhan's message appears, asking her to pick up his items. However, she becomes even more troubled upon noticing that her username has turned red. She anxiously wonders what to do. Another message from Yuhan follows, telling her to calm down. But she remains worried, fearing that the red mark may not disappear. He messages her again, advising her to focus on picking up his items first. A week has passed since the storm golem hunt. During this time, Yuhan has focused on grinding his grain skill, as well as his crafting and repair skills, using grain boosted at 100% success rate. The quality of the equipment he produced turned out to be rather impressive. Within a week, he has become a famous master blacksmith in Baldan, making everything feel far more real than before. As he prepares for the day, a crowd of people gathers around him, begging him to repair their items. However, Yuhan firmly refuses, explaining that he has to accept a quest today and cannot take on any work. Some persist, pleading with him to at least work on their equipment as they are in a hurry. Suddenly, a blonde-haired man standing behind the crowd spreads false news, loudly announcing that the Slime King has appeared on the Urk Plains. The crowd immediately erupts in excitement, questioning whether such a super rare monster has truly shown up. Without hesitation, they dash away, shouting that they need to hurry before it's gone. Observing the scene, Yuhan mutters to himself, noting that the Slime King does not spawn in the Urk Plains. As the area clears out, the blonde-haired man approaches him, finally able to speak in private. He formally addresses him as Mr. Zig and states his purpose that he has come to scout him. Sitting in the Civil Servant Academy, Yuhan quietly writes while deep in thought. A month has passed since Bart's was hacked, and though he has gained fame, he has yet to find any clues about the culprit. given that most of Bartz's equipment consisted of high-ranking gear. Raising his level quickly has become an urgent priority. In his search for an efficient way to level up, he came across the Nosark Trade Route Exploration quest. This quest is particularly intriguing if he succeeds and the trade route is established. It could bring massive changes to Arpedia, possibly even leading to a system upgrade. A quest with such impact is not something he can afford to miss. Recently announced by the King of Barkas, the quest involves dispatching a delegation to establish a trade route with Nosark, the dwarven nation renowned for its blacksmithing expertise. According to rumors, the rewards and experience from this quest are expected to be exceptional due to the high status of the quest giver. However, the biggest problem is that system-wise his reputation and level are too low. If he were to apply for the quest now, he would inevitably fail. Faced with this dilemma, he wonders what to do next. The blonde guy, Dylan, introduces himself, stating that he is the Balden branch leader of the Gold Rush Merchant Union. He informs Yuhan that he has come to induct him into the union, acknowledging his recent fame as Balden's King of Repair. Promising adequate compensation, Dylan urges Yuhan to join him. However, Yuhan stands there, seemingly lost in thought, contemplating whether he should at least try to put in a request. Seeing this, Dylan attempts to get his attention, asking if he can hear him. Yuhan, snapping back to reality, responds that he was not listening. Dylan, confused, points out that Yuhan seems to be hearing him fine now. Yuhan dismisses the offer outright, stating that he is not interested in guilds and asks Dylan to leave. Dylan, instead of being offended, simply laughs, remarking that Yuhan must not know much about the gold rush. Casually, Yuhan replies that he does know it is the guild that always ends up in second place among merchant unions. Dylan laughs again, acknowledging that while they are indeed second place, it is still an impressive achievement. He then confidently states that it will not be long before they take the top spot. Turning the conversation back to his offer, he asks Yuhan if he would like to strive to be the best in Arpedia together with them, even mentioning that they have prepared a special signing bonus for him. Yuhan, however, firmly refuses. Dylan, unfazed, laughs once more and remarks that he expected this response. He then proceeds to explain the steps required to join the union. Yuhan states that even if he were to join a guild, the treatment of blacksmiths would be predictable. He explains that they would likely be treated as white elephants, excluded from hunting parties, and relegated to menial chores. Furthermore, all the goods they produce would be taken away at a price barely covering the material costs. He then questions whether Dylan's guild would be any different. Dylan laughs, pausing for a moment before proposing an alternative. Instead of full membership, he suggests that Yuhan consider becoming an associate. Curious, Yuhan asks for clarification. Dylan explains that although such offers are usually reserved for high-level users, there is nothing complicated about it. Yuhan would simply need to register on the guild's homepage and maintain periodic contact with Dylan, who would act as his manager. Unlike formal members, he would have no obligations. Additionally, whenever Yuhan provides gear to the guild or handles repairs, the guild would compensate him with either money or information. Dylan assures him that he could start off this way, and if he finds the guild to his liking, he could always join officially later. On the other hand, if the guild does not suit him, he could simply inform them of his decision to decline after 6 months. Yuhan considers Dylan's proposal, processing the situation for a while before ultimately agreeing. However, instead of simply accepting, he makes a request of his own. Dylan, curious, asks about the request and wonders what Yuhan has in mind. While riding in his buggy, Dylan chats with someone who questions whether allowing Yuhan to join as an associate is giving too much special treatment to a mere beginner blacksmith. The person expresses doubt, asking if Dylan is truly confident in his gut feeling that Yuhan will become a brilliant blacksmith. Dylan, however, clarifies that it is not intuition but experience. When the other person asks about his experience, Dylan explains that he has seen someone with a low-level but extraordinary repairing and production abilities before. He then mentions that the player's name is Guryon. Hearing this, the person expresses surprise, confirming if Dylan is referring to Guryon, the top-ranked player on the server. Dylan affirms it, calling him the greatest master whose single piece of work can be traded for millions. Understanding Dylan's reasoning, the person agrees to wait for Yuhan's results. However, they then bring up another matter, noting that Dylan has returned most of the gold used for signing bonuses and asking if something happened. Dylan explains that Yuhan wanted something else as a reward, so he deducted 90,000 gold instead. The person on the other end wonders what that something else might be. As a crowd gathers around the exploration group acceptance list, Yuhan joins them and notices his name on the list. Overjoyed, he shouts in excitement, realizing that he has been chosen. He then mutters to himself, acknowledging that time is running out for him, but being backed by a large-scale guild has proven to be advantageous. He also notes that he received 10,000 gold as a joining bonus, which makes him wonder if Dylan might request something unusual from him later. Shrugging off the thought, Yuhan stretches his arms, deciding to focus on preparing for the quest instead. At Joe's Bakery in Baldwin Square, East Side, Guilford of the Storm, the leader of one of the strongest mid-tier guilds, the Red Tiger Company, and a famous player ranked 45th on the server waits in line to buy biscuits. As his turn arrives, the baker informs him that the biscuits are completely sold out. Troubled, Guilford questions the seller, saying he has never seen this happen before. The seller points towards Yuhan, explaining that he purchased all of them, and suggests he try asking him. Approaching Yuhan from behind, Guilford grabs his shirt, commenting that his inventory seems completely full and questioning why he is hoarding so many biscuits. But then, as he gets a clearer look at Yuhan, he quickly recognizes him. Furious, Guilford shouts, calling Yuhan a loser blacksmith. Yuhan recognizes him and, feeling scared, tries to hide behind the biscuits, pretending not to know him by asking who he is again. Guilford, enraged, yells that Yuhan has destroyed his precious sword and attempts to hit him. However, Yuhan moves away slightly to avoid the attack. But before anything else happens, Guilford suddenly disappears. The system notifies everyone that he has logged out of the game, leaving the surrounding players wondering about the sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, outside the game, Guilford's wife yells at him, accusing him of being all talk and no action. She reminded him that he had promised to do the dishes, yet he did nothing but play his game while she was out getting groceries. Scared, Guilford tries to reason with her, addressing her as honey and insisting that pulling the plug on his game was a bit excessive. However, she continues scolding him, even resorting to physical punishment. Terrified, he protests, saying that an elbow is not supposed to twist that way, but before he can finish, she moves on to twisting his legs. In pain, he shouts and begs her to let him go. Their daughter sits in her room, studying, and reminds her father to be quiet so she can concentrate. She then mutters to herself, trying to stay motivated, saying that she just needs to hold out for one more week. Meanwhile, at Barcus Castle gates, the meeting point for the exploration team, members begin to gather. The Red Tiger Company also arrives, catching the attention of many. Seeing them, some express surprise that even Guilford is present. This confirms the rumors about his participation, leading some to assume that the quest must be easy if someone of his rank is involved. Guilford then instructs his team to search for someone thoroughly. His subordinates acknowledge the order. He then remarks that the blacksmith must also be part of the expedition based on the large amount of rations purchased. A girl shouts to the crowd, announcing that they are selling essential items for the quest at a cheap price. As Yuhan passes by, she suddenly stops him and calls out, addressing him as a blacksmith. She then asks if he has ever been ambushed by a monster while traveling somewhere. Before Yuhan can respond, she confidently assumes that he has and continues, explaining that she has often thought it would be beneficial for production classes to have at least one survival skill. She then asks if he agrees with her. Yuhan nods in agreement while internally wondering if she is a peddler. He decides that he should quickly end the conversation and leave. However, before he can, she presents him with a ring and recommends it to him. She explains that it is a magic ring that allows teleportation for just 10,000 gold. Yuhan is surprised by the price, finding it incredibly cheap for a teleportation ring. He debates whether he should buy it, considering that 10,000 gold is still a significant amount, and he needs to think carefully before making the purchase. Despite his hesitation, he ends up buying the ring, feeling troubled that his body reacted before his mind could decide. The girl thanks him for his purchase and wishes him a fortune. Holding the ring, Yuhan reassures himself that it is fine, reasoning that even if he resells it, he will still make a profit. The system displays the details of the ring, identifying it as a teleport ring. It explains that the ring is imbued with the power of teleportation. Upon use, the caster is instantly moved 20 meters in the chosen direction. However, the ring is destroyed after a single use. As the seller prepares to leave, she remarks to herself that today's sales have been hefty. She smirked, thinking that Baldan was full of pushovers who lacked knowledge, making it easy to earn a lot of money. Suddenly, Yuhan approaches her, calling her a con artist. He shouts, demanding that she return his money. She glares at him, responding angrily, asking what this beggar is saying. Yuhan holds up the ring, insisting that she acknowledge her deception. He accuses her of daring to sell a worthless item. She crosses her arms, claiming there is no issue since the ring does possess a teleportation ability. Yuhan furiously argues, stating that taking 4 seconds to move just 20 meters is not a proper teleportation spell, calling her a fraud. The seller snaps back, exclaiming that she is no con artist, proudly introducing herself as Logis. Yuhan scoffs, repeating her name mockingly, saying it is a perfect username for a con artist. Both continue their heated argument, neither backing down. As a soldier approaches, he interrupts their argument, asking what is going on and reminding them that departure is soon, so they should be prepared. Yuhan immediately tries to explain the situation, pointing at Logis, but before he can say much, she quickly shoves him back and hides behind the soldier. While pretending to be frightened, she discreetly slips a bribe into the soldier's hand. She then puts on an innocent act, claiming that she was just running her business legally, but Yuhan suddenly started causing trouble. The soldier accepts the bribe, then, without hesitation, raises his spear toward Yuhan and accuses him of being criminal scum. He demands to know how Yuhan dares to try arresting an innocent lady. Yuhan, shocked, protests, asking what the soldier means, insisting that Logis was the one who started everything. The soldier ignores him and shouts for silence, ordering Yuhan to apologize to the lady immediately. As punishment, he commands Yuhan to pull Logis's cart for her, warning that if he refuses, he will be removed from the exploration team. He then demands that Yuhan acknowledge the order. Logis, a level 55 merchant, smirks at Yuhan, enjoying his predicament. Meanwhile, the exploration team finishes their preparations, and everyone gets ready to depart. Yuhan pulled her cart, visibly frustrated. A spy hides behind a tree, holding a hawk on his arm. He places a letter in the hawk's claw and sends it flying away. In the Broaden Kingdom treasury, the hawk lands on a window of a room. An old man reads the letter, then burns it, acknowledging that the event they had feared has occurred. He notes that the Barcus Kingdom has dispatched an exploration team, which complicates matters. Since half of their country's finances depend on intermediary trade, the situation poses a significant issue. However, due to their friendly relations with the Barcus Kingdom, they cannot openly interfere. He turns to Kira, the assassin leader ranked 89, and implies that he should understand what needs to be done. Kira removed his mask, smirked, and assured him that he did. At night, Yuhan lies straight on the ground, exhausted, and wonders how things ended up like this. Logis stands nearby and calls out to him, addressing him as slave number 1 and asking what he is doing. She instructs him to set up the tent, informing him that she needs to log out for a moment. Before leaving, she orders him to finish setting up the tent and then go fetch food. When Yuhan remains silent, she demands an answer. Struggling to stand, he clenches his teeth and shouts in frustration, asking if she truly sees him as a slave and declaring that he can't take it anymore. Laughing, she calls for the guards, causing Yuhan to panic and hurriedly begins setting up the tent. As he works, he realizes that the flat ground makes it an ideal spot for pitching a tent. Logis smirks, commenting that he should have behaved like this from the beginning. She instructs him to have everything properly set up by the time she returns. Standing there with tears in his eyes, Yuhan wonders if he would be enduring this humiliation if not for the quest. After fixing the tent, Yuhan sits near the fire, eating noodles and wondering why he has to suffer after getting caught up with a con artist. At that moment, members of the Red Tiger Company approach him and throw a broken sword in front of him. One of them addresses him as a blacksmith and mentions hearing that he is the best at repairs in Baldan, demanding that he fix the weapon. Recognizing them, Yuhan asks if they are making this request so suddenly. The member asks if he, known as the King of Repairs, is not confident in his skills. Muttering to himself, the member plans to nitpick as much as possible and drag Yuhan before their leader. Annoyed, Yuhan puts his bowl aside and grumbles about being interrupted while eating, finding them extremely irritating. After some time, Yuhan finishes repairing the dagger, restoring its durability to its original state. The Red Tiger Company members examine the weapon in surprise, noting that its condition is absolutely perfect. One of them remarks that the rumors about Yuhan's skills seem to be true. while another questions why he had destroyed their leader's sword if he was so capable. Meanwhile, Yuhan lounges on a swing, casually reading a book. Without looking up, he tells them that if they have nothing more for him, they should leave, as he is in the middle of reading. Frustrated, the member shouts, criticizing Yuhan for acting so nonchalantly after destroying someone else's weapon and calling him shameless. He also insists that he is not an old man but someone around Yuhan's age. Still absorbed in his book, Yuhan responds with confusion, questioning what the old man is talking about and pointing out that they were the ones who broke the weapon. The member, now furious, yells once again that he is not an old man and threatens to beat Yuhan if he does not come with them immediately. Closing his book, Yuhan gets up from the swing and casually mentions that they were the same. He met at the bakery and questions if their hostility stems from him buying all the biscuits. The member, even more enraged, denies that the Red Tiger Company would provoke someone over something so trivial. However, other members mutter that this is exactly what they are doing. Yuhan, unfazed, draws his sword and casually points it at them. With a smirk, he states that it does not matter either way, he just happens to need someone to take his anger out on. He then challenges them to a fight. After some time, Yuhan sits bound with ropes in front of Guilford, shouting that ganging up is cheating. Guilford calmly tells him that if he sincerely apologizes now, he will overlook the situation. Confused, Yuhan questions why he should apologize, insisting that he lined up, waited his turn, and bought the biscuits with his own money. However, Guilford clarifies that he is not referring to the biscuits. Still puzzled, Yuhan asks why this is happening to him, emphasizing that he has never harmed anyone while playing the game. Guilford scoffs at his claim, questioning if Yuhan truly believes he has never caused harm. Deciding on a different approach, he orders his men to unbind him. Yuhan, taken aback, wonders if they are simply setting him free. However, before he can process the situation, he notices Guilford leaping into the air, preparing to attack. Panicked, Yuhan shouts in fear, questioning what Guilford is doing. As he quickly dodges, he recognizes the stick Guilford is wielding, an event item with an attack power of only 1. Despite this, Guilford's strike destroys the ground beneath them, and he declares that it is time for discipline classes. He swings again, slicing a nearby tree into pieces. Yuhan narrowly avoids the attack, internally noting that this is not discipline but simply taking out anger on someone. Before he can catch his breath, another attack follows, and after being struck, he collapses. Standing over him, Guilford remarks that he did not even use his full strength, yet Yuhan has already reached his limit. Acknowledging the vast difference in levels, he decides to set a condition: if Yuhan can land even a single hit on him, he will be allowed to leave. Lying on the ground, Yuhan grumbles, calling Guilford a stubborn boomer. Gripping his sword, he dismisses the so-called condition, assuming that Guilford is confident a lower-level blacksmith will never hit him. Despite his health points dropping to just 10, he forces himself to stand. Frustration builds as he mutters to himself, realizing that whether it is Guilford or anyone else, everyone continues to look down on him. Yuhan rushes toward Guilford, shouting in frustration as he swings his weapon in an attempt to land a hit. However, Guilford easily blocks the attacks with his stick. Undeterred, Yuhan continues his relentless assault, striking repeatedly. At first, Guilford dodges effortlessly, but as the attacks persist, he starts to struggle slightly to evade them. Observing Yuhan's determination, Guilford acknowledges that, for a beginner, he is not bad. He recognizes a natural talent for combat in Yuhan, but remains confident that sheer willpower alone will not be enough to bridge the gap in their levels. As Yuhan leaps into the air for another attack, putting all his strength into the strike, Guilford prepares to counter. However, upon impact, the stick in Guilford's hand suddenly snaps, shattering under the force of Yuhan's attack. Arm break is a skill that destroys armor or weapons by targeting the natural gaps within the material. To acquire this ability, one must first train the grain skill to rank 7. Today, Yuhan's grain skill has finally reached that level, allowing him to learn arm break. Meanwhile, Guilford stares in shock, unable to believe that his weapon has been broken. Yuhan grabbed Guilford by the neck and muttered to himself. Even for a high-ranking player like Guilford, it was likely his first time witnessing a skill that could destroy another's weapon so effectively. Pressing against Guilford's throat, Yuhan forces him backward. As he continues pushing, he suddenly realizes that Guilford has tilted too far back. Before either of them can react, Yuhan loses his balance, and their lips accidentally touch. Everyone feels awkward as they watch the situation unfold. Guilford, troubled and furious, shouts in anger, while Yuhan also feels ashamed. Frustrated, Guilford approaches him again, but his members quickly try to hold him back, reminding him that he needs to keep his promise. Ignoring them, he demands to be let go, but they insist, trying to calm him down. Meanwhile, the member, whom Yuhan previously called an old man, hands him a potion, acknowledging that he is not too bad. He explains that it is a high elixir capable of restoring his entire health. He then comments on Yuhan's unexpected success in landing a hit against the leader and asks about the skill he used earlier, mentioning that it is his first time seeing a skill that can destroy a weapon. Curious, he wonders if it is some sort of blacksmith ability. Yuhan responds that he cannot reveal anything specific about the skill. The member then asks if Yuhan belongs to any guild, suggesting that since the leader seems to like him, he should consider joining their mercenary company. Processing the sudden offer, Yuhan remarks that after being beaten so badly, the invitation feels a bit shameless. The member acknowledges that their actions were not very mature either, but reminds Yuhan that he also broke the leader's sword and ran away. He suggests that they call it even with this. Yuhan states that he has never broken someone's weapon while repairing it, but then suddenly recalls that he actually has. Remembering this, he shakes hands with the old man and agrees to call it even. Guilford, still frustrated, shouts in disbelief, questioning whether Yuhan even thinks he has the authority to declare things. As Yuhan starts walking away, he casually apologizes for the previous incident with the repair. Guilford, growing even more frustrated, insists that the repair is not the issue here. Meanwhile, the next morning, two players eat together. A blonde-haired player grimaces and complains about the awful taste of the food. The other player advises him to lower his sense of taste to the minimum in the game settings before eating, explaining that since they have no stamina-restoring items left, they have no choice but to consume them. Logis approaches them, noting that they must have used up all their consumables. She then presents a golden apple, drawing their attention. Seeking to entice more players, she dramatically offers it, emphasizing how precious it is. She declares that she is selling something originally worth 10,000 gold for just 1,000, prompting a rush of eager buyers. After selling many of them, she holds her earnings with satisfaction, boasting that she has made a fortune once again. Meanwhile, Yuhan, while coloring the apple, questions her persistence in earning money, calling her vicious. In response, she dismisses his concerns, saying that he may not understand because he is still too young, but in the end, everything revolves around money. She insists that what truly matters is not leveling up or improving skills, but increasing one's inventory and bank balance. Finally, she instructs him to take care of the remaining work, assuring him that once he finishes, she will no longer order him around. As Logis leaves, Yuhan wonders why she is so obsessed with money, unable to understand her fixation. He then draws a smiley face on the apple and admires his work, declaring that its completion is quite good. Deciding to name it Wilson, he playfully tells the apple that they will be companions until they reach North Arc. At that moment, a shuriken suddenly flies toward him. Reacting quickly, he moves the apple aside, and the projectile embeds itself into it. He stares at the weapon in surprise, trying to process the situation. Meanwhile, Guilford, sensing danger, immediately alerts everyone, commanding all combatants to take defensive positions. Chaos erupts as the shurikens and collapse strike multiple players. Seeing some of his nearby comrades fall, Guilford realizes that it is the effect of a user's death. At that moment, the attacker moves stealthily behind Guilford and throws another shuriken at him before appearing in front of the group. Yuhan, acting swiftly, uses his arm break skill to dodge the attack and protect Guilford. He then smirks and tells Guilford that he now owes him his life. However, Guilford dismisses the claim, confidently stating that such an attack would not have even left a scratch on him. Yet, internally, he is surprised Yuhan had been behind him, and he had failed to sense him. This means Yuhan's level is still too low to register in his awareness, which is unsettling. The attacker stands atop a rock, looking down at them. Guilford points his sword at him and demands to know his identity. The figure removes his mask and smirks before introducing himself. He declares that he is an assassin who holds the title of first-class assassin and the leader of the Black Crescent Moon. At his words, the players murmur among themselves, recognizing the name of the Black Crescent Moon. Many realize the implications and react with shock. If he truly leads that infamous contractor guild, then this situation is far more dangerous than they initially thought. Smirking at their reactions, the man confidently confirms their suspicions. He then introduces himself once more. He is Kira. A mysterious force is using a weapon to disrupt the trade between the Barkas Kingdom and North Ark. The mission requires overcoming their interference and successfully reaching North Ark within the designated period. Everyone begins to doubt if the man before them is truly Kira. A ranker of his caliber here seems almost unbelievable. Yet, his battle stance is unmistakable, that of a seasoned assassin with no visible openings. Fear spreads among the players as they realize the danger they are in. Some whisper in panic, believing that they are all doomed. Kira lets out a laugh, silencing their murmurs. He assures them that he is not here to kill everyone. His objective is simply to keep them in place and obtain the title of Patriot in the shadows. If they surrender, he promises that no blood will need to be spilled. Smiling, he asks what they think of his offer. One of the players, unable to contain his anger, shouts back at him, demanding to know if Kira has any idea how much he has invested in this quest. He asks if Kira intends to refund his money and compensate him for his losses. In response, Kira smirks and tells him that he is mistaken about something. Before he can elaborate, an arrow flies through the air and strikes the player who spoke, killing him instantly. Kira then clarifies his point. This is not a negotiation. It is merely a formality. He reveals that they are currently surrounded by hundreds of his followers, and if they refuse to give up on the quest, they will all be killed. He asks if they finally understand their situation. Guilford listens carefully, analyzing Kira's claim. He senses several presences around them, but certainly not hundreds. Realizing that Kira is bluffing, he still acknowledges the threat. There are many assassins hiding within the forest. The quest will become significantly more difficult if the NPCs in their group are killed. Thinking quickly, Guilford subtly signals to his subordinates with a hand gesture behind his back. His silent command conveys his strategy. He will provoke Kira and draw his attention, while the others use magic to obscure the battlefield from the enemies hiding in the forest. He then begins a countdown, marking each number with his fingers behind his back, preparing for action. Guilford signals his subordinates to halt their preparations as Yuhan unexpectedly interrupts his strategy. Facing Kira directly, Yuhan scoffs, calling him nothing more than a petty thief. Kira's smirk falters slightly, and he narrows his eyes. Meanwhile, Yuhan continues, questioning what kind of assassin would openly reveal himself and lecture his targets instead of eliminating them unnoticed. His words stir murmurs among the other players. Kira recognizes Yuhan as the blacksmith from before. Before he can say anything, Yuhan presses further, challenging his reputation. If he is truly a ranker, then he should prove it by fighting one-on-one in a fair duel, rather than hiding behind his followers while pretending to be strong. He labels Kira a coward, provoking a dangerous glint in the assassin's eyes. Kira, visibly irritated, remarks that Yuhan's bug-like voice is grating on his nerves. He reminds him that just because he got lucky in breaking a weapon earlier, it does not give him the right to act so arrogantly. Without another word, he raises a finger and gives the order to his hidden subordinates to kill him. As an attack nears Yuhan, he notices it coming from both sides and slightly shifts from his position, causing the attacks to miss their mark. He wonders about the skill level of these attacks, but quickly realizes the real danger as a wave of weapons surges toward them. Guilford, seeing the imminent assault, shouts at his member to execute the plan immediately. His subordinate acknowledges the command and wields his weapon, forming an ice wall around them for protection. Kira orders his Black Crescent Moon team to eliminate everyone without leaving a single survivor. In response, Guilford shouts back, declaring that they are the ones who will be annihilated. As he enters berserk mode, red energy surges around him. He wields his sword with immense force, shattering the stone beneath Kira's feet. Though Kira begins to lose his balance, he quickly regains his footing and manages to stay on the ground. Kira smiles and remarks that it is an honor, adding that if Guilford had been just a little faster, he would have won. At that moment, the system notifies Guilford that his stats are insufficient, causing his berserk mode to be cancelled. Due to the effects of Hydra's blood, both his health and stats decrease by 50%. Meanwhile, Yuhan mutters to himself, convinced of his own genius. Just before the enemy's attack could hit him, he had quickly opened his inventory and equipped the log armor, a heavy, log-shaped piece of armor that covers the entire body but renders the user immobile. He assumes that the Red Tiger Company should have handled everything by now and considers heading back out. However, when he notices players collapsing, he asks why they are losing. Suddenly, he starts vomiting blood, and the system notifies him that the effect of Hydra's blood has activated, causing his health and stats to decrease by 50%. He wonders about the Hydra's blood and recalls that it is a possible item drop from the Kadria Dungeon's boss, a powerful poison that instantly weakens the user. Realizing the situation, he suspects that their breakfast may have been poisoned. As Yuhan processes the situation, an attacker leaps into the air behind him, preparing to strike. Meanwhile, Guilford expertly fends off both Kira and another member's attacks. Kira, visibly troubled, mutters in frustration, realizing that even after being poisoned with Hydra's blood, Guilford remains an overwhelming force. His attacks are proving ineffective, and he clenches his teeth in frustration. At the same time, Guilford assesses the battlefield and recognizes that they are at a disadvantage in their current state. Determined to shift the situation, he decides that they need to evacuate the NPCs and orders a retreat. Without hesitation, he starts running, leading the evacuation effort. Yuhan, also on the move, is being pursued by the attacker. He realizes that while he has managed to evade their attacks for now, they will catch up to him soon. Desperate for cover, he thinks that he needs to find a hiding spot and sets his sights on the forest. As he pushes forward, he gets closer and closer to the tree line, hoping to reach there soon. Logies struggles to escape, pushing her cart as fast as she can. Meanwhile, Kira stands amidst the battlefield, watching as his subordinates loot the collapsed players. He calls out to them, instructing the Black Crescent Moon to prepare for departure. As soon as their tracking troop returns, they will immediately pursue their fleeing targets. The subordinates acknowledge his command. Just then, Kira notices something unusual behind a tree. Suspicious, he wonders if he heard a noise. Unbeknownst to him, Logies is hiding behind that very tree, trying to stay out of sight. As Kira approaches, gripping his shuriken, he is moments away from discovering her. However, before he could investigate further, one of his subordinates interrupted, reporting that the tracking troop had returned. As expected, their targets are currently heading toward Rocking Bridge Canyon. Confirming the information, Kira reacts with interest before swiftly slicing the tree in half. Finding nothing there, he refocuses his attention on the mission. Without hesitation, he orders the Black Crescent Moon to advance toward Rocking Bridge Canyon, intending to reach the location first and eliminate their targets the moment they arrive. His subordinates acknowledge the command, and the group departs without delay. Meanwhile, Logies still sits behind the now-served tree, panting. As the Black Crescent Moon members leave, Logies pulls her cart and runs, thinking about the danger they pose. She realizes that the Contractor Guild is ranked and, judging by the NPC corpses and scattered items, more than half of the exploration team is likely dead. If another ambush occurs, it will be game over. Determined, she decides to alert the team as soon as possible. As she continues running, she suddenly senses the presence of a huge ogre approaching from the side. Seeing the monster growl, she panics and shouts in fear before sprinting away. The ogre starts chasing her, and she wonders why a yellow ogre is even there. As she flees, her cart collides with a rock, causing her to slip and fall forward. Sitting up, she turns around and notices the ogre dangerously close behind her. Logies, known as Jisoo outside the game, recalls her real-life situation. She remembers receiving a bonus from her boss as a reward for her hard work. Holding the envelope, she mutters that if she combines it with her savings, she should be able to afford lessons. Excited, she enters a piano academy to register, but just as she steps inside, her phone rings. Answering the call, she hears her sister's voice asking for money for their father's treatment. Without hesitation, she transfers the amount, reassuring her sister that it's fine, as money comes and goes. However, as she sits in the academy classroom, holding the registration form, she feels upset. Back in the game, recalling all of this, she clutches a rock tightly and refuses to give up. She thinks about the hard work it took to save up that money and the amount she spent on this quest. Determined, she starts hurling rocks at the ogre, shouting and crying as she pleads for it to die. As she continues throwing rocks, suddenly, Yuhan appears and strikes the ogre from behind. Just as the ogre is about to fall on her, it vanishes into thin air. Shocked, she sits on the ground. Yuhan lands nearby, looking around before asking if the ogre is dead, saying he finally caught it. Then, he notices Logies sitting in shock, tears still in her eyes. Confused, he looks at her and asks her if she is alright. 30 minutes earlier, as the two attackers chase Yuhan, they wonder where he has disappeared. Unbeknownst to them, Yuhan is hiding nearby, concealed within his inventory's log armor. Hearing a noise from another direction, the attackers assume he is there and quickly run toward it. Once they are gone, Yuhan emerges from the log armor, relieved that he has finally lost them. He thinks that his priority now is to find a greater antidote. However, just as he is about to move, he senses the presence of a yellow ogre behind him and wonders about its sudden appearance. A rare monster that appears in the highlands of the Nemesis Mountains, it is best to avoid fighting it due to its high attack power relative to its level. However, since it drops greater antidotes, experienced users skilled in battle are advised to capture it. Recalling this extracted information about the Nemesis Mountains, Yuhan hangs onto a tree branch and remarks that no matter how strong the ogre's attack power may be, it is meaningless if it cannot land a hit. With that, he leaps from the tree and attacks the ogre. As Yuhan continues striking the ogre while hanging from the branch, its health points rapidly decrease. Noticing the damage, the ogre begins to flee. Still hanging onto the branch, Yuhan shouts, ordering it to stop. After Yuhan kills the ogre, he obtains the antidote, a cure-all that neutralizes all conditions. Logis, skeptical, accuses him of lying, doubting that he could have defeated a yellow ogre. Yuhan confidently affirms his claim, pointing out the Ogre Vanquisher title, which is only awarded to those who instill fear in ogres. He explains that even if his attack power is low, persistence is enough to take them down. Logis, still doubtful, wonders how a blacksmith could have managed such a feat. Meanwhile, Yuhan drinks the potion and excitedly chants about his recovery. Observing him, Logis mutters that it no longer matters she had been worried about handling everything alone, but now things have become easier. She then turns to Yuhan, suggesting that they work together, as he also wants to complete the quest. Confidently, she reveals that she has a plan to wipe out Black Crescent Moon. As Guilford and his team approach the bridge, one of his members informs him that they are almost there. However, Guilford disagrees, sensing something amiss. At that moment, Kira launches a sudden attack, which Guilford barely manages to dodge. Appearing in front of them, Kira expresses his admiration, remarking that he had hidden his presence well and questioning how Guilford had detected him. Guilford attributes it to the adult experience, addressing Kira as a kid. In response, Kira snaps his fingers, signaling a series of attacks from above. Mocking Guilford, he points out that despite acting tough, he will soon be destroyed by someone younger. Guilford quickly wields his weapon, blocking the incoming assault and protecting some of his team members. However, many of them succumb to the unexpected attack, collapsing under its impact. Guilford immediately orders his subordinate, Hyungseok, to attack. Acknowledging the command, Hyungseok prepares to launch his assault. However, just as he begins using his ice wall technique, a member of Black Crescent Moon suddenly severs his head. Guilford shouts his name in alarm, but before he can react further, Kira swiftly launches an attack at him. The strike lands and Guilford collapses on the spot. Observing his fallen opponent, Kira mocks him, remarking that Guilford of the Storm is not as formidable as his reputation suggests. He then prepares to deliver the final blow. However, before he can strike, a cart comes hurtling toward him. Yuhan, pushing the cart with full force, shouts loudly, calling Kira a petty thief as he charges in. Yuhan pushes the cart toward Kira with a smirk, telling him that he has a present for him. Kira swiftly swings his weapon, shattering the cart into pieces. However, a strange liquid inside spills all over him. Unbothered, Kira scoffs and turns to Yuhan, remarking that he had heard about his lucky escape, yet he returned on his own. He taunts Yuhan, assuming he must have a death wish. Just as Kira finishes speaking, he catches an unusual scent coming from his soaked clothes. He frowns, confused by the strange smell. Before he can react further, Yuhan suddenly hurls a fire bottle at him. As the bottle crashes to the ground near Kira's feet, it bursts into flames. A massive explosion erupts, engulfing Kira in fire as he lets out a shocked cry. Around them, fire also erupts. Logis reaches there and witnesses the situation. The whole plan had been carefully devised by Yuhan and Logis. They had used Blast Spirit, a highly flammable liquor. Earlier, in the forest, Logis had explained the plan while having a lot of barrels. She had mentioned that she originally brought the Blast Spirit as a trade item since dwarves loved it. Demonstrating its strength, she opened the tap, letting a single drop fall to the ground before tossing a fire stick onto it. Instantly, the liquid had ignited, bursting into flames. She had then declared that even a single drop was enough to explode upon contact with fire. If they could somehow drench Kira in it and then ignite it, even a ranker like him would die in a single blow, especially since he was an assassin. She had clenched her fist in excitement, asking Yuhan if her plan didn't sound thrilling. Yuhan had remained skeptical, questioning what they would do about the remaining assassins even if they managed to eliminate Kira. Logis had confidently suggested blowing them up along with him. However, Yuhan pointed out that Peacock, Kira, wouldn't stick with the group. He was sure that Kira would climb out of his hiding place to show off. Still, Logis had insisted that killing Kira alone would be a major victory. Yuhan, however, had disagreed, arguing that simply defeating the leader wouldn't solve the problem. There were too many enemies. When Logis asked if he had a better idea, Yuhan suggested turning the enemy's tactics against them. Since the assassins preferred ambushing from hidden spots, their best strategy would be to set fire to all their hiding places first. As Logis had run through the forest, setting fire to the assassins' hiding spots, she had been amazed at how well the plan was working. Meanwhile, Yuhan had instructed her to prepare for a final move, telling her the exact location where they could collapse the canyon. When he gave the signal, she was to block the alcohol barrels, ensuring a massive explosion. As she followed his instructions, she muttered to herself, still unable to believe that Yuhan had thought of busting the entire canyon, and on top of that, he had even managed to take down a yellow ogre. At that moment, she had wondered in disbelief that just who the hell was this guy? After setting the fire completely, the flames spread rapidly, engulfing all the Black Crescent Moon members in the blaze. Watching the chaos unfold, Yuhan observed the fairies that had begun to appear around him. He muttered to himself, admitting that he had been somewhat doubtful at first, but the plan had worked perfectly. As he watched the scene, he couldn't help but feel intrigued. The more he learned about Grain's skill, the more fascinating it became. With a smirk, he thought to himself, once this quest is over, he should definitely look into it more. As Yuhan stands, lost in thought, Kira emerges from the fire, blown up but still moving. Clenching his teeth, Kira demands to know where Yuhan is going. Yuhan turns around, surprised to see him still standing. As Kira moves toward him, Yuhan quickly retreats, watching him advance. He wonders how Kira is still alive after such an explosion and recalls the other rankers, questioning whether they are all monsters. Frustrated, Kira declares that he will make Yuhan regret making him angry. Meanwhile, near the bridge, Guilford walks with the support of his subordinate, asking him to move slowly and instructing that the NPCs and beginner users should cross first. He mutters that he does not know what caused the explosions but acknowledges that they saved his life. He then urges his group to hurry before the Black Crescent Moon comes after them. At that moment, Logis approaches, panting heavily, and sits near him. She insists that they must cross the bridge now before their pursuers catch up. Noticing her condition, Guilford questions whether she was responsible for the explosions. She confirms, explaining that it was a collaboration between her and a blacksmith named Zig. Guilford takes a moment to think about Zig when one of his members alerts him that the enemies are swarming the bridge and urges him to hurry. However, Guilford insists that he will wait for the blacksmith. Another member warns that their enemies will arrive sooner or later and advises him to leave. Despite this, Guilford remains firm, stating that the blacksmith has saved him twice, and even if he had not intended to be in his debt, he could not leave without him. Meanwhile, Kira and Yuhan continue their fight. Yuhan uses the arm break technique to block Kira's attack, successfully breaking his shuriken. Kira remarks that it is the same skill Yuhan used before and questions whether he really thinks he can defeat him with such petty tricks. In response, Yuhan points his sword at him, taunting that someone who can barely stand due to fire damage is all bark and no bite. However, Kira immediately activates his skill and launches a series of attacks at Yuhan. Caught off guard, Yuhan spits out blood and collapses, wondering about the sudden surge of damage. Standing over him, Kira explains that the attack is a skill called after a mage assault and scoffs at the idea that Yuhan thought he could keep dodging with such ineffective moves. He then declares that Yuhan is finished and prepares to kill him like the insignificant bug he is. At that moment, Yuhan tricks him by suddenly shouting for the plan to be executed. Kira hesitates, momentarily panicking as he wonders if another bomb is still hidden in the area. As he starts scanning his surroundings, Yuhan seizes the opportunity and runs away. Frustrated, Kira curses at him while Yuhan mocks him for falling for the trick. Kira reaches the Nemesis Mountains cave. As he enters, he mutters Yuhan's name, vowing to make him pay once he gets his hands on him. Frustrated, he wishes he could beat him up in real life. However, noticing something unusual, he quickly becomes alert only to be met with an unexpected attack. A barrage of biscuits comes flying toward him. Confused, Kira squints his eyes, trying to make sense of the situation. At that moment, he spots Yuhan approaching rapidly. Before he can react, Yuhan strikes him, catching him off guard. The force of the attack causes Kira to tilt backward in surprise. Yuhan laughs, pleased with himself, and says he finally landed a hit. However, just as he is about to collapse, the system alerts him to an ability assassin's hidden skill, Shadow Decoy. It explains that this skill summons a clone that moves exactly like the original body and disappears once struck by an enemy. Before Yuhan can react, Kira launches a surprise attack from behind, kicking him hard in the back. Yuhan struggles against the force of the attack and falls to the ground. Kira smirks, admitting that Yuhan is surprisingly tough, perhaps even more of a nuisance than Guilford. But with an air of finality, he declares that it all ends here. Just then, Kira notices something restricting his movement. His feet are suddenly bound, and he frowns, demanding to know what's happening. Sitting up, Yuhan explains that while there are no monsters or items inside this cave, an unusual plant grows there. He tells Kira that there's no use struggling, the cave vines will hold anything that steps too close. The restraint will naturally fade once the time limit ends, but until then, escape is impossible. Kira glares at Yuhan, struggling against the vines. Meanwhile, Yuhan stands up, relieved that his risky plan worked. He mocks Kira, telling him he should have been more careful about where he stepped. Frustrated, Kira shouts at him, calling his tactics petty tricks. He demands to know what Yuhan could possibly do in 10 seconds without a weapon or any combat skills. In response, Yuhan grabs a pickaxe and smirks. He confidently states that he doesn't need combat skills or weapons after all. He once took down a giant stone golem with this very tool. Kira scoffs at him. He mocks Yuhan, calling his so-called secret weapon nothing more than a mere pickaxe. Ignoring the taunts, Yuhan strides toward Kira, ready to attack. Kira instinctively shuts his eyes in anticipation. But instead of hitting him, Yuhan swings at the cave wall instead. Kira, now standing freely behind him, sneers. Calling him a fool, taunts him, saying that he can't even hit a target that isn't moving. Yuhan, however, remains unfazed. He points at the wall and explains that his real target isn't Kira, it is the core that holds the cave structure together. With a victorious grin, he declares that by destroying it, he has ensured that the entire cave will collapse. Kira, still skeptical, scoffs at Yuhan's claim. He laughs mockingly and dismisses the idea, refusing to believe that something as trivial as that could actually cause the cave to collapse. Suddenly, the cave begins to shake as cracks spread across its walls. Kira, troubled, wonders what is happening. He questions whether the cave is truly collapsing, unable to recall any skill capable of causing such an effect. At first, he assumes it must be a bluff, perhaps a skill designed to distort his perception. However, he quickly dismisses the thought, reminding himself that Yuhan is merely a blacksmith, making such an ability unlikely. Realizing the truth, he acknowledges that the cave really is collapsing, and that Yuhan intends to bring it down on both of them. Panicked, Kira turns to escape, but before he can flee, the vines ensnare him once again. He struggles and falls to the ground. The system promptly notifies him that he is caught in a restraint and cannot move freely for 10 seconds. Desperately, he shouts and tries to break free, refusing to accept defeat. He declares that as a ranker, he cannot possibly lose to a mere blacksmith. Despite his protests, the cave continues to crumble, and within moments, it collapses entirely, sealing his fate. The system announces that the exploration team attack quest has failed. All the assassins hired to prevent Barca's trade exploration team from proceeding have been eliminated. As a result of the mission's failure, the Black Crescent Moon Guild members will receive a penalty. Guilford and his subordinates continue waiting when one of the members tells him that they should get going. He adds that to be honest, it is safe to assume that Zig is dead. However, Guilford responds that Zig did not seem like someone who could have been killed that easily. The subordinate supporting him agrees, saying he also doubts that Zig would have just disappeared without a trace. At that moment, Yuhan appears and shouts at them to be careful about what they are saying, reminding them that he is still alive. The member looks at him in surprise and asks if he is unharmed. Yuhan, struggling, questions whether he looks unharmed, explaining that he would have died if not for a certain item. He then shows them a ring and recalls how he only had one chance. Realizing he could not run toward the entrance before the cave collapsed, he used the ring's ability to teleport himself outside just in time. Feeling relieved, he exclaims that he is alive and admits that, despite thinking the ring was a rip-off for its price, it ultimately saved him. He sarcastically thanks Logis, who sold it to him, calling her a con artist. Meanwhile, Logis mutters to herself, realizing that what was considered a mismanufactured and useless item actually helped Yuhan survive. She then thinks to herself that he is definitely not an ordinary person, and that if she ever gets the chance, she should make him her servant. Logis then remarks that she had told Yuhan the ring would be helpful and playfully adds that he should thank his big sister. However, Yuhan responds that he does not even know her age. Guilford, impressed, acknowledges Yuhan's achievement and comments on how he managed to defeat Kira. In response, Yuhan taunts him, saying that, unlike a bushy old man who only talks and does nothing, he actually took action. Hearing this, Guilford is visibly troubled and questions Yuhan's words, defending himself by saying that he has his own problems to deal with. The other members burst into laughter at their exchange. Finally, Yuhan suggests that they should get going and head toward North Ark. Upon reaching North Ark, the group finds themselves in a cold and frigid place. Standing in front of a grand mansion, they loudly announce their arrival, declaring that the trading group from the Barkas Kingdom has arrived and demanding that the gate be opened. At that moment, the system notifies them that the North Ark Trade Route Exploration Team quest has been successfully completed. It reports that out of the 80 adventurers who initially participated in the quest, only 28 have survived. As a reward, these survivors will receive a special gift along with the king's official approval. As the gate slowly opens, the system further informs Yuhan of his personal achievements. He gains 3,000 experience points and 700 prestige. Additionally, it announces that Zig has now reached level 55, allowing him to craft and repair C-rank equipment. As a final reward, he is gifted the Shield of Wyk from King Barkas. The special ability of that shield is that it can block any attack once a day. In a meeting, a discussion is taking place about a character named Zig. A colleague, Mr. Kim, who is showing Yuhan's profile, states that it has been a month since the user created the character and became a blacksmith. He explains that the character is controlled by the previous ranker, Bartz, and has been exhibiting unusual gameplay patterns. He highlights that Zig has hunted the Berserk Giant Stone Golem, which was activated through a hidden event and is currently in North Ark, where the next trigger is expected. The development team, he adds, believes that this user has a high probability of activating the Mycenia event. At this, the boss, Hajun, responds by acknowledging the possibility of activation, but questions why it should justify delaying the update. Kim argues that the Mycenia event has the potential to bring significant changes to Arpedia, and if it coincides with the update, it could cause confusion among users. Frustrated, Hajun challenges Kim's reasoning, pointing out that it took over 3 years to unlock the Giant Stone Golem's Berserk mode. He emphasizes that delaying the update simply because a low-level blacksmith might activate an event is unreasonable and asks if Kim would take responsibility for any backlash resulting from the delay. Before Kim can finish explaining his perspective, Director Sun Seokjin enters the room, apologizing for his lateness and explaining that he was so busy preparing for the meeting that he forgot about it. Hajun asks him to take a seat and then inquires about his earlier statement regarding responsibility. Seokjin calmly confirms that he will take responsibility and insists that the update should be delayed. Kim, surprised, asks if Seokjin also believes the blacksmith will activate the event. Adjusting his glasses, Seokjin replies that while that is a small factor, he also has additional elements he wants to include in the update. Pressing a button on his laptop, he states that he is requesting the team to wait until those additions are completed. Seokjin then presents the additions planned for the update, including continental expansion, a new job system, and several other features. After showing them, he asks the team for their thoughts and suggests pushing back the schedule slightly before proceeding with the update. He assures them that if the update fails to meet the expected performance numbers, he will take full responsibility. Mr. Kim, addressing Seokjin, expresses his concern, pointing out that aside from the relevance of these additions to the original update topics, developing all of them would take at least 2 years. Seokjin, however, calmly responds that most of the work had already been completed by him while he was on vacation and that the development team only needs to apply the finishing touches. Kim, taken aback, mutters in disbelief that Seokjin managed to do all of that on his own. Meanwhile, Seokjin turns to him with a confident smile and asks whether he isn't excited about how Arpedia will evolve in the future. While Yuhan is sleeping, he mutters in his sleep that the hacker has finally been caught and questions whether they really thought he wouldn't find them hiding in North Ark. He adds that he has been waiting for this day to come. Meanwhile, his brother, Yoo-hyun, enters the room to call him for breakfast, but upon noticing him talking while asleep, he quietly closes the door and leaves. When their mother asks Yoo-hyun why he didn't bring Yuhan along, he explains that Yuhan is still sleeping, likely because he pulled an all-nighter playing a game. Frustrated, she raises her voice, exclaiming that he is still asleep despite claiming he would be studying and that all he ever does is play games. Their father, in an attempt to calm her, questions what is wrong with that. He points out that Yuhan expressing his determination to do something on his own is a positive thing, especially considering his past. She, however, retorts that it is precisely because he acts this way that Yuhan has become like this. She then worries aloud about what will happen if he fails to earn a living. In response, Yuhan's father reassures her, reminding her that Yuhan can always inherit their store. He expresses that, above all, he wishes Yuhan happiness. Reflecting on Yuhan's past struggles, he admits that they were unable to support him when he truly needed it, which is why they should now allow him to pursue what he wants. However, he also shares a lingering concern about Yuhan's health. Listening to this conversation in secret, Yuhan remains silent. Meanwhile, Yoo-hyun playfully claps and praises his father's words, joking that, in honor of such wisdom, he, too, will be skipping his lessons for the day. His mother, however, immediately shuts down the idea and sternly tells him that it is not happening. Meanwhile, in the evening, Yuhan sits outside, drinking, as he recalls the morning conversation between his mother and father. Muttering to himself, he remarks that they always have unnecessary worries. Setting his cane aside, he adds that none of it matters to him anymore. As Yuhan sits outside drinking, he recalls his past when he was in school. He remembers being in the cafeteria, eating when he suddenly noticed rats in his soup. Furious, he exclaimed that there were rats in the cafeteria food, joking that he had asked for a lot of meat, but this was excessive. Some of his classmates sitting with him suggested that he should post it online. Taking their advice, he took a picture and uploaded it to the internet. The next day, a student suddenly slammed the door open and entered the classroom, angrily demanding to know where Yuhan was. He asked if Yuhan was in the class. The students started whispering among themselves, wondering who the newcomer was. Some recognized him and explained that he was Kim Pil-jun, who had been infamous in middle school for his unpredictable and violent behavior. They advised each other not to make eye contact, as he had a tendency to hit people without reason. Pil-jun then approached Yuhan, who had his head down and appeared to be asleep. Grabbing Yuhan's hair, he ordered him to wake up. Still half asleep, Yuhan mumbled that he was not sleeping. Without hesitation, Pil-jun struck Yuhan's head with his knee, causing his nose to bleed. He then threw him to the floor, declaring that he was going to teach him a lesson. When Yuhan returned home, his mother immediately noticed his condition and asked what had happened to his face. Concerned, she questioned whether he had been in a fight. As he headed to his room, he casually replied that he had fallen down the stairs. Worried, his mother pressed further, asking if he was all right and whether he had gotten hurt. She wondered if they needed to go to the hospital. Yuhan reassured her that there was nothing to worry about and insisted that he was fine. However, in reality, he was not fine at all. From that day onward, his school life turned into a living hell. Kim Pil-jun would constantly seek him out and torment him. As time passed, his friends began to distance themselves from him, leaving him more and more isolated. Day after day, he was beaten and bullied over and over again. As they hit Yuhan, he lay on the floor and, in a low voice, asked them why they were doing this to him. They pretended not to hear and mockingly questioned what he had said, asking what he was mumbling to himself. Clenching his teeth, Yuhan shouted the same question, demanding to know why they were treating him that way. In response, they burst into laughter, ridiculing him by saying that he was acting all tragic. Undeterred, he asked them once again why they were doing this to him. Then, Jeong Hyunil, the student council president, entered the room and told the bullies that they shouldn't behave that way. He stated that if a friend asked a question, they should answer properly. Noticing Hyunil, Yuhan muttered to himself, recognizing him as the guy who always ranked first. Hyunil sat close to Yuhan, grabbed him by the hair, and lifted his head. He then told Yuhan that since he was wondering why he was always getting hit, he would finally give him an answer. He instructed Yuhan to listen carefully and explained that there was no particular reason, he was simply messing with him because he didn't like him. The bullies laughed at Yuhan before Hunil started hitting him again. After recalling all these memories, Yuhan grips the cane in his hand and mutters that if he ever meets those guys face to face again, with the battle sense he has learned from the game, he will turn them all into mincemeat. As he walks, a tissue paper suddenly covers his face, causing him to shout that he cannot see in front of him. In the confusion, he collides with someone and falls. The person he bumps into remarks that if he has run into someone, he should start by apologizing. Regaining his senses, Yuhan agrees and begins to apologize. However, as he looks at the man, his eyes widen in shock. It is Kim Piljun. Seeing Yuhan's reaction, Piljun wonders why he appears so stunned. He then states that he is busy, pressing his foot against Yuhan's and questioning why he has stopped talking. Yuhan seems frightened, his face sweating. He asks if Yuhan is not going to apologize. Then, grabbing Yuhan by the collar, he lifts him up and demands to know if he can hear what he is saying. Yuhan wonders why Piljun is there. As Piljun continues speaking to him, his phone suddenly rings. He picks up the call, then casually throws Yuhan aside and walks away, telling him to be careful next time. At night, while sitting in a bar, Piljun asks Hunil if he is increasing the amount of bribes. Hunil confirms, explaining that this topic will be brought up during one of the meetings soon. He mentions how North Ark and Barkas have recently started trading, which has put the finances of the lords from Broden in a difficult position. Piljun is surprised upon hearing this. Hunil further explains that from the beginning, the Cotter had expressed concerns about the tributes from South Barin being too small. Piljun starts to question whether doubling the amount is too extreme but stops midway. Hunil then asks for his answer, and Piljun, seeming displeased, reluctantly agrees. Standing outside the martial arts academy, Yuhan wonders if he is truly alright. He believes that he is no longer particularly scared of other people, and no longer afraid of leaving the house. However, recalling his interaction with Piljun, he resolves to become stronger, deciding that raising the level of his physical body will also help enhance his mentality. As he opens the door, he greets the people inside, stating that he has come to learn martial arts. However, he quickly notices martial artists fighting recklessly with each other, with some pleading for their lives. Fear grips him as he takes in the chaotic scene. Terrified, he quickly runs away, using the excuse that, since he is unemployed, he does not have the money to learn martial arts. A man overhears his excuse and asks if he came for membership and whether he intends to join as a new member. Yuhan hastily refuses, claiming that he was mistaken and had accidentally walked in. Just then, he collides with a huge figure who shouts at him in recognition and identifies him as a blacksmith. Sitting inside the martial arts academy, Yuhan mutters to himself, surprised that the dojo academy belongs to none other than the Red Tiger Company's head, Guilford. The academy manager, seated beside Guilford, observes Yuhan closely and remarks that his movements are not those of an ordinary person. He then asks whether Yuhan is also a martial artist. Hesitating, Yuhan denies it, explaining that he only thought he might be able to learn something. Handing him a registration form, the manager asks if he is here to become a new member. Yuhan, troubled, declines, explaining that he does not have any money to pay for membership fees. Guilford reassures him, stating that he will make an exception and exempt him from the fees for a year. Smirking, he adds that their meeting must have been fate, and that he will train Yuhan like a dog to fix his manners. After considering it for a moment, Yuhan decides that he has nothing to lose and agrees to give it a try. He formally places himself in their care. As he prepares to fill out the registration form, the manager asks for his name. Yuhan introduces himself, prompting Guilford, who is sipping tea, to mutter to himself, wondering where he has heard that name before. A moment later, realization dawns on him. He recalls that the store owner's son, whom he often visited in the past, shared the same name. Furthermore, that boy was once his daughter's childhood friend. Reminiscing, he remarks that hearing the name again brings back old memories. Yuhan addresses him as an instructor and asks if he may know his name. Guilford responds that he has not mentioned it yet and then introduces himself as Song Tisu. Yuhan then inquires about his daughter's name. At this, Guilford suddenly raises his voice, demanding to know why he is curious about Charon's name. Recognizing him immediately, Yuhan smiles and remarks that it has been a while. Hearing this, Song Tisu looks troubled and asks in disbelief what he means by that. He then hesitantly questions whether Yuhan is actually the same Yuhan he remembers. The system notifies Yuhan, who is lying flat on the ground and panting, that 30 minutes have passed since he ran out of stamina and that his health points are slowly decreasing. He mutters to himself that this is the worst. As Guilford trains outside the game, he tells Yuhan that since fate has brought them together once more, he might as well teach him personally. After enduring the grueling boot camp-style training, Yuhan barely manages to drag himself home and log into Arpedia Online. He pushes himself, thinking that he might be able to receive quests from the dwarves to increase his level, improve his crafting rank, and learn hidden skills. Yuhan is thrown outside by the dwarves, along with his belongings. Crying, he mutters that he was aware of how closed off the dwarves were, but not to this extent. They had told him that a human was of no use to them, that he didn't need to be paid as if they had exploited him, and that they already knew he was planning to steal their secrets. With those words, they had tossed him out without hesitation. Muttering to himself, Yuhan acknowledges that if he pushes any harder, they might end up chasing after him with swords in their hands. Feeling his exhaustion, he realizes that his stamina is insufficient. Thinking out loud, he decides that he should get something to eat first. As Yuhan arrives at a vegetable shop, he notices that the potatoes are priced exorbitantly and even kept in isolation. Shocked, he shouts, questioning why on earth a potato costs 1,200 gold. He expresses his frustration, exclaiming that it is absurd for a potato to be kept inside glass, finding the entire situation infuriating. The shopkeeper, unfazed, responds that Yuhan must be joking, as their store offers the cheapest food in town. Muttering to himself, Yuhan speculates that the price might still be unstable due to the recent start of direct trade. Accepting the situation, he asks for one potato, but upon checking his wallet, he realizes he only has 800 gold. Grumbling, he recalls that he had spent all his money ordering iron from Gold Rush. Looking at the shopkeeper, he hesitantly asks if he could get a 400 gold discount. He then starts pleading desperately, but instead of sympathy, the shopkeeper kicks him out of the store. Lying on the road, Yuhan states that he has not been able to obtain anything after that. He wonders if he should simply let himself die, considering that his stamina would be restored upon death. However, as he starts crying, he declares that he absolutely cannot do that. Yuhan says that he has gone through hell to gain his experience and realizes that he has no other choice. Holding the shield he received as a reward, he acknowledges that he must sell it to save himself. However, he hesitates, thinking that it would be a waste to sell it since its special ability is good. He considers that being in a rank item, he will not be able to use it for a while, and making money by repairing it in this town would be nearly impossible. As he is lost in thought, an old dwarf interrupts him, commenting that the shield looks nice and asking if he is willing to sell it. Yuhan, taken aback, internally admits that he treasures the shield, but then considers that having a customer so soon might be a stroke of luck. The old dwarf offers him 5 million gold, stating that he cannot go any higher. Yuhan, surprised by the amount, respectfully hands over the shield and agrees to the deal. The dwarf remarks that the price was a little high, but thinks it will be fine. He then gives Yuhan some coins. Upon seeing only 500 gold coins, Yuhan is troubled and shouts in protest. But before he can react further, the dwarf quickly flees. Yuhan yells after him, demanding the return of his shield. He starts knocking on the door and shouts, demanding the old dwarf to come out immediately. He warns that if he does not come out, he will stay there forever. Without stopping, he continues to hit the door repeatedly. Inside, the old dwarf, Gali, cuts the shield into various separate pieces and discovers a jewel hidden within it. He says that he has finished extracting the final jewel. Holding it in his hand, he starts wondering whether it will match its wavelength. Meanwhile, Yuhan remains outside, hiding close to a rock and eating mud. Muttering to himself, he refuses to give up so easily. He declares that he is ready to become a murderer, and all he needs to do is come out. Then, Yuhan notices some young dwarves approaching the dwarf Gali's house, seemingly planning something. As they begin executing their plan by scribbling on the walls, he watches in curiosity, wondering what they are up to. Muttering to himself, he notes that scribbling is something children do, but admits that he does not like it. Stepping out from his hiding place, he approaches the young dwarves. Startled by his sudden presence, the children become scared and hurriedly insist that they are not doodling. Yuhan, however, smiles at them and assures them that he understands. Taking a brush from their hands, he tells them that their scribbling is not done properly. If they are going to do it, he insists they should do it the right way. Then, Yuhan starts scribbling on the wall alongside the young dwarves. Meanwhile, inside the house, the dwarf carefully examines the jewel he had taken from the shield. As he had suspected, the magic power wavelength does not match. Sighing, he places the jewel into a bag and mutters to himself that, despite buying it at a high price, there is nothing he can do about it now. He considers whether he should go to the Ice Palace, but hesitates, admitting that he is not particularly keen on fighting as it feels too barbaric. He thinks it would be ideal if someone else could handle it instead. As he opens the door to leave, he finds Yuhan standing right outside, waiting for him. Frustrated, Yuhan shouts, finally relieved that the dwarf has come out. Grabbing him by the shirt, he angrily demands the return of his shield, questioning how the dwarf could take it for only 500 gold. He reminds him of the struggles he went through to obtain it and exclaims that if someone is going to talk big, they should at least start from 1,000,000 gold. The dwarf remains silent, listening to Yuhan's outburst. Instead of responding, he glances at the wall and curiously asks whether Yuhan is the one who has drawn all of it. Yuhan quickly responds, affirming that the drawings are his artworks, though he adds that they are nothing compared to what the old dwarf has done to him. Meanwhile, the dwarf, rather than getting angry, is impressed by Yuhan's artwork. Internally, he muses that Yuhan has an aesthetic sense that seems to have stopped developing at the age of 5, combined with brush strokes reminiscent of a fractured wrist. He finds it oddly fascinating. Observing Yuhan's clothing, he notes that he appears to be a human blacksmith. Thinking this is great timing, he considers having Yuhan do something for him. Still gripping the dwarf's shirt, Yuhan shouts again, demanding the return of his shield. The dwarf, unfazed, responds that he will return it, but first tells Yuhan to let go of him. As soon as Yuhan releases him, the dwarf empties the contents of his bag onto the ground and says that the shield is right there. Yuhan, staring at the pile of broken pieces in disbelief, wonders aloud what this is supposed to be. The dwarf, acting innocent, asks what he means. He explains that it is the shield of Waiki, the very one he bought from Yuhan. He assures him that he has taken it apart nicely, and if Yuhan simply reforges it, the same armament will be created again. After all, he is a blacksmith surely, he knows how to craft. Yuhan, in a calm tone, asks the dwarf if he is saying that he took his shield apart. The dwarf confirms that he did. Yuhan then politely places his hands on the dwarf's shoulders and asks, with a sense of overwhelming disbelief, how he managed to do that. The normal smithy skills known to most include only production and repair. That is why, when crafting a piece of equipment using expensive materials, it is customary to follow a recipe. If a defective piece is made by mistake, it would result in a great loss. However, if disassembly were possible, the materials could be reused, allowing for the creation of equipment pieces without relying on predefined recipes. This could potentially lead to the discovery of surprising items with extraordinary abilities. Yuhan mutters that it would also allow him to modify an already completed item to suit his preferences. Realizing that the shield is no longer his priority, he begins pleading with the dwarf to teach him the technique. The dwarf agrees and asks if Yuhan is willing to become his apprentice. Yuhan, understanding the dwarven philosophy of fiercely protecting their recipe technology, acknowledges this and expresses his awareness of their strict beliefs. The dwarf Gali takes Yuhan inside his house. As Yuhan enters, he covers his nose and comments on the strong smell of mold. Gali then heads down the stairs to the basement and tells Yuhan to follow him. Yuhan hesitates for a moment, wondering if he should ask about the place, but eventually follows. As they descend, Gali asks if Yuhan knows about Angeras. Still covering his nose, Yuhan replies that he does. He explains that Angeras is a legendary monster active in the northeastern region of North Ark. It has a fondness for gemstones and, as a result, receives tributes from the dwarves in the form of jewelry and ornaments. Yuhan mutters that, except for the fact that Angeras is exploiting the dwarves, it actually seems quite gentle for a dragon. However, the way it takes expensive dwarven jewelry does make him jealous. Gali responds that while the spineless eastern folk are offering their jewelry and ornaments to that lizard, he is different. He declares that he will slay the overgrown lizard, develop a rich ore vein in the north, and become filthy rich. Yuhan mutters to himself, wondering if Gali is about to send him to hunt Angeras. Meanwhile, Gali opens a lock and explains that to achieve his lofty plans, he has created something special. Yuhan, puzzled, tries to understand what he means. As they enter the room, Gali introduces his life's work, the Mecha Dragon. Yuhan, in confusion, asks what it is and whether it can move. Gali scoffs at the question, saying that if it could move, he wouldn't have left it there. Yuhan, still unsure, asks if it is nothing more than a giant tin can. Gali dismisses his doubt and tells him not to judge too quickly, explaining that all the pieces are perfectly balanced and in an ideal state for perfect control. Yuhan picks up a piece and asks if he should try using it to make a weapon. Gali, growing angry, stomps his foot on the ground and scolds him for not focusing. He then declares that the main point starts from there. Realizing his mistake, Yuhan quickly regains focus and responds eagerly, asking Gali to continue explaining. Gali gets straight to the point and tells him to go to the Ice Palace. Yuhan repeats the words in surprise. Meanwhile, in the Ice Palace, a group of players engages in battle. A player, Afen, launches a fire blast at a wooden soldier, destroying it. Just as another monster is about to attack him, Just steps in, using her power shots to eliminate the threat. She then turns to Afen and asks if he is okay, to which he responds with gratitude, saying it was thanks to her. The two stand alert and back against each other. Afen, observing their surroundings, comments that, just as rumored, this must really be Deborah's next dungeon. Jo agrees, noting that all the monsters seem very familiar. At that moment, a Saint Ray suddenly strikes them. Afen, startled, turns to Erin, another member of their group, and demands to know what she is doing. Erin casually responds that it was a mistake. Not convinced, Afen accuses her of doing it on purpose. Erin, addressing him as her brother, changes the subject, asking how a new dungeon could appear when there was no patch update. Afen, deep in thought, admits that this is still a mystery among players and begins to piece things together. As Erin processes this information, she repeats his words in realization. Meanwhile, Jo, overhearing their conversation, mutters to herself that if the dungeon appeared 2 weeks ago, that would be right around the time she cleared the Deborah dungeon. A thought suddenly strikes her. She had added Zig to her messenger but completely forgot to contact him. Resolving to reach out, she decides to do so once they finish clearing the dungeon. Another member, Loki Hyung, appears in front of Ja in a severely injured state. Troubled, she asks what has happened and why Hyung is in such a condition. Afen then questions Hyung, wondering if he has been tanking the entire time. Ja assures Hyung that she will heal him and asks him to wait for a moment. Despite his injuries, he raises his hand and points in a specific direction, saying that something is over there. Afen, puzzled, wonders if it is a monster and immediately orders Ja to prepare to shoot. As Ja readies her shot, she struggles to see clearly due to the thick mist. However, as she looked a little closer, her eyes widened in shock upon recognizing Yuhan. At the same moment, Yuhan quickly realizes who she is. Ji, still in disbelief, asks him why he is there. Yuhan tells the group that Gali had explained to him that the Ice Palace was a dungeon that appeared about 2 weeks ago in the north, at the very end of the Ice Valley. Showing him a diagram, Gali had pointed out a specific monster that had been sighted in the Ice Palace. Upon seeing the diagram, Yuhan quickly recognizes the monster and remarks that it is Deborah's wooden soldier. Gali confirms this but notes that, upon closer inspection, its appearance is slightly different from the usual ones. He explains that he suspects this might be an undisclosed creation of Deborah's. Pointing at the sketch of the wooden soldier, Gali further adds that this monster holds the key to getting the mecha dragon moving. Surprised, Yuhan questions whether he is referring to the wooden soldier. Gali affirms this, elaborating that Deborah had been a genius in magical engineering. The hearts within the wooden soldiers she created are capable of producing an immense amount of energy proportional to their size. While using a normal wooden soldier's heart would be impractical, studying the heart of this undisclosed variant might provide enough energy to activate the mecha dragon. Gali then gives Zig a challenge, declaring that if he truly wishes to become his apprentice, he must bring back 30 hearts from the new variant of the wooden soldiers. After listening to this, Ja turns to Zig and asks if he came to the dungeon for a quest. Yuhan confirms this but admits that he is struggling because the drop rates are extremely low. Muttering to himself, he reflects on how Gali had initially acted as though he would accept him as an apprentice immediately, but ultimately, it didn't matter much since he had been curious about the new dungeon anyway. Excited, Ja suggests that he join their party, and Afen agrees, stating that it seems like fate. He points out that their group would be helping Yuhan complete his quest, while Yuhan would assist them in clearing the dungeon. However, Eren disapproves of the idea, questioning the usefulness of a blacksmith in their current situation and arguing that it would be a waste to share their experience points. Ja then challenges her, asking if that means she is opposing her decision. Though hesitant, Eren ultimately agrees. Yuhan tells Ja that he is fine on his own and suggests she continue with her friends. However, Ja grabs his hand and urges him to stop hesitating, insisting that they should go quickly. Eren uses her skill while Yuhan raises his shield, and Afen launches his attack. Ja also combines her attack with theirs. As all their attacks merge, they create a powerful combined strike, unleashing a massive wave of energy toward the wooden soldiers. The attack proves overwhelming, destroying the wooden soldier completely. As the soldier falls, Yuhan retrieves its heart, and at that moment, the system notifies him that he has obtained the heart of the new wooden soldier. Holding it in his hands, Yuhan acknowledges that this is the last one he needs. The system then announces that the galley's trial quest has been completed. Muttering to himself, Yuhan reflects on the fact that he has now finished his quest. He also observed that the teamwork between the party members was quite effective. At this pace, he believes they will be able to clear the dungeon smoothly. However, he remains concerned about the fact that no one has successfully cleared this dungeon since its discovery. Just then, Eren calls out to Yuhan, accusing him of being selfish for only picking up items instead of actively participating in the battle. Before he can respond, Ja intervenes, defending him by saying that Zig is actually saving his strength at the moment. She confidently assures Eren that when Zig truly gets involved, his abilities will shock everyone. Turning towards Yuhan, Ja asks him to confirm her statement. He agrees, though he mutters to himself that it seems he will have to take action now. Afen claps his hands and urges everyone to focus, informing them that they have reached the boss's room. He suggests having a quick review of their skills and items before proceeding. Excited, Eren dashes toward the boss's room, announcing that she will go first. She quickly stops her, warning that it is dangerous to go alone. However, as Eren steps inside, she notices a woman standing in front of her, crying. Feeling sympathetic, Eren comments on the woman's distress and cautiously moves closer. Reaching out to touch her, she gently asks if she is okay. Meanwhile, Afen, sensing danger, rushes toward Eren and shouts at her to stop and not approach the woman. Before Eren can react, the mysterious woman suddenly grabs her hand, whispering that she has caught her. In an instant, the woman transforms into a grotesque monster and growls menacingly. Reacting quickly, Afen launches an attack at the monster, causing a thick mist to form. When the mist clears, the monster girl stands alone, unfazed. She comments that humans are only good at running away. Spotting Hyan standing before her, she turns her attention to him and taunts him, questioning whether he is simply too slow to escape. Expressing mock pity, she asks him why he has been left behind while his friends have seemingly abandoned him. She then offers him a deal if he tells her where his friends are. She will let him live, promising to spare his life. As she launches an attack, Hyan quickly raises his defensive shield, successfully blocking the blow. The monster growls in frustration and, with a menacing glare, declares that if dying is his last wish, she will personally grant it. Without hesitation, she lashes out with her hair, which moves like a swarm of snakes, twisting and striking Hyan in an attempt to capture him. Hyan, sensing the imminent danger, sharpened his focus, uses the shield against them. Meanwhile, Eren, panting and scared, speaks in a trembling voice, wondering what that was and admitting how terrifying it was. Afen explains that it is a Medusa, a monster infamous in Arpedia for being one of the most difficult creatures to face. He mentions that there were rumors on the community board about the Ice Palace boss monster being a Medusa, but he was unsure if the information was accurate. Still, he admits that he should have informed them earlier and apologizes. Eren tells Afen that it is not his fault, acknowledging that she was the one who rushed ahead on her own. She expresses guilt, saying that Mr. Zig is in danger because of her. Since he tried to save her, he is now petrified and unable to move for 10 minutes. She cries over the situation. She reassures Eren, telling her that she can apologize after they defeat the Medusa. Gathering her resolve, Eren nods and states that although she is still afraid, she will do her best. However, she expresses concern, wondering how they will handle a monster that uses petrification attacks. Afen, with a confident expression, tells them that they do not have to worry. He reveals that he has brought a mirror just in case. It is a magic reflector, a special magic mirror capable of reflecting any attack. Meanwhile, Hyung remains standing as he blocks Medusa's relentless snake attacks. She continues her assault, taunting him by saying that he must be at his limit. Though badly injured, Hyung still stands determined, refusing to fall. Just then, Eren, Je, and Afen appear behind him, ready to strike. They combine their healing, flame attack, and burst shot, unleashing a powerful wave of energy toward Medusa. The attack lands, causing a massive explosion that collapses Medusa under its force. As things settle down for a moment, they apologize to Hyung for being late. Afen then asks Hyung if he is alright, and he responds that he is fine. Eren, feeling reassured, states that she is also good and suggests getting back into the fight. Afen agrees and instructs everyone to proceed as planned. Eren grants a buff to Hyung, who will continue tanking. Meanwhile, Ji and Afen will maintain their attacks from a distance. Je nods in agreement, and Afen signals for them to resume the battle. As Medusa launches another onslaught, Hyung stands his ground, using his shield to block her attacks. Eren keeps enhancing his abilities while Afen and Je relentlessly fire from a distance. Meanwhile, Yuhan's petrification timer reaches 7 minutes, leaving only 3 minutes before he can move again. Medusa then launches a poison strike toward them, but Hyung dodges it with his shield. Afen orders Eren to move behind Hyung's barrier for protection, and instructs Je to attack. Following the command, Je fires a triple power shot at Medusa from a distance. As the arrows strike her, she curses them in frustration and declares that she has had enough. Enraged, Medusa spits out another attack. Afen immediately warns Hyung, who deflects the attack using his shield, but the force of the impact pushes him backward. Medusa, now furious, sits on the ground and growls that she is truly enraged. Sensing the danger, Afen alerts everyone that a second petrification attack is coming. He orders them to take cover behind the pillars and instructs Hyung to deactivate his taunt skill. As Medusa stands up, she gathers energy around her and suddenly unleashes the petrification attack, spitting it out from her mouth. Noticing the incoming attack, Afen hurriedly retrieves the magic reflector from his inventory and uses it to deflect the petrification. The effort drains him, and he takes significant damage, but he manages to successfully redirect the attack. After a massive explosion, the battlefield settles. As the dust clears, the group emerges from their hiding places, cheering excitedly. They celebrate their success and tell Afen that everything has gone according to plan. Eren excitedly asks if it is over now. Afen replies that it is not over yet. She seems troubled and frightened, but he reassures her that there is no need to be so scared. Since Medusa had her own skill reflected back at her, she shouldn't be able to break free. In fact, he states that she is as good as dead, and they only need to land the final blow. However, at that moment, a sparkle appears from Medusa's body, and she begins to break free from the deflected petrification attack. Afen watches in surprise as Medusa speaks, questioning how he could believe such a thing. She declares that there is no way a mere human could kill her. As she transforms into her monstrous form, everyone becomes alarmed and fearful. Jin, shocked, questions how this is happening, reminding Afen that he said she wouldn't be able to break free. Afen, still unsure, tells them to get into position. Before they can react, Medusa releases a strange red energy from her hand, which is incredibly powerful and life-stealing. As a result, their health points begin to drop rapidly, and they collapse on the spot, except for Afen, who somehow remains standing. The system states that the passive skill of the spirit of a mage is activated, allowing him to resist the faint condition. Afen mutters that Medusa does not possess such a skill and wonders how she managed to break free. However, he realizes that questioning it is useless and decides to use the magic reflector again. Before he can activate it, Medusa's petrification attack approaches all of them. The system notifies Afen that he has been petrified, and the effect will only be lifted when the caster dies. Medusa approaches him, grabs the magic reflector from his hand, and remarks that it is a nostalgic item. She acknowledges that the mirror was once her only weakness, but claims that everything changed after meeting Lady Deborah. She then crushes the mirror in her hand and states that it no longer has any effect on her because Lady Deborah granted her power. The system announces the details of Deborah's blessing, explaining that it activates automatically when Medusa's health falls to half or lower. The blessing makes her immune to all status effects, dramatically boosts her magic defense, and grants her the ability to use some of Deborah's magic. Medusa spreads her arms and laughs, while the system further describes her as a powerful Medusa strengthened by the legendary witch Deborah. She then declares that she is now the strongest and will not lose to anyone anymore. Petrified, Afen realizes that he made a mistake. He should have known that tactics for facing other dungeons wouldn't work the same here just because the Medusas are the same type of monster. Medusa laughs and declares that he should feel honored as she is about to finish him off using Lady Deborah's magic. She begins gathering magic in her hand and spreads it all around, preparing for the final blow. However, at that moment, Yuhan breaks free from the petrification effect. He approaches Medusa swiftly and strikes her down with his sword. She collapses and vanishes, her form disappearing completely. With that, the petrification effect begins lifting from everyone. The system announces that Mr. Zig has defeated Medusa. Holding his sword, Yuhan notices a crack forming on its surface. Upset, he shouts in frustration at the sight. He recalls a moment from before when he had been holding the broken pieces of a shield and had asked Gali if he could borrow the forge before leaving. Gali, curious, had questioned why he needed the forge. Yuhan had explained that he was thinking of making a weapon with the materials, just in case something happened. While working at the forge, he had thought to himself that, while everyone in Baldan called him the king of repairs, he was also skilled at crafting. He had acknowledged that his level was too low to recreate the A-rank shield of Wedek, but he had been confident that he could still craft a weapon for himself using those materials. He then prepared a Miming C-rank sword, which had an attack power of 90 and a durability of 80. It was a blacksmith's exclusive gear, and its special ability ensured that any attack would land successfully once. Yuhan sighed and admitted that the real problem was the sword's special ability, as he could only use it for one attack before it broke. Tears well up in his eyes as he hugs his sword tightly, muttering that he wants to hold onto it for as long as possible and save it for a critical situation. But he had never expected to use it on a mere Medusa. Regret fills in his voice as he wonders if he should have held back. Then, they grab Yuhan and start tossing him into the air, cheering excitedly. She expresses her amazement, saying she cannot believe he defeated Medusa with a single strike and calls him incredible. Yuhan protests, asking what they are doing, but Jie encourages him not to be shy. Afen agrees, stating that since Yuhan carried the entire team, this celebration is well deserved. Erin adds that she never imagined a blacksmith could be so powerful, calling it amazing. Yuhan insists that he is not that powerful, but Jie reminds Erin that she had told her so, emphasizing how incredible Yuhan is. As they continue cheering, Yuhan smiles. Then, they teleport from there and arrive in the Ice Palace's secret room. As they search for the reward, Erin expresses her disbelief, saying she cannot believe they have been tricked and that there is nothing there. Yuhan, while checking the surroundings, agrees, confirming that everything is empty. Afen, reading a book, concludes that this might not actually be the reward room. He mentions that it is also called the secret room and finds it strange that the dungeon has not been cleared yet. He wonders if Medusa is truly the final boss. Yuhan, lying in a push-up position on a big stone table, insists that Medusa is the boss monster. He argues that it had a boss-ranked classification and a hidden attack pattern, unlike the usual Medusas. He believes something must be hidden in the room. But then, as he unknowingly touches a limestone attached to the table, his hand slips, and he slams onto the floor. Jie, running toward Yuhan with concern, asks if he is alright. Yuhan sits up, holding the limestone, and suddenly starts laughing. His laughter grows louder, filling the room. Afen, watching in confusion, turns to Jie and asks what is wrong with Mr. Zig. Jie, still puzzled, responds that she is not sure. Yuhan, still laughing, shows the limestone to Jie and tells her to look at it. Jie, glancing at it, confirms that it is indeed limestone. Yuhan excitedly explains that there was limestone on the table and asks if she understands what that means. Afen, quickly realizing the significance, says that there is no reason to cover a hard stone table with soft limestone. Yuhan, grinning, agrees and then takes his hammer, striking the stone table with force. As the table cracks down, he smiles and confidently declares that the secret is hidden here. As Yuhan completely cracks the table, a hidden mural is revealed beneath it. Everyone looks at it in wonder, trying to grasp its significance. Erin turns to Yuhan, expressing her confidence in him and saying she knew he could be counted on. Jie, curious, asks how he managed to figure it out. Yuhan responds casually, dismissing it as nothing special. She then questions what the mural could be, wondering if it holds any significance. Eren examines it closely and notices something written on it, but the words appear scribbled and unreadable. Afen steps forward and, noticing the inscriptions, offers to try reading them. He puts on his magic scholar's eyeglasses and begins deciphering the ancient rune letters. As he reads aloud, he identifies the text as belonging to the old Mycenia civilization. The inscription warns that those who imitate God shall perish due to their arrogance. It further instructs them to return to the moment when the clock stopped at exactly 7, marking the fall of the aerial fortress, and to step into the world of the past. The moment he finishes reading, the clock suddenly begins ticking again, followed by the loud ringing of a bell. Alarmed, everyone reacts with fear, questioning why the clock has suddenly started ringing. Before they can comprehend what is happening, they find themselves standing in the middle of a magic circle, the floor beneath them glowing intensely. The overwhelming brightness makes it difficult to see, and Yuhan, struggling with the blinding light, realizes that they have activated a teleportation magic circle. At the Dream Max company, the boss, Hajun, asks Mr. Kim if the news is true. Mr. Kim confirms it respectfully. Hajun, surprised, repeats that it is astonishing how the aerial fortress was discovered within just 2 weeks, exactly as he had anticipated. He expresses satisfaction with his decision to postpone the patch. Mr. Kim laughs, agreeing that it was a wise choice. Hajun then states that if everything proceeds according to plan, there will be news that will serve as great publicity for the game. At that moment, Director Seokjin enters the room and holds a profile of some users. He agrees with Hajun but adds that their success depends entirely on whether things go as planned. They teleport to the Mycenia aerial fortress, where the system notifies them that Ja's party has successfully cleared the Ice Palace. Additionally, it announces that they are the first to discover the aerial fortress of Mycenia. As a result, all party members receive Tudain prestige and earn the title Discoverer of the aerial fortress. Everyone is taken aback as they find themselves transported outside the fortress. Afen, assessing the situation, concludes that this place must be the true reward for clearing the Ice Palace. Suddenly, a peculiar chimera host approaches them and politely inquires if they are the Ja family, stating that she has come to greet them. Chimera leads them inside and announces their arrival, stating that the guests have been brought. A voice from within grants permission for them to enter. As the massive gates slowly open, they look around in confusion, wondering what is happening, completely unaware of the situation. Inside, a king sits on his throne, surrounded by a vast army. He welcomes them and introduces himself as Ivanius, the ruler of the Mycenia kingdom. The system clarifies that he is merely a spiritual projection of the ancient king who once ruled Mycenia. Ja, troubled by his spectral appearance, reacts with alarm, exclaiming that he is a ghost. Afen quickly urges everyone to remain calm, explaining that Ivanius is not a ghost but a specter. When Ja questions the term, he elaborates that a specter is a type of monster bound by unresolved regrets from its life, preventing it from passing on to the afterlife. Since it is classified as a ghost-type monster, Ja insists that it is indeed a ghost. Eren, determined to take action, declares that she will handle the situation and exorcise it. Just as she activates her weapon, Afen swiftly intervenes, stopping her attack effect with a snap. The king states that they are the first guests to arrive in 300 years and suggests that they calm down and listen to his story. He explains that thousands of years ago, the Mycenia kingdom was a prosperous land where magic technology greatly contributed to the world's advancement. Thanks to this technology, the kingdom enjoyed peace and stability. However, their progress eventually became a problem. Their technology advanced beyond its limits, and his predecessor was condemned for violating the realm of the gods. He continues, revealing that he and a few survivors escaped to the aerial fortress, but they were ultimately trapped underground, transforming into ghosts. The realm of the gods, he explains, refers to the chimeras present there. Their punishment was for creating a new life. Despite this, he insists that they hold no regrets. If the pursuit of knowledge is a sin, he questions whether the God who created humanity with such curiosity is not guilty as well. As he begins to weep, he expresses his deep resentment. He laments that the knowledge of magic, which he and his people dedicated their lives to, will vanish from history. With a desperate plea, he asks for their help. The aerial fortress is the last legacy of the Mycenia kingdom, and he wishes to rebuild it so that future generations can remember their achievements. He asks if they will help them. The system then issues the aerial fortress restoration quest, stating that the aerial fortress of ancient Mycenae was punished by the gods and cast into the dark underground. The king now seeks to rebuild the fortress, ensure that the Mycenaean kingdom is remembered, and allow his people to move on to the afterlife. Afen wonders what they should do. Erin expresses her desire to accept the quest, saying she feels sorry for the king. Chut, despite her dislike for ghosts, agrees to join. Yuhan also decides to take part, noting that hidden quests are rare, and considering Arpedia's nature, refusing might lead to a fight. Given the situation, he believes that battling against a powerful entity like the king would guarantee their defeat. With that, everyone agrees and accepts the quests through their system interface. The system then confirms their acceptance, assigning each party member their individual task. The system assigns Blacksmith Zig his mission, to reactivate the power reactor of the aerial fortress. To accomplish this, he must remake the broken parts and repair the reactor. The requirements include Assembly Skill Rank 6, the creation of 3 large cogwheels, and the construction of a power control system. Upon seeing the requirements, Yuhan expresses his frustration, noting that the task is too difficult. The Assembly Skill Rank 6 requirement, in particular, poses a major problem, as raising the rank would take an extremely long time. He sighs, realizing that he currently does not even possess the assembly skill. Ja asks the group what tasks they received for the quest. She shares that her mission requires her to travel to the Forest of Elves and retrieve some kind of stone. Afen explains that he must draw a floating magic circle on the bottom of the fortress, but to do so, he needs to learn the necessary magic at the northern tower. Erin, looking confused, says that her task is to travel to Ramana and bring back holy water. She frowns and asks where that place even is. Meanwhile, Hyung's mission is to track Deborah's whereabouts. Hearing everyone's tasks, Yuhan mutters to himself that his mission might actually be the easiest among them. As they stand together, a group of snake-like creatures approaches, carrying several ornate boxes. One of them speaks, announcing that these are gifts for them and encouraging them to do their best in rebuilding the aerial fortress. Curious, they open the boxes and are immediately surprised by the rewards inside. They excitedly remark that the items look incredible. One of them exclaims in disbelief, marveling at the fact that the rewards are already of such high quality, even though they have not completed the quest yet. Yuhan, in particular, receives the Holy Rune Jacket, a C-rank item that increases defense power, durability, and stamina. The system notes that it is a coat specifically designed for production jobs, once worn by an ancient master craftsman. Holding it in his hands, Yuhan grins and wonders aloud why they were given such valuable rewards just for accepting the quest. He then excitedly speculates about the rewards they might receive upon completing it, feeling as if they have just stumbled upon a jackpot. Afen then turns to the king and politely asks if he may pose a question. The king nods and invites him to ask anything. Afen inquires whether they truly are the first visitors to this place in 300 years. He then follows up, asking if that means the last visitor, centuries ago, was the witch Deborah. The king confirms this, his voice filled with bitterness. He explains that Deborah had once promised to rebuild the aerial fortress, only to betray them and flee with Mycenae's knowledge. Hearing this, Afen mutters to himself, realizing that this must be the reason why this place is linked to the Ice Palace. At that moment, Yuhan steps forward and tells the king that he also has a question. The king grants Yuhan permission to speak, and Yuhan promptly asks where they need to go in order to reach the surface. The king, however, with a hint of frustration, questioned how he could possibly know such a thing. Standing beneath the towering mountain, gazing up at the Ice Palace, a mage girl turns to her companion and remarks that the palace is at the top. She then notes that there have been no announcements regarding their player characters for the past 2 weeks. Her companion responds by questioning the difficulty of the challenge, wondering just how hard it could be. At that moment, Logis approaches them with a knowing expression, addressing them as strong adventurers and inquiring whether they have brought their magic reflectors. The young man, confused, asks what he means by a magic reflector. Logis observes their lack of preparation and deduces that they have not done any research online. He then informs them that the boss monster lurking in the Ice Palace is none other than the infamous Medusa. The young man, now troubled, questions why a Medusa would be there and expresses his concern, admitting that he does not possess a magic reflector. He anxiously asks what he should do to counter the petrification spell. With a confident smirk, Logis reminds them that this is precisely why they need a merchant like him. Then, addressing the surrounding adventurers, he declares that he is selling magic reflectors at a low price, encouraging them to gather around. But then, a cracking sound echoes from the ice wall behind her. The surface begins to fracture, and suddenly, the wall collapses. From within, Yuhan and his team emerge, tumbling onto the ground, with Yuhan holding a hammer. Brushing off the dust, he confidently states that he knew there was a way out if they just kept digging toward the sound of the wind. Now, they only need to figure out where they have arrived. The surrounding adventurers, stunned by the sudden appearance of strangers from the wall, begin murmuring among themselves. Some curiously inspect their titles and exclaim in surprise upon seeing the discoverer of the aerial fortress displayed above their names. A wave of excitement spreads through the crowd as they speculate whether the aerial fortress is a new dungeon. The realization that another undiscovered dungeon might exist creates a buzz among them. One adventurer, receiving a direct message from a friend, hurriedly shares the news that a player character from the Ice Palace has just been announced. They further reveal that the team who accomplished this feat is none other than the Zhe family, drawing even more attention to the newcomers. Standing in the washroom, Yuhan stares at his reflection in the mirror, troubled. He starts scratching his head in frustration, muttering to himself, wondering what he should do. Meanwhile, inside the game, the team attempts to discuss their situation, but the constant noise of other players cheering and gossiping about them makes it impossible to have a proper conversation. Afen observes the chaotic scene and suggests that it seems unlikely they will be able to talk in peace. Yuhan sighs in agreement, comparing the crowd to a horde of zombies. Afen then proposes an alternative discussing the matter in real life. Eren immediately agrees to the idea, but Yuhan remains hesitant. Back in the washroom, he continues scratching his head, on the verge of tears. The thought of meeting them in person terrifies him. He had crafted a cool image for himself in the game, but he feared they would be disappointed if they saw his real face. Panic sets in as he contemplates staying in and avoiding the meeting altogether. Feeling utterly doomed, he mutters that he is completely screwed. A news reporter, Priest Terry, introduces herself to the audience, calling herself their best gamer and bringing them the latest news. Alongside her, co-host Ben is present. Terry begins by mentioning that the first piece of news is about the incident that caused a stir in the gaming community the previous night. Ben follows up, explaining that the sudden appearance of a new field, the fallen aerial fortress, has drawn attention. Based on their information, this aerial fortress is connected to the Ice Palace dungeon, which was recently discovered in North Ark. Terry speculates about the connection between the aerial fortress, the Ice Palace, and Deborah, suggesting that many are eager to uncover the truth. She adds that the first discoverers of the dungeon hold the key to solving the mystery, and their names are about to be revealed. Meanwhile, in a restaurant, Afen watches the report alongside Ji and Eren. Before the names are mentioned, he stops the broadcast and comments that things are going to be difficult for a while. Eren protests, questioning why she is not allowed to log into the game. Afen explains that the problem is the overwhelming attention they are receiving. With the discovery of a new dungeon and field, many players will approach them for information, and some may even resort to player killing if they deem it necessary. Frustrated, Eren declares that she is ready to fight back against anyone who tries to attack them. She laughs and tells her to calm down, addressing her by her real name, Yuha. Afen then changes the topic, wondering where Mr. Zig is, as it is about time for him to arrive. As the door opens with the sound of a bell, Yuhan enters and apologizes for being late before taking a seat with them. Eren, whose real name is Yuha, looks at him and remarks that he seems like a completely different person. She agrees, noting that he has a different atmosphere compared to how he appears in the game. Afen observes that while Yuhan looked somewhat skinny in the game, he appears much healthier in person. Yuhan, observing himself, quietly admits that he has indeed gotten into better shape ever since he started attending the Dojo Academy. Eren then begins the introductions, stating that her name is Yuha and that she is a third-year high school student who started playing the game after following Ji. She adds that despite starting later, she now has a higher level than Jia. Yuhan, surprised, mutters to himself that she is a high schooler and not a middle schooler as he had assumed. Afen introduces himself as Kim Junsu, a 25-year-old senior majoring in law at the university, mentioning that he and Jia are in the same university club. Hyung, who remains just as quiet as he was in the game, then introduces himself as Yihan, a 26-year-old mixed martial artist attending the same dojo as Yuhan. Yuhan, feeling puzzled, asks if Hyung is talking about the same academy, referring to the bootcamp dojo. Hyung nods and points toward Jae, confirming that it is Charon's dojo. Jae, whose real name is Charon, turns to Yuhan and asks if he has been attending her father's dojo. Yuhan, surprised, asks if her father is the coach named Song Tisu. She confirms it, which makes Yuhan pause as he processes his childhood memories. He exclaims, addressing her by her real name, saying that he is Kang Yuhan, the eldest son of Happy Mart. Jae quickly recognizes him, recalling their past memories together, and is left in shock. Fen summarizes the situation, stating that Yuhan and Jae were childhood friends, and it seems like Hyun already knew about it. Jae turns to Hyun, questioning why he didn't tell her earlier. He responds indifferently, saying he has no clue. Jae dismisses it, admitting that it was her fault for not recognizing Yuhan sooner. She then realizes why he looked familiar. Extending her hand toward him, she acknowledges that it might be late for formalities, but still greets him properly, saying it has been a while. Yuhan, still slightly puzzled, agrees and responds that he is glad to see her as they shake hands. Erin, feeling jealous, quickly separates Jae and Yuhan's hands, calling for everyone's attention and reminding them that they gathered to discuss the quest. She insists that they should stay on topic. Junsu agrees, steering the conversation back to the main point. They spend about 3 hours discussing the quest before preparing to leave. As Yuhan turns to go, mentioning that his house is in the other direction, Jae stops him, insisting that he has to give her his number. Before he can respond, Erin, still jealous, interrupts, saying that she shouldn't be asking for a stranger's number. Fen, joining in, also asks for Yuhan's number while they are at it. Yuhan, slightly confused, repeats their request, but ultimately exchanges contact information with them before they all part ways. As he walks, he looks at his phone, reflecting that it has been a long time since he last exchanged numbers. He debates whether he should try contacting them, but then remembers that they agreed to keep in touch after finishing the quest. Just then, Yuhan's phone starts ringing, and he becomes troubled, wondering why his phone is ringing so soon. Thinking it might be one of his new contacts, he checks the screen and notices an unknown number. Finding it strange, he hesitates before picking up the call. A voice on the other end greets him, addressing him as Bartz and asking whether he should now call him Zig. Confused, Yuhan asks who the caller is. The voice responds with a chuckle, stating that Yuhan already knows who he is the one who erased Bartz. Yuhan starts laughing, but his frustration is evident. The hacker on the call asks how it feels to raise a new character. Unable to contain his anger, Yuhan bursts out, shouting and cursing at him, demanding to know if he is just playing with him. He questions the hacker's intentions, asking if he enjoys hacking into other people's IDs. The hacker, unfazed, tells Yuhan not to be so harsh, reminding him that he used to be kind to him in the game. Yuhan, taken aback, asks if that means they have met before in the game. The hacker confirms it, asking if he doesn't remember. Yuhan, now even more troubled, demands to know who he is. People around him begin to notice his unusual behavior as he pants in frustration. Meanwhile, the hacker calmly tells him to relax, assuring him that he didn't call to start a fight. Yuhan sits on a bench and asks the hacker what his deal is. The hacker proposes a bet, explaining that, as he mentioned before, he is currently playing the game to sell all the items he possesses. He suggests a game of hide and seek until he has sold them all. If Yuhan succeeds in finding his character, he promises to return Bartz, claiming that, as a genius hacker, restoring a character is easy for him. Yuhan then asks what happens if he fails. The hacker responds casually, wondering what he should do in that case, before stating that he will erase the blacksmith's character as well. After thinking for a moment, Yuhan agrees to the bet. However, before the hacker can say anything else, Yuhan shouts, warning him that if he catches him, he should be prepared to get beaten. Without responding, the hacker cuts the call, leaving Yuhan shouting in frustration. Yuhan approaches a man in the cyber safety department, who, after detecting the hacker's traces, remarks that the person is incredibly skilled. He states that tracking the hacker is impossible and advises Yuhan to give up, explaining that even the NIS would be unable to catch him if he circumvented the system carefully. Taking a deep breath, Yuhan leaves the office. As he walks away, he mutters that he had expected such an outcome and acknowledges that there is no lead. He then recalls the hacker's words about him having been kind in the game before. Determined, he starts calling all the people he had previously met, wondering if any of them could be connected to the hacker. Frustrated, he crushes a piece of paper and begins slapping himself, telling himself to get a grip. He reminds himself not to suspect anyone without evidence and not to be swayed by mere words. Resolving to stick to his plan, he decides to build his prestige as a blacksmith and track the weapon sale route. Yuhan brings the hearts of wooden soldiers to the dwarf galley and informs him that he has collected 30 of them. Shouting impatiently, he demands to be taught disassembly. The system then announces that Yuhan has completed Galley's trial quest. The old dwarf, Galley, acknowledges Yuhan's arrival and expresses his excitement, stating that he can finally complete the mecha dragon. As he prepares to leave, he mentions that he needs to test whether the hearts will fit with the power source. However, before he can go, Yuhan grabs him from behind and shouts for him to wait, reminding him that he promised to teach disassembly first. He questions whether Galley has forgotten about it. Agreeing, Galley begins searching for something and asks Yuhan to give him a moment. After a short while, he hands Yuhan some tools. Confused, Yuhan asks what they are. Galley responds matter-of-factly, stating that they are training tools and a book containing the essence of his smithy skills. He instructs Yuhan to read and learn from it. Additionally, he informs him that if he needs more materials, he can take them from the pile. Yuhan cracks an iron plate and sits down, looking frustrated. Upset, he mutters that it still broke even after using grain, complaining that the iron plate is too weak. He recalls the book's description, which stated that he needed to cause damage to disassemble it. But the durability was already too low from the start. On top of that, assembling grain does not help him at all when trying to put things together. Feeling discouraged, he wonders if he should just give up, thinking that quitting would be the easier option. Yuhan recalls the hacker's words and clenches his teeth. Frustrated, he shouts that there is no way he is going to give up, he will keep trying until he succeeds. Meanwhile, Logis sits in a bar, completely drunk, and smashes a liquor cup onto the table. Muttering to herself, she complains that her latest business was ruined because of Zig. Then, shaking her head, she contradicts herself, saying it is the opposite. Tears welling in her eyes, she laments that she should have followed him from the start, admitting that she is extremely jealous. She grumbles about the ancient city's gold and quests, saying that she wants them too. She can practically smell the money on him. Just then, she hears someone outside shouting for people to come out. Curious, another person asks what is going on. A commotion begins as people hurry outside. Someone wonders if a player is quitting and giving away items, but another quickly denies it, saying it is something much better. When asked what it is, the person exclaims that a dragon has appeared in the center of the city. Yuhan successfully disassembles the iron plate after breaking many of them. The system announces that he has acquired the disassembly skill, his rank has increased, and the material loss rate has decreased. As he wonders how to insert the piece, he begins working on it. Carefully, he inserts the disassembled piece and successfully completes a clockwork assembly. Overjoyed, he shouts in excitement, finally celebrating his success. Realizing that the movement is only momentary, he decides to take a screenshot. Just as he starts capturing the moment, he suddenly senses trouble. His excitement fades as he notices a fire explosion approaching him. Confused, he watches as the camera continues snapping images of his movements. Then, in an instant, a dragon appears from the galley room, rushing outside with a burst of flames. Dylan observes the dragon in the sky and wonders what kind of event it is, finding it amazing. He mentions that he would like to join but is currently at work. Meanwhile, other players rush around in fear. Determined, he decides to find Zig, noting that Zig had ordered a large amount of iron but had not received a messenger message. However, before he can act, the dragon suddenly attacks him, carrying him away. The system then notifies that Dylan has passed away. The surrounding players panic, shouting in fear, questioning what is happening. They realize that a boss mob has appeared in town and urge others to save the dwarf while warning everyone to avoid NPCs. Some players attempt to hold back the enemy while others try to track the dragon's location. Witnessing the chaos, Logis remarks that people are dying because of a dragon that appeared out of nowhere. But then, she begins collecting the items dropped by the defeated players, wondering how much they are worth. She excitedly notices an epic item, realizing that such an item isn't even available for sale at the auction house. Quickly, she loads everything onto her cart, feeling satisfied that she came to North Ark at the right time. However, her excitement fades as she suddenly finds herself in trouble. The dragon appears right in front of her. She freezes, wondering what is happening. Before she can react, the dragon bursts into flames, unleashing a powerful surge of fire. Terrified, she struggles to comprehend the situation. Witnessing the destruction firsthand, she cries out in fear, overwhelmed by the chaos. After a while, as the explosion finally settles, she realizes the dragon has been destroyed. Even as she stares at the aftermath, she remains in shock, struggling to process what just happened. In North Ark Court, Yuhan stands in the witness box and objects, stating that he has nothing to do with the tin can that destroyed the village. He insists that he is merely a tourist who is staying at a homestay. Standing beside him, Gali supports his claim, asserting that they are not colleagues. Yuhan, however, wonders if Gali is genuinely trying to clear him of suspicion. But before he can be relieved, Gali continues, stating that this stupid monkey could never be his teammate and is nothing more than an errand boy. He further claims that if it weren't for Yuhan, the mecha dragon would have been fine. Angered by the accusation, Yuhan grabs Gali by his beard, calling it a clump of dwarf fur. Gali, trying to free himself, warns him to watch where he is touching, calling him a bald monkey. The judge, annoyed by their bickering, orders them to remain quiet. He then turns to Gali and states that he joined hands with humans to create a mecha dragon, which ultimately destroyed the village. He demands to know whether Gali admits to causing enormous damage to North Ark. In response, Gali shouts in frustration, arguing that if the Federation had accepted his proposal and jointly produced a mecha dragon, such destruction would never have occurred. He insists that the real reason behind the disaster is the Federation's refusal to support his idea. He reminds everyone in the courtroom that when he first announced his project, people had mocked him, saying he couldn't even crawl, let alone fly. But despite that, he had managed to create something incredible even under harsh conditions and at a low cost. If only they had listened and taken action instead of ridiculing him, this catastrophe could have been prevented. Yuhan, hearing Gali's argument, wonders if the dwarf has completely lost his mind. He questions why Gali is acting so proud when he is on the verge of a lifetime in prison. Unlike him, Yuhan feels too weak to even consider escaping if things go south. Muttering to himself, he thinks that he would rather be killed since he can resurrect in the game. Meanwhile, the people in the courtroom begin to whisper among themselves, acknowledging that Gali has a point. They recall that the mecha dragon's breath had been strong enough to destroy the Great Wall, which was known for its durability against a dragon's attack. They speculate that if they can develop the technology properly, it might actually be possible to defeat Angeras, the feared dragon. The judge, growing impatient, orders the courtroom to settle down. Addressing Yuhan and Gali, he declares that the court recognizes that the destruction was not intentional. However, given the enormous damage caused, they must take responsibility. He announces that the court will fund the production costs, but within 1 month, they must create a weapon capable of defeating Angeras, one that is equivalent to the destruction caused. He then delivers his final verdict. If the weapon is not completed within the given time frame, both dwarf Gali and human Zig will be sentenced to life imprisonment. Standing in Gali's destroyed house, Yuhan, with tears in his eyes, tells Gali that because of his words, he will end up rotting in prison. In response, Gali reassures him not to worry, stating that he did not speak without thinking. Hearing this, Yuhan, as expected, asks if there is a way out. Placing a hand on Yuhan's shoulder, Gali replies that it is him, Zig, who needs to visit Flame Mount. Gali explains that the reason the mecha dragon went berserk was not due to excessive energy output, but rather the opposite. However, before he can elaborate further, Yuhan starts leaving. Seeing this, Gali grabs him with a gauntlet on his arm and asks where he is heading so abruptly. Yuhan, struggling, tells him to let go, saying that he plans to run away since he knows a place to escape. Gali, unfazed, assures him that the reward will not be disappointing and urges him to listen. At the mention of a reward, Yuhan stops and returns, asking for an explanation. Gali then introduces a gauntlet of his own making, explaining that it can fire a steel wire with a simple mechanism and is crafted from a special material, making it unbreakable. Additionally, he promises that if they successfully complete the mission, Yuhan will be taught the dwarves' secret skills. Upon hearing this, Yuhan, now wearing the gauntlet, asks what he needs to do. Gali, smirking, comments on Yuhan's greed before stating that the task is simple, he just needs to retrieve dragon hearts from Flame Mountain. Still distracted by the gauntlet, Yuhan absent-mindedly repeats the task. But as the realization sets in, he quickly reacts in shock, questioning what he just heard. At that moment, the system notification informs him that the mecha dragon requires a dragon heart for sufficient power. The quest objective is set. Travel to the place of rest and obtain a dragon heart, with a time limit of 1 month in game time. The dragon heart, the very source of a dragon's life and magic. To obtain it, one must hunt a dragon despite the extremely low probability of just 1%. It is an ultra-rare item, only found in the resting place of a dragon at the end of its life. Yuhan, muttering to himself, recalls that even back when he was Bart's, he had never managed to get one. Gali then shares a story he overheard while visiting an elf village. He explains that a dragon, once friendly with the former elf village chief, had left for Flame Mount to rest. If that story is true, then a dragon heart must be lying dormant somewhere in Flame Mount. Hearing this, Yuhan hesitates, thinking to himself, if Gali really expects him to trust such an uncertain rumor. He is being asked to travel such a long distance based on mere hearsay. But the distance isn't even the real problem. Flame Mount has a recommended hunting level in the 80. The fragments of sulfur gas, the unforgiving monsters, and the relentless lava make it an extremely dangerous place. As Yuhan travels toward Flame Mount in a hot air balloon, he mutters to himself, declaring that if anything happens, he will run away without hesitation. From a distance, Logis observes him closely. Meanwhile, Yuhan continues to practice precision assembly mid-flight. However, at that moment, a rope suddenly approaches his basket, followed by a sudden explosion. Troubled, Yuhan panics, wondering if the balloon has exploded. But then, he quickly notices a rope and hanging from it is Logis. Looking at her in disbelief, he demands to know why she is there, calling her a fraud. She, however, corrects him, insisting that he call her Logis. Frustrated, Yuhan orders her to stay away from his equipment, calling her annoying. Ignoring his complaints, Logis demands that he help her climb up immediately. With a sigh, Yuhan reluctantly pulls her up. Once she is safely inside, she sits down, huffing for breath. Annoyed, Yuhan scolds her, complaining that he almost fell because of her. But then, without missing a beat, he commands her to get lost, reminding her that this is his private equipment. However, Logis suddenly grabs his arm, and a determined look is on her face. This time, she declares that she won't miss this opportunity. Suspicious, Yuhan questions her, asking what she is talking about. Smirking, Logis confidently states that she knows exactly where he is going on an air fortress quest. Then, with excitement in her voice, she presses further, questioning whether it's a secret civilization, a golden fortress, or a dungeon guarded by a golem made of jewels this time. 3 days later, they finally reach Flame Mount. Logis looks around in disbelief, wondering what kind of place this is. Overwhelmed, she suddenly loses her balance and falls, immediately bursting into tears. Ignoring her reaction, Yuhan casually states that he is busy with work and prepares to leave. Panicking, she quickly grabs him, demanding to know where he is going. Frustrated and still crying, she insists that he explain why they even came here in the first place. Complaining further, she whines about how terrible the place smells and how inconvenient it is to be there. She emphasizes the dangers, explaining that one wrong step could send them drowning in lava. On top of that, the monsters here are no joke. The scorpion soldiers, with a recommended level of 80, are creatures that dwell in tunnels beneath volcanic regions. They are monstrous, unintelligent insect-type beings that pose a serious threat. Just as she finishes speaking, a scorpion soldier begins approaching her. Panic sets in as she screams in frustration, lamenting why things like this always seem to happen to her. Desperate, she turns to Yuhan, urging the blacksmith to do something as she cowers behind him. However, standing in front of the scorpion, Yuhan himself is frozen in fear. She insists she can't fight because she's a blue-collar worker, to which Yuhan, equally terrified, responds that he can't either. Despite his fear, he grips his axe tightly, convincing himself that he can handle at least one scorpion alone. But as more and more scorpions emerge, his confidence shatters. Trembling, he collapses to the ground in terror, crying as he pleads not to fall into the lava. Watching him in disbelief, Logis, equally frightened, yells at him to stop acting like that and fight quickly. As the scorpion monster closes in on them, Logis, still crying, desperately urges Yuhan to attack. However, before either of them can react, an arrow, or perhaps a spear, whizzes past Logis and strikes the scorpion. They both freeze in surprise, trying to determine what exactly had been shot. Just then, a lizardman appears and begins attacking the scorpions. This lizardman, a level 58 reptilian humanoid, wields a spear and has the intelligence of a toddler. Soon, more lizardmen gather, joining the fight and swiftly defeating all the scorpions. After the battle, Yuhan cautiously approaches one of the lizardmen and hesitantly asks if they have just been helped. Acknowledging that unexpected things happen in life, he wonders aloud how much a lizardman could actually communicate before thanking them for their assistance. However, before he and Logis can process the situation further, the lizardmen quickly bind them with ropes and surround them. Panic sets in as both Yuhan and Logis begin crying, confused about what is happening. Moments later, a lizard warrior appears, a level 72 fighter, significantly larger and stronger than the ordinary lizardmen. The warrior glares at them and declares that their territory has been invaded. Raising his spear and pointing it at them, he commands them to offer a sacrifice. The lizardmen bind Yuhan and Logis to a stick and begin carrying them away. Struggling against the restraints, Yuhan demands to be released immediately, shouting for them to let him go. He wonders where they are taking him, realizing that he has no idea since he never encountered lizardmen, even when he was in Bart's. Meanwhile, Logis continues crying, pleading for them to release her. Desperate, she exclaims that she doesn't like this and urges them to just eat Yuhan instead. Shocked and crying himself, Yuhan asks whose side she is on. Before he can argue further, the lizard warrior commands them to be quiet. Overwhelmed by the situation, Yuhan eventually faints. After a while, when Yuhan regains consciousness, he opens his eyes and, troubled, shouts in alarm. As he looks around, he wonders about their situation, realizing that they are trapped inside a well of fire. Turning to Logis, who is also hanging beside him, he asks what is happening. Desperate, he tells her that if the lizardmen go through with this, they won't be able to claim any of the items they drop. Then, he urgently asks if she has any good magic items, even bringing up the ring she had back then. Logis remains still and says nothing. Noticing her silence, Yuhan wonders if she has lost consciousness or worse if she is dead. Panic rising, he then shouts, demanding to know why the lizardmen even bothered saving them if they were going to end up like this. He argues that they should have just let them die earlier. In response, the lizard warrior declares that a sacrifice must be made. Yuhan, growing more desperate, demands to know who the sacrifice is meant for and calls their words nonsense, urging them to pull him up immediately. Instead, the lizardmen lower him further, bringing him dangerously close to the molten fire below. As his feet nearly touch the burning liquid, he quickly pulls his legs up and shouts in fear, begging them not to let go. Unmoved by his pleas, the lizardmen coldly tell the noisy humans to die quietly. Yuhan starts shouting in fear, but before anything worse can happen, a stick strikes the ground, and a commanding voice orders the lizard warriors to stop. The lizard chief, the leader of the level 75 lizardmen tribe, approaches and commands them to release the humans, declaring that they are messengers of the Great Spirit. Following his orders, the lizardmen untie Yuhan and Logis. Once freed, the two quickly hide behind the lizard chief, mockingly smirking at their former captors. The lizard warrior, still unconvinced, questions how someone like them could be messengers of the Great Spirit, expressing his inability to understand. The chief, maintaining his authority, tells him that understanding is unnecessary, only obedience to the Great Spirits will matter. He explains that they must accept human help, as the Great Spirit has decreed. The warrior, stubborn and proud, argues that lizardmen do not need help because they are strong. Yuhan, unimpressed, questions their strength, pointing out that their victory earlier was due to sheer numbers rather than skill. He also notes that many lizardmen died in the battle. Frustrated by Yuhan's words, the warrior snaps, complaining that humans are too noisy. Yuhan continues to mock the lizardmen, but the lizard chief firmly tells everyone to calm down. He then orders the soldiers to take the humans to prison. Yuhan and Logis, shocked by this command, protest loudly as they are locked away. Crying out in frustration, Yuhan reminds them that he was declared a messenger of the Great Spirit, while Logis also shouts, arguing that the chief himself had acknowledged the need for human help and demanded to be released. Meanwhile, the lizard warrior and the chief sit together, discussing the situation. The warrior insists that intruders must be dealt with according to their rules, without exception. However, the chief counters that the Great Spirit established these rules, and now the Spirit has commanded them to accept human assistance. Therefore, they must follow this new order, as it suggests that they cannot oppose the shaman's power with their own strength. The warrior, though reluctant, acknowledges that their warriors lack sufficient training. but he expresses his personal dislike for Yuhan and Logis. The chief, unmoved, reminds him that the words of the Great Spirit are absolute. The warrior sighs in resignation, admitting that he understands. The chief then firmly instructs him to do what must be done and free the humans. Yuhan uses his arm break technique to smash through the prison walls and casually remarks that it was nothing special. Logis, unimpressed, comments that he seems quite skilled at acting strong against inanimate objects. Yuhan, slightly irritated, asks if he should leave her behind, to which she quickly changes her tone and praises him. However, before they can celebrate their escape, they notice the lizard warrior standing in front of them. Startled, they immediately turn and start running. The warrior calls out, saying he has something to say, but Logis, still running, retorts that if he were in their place, he wouldn't stop either. Frustrated, the warrior mutters that this is exactly why he hates humans, they never listen. He then orders his subordinates to block their path. As the lizardmen gather in front of them, Yuhan realizes they are trapped. The warrior again commands them to stop, stating that it's a dead end and there's no escape. Yuhan quickly assesses the situation, thinking that if they get caught again, they will likely be thrown back into the lava. Determined to avoid that fate, he opens his inventory and equips a pickaxe, declaring that if there's no way out, he will simply create one. Without hesitation, he starts striking the ground repeatedly, attempting to carve a hole to escape. As he continues, the warrior, alarmed, shouts for him to stop, warning that if he destroys that area, it makes them regret it. Outside Flame Mountain, a large group of intruders gathers. A wizard, Sonko, at level 90, performs a ritual as he searches for something. After a moment, he confidently declares that he has found it at the western end. He adds that locating it was easy since the cave had already collapsed. Their leader, Yuna, a warrior at level 92, is impressed and remarks that her clairvoyance truly lives up to its reputation as an S-rank hidden skill. Yuna then turns to her team and asks if they all heard the location. With a smirk, she commands that it's time to move. Yuhan forms a large hole and quickly escapes, with the lizard warrior chasing after him and asking what he is doing. Standing near the hole, Yuhan responds sarcastically, saying that it should be obvious they are giving the lizardmen a stylish new window in their home. The lizard warrior, growing frustrated, insists that the situation is serious and that humans do not understand what is happening. Yuhan, still mocking him, claims that they know nothing and jokes about how expensive houses with large windows are nowadays. Meanwhile, Logis appears frightened as she witnesses something enormous in front of her. Urging Yuhan to turn around, she tells him to look back. Still caught up in the argument, Yuhan dismissively asks what is behind him. However, as he finally turns, he notices a massive fireball hurtling toward them. Staring at the blazing inferno, he is momentarily stunned. At the same time, an attack from the intruders begins. Yuna, one of the intruders, targets the lizard warrior, who is preoccupied with ordering his subordinates to fight back. Laughing, Yuna refers to the situation as a lizard hunt and commands her team to kill them all, instructing them to capture everyone at once. As the intense battle erupts between the lizardmen and the intruders, Yuhan hides behind a large stone, observing the chaotic scene. He wonders where all these people have suddenly come from and notes that most of them are at a higher level than what is appropriate for Flame Mount. Meanwhile, the lizard warrior, lying on the ground, mutters that the humans have returned. Determined, he grabs his axe and orders his subordinates to protect the nest. Yuhan, still watching, questions what the warrior means by that. The lizard warrior warns that the power difference is too great and insists that they must retreat immediately. If they continue fighting, they will be completely wiped out. Just then, the lizard chief grabs Yuhan's arm and urges him to run, shouting for everyone to flee. He stresses that if the battle continues, their tribe will face annihilation and instructs them to escape to the Saran Desert. Amidst the chaos, Yuna, still attacking, turns to the lizard warrior and mockingly asks where he intends to run. The warrior, standing his ground, blocks Yuna's attack and firmly declares that he will stop the humans from advancing. After clearing the area, Hansen, a member of Yuna's team, calls out to her, asking her to come inside. Yuna, however, remains standing over the fallen lizard warrior, striking him repeatedly. Sonko, the wizard, tells Hansen to leave her alone, explaining that she won't listen to anything once she gets like this. As Yuna repeatedly stabs the lizard warrior, she mocks him, saying that he can't even pull himself together despite his earlier bravado. She demands an apology, but the warrior refuses, declaring that he won't submit to humans and challenging her to kill him. Yuna smirks and refuses, stating that she intends to torment him forever. She then raises her sword, announcing that she will start with his eyes. Before she can land the attack, an arrow suddenly intercepts her strike, and a voice warns her to take it easy. The interruption comes from one of her teammates, Ja, reminding Yuna that the quest does not involve torturing the lizardmen at the site of the nest takeover. Frustrated, Yuna shouts at her in disbelief, demanding to know who she thinks she is to give her orders. Ja calmly responds that she wasn't issuing an order. Annoyed, Yuna retorts that if she wants to command her, she should either pay her or challenge her to a match. But then, the lizard warrior suddenly bites Yuna's leg. She screams in pain as he swiftly escapes. Furious, she shouts insults at him while he flees. Still seething, she then turns her anger toward the Jie, demanding to know why she was just standing there. Meanwhile, in the Sarin Desert, the lizard warrior regains consciousness. As he sits up, he notices Yuhan and Logis sitting nearby. The lizard chief, sitting beside him, acknowledges his awakening and tells him that he is just about to explain the situation to the humans. Yuhan, still unsure of the full details, admits his lack of understanding. The lizard warrior glances at him, his expression darkening. Yuhan then speaks hesitantly, wondering if the situation is his fault. He acknowledges that because he demolished the cave, many of the warrior's comrades have perished, and he apologizes. However, the warrior erupts in anger, shouting that a mere apology is not enough. Yuhan acknowledges that hundreds of his men have died. The warrior, his fury unrelenting, yells that Yuhan knows nothing, declaring that humans are nothing but fools. The lizard warrior, still fuming, states that with battle comes death, it is inevitable. However, the real problem is the exposure of their nest. Because of the humans, they have failed to protect their heritage. He blames the humans entirely for this disaster. Yuhan, taken aback, questions his reasoning, calling it a scam. Logis, observing the warrior's rigid beliefs, remarks that regardless of how much of a mob he may be, his ideology seems extremely twisted. The warrior, unfazed, retorts that it is not something a human should comment on. Ownership of the lizard tribe's heritage is none of their concern. The lizard chief intervenes, urging the warrior to calm down and requesting that everyone listen to him. He then begins explaining that their tribe has carried on the legacy of a dragon since ancient times. Yuhan, intrigued, asks if he means a dragon. The chief confirms, explaining that the Flame Mount is not just a mountain, but also the tomb of the great dragon Hedayas. For over 100 years, their tribe has preserved his legacy, guarding the dragon's heart. Upon hearing this, Yuhan's expression changes. Internally, he smirks with a triumphant feeling he has found exactly what he was looking for. Meanwhile, the lizard shaman hands the human intruders a bag full of coins. Yuna, inspecting it, questions how much it contains and whether this marks the end of the quest. The lizard shaman, however, clarifies that the quest is not yet over. The lizard chief then begins explaining the significance of the lizard shaman, a special entity among the lizardmen capable of using magic and sorcery. He recounts how everything started going wrong after a particular child's betrayal. This child had always stood out from a young age, possessing an intelligent mind, a perfect command of language, and even the ability to use magic. She was nothing short of a genius, which is why the chief had granted her the special title of Lizard Shaman. Just as expected, the child had successfully revived the tribe, bringing it prosperity. However, one day, her behavior suddenly changed. The chief admits he does not know what book the child has read, but it has drastically altered him. The once promising shaman began to covet the power of the dragon heart, seeking to use it for her own purposes. Ultimately, she attempted to harness that power to turn the entire tribe into her slaves. The chief begins recounting the past, explaining how he had once taken the dragon heart from the shaman. He had confronted her, expressing his deep disappointment and accusing her of betraying his trust. The chief had questioned whether the shaman, blinded by greed, had truly stolen the legacy of the Great Soul. He had emphasized that the dragon heart was meant to protect Flame Mountain, not to be misused, and had asked if the shaman intended to destroy their homeland. The chief then explains that although he had managed to capture the shaman, the latter had escaped using magic. Even after fleeing, the shaman did not give up on obtaining the dragon heart. To reclaim it, she had hired humans to attack the tribe, forcing them into a desperate struggle for survival. The chief warns that if the dragon heart were to disappear, a great disaster would befall Flame Mountain. Upon hearing this, Yuhan asks about the nature of the disaster. The chief confirms that if the dragon heart's legacy were ever erased from Flame Mountain, the volcanic energy it suppresses would erupt violently. Yuhan and Logis react with shock, and Logis, alarmed, exclaims that they should escape immediately. However, the chief reassures them, explaining that, for now, the situation remains under control. He has placed the dragon heart in the lava, making it impossible for the shaman to retrieve it at the moment. Meanwhile, the shaman informs the humans that the lizardmen perform a ritual once every month to reinforce the strength of the dragon heart. She explains that only 1 week remains until the next ritual, and the lizardmen will undoubtedly attempt to reclaim the area before then. Offering an incentive, she tells them that if they stay and protect the place until the ritual, she will double their current compensation. Curious, they ask about the total reward, and Yuna, delighted, claps her hands in excitement as she admires the offer. She enthusiastically praises the shaman, calling her the best among all NPCs. With confidence, she agrees to defend the cave, confirming that it only requires a week of effort. Meanwhile, Jia seems confused and is still processing things. At the same time, the chief warns them that they only have 1 week. If they fail to return the dragon heart to its place within that time, Flame Mountain will erupt. At night, as they continue on their way, Logis shouts at Yuhan in frustration, demanding to know if he has lost his mind. She shows him the screenshots of his conversation with the chief, where he had confidently assured him not to worry and promised to retrieve the dragon heart. Grabbing his arm angrily, she questions his sanity, reminding him of the powerful enemies they had faced before. It wasn't just a handful of opponents that they had been up against an entire force. Yuhan, growing frustrated, thinks to himself that she just follows him around and complains endlessly. She is too noisy, and he feels like he's going to lose his mind. As she grips his shoulders tightly, she demands to know what his plan is. If he truly intends to go through with this, she insists that he hand over his equipment so she can return alone. After a brief moment of silence, she suddenly notices something in the distance. She starts shouting again, asking what it is. Yuhan, spotting the massive structure ahead, simply smiles and tells her to calm down. The system then provides information, identifying the structure as a steel sphinx, a colossal sculpture that stands guard at the entrance of the dungeon known as the Pyramid of Another World. Yuhan declares that it is time to reveal his plan. At night, Jia lies on her bed, chatting with her friends. She asks them how their quest progress is going. Hyung remains silent, not responding. Erin shares that she has arrived in Rama, but is struggling to find the holy water. Afen tells the group that he is training hard. Erin then asks Jia about her own progress. Jia thinks about her quest for a while before replying that she doesn't know. She then checks Yuhan's profile, noticing that he hasn't replied to any messages. Meanwhile, Yuhan is busy working and is focused on disassembling various materials. After much effort, the system announces that his disassembly was successful, and he has obtained a solid iron plate. Overjoyed, he shouts in excitement as his disassembly skill has finally risen to rank 10. Determined to finish on time, Yuhan tells himself that he will have to stay up all night. Turning to the lizardmen, he orders them to stop fooling around and move quickly. Meanwhile, the lizard warrior, holding the iron plate, throws it aside in frustration. Shouting, he insists that listening to humans is meaningless and that he needs to focus on training the lizardmen. Yuhan sighed and said that this was exactly why things were not working. He asks the warrior why he thinks the lizardmen lost to humans. The warrior, clearly agitated, argues that they haven't lost yet. Without looking up, Yuhan hammers the iron plate forcefully and tells him to listen carefully. There are a million reasons why the lizardmen lost, but the biggest one is simply that they are using trash items. Holding the warrior's weapon and noticing its worn-out condition, Yuhan remarked that using such a poorly made weapon left no choice but to lose. He confidently stated that he would equip everyone with classy equipment, expecting them to be grateful. However, the warrior politely responded that the weapon was a keepsake from his father. Hearing this, Yuhan immediately felt guilty and apologized sincerely. The warrior reassured him, saying that a weapon was just a weapon and held no real meaning. Feeling even more remorseful, Yuhan apologized again, realizing he had spoken carelessly. Determined to make amends, he promised to fix it right away and make it even prettier and stronger than before. Without wasting any time, he started working on the weapon. After some time, Yuhan finishes making the weapon. Its shape has changed, making it look new. He proudly states that it has been beautifully restored. However, the warrior, feeling upset, responds that it is not a restoration and looks strange. Yuhan questions what is wrong, insisting that it looks cool, and urges him to take it. The warrior refuses, saying that he does not want it and will not use it. Meanwhile, Logi stares at the chief's necklace, her intuition telling her that it holds great value. She approaches the chief, showing him a stone and asking if he finds it pretty. The chief agrees, saying it is indeed beautiful. Growing greedy, she suggests exchanging it for his necklace. The chief apologizes, explaining that the necklace was given to him directly by Hideas. Shocked, Logis realizes its significance and internally declares that it must be a huge item. Determined, she presents her entire collection, asking if he would consider trading it for any of them. The chief declines again, stating that the necklace is irreplaceable. However, he then offers her something else, saying it might be a bit unusual but valuable. He shows her the desert rose, an ingredient used for advanced magic stones, explaining that it is quite expensive. Logis is surprised upon seeing it. In the cave, Yuna, feeling frustrated, shouts about how long they have been waiting for the lizards to arrive. She complains about her boredom and demands that the lizards come immediately so she can kill them all. Hansen, displeased with her behavior, comments that she is being inelegant. Covering his ears in irritation, he decides to leave. As he walks away, a team member asks where he is going. Hansen replies that if he stays any longer, he might lose his mind, so he is going for a walk. As Hansen walks outside in the desert, he notices Logis passing by. Recognizing her, he recalls that she was the one who ran away with the lizardmen. Calling out to her, he asks if she is the same person, and if he can ask her a question. However, Logis is lost in thought, contemplating how rare desert roses are but noting that they are often found nearby. Frustrated by her lack of response, Hansen remarks that she is ignoring him. Unsheathing his sword, he swiftly appears in front of her and points the blade at her, demanding to know where the lizardmen are hiding. He promises to spare her life if she reveals their location. Logis, unfazed, removes her glasses and mutters about dealing with another bearded villain. Hansen chuckles, asking if she is trying to provoke him. He remarks that such tactics might work on a clumsy beginner, but warns her that she has picked the wrong opponent. Without hesitation, he launches an attack. At that moment, Yuhan arrives, swiftly dodging Hansen's attack and breaking his sword in the process. Turning to Logis, he yells at her, demanding to know what she is doing there. Frustrated, he questions why she keeps wandering around when she is so weak. Offended, she retorts, insisting that she is not weak. Yuhan, unconvinced, shouts back that she is and questions why she even came to Flame Mountain in such a state. She fires back, saying it is because of him, blaming him for the losses caused by the crude liquid he stole. Observing their heated argument, Hansen smirks and comments that it looks like she has a boyfriend. Both Yuhan and Logis immediately shout in unison, denying it. Unfazed, Hansen declares that regardless of the nature of their relationship, all bonds between men and women are evil in society, and he will exterminate them. Equipping swords in both hands, he challenges them, urging them to come at him. Yuhan, puzzled by his bizarre reasoning, asks what is wrong with him. Logis, equally confused, admits that she has no idea. Dismissing their words as nonsense, Hansen demands they draw their weapons, vowing to take them both on at once. Yuhan smirked at the challenge, warning that he would regret it. Unbothered, Hansen rushes toward them, shouting as he attacks. As Hansen charges toward Yuhan, his gaze suddenly shifts to a horde of lizardmen approaching in the distance. At the same time, deep within the cave, the lizard shaman becomes alert and calls out for everyone to prepare for battle, announcing that the lizardmen army is coming. Before Hansen can react, a swift and powerful attack strikes him down on the spot. The lizardmen, now clad in fully equipped armor and wielding brand new spears, step forward, ready for battle. Yuhan watches them with a confident smile, raising his sword high. With a determined voice, he declares that the war has begun. Wizard Sanko uses his magic to confirm that the lizardmen are approaching. Yuna, already aware of the situation, scoffs, saying there is no need to be told she can see it herself. With excitement, she declares that it is the second round of the lizardmen massacre. Without hesitation, she orders Sanko and the other wizards to begin casting their spells. As they unleash their powerful mega flame balls, they mockingly remark that it must have been a direct hit, assuming it would result in total annihilation. Another wizard, confident in their attack, suggests they should now clean up whatever remains. However, to their shock, the lizardmen army emerges completely unharmed. The wizards, stunned by the lack of impact, struggle to comprehend what just happened. One of them exclaims in disbelief, pointing out that their attack was a combination of 5 mega flames, yet it had no effect at all. Yuhan, standing confidently among the lizardmen, smiles as he observes the stunned expressions of the wizards. With a sense of satisfaction, he remarks on how incredible the outcome is. He explains that the armor worn by the lizardmen was crafted using a special material magic slime liquid. This substance comes from a level 52 slime, which may be weak in both physical attack and defense, but possesses extraordinary resistance against magic. Pleased with his efforts, Yuhan acknowledges that all the hard work in creating this armor has finally paid off. A member of the opposing team wonders about Yuhan's identity. Another recognizes him and informs the group that he is a well-known user in Baldan named Blacksmith Zig. Unimpressed, he shouts in disbelief, questioning the fear factor of such a nickname. He expresses doubt that Yuhan, being a blacksmith, could hold any significant rank. At that moment, Yuhan appears before them, confidently flexing his sword. Clenches his teeth, he challenges them, asking who made that remark, and boldly declares that he will take them all on. As the battle begins, a human launches an attack on a lizardman, but the lizardman swiftly blocks it and counters with his own strike. Troubled by the unexpected resistance, the human realizes that his attack was successfully deflected. He then recalls that the lizardmen were not wearing such armor during their first encounter. Realizing the significant change, he quickly alerts his team, warning them to be cautious, as the lizardmen's equipment has been upgraded, making them much stronger than before. Struggling with the situation, they begin to wonder if there are cases where NPCs can change their equipment. Accepting that they stand no chance against the newly strengthened lizardmen, they shout to their comrades to retreat, urging everyone to run away. Convinced that victory is impossible, they decide to abandon the quest. At that moment, Yuna defeats a lizardman in battle and shouts at her teammates, questioning what they are afraid of. Dismissing their concerns, she insists that lizardmen are nothing to fear and can be taken down with just a hit or two. As she speaks, a warrior lizardman approaches from behind and launches an attack. Reacting quickly, she blocks his strike and glances at him. Noticing his upgraded armor, she smirked and asked if he, too, had received new equipment. With a confident tone, she remarks that it looks cute and questions what difference he thinks it will make. Frustrated, the warrior demands the return of their nest before launching a relentless attack on Yuna. She swiftly blocks his strikes as they become locked in a fierce battle. Struggling to keep up, she begins to realize the difference in his strength. Troubled, she thinks to herself that he has become much stronger than before. His movements are faster, and his weapon has become lighter. As the warrior lands a powerful strike, Yuna struggles but clenches her teeth, determined. Despite his improved equipment, she dismisses him, declaring that a mob is still just a mob. Activating her blood to anger technique, she charges at him with newfound ferocity. The skill consumes all her stamina, leaving only 10% of her maximum health, but in return, it significantly boosts her attack power and speed. Shouting in rage, she declares that his role is simply to die. Meanwhile, the warrior senses the immense danger before him, realizing the severity of the situation. As she launches her attack, he braces himself. After a fierce exchange, Yuna finally lands a decisive blow, breaking through his armor. The warrior recalls the moment he initially refused to wear the armor. Yuhan, noticing him standing unprotected, questioned why he wasn't wearing it. The warrior dismissed the armor, saying it felt dull. Yuhan insisted, explaining that it was a strong warrior's body armor, crafted with special care to be both durable and lightweight. He urged him to stop being stubborn and wear it, emphasizing that it provided an extra chance to survive. The warrior, firm in his beliefs, stated that warriors fight and die, it was simply inevitable. Yuhan, growing frustrated, challenged his reasoning, reminding him that their goal wasn't just to protect their heritage, but also to safeguard the lives of their tribe. He asked the warrior to reconsider what truly mattered, and if it was their legacy or their people. Realizing the truth in Yuhan's words, the warrior made a firm decision. He acknowledged that his comrades' lives were important. With newfound resolve, he launched a decisive strike at Yuna from behind, splitting her body in half. As she fell, he reassured himself that protecting the tribe was the right choice. The system then announced that Yuna had been killed. Yuhan observes the battlefield and mutters that victory seems certain. Everything is proceeding according to his plan to strengthen the lizardmen, make them fight, and seize the dragon heart when the opportunity arises. Now, all he needs is to get his hands on the dragon heart. However, he quickly realizes a crucial detail of the chief. If the dragon heart disappears from Flame Mountain, the volcano will erupt. The warrior approaches him, expressing gratitude. Thanks to Yuhan, he now understands the value of life. Yuhan pauses, realizing he has been overlooking the most important thing, the quest. Determined, he dashes away, muttering that he had been crafting armor for free. His priority now is to evacuate everyone before the volcano erupts. As he runs, he notices that no one is paying attention to him, giving him the perfect chance to seize the dragon heart. However, at that moment, an arrow strikes his foot. He cries out in pain and quickly hides behind a wall, confused about the attacker's identity. He wonders if it was an attack from the shaman, but recalls that she primarily uses magic. That leaves only one possibility: it must be a player. Yuhan carefully observes the attacker, noting that they are specifically targeting the joints of the lizardmen to restrict their movements. He wonders why they wouldn't just go for a direct kill instead. Gripping his pickaxe, he speculates whether they lack proper control, but that still doesn't explain their precise hits on every joint. Deciding not to dwell on it, he moves forward and swings his pickaxe at the wall, thinking that whatever their intentions may be, it doesn't matter. As the pickaxe strikes, cracks spread across the wall. Without hesitation, Yuhan sprints away just as fire erupts behind him. Watching the chaos unfold, he smirks, commenting that the enemy needs visibility to aim. Meanwhile, Jia struggles to handle the situation, and she exclaims in frustration that she can't see anything due to the falling rocks. Spotting the attacker amidst the falling rocks, Yuhan fails to recognize her at first. Without hesitation, he leaps into the air, closing the distance to launch an attack. Jia, sensing the incoming threat, quickly braces herself, raising her bow to block his strike. The force of the impact reverberates between them as they momentarily struggle for control. As their eyes meet in the midst of the confrontation, recognition dawns on both of them. A brief pause follows, their expressions shifting as they realize who they are facing. At night, in the cave, Logis lies awake, wondering how everyone is doing. Meanwhile, the lizardman chief, sitting without his belongings, reassures her that everything will be fine, crediting the items Zig crafted for them. Logis acknowledges this, admitting that she never realized he had such crafting abilities. The chief agrees and expresses his gratitude once again. However, Logis insists that if he truly wants to show his appreciation, he should prove it through actions rather than words. The chief, slightly upset, argues that he has already shown plenty. As Logis puts on his clothes and takes all of his belongings, she remarks that the most important thing is still missing the necklace, which she notes is the most valuable item. The chief refuses, explaining that the necklace was a gift from the great and handing it over to someone else would create problems. At that moment, the shaman appears behind the chief and accuses him of not wanting to part with the necklace because, without it, he would lose his ability to brainwash the lizardmen. Without hesitation, the shaman strikes the chief from behind, causing him to groan in pain. The necklace falls to the ground as the shaman cuts it off. Picking it up, she smugly remarks that the chief believed he had deceived her like the others, but in reality, he is the one being deceived this time. The shaman reveals that her plan from the beginning was to get the chief alone, as he rarely shows his face and always hides among the lizardmen. Injured, the chief weakly asks how the shaman managed to be there. The shaman explains that the necklace is an artifact of spirit and soul, a useful item for communicating with spirits. However, she reveals its darker side, and it is also a terrifying tool capable of simple brainwashing when used on creatures with low intelligence, like the lizardmen. The chief turns to the shaman with a trembling voice and questions his words, calling them nonsense. Desperately, he shouts for his soldiers, asking if anyone is there. The shaman, unfazed, informs him that it is useless, and she has already put all the tribe members in the cave to sleep. She admits that she never expected the chief to send nearly all the main troops to the nest, calling it a foolish move. She reveals that his real objective was here all along. Struggling to stand, the chief weakly asks why the shaman is doing this. The shaman, her voice filled with anger, repeats the question mockingly and demands that the chief truly does not know why. Gripping the chief's neck tightly, she furiously reminds him that it is because of the ridiculous rule he enforced. Then, with a surge of rage, he throws the chief back and bitterly recalls a child and her family. However, she quickly dismisses the thought, declaring that none of it matters anymore. Determined, the shaman vows to bring an end to everything: the foolish tribal roleplay, the endless sacrifices, and the relentless fighting. Just as she prepares to attack, Logi steps forward, intercepting her. Urgently, she tells him to wait and pleads for him to stop, if only for a moment. Jia asks Yuhan why he is there, and he replies that he is there because of a quest. In return, he asks about her reason for being there. She tells him that she is also on a quest. Both of them begin to wonder about each other's quests, but neither wants to reveal it first. Determined to speak first, they start playfully fighting over it. Jia then places her hand on Yuhan's face, insisting that she will go first. She explained that she was currently working on a quest to rebuild Mycenia's air fortress. The construction of the fortress requires the wings of wind to restore the collapsed structure. To obtain them, she had to head to the elf forest. When Jia arrives at the elf forest, the NPC, Elf Chief Harundel, asks if she is looking for the wings of the wind. Jia eagerly confirms and pleads for her help, asking how she can obtain them. The elf apologizes, explaining that while she has worked hard to reach this place, the wings of the wind are currently stored in the spirit world. Curious, Jia asks how she can get on the brothers' private jet, but she misunderstands the situation. Troubled, the elf corrects her, clarifying that it is the spirit world, not a private jet. She further explains that, as a human, Jia cannot enter the spirit world. Confused, Jia asks if there is a level restriction, making another mistaken comparison. The elf firmly denies it, explaining that the spirit world is inhabited by spirits, and humans cannot understand their language. If she were to get lost there, she could be trapped forever. She then sternly asks if Jia understands the danger. Jia reluctantly agrees but begins to worry about how she will obtain the wings of the wind. Noticing her concern, Elf Chief Harundel reassures her that while it is difficult, it is not impossible. She then mentions that long ago, their ancestors entrusted her with a special item, a spirit necklace. If she possesses it, she will be able to hear the spirits and navigate the spirit world safely. For the quest, in order to enter the spirit world, Jia needs a spirit necklace. Following the given instructions, she heads to Flame Mount. Her journey takes her to Altan village, located in the westernmost part of the Kiev Principality. She spends several days searching the area, rolling around the Flame Mount, but finds no sign of the necklace. Feeling helpless, she sits down in frustration when a shaman approaches her. He shows her a sketch and asks if this is the necklace she is searching for. Excited, she immediately bumps into him and exclaims that it is indeed the right one. She eagerly asks where she can find it, and whether he knows its exact location, pleading for him to share the information. The shaman, however, tells her to wait a moment. Meanwhile, Yuhan, overhearing her struggle, becomes curious. He wonders how the shaman came across her and asks if she reached out to her first. She confirms, saying that it seems like she heard her searching for the necklace. At that moment, the warrior strikes Jia from behind, his axe landing on her head. She screams in pain before collapsing. Declaring her the last remaining human, the warrior vows to kill her and reclaim the nest. Yuhan, shouting in alarm, rushes toward her and stands protectively in front of her. He confronts the warrior, demanding to know what he is doing, and insists that Jia is his friend. The warrior, unmoved, accuses her of killing his companions. Pointing his axe at Yuhan, he questions whether Yuhan is betraying them. Yuhan denies the accusation, raising his voice as he explains that he is only trying to understand the situation. The warrior, unwilling to listen, gives him an ultimatum: either choose the woman or stand with them. Troubled, Yuhan hesitates. His mind races with possibilities that he would hand Jia over to them. If he dies now, he will fail his quest. But fighting the lizardmen is also risky. Their individual strength may not be overwhelming, but the odds of victory using his current skills are uncertain. Torn between choices, he wonders which path is the right one. Then, the warrior reminds him that their companions' lives are precious and urges him to step aside, acknowledging Zig as a friend. After a moment of contemplation, Yuhan throws his pickaxe aside and raises his hands, signaling surrender. He declares that he will not fight them. Satisfied, the warrior acknowledges his decision and demands that he hand over Jia. However, Yuhan firmly refuses, insisting that Jia is also his friend and that he cannot betray her. The warrior, now enraged, shouts at him to stop being unreasonable and to surrender the woman. Struggling to stand, Jia intervenes, assuring Yuhan that he does not need to fight. She argues that there is no reason for them to battle in the first place. Looking at the lizardmen, she reveals the truth that they have all been deceived. the lizard chief has been manipulating them from the beginning. Logis stands against the shaman to protect the chief. The shaman questions her, asking if she knows who she is protecting. She responds, unsure of her meaning but firm in her stance, saying she cannot let the chief die. She admits that after a long time, she has found someone like him and refuses to lose him. Internally, she mutters that her words came out the opposite of what she intended. However, she reassures herself that there is still much to gain. This chief is the lizard that lays her golden eggs. The shaman, growing impatient, demands that she stop fooling around and step aside, warning that she will cut her down as well if she refuses. At that moment, a sword suddenly pierces through Logis's back and emerges from her stomach, its tip pressing against the shaman. The chief, holding the sword, scoffs and calls her actions foolish. He remarks that it has always been this way, clumsy and emotional plans that never amount to anything. He reminds the shaman that even during her past rebellion, she was the same. With a cold smirk, he states that the shaman should have learned by now he would kill her just as easily as he had slain the human without hesitation. As the shaman begins to lose consciousness, she recalls her past. She remembers that, despite being born with higher intelligence than other lizardmen, she was always treated as an outsider. When she was a child, the chief told her that it was just the two of them because all other lizardmen were fools. He had insisted that they did not understand what was important or what needed to be done, and that only the two of them, blessed with intelligence, could revive the tribe. She had agreed with him. Believing in the chief's words, she followed him and took on the role of a lizard shaman. Over time, she had met her husband and had a child. Following the chief's instructions, she had sent her comrades into battle. To prevent humans from accessing the nest, she also assisted in selecting offerings. She had sent off her husband to fight in battle, telling him that it was an honorable act. She had assured him that if he did not go, the Great Spirit would erupt, and she had promised never to forget his sacrifice. When she later discovered the truth, it was too late. Her husband had died in battle, and her child had been offered as a sacrifice to the Great Spirit. She had told herself that it was inevitable, that it could not be helped. If she had not done it, the entire tribe would have been in danger, including him and all the children. There had been nothing she could do to protect everyone. Then, she found the book of the chief and started reading. The text revealed that the dragon heart was a massive energy source and storage device. It had stated that if a life was sacrificed to the heart, it would glow purple. In extremely rare cases, if a creature consumed a purple dragon heart, a new dragon could be born. Overwhelmed with grief, she had cried out. She should have known. As a mutant, smarter than any other lizardman, as someone with more knowledge of magic than anyone else, she should have realized the truth. When she finally found the dragon heart and held it in her hands, she realized that the Great Spirit was not angry. The Great Spirit would not erupt like a volcano. The Great Spirit required no sacrifices. But then, the chief had approached her, demanding to know what she was doing. She had come to understand that it had all been a foolish plan, a scheme devised by a lizardman chief who wanted to become a dragon. He had ordered her to put down the legacy of the Great Soul and commanded the lizardmen to capture her. As they seized her, she struggled and shouted at them, pleading for them to understand. She had told them that they were being deceived, that the dragon heart was not what they believed it to be, and that the chief was using them to fulfill his own desires. The chief had dismissed her words, declaring that she was speaking nonsense after reading a strange book. He had ordered the lizardmen to throw her into the lava, so she would stop spreading lies. As they had prepared to carry out the order, he had suddenly stopped them and given new instructions to protect the legacy, kill the shaman, and safeguard the nest. She questioned the intelligence of her people, feeling frustrated by how foolish the lizardmen seemed to her. She believed that her race was truly ignorant and admitted to herself that she felt the same. Revenge had become her only option. She had to retaliate against the man who had completely ruined her life. However, the number of troops was too overwhelming for her to handle alone, leaving her uncertain about her next move. She then entered her cave, which was filled with gold roses. Determined, she approached Yuna and requested her help in raiding the lizardman's nest. Yuna observed her carefully before asking how much she would be willing to offer as a bribe. Later, she encountered Je, who was searching for a particular necklace, the necklace of soul and spirit. This necklace had the ability to amplify the voices of spirits, allowing communication with them. When used on creatures with low intelligence, it even made brainwashing possible. As the shaman fell, the necklace began slipping from her grasp. She warned her that if the current strategy continued, many lizardmen would lose their lives. She insisted that the lizardmen were merely brainwashed and not acting of their own will. The shaman, however, dismissed the argument, questioning what difference it would make if they refused to listen. She declared that she would not stop until the chief was dead. She acknowledged that the lizardmen had been brainwashed in the first place because they were foolish. However, she realized, in the end, that she had been no different. She, too, had ignored the lizardmen, labeling them as stupid. She had not cared about their lives, only about her own revenge. But now, she finally understood, even though it was far too late. As the shaman collapses, she casts a magic spell in an attempt to control the situation, causing both the chief and Logis to become caught in its effects. As the magic surrounds the chief, an explosion suddenly occurs, and the spell vanishes. Once things settle down, the chief notices a strange circular mark on his neck. He wonders what it could be, but after thinking for a moment, he dismisses it, believing it to be unimportant. He assumes that the shaman must have failed to complete her spell in the middle of the battle. Without giving it much thought, he begins to stomp on the remnants of the shaman's belongings, angrily cursing her and declaring that her efforts were meaningless. Once he is certain that she has completely disappeared, he takes a deep breath, seemingly relieved. However, Logis suddenly appears behind him and confronts him, demanding to know what he is doing. She calls him an old man and accuses him of betrayal, reminding him that she has been trying to protect him. She then furiously questions why he had attacked her from behind, calling him ungrateful. Seeing Logis standing before him, the chief wonders how she is still alive. She explains that she drank a life-saving elixir. The chief remarks that she barely survived, adding that if he were to stab her one more time, she would not be so lucky. He then tells her that she has misunderstood something. Protecting him was a mistake. He asserts that she did not truly protect him, but rather took advantage of him, likely attempting to save him only because she still saw value in him. However, he does not blame her for that, as he himself operates the same way. He states that he merely uses everything and everyone to his advantage. To stand at the top of all living beings, he views everything as nothing more than a stepping stone. He tells her that she should consider it an honor. As he raises his sword toward her, he declares that her sacrifice has led to the birth of a great creature, a dragon. Logis mutters to herself that hearing the chief confess his motives with such a triumphant expression fills her with anger. She assumes he is doing this because he believes he has already won. Using her system, she notes that users have a cheat chat function called Whisper. She attempts to contact Zig, asking him to come if she can buy some time. However, the system notifies her that there are no registered friends on her list. Realizing this, she becomes upset and acknowledges that she never made any friends. Overwhelmed, she starts crying. Meanwhile, the chief moves toward her, ready to attack, and shouts for her to die. She remains calm, carefully observing the danger approaching her. But before the chief can strike, the cave suddenly begins to collapse. After the complete destruction of the cave, as the dust and debris settle, Yuhan appears alongside Je and the lizard warrior. Yuhan announces his arrival with a playful remark, declaring that the hero has arrived. He then turns to Logis and asks if she is okay with cheating, adding that he came to save her and calling her Trickstar. However, as he notices Logis' belongings, the system notifies him that she has died. Confused, he remarks that he did not receive a PK tag. A message from Logis appears, stating that it does not matter, and that the real issue is something else entirely. She warns him that the chieftain is actually scheming something. Just then, amidst the settling dust and debris, the chief emerges. He greets Zig, expressing his relief at his arrival and admitting that he never expected him to jump down from the ceiling. He then inquires whether the nest has been retrieved. The warrior confirms the mission's success, stating that the nest is theirs once more. Hearing this, the chief acknowledges that it is good news and instructs everyone to return to the nest, emphasizing that time is running out. He warns that if a sacrifice is not made before the end of the day, the volcano will erupt. However, as he starts to leave, the warrior steps forward, raising his axe and ordering him to stop. The chief, puzzled, questions what is happening, remarking that such a welcome is excessive. The warrior firmly responds that times have changed. As more warriors point their weapons at him, he continues, revealing that the souls are not angry and the volcano did not erupt even without a sacrifice. He states that there was never a need to protect the so-called legacy. Just steps in, declaring that the chief's lies have been exposed and demanding his surrender. Yuhan, frustrated, questions whether all his efforts to craft equipment in time were based on a lie. In response, the chief suddenly bursts into laughter, laughing with his entire being. Yuhan, watching this, grows uneasy and wonders why he is laughing so much. He speculates whether there is some kind of gimmick that causes madness when taking damage. Holding the necklace firmly, the chief declares that there is no need to delay any longer. Without hesitation, he commands the warrior to kill the humans. At his order, the warrior tightens his grip on his weapon. Yuhan, startled by the sudden turn of events, watches in disbelief. Before he can react, the warrior begins his attack. The warrior swings his axe, but the strike fortunately does not land on Yuhan. Instead, it crashes into the ground, causing a destructive impact. Yuhan quickly shields himself from the debris and dust that follow. Meanwhile, the chief, growing impatient, shouts again, commanding the warrior to attack the humans. Yuhan, still recovering from the shock, mutters that he was genuinely terrified, thinking the warrior's strike was meant for him. The warrior, confused by Yuhan's reaction, asks why he would attack a fellow lizardman. Ignoring their exchange, the chief repeats his command with urgency. But instead of attacking the humans, the warrior wields his axe once more and strikes the chief directly, sending him crashing to the ground with a painful growl. Watching this unfold, Yuhan cautiously asks the warrior if he is all right. The warrior, unaffected, simply replies that he is always fine. Meanwhile, the chief, struggling on the ground, wonders why his brainwashing command did not work. Clutching the necklace tightly, he questions whether it is broken. Then, he notices the mysterious tattoo on his neck. It dawns on him that the shaman's magic had not failed. This unknown enchantment was preventing him from controlling his people. Before he can process further, Yuhan steps forward, pointing his sword at the fallen chief. With a smirk, he remarks that he is willing to take some advice and asks if the chief has any last words. The chief remains silent, offering no response. Yuhan, growing impatient, asks if he has nothing to say. Instead of answering, the chief picks up a handful of small rocks and suddenly throws them toward Yuhan. Yuhan, unfazed, mocks him, sarcastically remarking that it must be some kind of stone-throwing skill and pretending to be scared, saying that if he gets hit, he might die. He then adds that he should have killed the chief when he had the chance. Taking advantage of the distraction, the chief quickly turns and starts running away. Noticing this, Yuhan shouts, demanding to know where he is escaping to. The chief enters Flame Mountain, leaping into the volcano and walking across the fire. He wears dragon scale boots with fire resistance, allowing him to move freely on the molten surface. Determined, he tells himself that he must endure the heat and hurry to retrieve the dragon heart. Although he has failed to make it shine completely purple, he believes it has absorbed enough life force over time. Even if it is not perfect, consuming it will still grant him incredible strength. As he plunges his hand into the lava and retrieves the dragon heart, he declares his intention to completely crush his enemies and make them suffer in agony. But then, he quickly realizes that what he is holding in his hand is not the dragon heart. Panic sets in as he frantically searches every corner, muttering that it is impossible he had placed the dragon heart there with his own hands. Desperately, he questions where it could be, shouting in frustration about the heart to which he has dedicated his life. At that moment, Yuhan, holding the dragon heart, asks if he is searching for it. He explains that he had picked it up from the volcano earlier. Muttering to himself, he recalls using Galli's gauntlet, a device with a detachable steel wire, to retrieve it. It turns out to be a fortunate decision, as he never expected Galli's gauntlet to be so useful. Frustrated, the chief shouts, demanding to know how Yuhan managed to take it. He then rushes toward him, demanding the heart back, calling it his. Yuhan casually responds that he doesn't see the chief's name on it and asks if he has any proof of ownership. The chief, enraged, insists that the light purple hue is proof. He explains that the dragon heart only turns purple when life energy is slowly injected into it. Though it is not yet perfect, the color change indicates that it has absorbed life energy for nearly 100 years. He then demands that Yuhan return it, asserting that it belongs to him. Hearing this, Yuhan looks at the dragon heart and questions whether the chief personally sacrificed the lives of both his people and humans to fill it with life energy. The chief, without hesitation, confirms that this is true and once again demands that Yuhan hand it over immediately. Yuhan then addresses the lizardmen, stating that they all heard the chief's confession clearly. As he notices the approaching lizardmen army, the chief starts to panic. The army, visibly enraged, begins to express their frustration, accusing the chief of deceiving them. They call him a liar, realizing that everything they had believed was false. Gripping the necklace tightly, the chief desperately tries to brainwash them once more. He urges them to wait, insisting that it is all a misunderstanding. Fear is evident in his voice, and he pleads for them to stop. However, the lizardmen continue advancing, repeating their accusations. Desperate, the chief protests that everything was fabricated by Yuhan, calling him a deceitful blacksmith. He claims that the offerings and legacy were all lies, and that he too had been misled. He begs for a chance to explain, but his words have no effect on the lizardmen. As the tension escalates, a warrior steps forward, positioning himself between the chief and the advancing lizardmen. The chief's expression quickly shifts to relief, and he asks the warrior if he still believes in him. The warrior, appearing composed, responds affirmatively, stating that this is all part of a human scheme. However, in a sudden and decisive move, the warrior wields his axe and strikes the chief, declaring that he is not their comrade. With a swift motion, he cleaves the chief's body in half. Meanwhile, a purple gas emanates from the dragon's heart. Observing this, Yuhan's attention shifts to the dragon heart in his possession. He notices something unusual and wonders aloud if the color has darkened. Uncertain, he questions whether his eyes are deceiving him or if the dragon heart has truly changed. Jiu approaches Yuhan and asks if he is okay. He responds casually, assuring her that it is not a big deal. However, the moment he finishes speaking, he begins coughing up blood. At that moment, the system notifies him that he has been poisoned by volcanic gas and that his stamina will continue to deplete. As weakness overtakes him, he starts to faint. Concerned, Jiu quickly holds on to him and asks what is wrong. With fading strength, Yuhan tells her to listen carefully. He instructs that if he dies, she must take the item and go to the village. Comparing his condition to a falling leaf, he mutters that his life is coming to an end. Before he can collapse completely, the warrior, standing at a distance, suddenly throws a herb directly into Yuhan's mouth. Urging him to stay conscious, the warrior tells him to chew and swallow it. The herb is volcanic grass, a rare plant that blooms in volcanic regions and is highly effective against gas poisoning. The warrior then hands the necklace to Jiu and tells her to take it. As she holds the necklace, the system confirms that her quest for the fortress reconstruction has been completed. Filled with joy, she expresses her gratitude to the warrior, who accepts it warmly. Noticing this, Yuhan feels jealous and asks the warrior why he is blushing. The warrior replies that Jiu is a colleague. Yuhan, still unimpressed, points out that the warrior was trying to kill her just moments ago. Some lizardmen approach the group and hand Yuhan a weapon, explaining that they made it themselves. As Yuhan examines it, he asks what it is. They eagerly respond that it is a weapon, adding that making weapons like Zig is impressive, so they try creating one as well. Mocking them, Yuhan remarks that it looks more like a piece of coal than a weapon. The lizardmen, still hopeful, ask if that means it is not bad, emphasizing that they worked hard on it. Yuhan, continuing to tease them, takes a closer look and sarcastically admits that it is indeed a weapon, claiming that he must not have noticed it properly at first. He then adds that it is a very threatening weapon. Yuhan then hands them Galli's training journal and tells them to take it. He asks if they can read but quickly adds that it is still better than nothing. Calling it a gift, he gives them the book. The lizardmen, holding it, express their gratitude to him. Meanwhile, the warrior sits in a moment of farewell, visibly upset. As he reflects in silence, his subordinate approaches and informs him that they are ready to leave. Hearing this, the warrior rises and, with a heavy heart, bids farewell, declaring that the lizardmen will now leave the nest. While Yuhan and Jiu sit in the hot air balloon, Yuhan waits impatiently and remarks that time is up, wondering why Logis has not arrived yet. He considers leaving her behind, but then notices her approaching, pulling a cart along with her. Curious, he asks about the contents behind her. Huffing from the effort, Logis stops near the basket. When Yuhan repeats his question, she explains that she accidentally discovered a desert rose vein near the resurrection point the previous day. She admits that she had completely missed it before, and then excitedly asks if he realizes how valuable each one of them is. As Yuhan sets off on their journey, Logis, troubled, shouts after them, demanding to know where they are going. Yuhan dismissively replies, questioning who said there was space for all of her cargo. He reminds her that the balloon is not even hers and asks if she paid the lease. then suggests she either put everything in her inventory or walk away. Frustrated, Logis shouts back that there is no room in her inventory while running after them. Seeing her struggle, Jay extends a hand, offering help. She encourages Logis to take it, and eventually, Logis manages to climb into the basket, securing her goods to the side. Yuhan, irritated, shouts at her, calling her a piece of trash. Jay immediately scolds him, telling him he was too harsh and ordering him to apologize. Instead, Yuhan simply covers his ears and sits aside, sulking. Meanwhile, Ja and Logis introduce themselves to each other. Ja warmly greets Logis, introducing herself as an archer. Logis responds with a smile, introducing herself and asking if Ja is Yuhan's friend. Ja confirms that they met on a quest and became friends, adding that anyone who is Yuhan's friend is also her friend. Encouraged, Logis suggests they address each other casually, which Ja happily agrees to. Watching their easy camaraderie, Yuhan mutters to himself, noting how well they are getting along despite meeting for the first time. As Yuhan sits in the basket, he quickly realizes that he has not bid farewell to the lizardmen. Standing up, he looks down to see all the lizardmen gathered below. They salute him and cheer in happiness, expressing their gratitude. In response, Yuhan waves back at them and says that he will see them later. When they reach North Arc, Yuhan suggests that they say their goodbyes there. Ja responds that she will see him again when he is ready for the Mycenia quest. Waving at her, Yuhan tells her to call him later, but when addressing Logis, he adds that she does not need to call him. Logis replies that she plans to follow him as soon as she sells the desert rose anyway. Shocked, Yuhan loudly questions whether she intends to keep chasing him and asks if she has no conscience. Shouting back, Logis retorts by asking what conscience he is talking about, reminding him that if it had not been for her at Flame Mountain, he would not have cleared the quest. Yuhan yells back, insisting that she did not help at all. Watching them argue like children, Ja laughs and comments that they seem to be getting along well. In unison, both Yuhan and Logis vehemently deny it. Meanwhile, as Yuhan casually walks down the street holding the dragon heart, he mutters to himself about the fortune he could make by selling it, but reminds himself that he still needs to complete the quest and obtain the dwarf's secret. Raising the dragon heart, he loudly declares for Gali to wait, promising that his brother is on the way. At the same time, a white-haired man hiding behind a house observes Yuhan holding the dragon heart and comments to himself that it is quite an interesting thing. He wonders aloud if it truly holds such significance for Yuhan, then decides to respect his choice. Nearby, a group of young dwarfs notices the white-haired man talking to himself and, feeling uneasy, whispers among themselves, questioning whether he is crazy and admitting that they feel scared. Meanwhile, Yuhan hands over the dragon heart to Gali, who expresses surprise, admitting that he never expected Yuhan to actually bring it. In response, Yuhan sarcastically tells him not to assign quests that he does not believe can be completed. Holding a letter, Gali then presents it as the dwarf's secret. When Yuhan receives the letter, he teases Gali about his beard before opening it. As he begins to read, a puzzled expression crosses his face, making him wonder what exactly he is looking at. As Yuhan reads the letter, he realizes it is Gali's personal statement. It introduces him as Gali Dwarf from the Red Beard clan and explains his current predicament. Gali states that he is searching for a country to immigrate to, revealing that he was once a renowned leader in craftsmanship and weapon development in the North Arc. However, due to a student's mistake, he was falsely accused of being a terrorist and is now considered a criminal. Despite these false accusations, Gali assures that if he is accepted, he will use his exceptional skills and knowledge to elevate the blacksmithing abilities of the country that grants him refuge. As Yuhan is still processing the statement, Gali quickly snatches the letter from his hands and hands him another one, explaining that he had given him the wrong document. Yuhan, realizing what just happened, shouts at him in frustration, accusing him of planning to abandon him and run away. Gali dismisses the accusation, stating that the letter was merely insurance for unexpected situations. Yuhan, growing even more exasperated, accuses Gali of always acting this way. In response, Gali defends himself, saying it is unfair for Yuhan to be angry when he has already provided compensation. Yuhan then opens his letter and reads its contents, which describe the method for manufacturing superheated coal. According to the letter, superheated coal is created by combining a mineral known as bituminous coal with a special mixed substance called artisan powder. The process involves subjecting the mixture to extremely high temperatures exceeding 2000 degrees, which effectively removes impurities. As a result, the refined coal significantly enhances the quality of the iron produced. Gali explains that Yuhan might be curious about superheated coal and asks if he knows why humans can never match the craftsmanship of dwarves. He reveals that the method for creating superheated coal, which can reach temperatures over 2000 degrees, has been a closely guarded secret among dwarves for centuries. However, he states that times have changed, and it is now time to abandon old traditions and share knowledge with everyone. He declares that Yuhan is the first human craftsman capable of making superheated coal and encourages him to spread this skill to others. But as he finishes speaking, Gali suddenly realizes that Yuhan is no longer there and wonders where he has gone. Meanwhile, Yuhan stands still, checking his stats, and thinks to himself that the dwarf's secret is incredibly valuable. He notices that most of his blacksmith-related skills have now reached rank 4. Considering this, he realizes that if he uses dwarven iron to craft weapons, he can surpass most blacksmiths, except for the absolute top-tier ones. He figures that if he offers his weapons at competitive prices, he might even be able to rival the dwarves themselves. Feeling satisfied with his progress, he acknowledges that staying around was worthwhile. Then, another thought crosses his mind. North Ark has a high demand for rare item repairs. Realizing the potential opportunity, he decides that he could take advantage of that. More importantly, by doing so, he might be able to track down Bartz's weapon. As Yuhan is lost in thought, Dylan approaches him and asks if he is listening. Yuhan immediately responds that he is not, to which Dylan insists that he is. Ignoring the remark, Dylan then presents an iron ore and informs Yuhan that this is the ore he ordered. He explains that he had not received any response from Yuhan, so he is finally delivering it now. Dylan reminds him that although the order was initially placed for North Ark, it was later changed to Flame Mountain, yet there was still no further communication. He adds that even though the game was still online when he finally managed to contact Yuhan, he was told that he would be returning to North Ark soon. Dylan, clearly frustrated, points out that despite being the head of the Baldan branch, work at North Ark has been repeatedly delayed due to Yuhan's inconsistency. He then questions Yuhan, asking if he even realizes how many days have passed since the order. Yuhan, brushing it off, responds that he heard Dylan was busy dealing with difficult executives in the large guild. Dylan, exasperated, emphasizes that keeping promises is just common sense. In an attempt to pacify him, Yuhan reassures him not to worry anymore. Dylan, still displeased, warns that this will be the last time he tolerates such delays. Yuhan, remaining calm, tells him that until the preparations for the Mycenia quest are complete, he intends to stay in North Ark without causing any more trouble. He then casually adds that he is planning to open a blacksmith shop there. Hearing Yuhan's plan, Dylan is taken aback and questions if a user really opened a blacksmith shop in North Ark. Even if it is Yuhan, he considers it too extreme. He then reminds Yuhan that half of the iron ore was purchased on credit. Yuhan, unfazed, reassures him not to worry, confidently stating that he is starting this venture because he is sure of its success. He adds that everything will go according to his plan, unless, of course, a natural disaster suddenly occurs. However, before he can finish his sentence, Dylan suddenly shouts in alarm. Frightened, he exclaims that it is shocking to hear such a thing, but even more terrifying to witness what is happening behind them. As they turn around, they realize that a natural disaster has already begun. Gali's dragon has returned, causing destruction once again. The massive beast approaches them, and they both begin to flee in panic. Panicked, they immediately start running for their lives. Dylan, out of breath, complains that he can't believe he's about to be stepped on by a dragon in the exact same place again. He mutters about coincidences, but before he can finish, the dragon stomps down on him once more. The system promptly announces that Dylan has passed away. Meanwhile, Yuhan, struggling to process the chaos, curses Gali, calling him a cheater. Standing off to the side, quickly covers his mouth and remains silent, watching the dragon move past. Yuhan lets out a sigh of relief, thinking he is safe. However, just as he relaxes, the dragon suddenly turns its head toward him. Sweat forming on his forehead, Yuhan gulps and, in a trembling voice, corrects himself. Maybe he isn't safe after all. As Yuhan flees, he collides with a guy dressed like a girl, who complains that it is not fun and calls the situation a critical mess. He insists that the content is boring and that something surprising must be added to provoke users. Turning to Yuhan, he tells him to apologize if he accidentally lifted someone's skirt. However, before he can react further, the dragon crushes him down. Meanwhile, the dragon continues chasing Yuhan, who runs frantically. At that moment, some players appear to confront the beast. One of them, likely the leader, points at the dragon and urgently commands the others to shoot quickly, calling it a heaven-sent opportunity. He adds that if it truly is a dragon, its item drop will be enormous. The players launch a series of continuous attacks on the dragon, causing explosions as they try to take it down. Watching the chaos unfold, Yuhan wonders if they have managed to kill the beast. However, as the smoke and dust settle, the dragon emerges completely unharmed. Without hesitation, it resumes its chase this time, still fixated on Yuhan crashing through the other players in its path. Struggling to escape, Yuhan panics and questions why, out of everyone, the dragon is only chasing him. Reaching the end of his escape, Yuhan finds himself standing against a massive wall, realizing that he has hit a dead end. As the dragon looms behind him, he considers using Dismantle to break through the wall and escape, but quickly remembers that the walls of North Ark are highly resistant to mining. Unsure of his next move, he suddenly smiles and reassures himself, dismissing the idea that he is running away out of fear. Instead, he confidently declares that the dragon is the one who should flee. Equipping his pickaxe, he prepares to fight, proclaiming his title as a former dragon slayer. Without hesitation, he swings at the dragon, shouting as he attacks, determined to turn the tables. As Yuhan's attack lands, it barely leaves a scratch on the dragon. Acknowledging Galley's craftsmanship, he admits that the creature is still incredibly strong. Suddenly, his pickaxe snaps, and he falls to the ground, realizing that perhaps breaking the wall would have been the better option. However, before he can react, he notices something unexpected. The dragon starts crying. The massive creature lies down, wailing loudly. Yuhan, stunned by the bizarre turn of events, watches in disbelief and wonders what is happening. At that moment, the white-haired guy appears behind Yuhan and calmly states that the dragon cannot control itself. He explains that Yuhan had struck a newborn child too hard and questions whether Yuhan wouldn't also be upset if his mother hit him for no reason. As Yuhan quickly turns around to face him, the mysterious figure vanishes. Perplexed, Yuhan mutters in surprise, questioning who that person is. He then starts looking around frantically, shouting and demanding to know where the man has gone. Yuhan notices the white-haired man standing atop the wall, casting a magic circle with his hand. The man speaks gently, expressing pity for the dragon and stating that he will make things easier for it. He is Angeras, the ancient dragon, a level 200 beings, and the ruler of the mountains northeast of North Ark. Yuhan, troubled by this revelation, widens his eyes in shock upon recognizing Angeras. As Angeras begins casting his magic spell, Yuhan instinctively raises his arm to shield himself from its effects. The management observes the situation unfold. Hajun, confused, asks what is happening and whether this is really how the regional story is supposed to progress. A colleague responds that originally, Angeras was meant to be enraged at the sight of the Mecha Dragon and was supposed to destroy North Ark, questioning why events have taken a different turn. Director Seokjin explains that it is likely due to the purple dragon heart. Instead of a regular dragon heart, a purple dragon heart was brought, leading to the birth of a real dragon. As a result, Angeras seems to feel pity rather than anger. Frustrated, the boss slams his fists on the table, asking if this means their carefully planned event has been ruined because of that one player. Director Seokjin, remaining calm, confirms this but points out that since nothing went as expected, they were actually anticipating such unpredictability. He then wonders how the story of Arpedia Online will develop in the future. Meanwhile, Angeras approaches Yuhan, who is sitting on the ground in shock and fear. Angeras then shrinks the Mecha Dragon down to the size of a baby and hands it over to Yuhan, instructing him to take responsibility, calling it his child. Yuhan, still in disbelief, looks at the baby dragon, wondering what just happened. Yuhan, holding the baby dragon, asks in disbelief if it is really his child. Angeras confirms it and questions whether Yuhan is going to deny it. Confused and frustrated, Yuhan loudly protests, asking how he is supposed to know such a thing, emphasizing that they are entirely different species. Angeras then equips the dragon heart in his hand and explains that dragons, unlike other ancient species, are beings created by infusing life force and mana into a dragon heart over a long period of time. He states that normally, such a large life force can only be infused by a dragon itself, which is why Yuhan has now become the dragon's mother. Still in denial, Yuhan refuses to accept it, but Angeras insists that since Yuhan was present at the child's birth, it is only right for him to take responsibility. The baby dragon hugs Yuhan, but he quickly pushes it back and tells Angeras not to be ridiculous, arguing that dragons are not like baby birds, where simply being present at birth makes him responsible. He insists that Angeras, as a fellow dragon, should take care of it instead. Looking at the baby dragon, Yuhan thinks to himself that he has no idea when it will grow huge again and cause trouble. Realizing he cannot handle such an unpredictable situation, he sees it as a ticking time bomb. Meanwhile, Angeras starts gathering energy for an attack and asks Yuhan if he truly does not want the dragon. Terrified, Yuhan immediately hugs the baby dragon tightly and hastily changes his stance, saying that he is already feeling lonely and that he actually likes it. He quickly agrees to take responsibility and raise the dragon. Seeing this, Angeras stops his attack and comments that he is glad Yuhan is a responsible human being. While holding the baby dragon, Yuhan smiles with tears in his eyes. Meanwhile, other players arrive at the scene, searching for the dragon. One of them insists that he is sure the dragon went in that direction and calls out for it to come out, determined to subdue it. Yuhan, watching the players, turns to Angeras and asks what he should do about them. However, as he glances back, he realizes that Angeras has already disappeared. Meanwhile, outside his tent, Yuhan wrote a letter to Gali. It says that, as expected, Gali has already disappeared, so he is sending a letter instead. He explains that the two-headed salamander is actually the mecha dragon Gali created, and, therefore, it is his responsibility to take care of it. He ends the letter bluntly, saying that their time together was unpleasant and hopes they never meet again. He starts packing the baby dragon into a box, telling it that this will be its new home from now on. The baby dragon makes a sound in response, and Yuhan sighs, explaining that he is not doing this out of cruelty. He points out that people are actively searching for the mecha dragon, and if he keeps it with him, he might get caught in the chaos. Frustrated, he shouts that he hates the idea of unnecessary trouble. However, as soon as he says it, guilt creeps in, and he begins to wonder if his words made him sound like a bad person. At that moment, a group of dwarves armed with weapons approaches Yuhan. One of them accuses him, stating that Zig, the most compliant and best disciple of Gali, was actually him. They declare that he is under arrest for committing tool-related terrorism and destruction in North Ark. As soon as they begin to chase him, Yuhan, panicked and troubled, starts running. While fleeing, he desperately tries to explain, insisting that he is innocent and that there has been a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Logi stands in the middle of the street, repeatedly attempting to contact Yuhan through the game chat. After several failed attempts, she mutters in frustration, wondering why he isn't responding to her whispers. She begins to question their friendship, thinking that if he is secretly making money somewhere without telling her, the frustration might be unbearable. Determined to find him, she decides to track him down as soon as possible. Just then, Yuhan rushes past her in a desperate escape. Surprised, she shouts after him, demanding to know where he is going. However, before she can react further, she notices a horde of dwarves and several players charging after him, intent on catching him. In the dense forest, the pursuers struggle to locate Yuhan. Frustrated, one of them shouts, wondering where he has disappeared. Another member of the group finds a trail of footprints and confidently declares that Yuhan must have gone in that direction. However, they unknowingly head off in the wrong way. Meanwhile, Yuhan, hidden behind a bush, breathes heavily, drenched in sweat. Just then, Logis suddenly appears beside him and asks if the pursuers have left. Startled, Yuhan jumps in fear, spins around, and demands to know when she arrived and how long she has been following him. Logis, confused by his reaction, questions what he means. Before Yuhan can respond, she notices the baby mecha dragon. Delighted, she hugs it tightly and exclaims over how cute it is. She affectionately names the dragon Tuffy and assumes that it must have come searching for its owner, just like she, its big sister, had come for Yuhan. Watching her fawn over the dragon, Yuhan mutters to himself that children are like parasites. Realizing there is no point in trying to stop her from tagging along, he finally gives in. Calling Logis a stalker and the dragon a salamander, he tells them to hurry up before the dwarves return. Annoyed, Logis corrects him, reminding him that her name is Logis and the baby dragon's name is Tuffy. Ignoring her correction, Yuhan states that his original plan was to open a blacksmith shop in North Ark, but since that is no longer possible, he now intends to travel to the kingdom of a baron, where he can establish a blacksmith shop in neutral territory. In the Nembaran market of a barren kingdom, a blacksmith informs a customer that the repair cost amounts to 1,200 gold. Shocked, the customer questions whether it is a joke, but the blacksmith retorts that the joke is on him, emphasizing that their store offers the cheapest rates in the area. He further advises the customer to complain elsewhere if he is unhappy. Still, in disbelief, the customer struggles to understand how 1,200 gold could be considered the cheapest option. Frustrated, he challenges the blacksmith, questioning whether he brought this situation upon himself. Before he can argue further, a man suddenly approaches and puts an arm at the customer's neck. He warns him that the blacksmith shop belongs to the Blue Dawn Guild and asks if he intends to start a fight against their guild. Feeling intimidated, the customer quickly denies any such intentions, insisting that there has been a misunderstanding. Satisfied, the guild member releases him and warns him to be more cautious in the future before leaving with his group. Watching the exchange, one of the customer's companions comments on how outrageous the situation has become. He notes that the market was already known for its high prices, but ever since Blue Dawn took over, things have worsened significantly. He expresses a wish for a more affordable blacksmith shop to exist somewhere. Meanwhile, Yuhan finalizes preparations for his shop. With a satisfied expression, he firmly stabs the signboard into place, declaring that everything is set and he is ready to open. The locals in Abaran begin gossiping about a new blacksmith shop that has recently opened in the Cape Mountains. One of them questions the choice of location, pointing out that the area is known for being infested with monsters. Another agrees but mentions something unusual strangely. No monsters have been spotted around the shop. The others nod, acknowledging that it is indeed mysterious. Adding to the intrigue, they mention that the blacksmith running the shop is rumored to charge very little for his services. In fact, they say it is the cheapest blacksmith shop in all of Nembaran. Logis sets up a logo of a crazy boss, but Yuhan, seeing it, comments that it looks uncool. Frustrated, she yells at him, emphasizing that the most important thing is impact and that he does not even understand the basics of business. She insists that the current approach will not work and suggests taking the opportunity to leave the entire management of the shop to her. Yuhan immediately refuses, explaining that a guild has already signed a contract with the blacksmiths in the village to increase their earnings. Hearing this, Logis wonders if she was a step too late. Accepting the situation, she then decides that she will have to find another way to make money. Yuhan forges a sword, sharpening it with his skill until it is finally complete. As he flexes the blade, he admires his work, noting that the long sword is finished. He marvels at the difference created by using superheated ore, appreciating its unique color and hardness. Before he can admire it further, Logis suddenly snatches the sword from his hands, reminding him that there is no time to get attached to it since customers are waiting. Meanwhile, those in the queue gossip among themselves, expressing their disbelief that dwarven-grade weapons are being sold for only 3,000 gold. They remark that there is no need to pay exorbitant prices in the village anymore. As Yuhan continues working, he insists that he is already doing his job, but Logis shouts at him to move faster, urging him to pick up the hammer immediately. As he resumes his work, she mutters to herself that it is her store. Seizing the opportunity, she approaches a customer and begins promoting steel ingots, asking if they are interested. She inquires about their purpose, curious to know how they plan to use them. Logis then leads the customers to see the baby mecha dragon. As soon as they lay eyes on it, they begin admiring the creature, exclaiming over how adorable it is. Seizing the moment, she encourages them to come closer, announcing that Tuffy's favorite food costs only 500 gold. Enthralled by the dragon, the customers eagerly start purchasing the food. Observing this, Yuhan mutters to himself about how sneaky she is. He notes that she sells steel ingots for 500 gold each, which is proof that she has absolutely no conscience. As Yuhan continues working, Guilford, the leader of the Red Tiger mercenaries, approaches him with his team and greets him, remarking that it has been a while. Yuhan, troubled at the sight of them, grows tense. Without warning, Guilford grabs him from behind, wrapping an arm around his neck and covering his mouth. Yuhan struggles and protests, demanding to be let go. However, Guilford, unfazed, questions how he dared to open a blacksmith shop without informing them, declaring that such an act calls for punishment. He then orders Yuhan to repair all their equipment for free. Refusing, Yuhan reminds them that if the Red Tiger mercenaries want repairs, they must pay like everyone else. He explains that he deliberately did not inform them, fearing this very situation. Puzzled, he wonders aloud how they found out about his shop so quickly. Releasing him, Guilford scoffs at the mention of payment and asks if Yuhan is truly planning to disobey his master's command, threatening to re-educate him. Confused, Yuhan questions Guilford's sudden hostility, suspecting that he must have lost his mind. One of Guilford's subordinates, Humseok, explains that the reason for his anger is that he recently discovered Yuhan had been playing games with his daughter, Jup. As Guilford leaps into the air to attack Yuhan, frustration flashes across his face, and he recalls how his daughter refused to play games with him. Yuhan, alarmed, protests, asking why he is taking out his anger on him. However, before Guilford's attack can land, Loki Hyung suddenly appears and blocks it with his shield. Yuhan, surprised by his sudden arrival, watches in confusion. Guilford, recognizing Hyung, asks if he also wants to play games with Ja. His frustration grows, and he declares that he will not forgive anyone. If he cannot play with her, then no one else should either. One of his subordinates quickly steps in, urging him to calm down, reminding him that Hyung has an upcoming match. Meanwhile, Yuhan mutters to himself that this entire situation is being blown out of proportion. Hyung, seemingly unfazed by the chaos, takes out a sketch and hands it to Yuhan, explaining that he came to give it to him, thinking it might be useful. He reveals that it is a Guardian blueprint and explains that once Yuhan completes it, he will be able to forge the black iron that which Deborah wanted to create. Holding the sketch, Yuhan immediately recognizes it as the missing half of a blueprint he had obtained long ago. Shocked, he asks if Hyung is really giving it to him and expresses his gratitude. Curious, he then asks where Hyung got it. Hyung, answering briefly, explains that he somehow acquired it during the Mycenia quest. Yuhan, sensing something off, questions his vague response. Hyung then reveals that his brother's quest was to trace Deborah's location, leaving Yuhan to mutter to himself that Hyung really is not the talkative type. After that moment, Logi shouts at Yuhan, demanding to know what he is doing and urging him to start making weapons, pointing out the waiting customers. Yuhan, slightly annoyed, responds that he is already working on it. He then turns to the crowd and tells them that they have heard her, signaling them to proceed. Meanwhile, in the Nambaran Lord's castle within the Abaran Kingdom, the demon swordsman, Lord of Nambaran, sits on his throne. He questions the leader of the Blue Dawn Guild about the recent decrease in taxes, wanting to know the reason. The guild leader, standing before him, explains that it is due to a blacksmith shop that has opened in a nearby mountain range. He informs the Lord that the shop provides high-quality weapons and repairs at significantly lower prices, drawing customers away. The Lord, unimpressed, simply asks why they have not collected taxes from the blacksmith as well. The guild leader, his voice trembling, explains that the blacksmith is located in a neutral zone, making it difficult to impose taxes. Hearing this, the demon swordsman, frustrated, calls him by his name, Fox. Without warning, he binds his neck with magic chains, tightening them as he orders him to obey. Meanwhile, Yuhan places a closed sign on his shop's signboard. Exhausted, he sits on the ground, his voice trembling as he mutters that he is finally done, noting how much time it took. Just then, Guilford approaches, holding his weapon, and questions what Yuhan means by saying he is done, reminding him that they still need their equipment repaired. Yuhan, troubled and visibly drained, asks if he cannot see how tired he is. Guilford observes him for a moment before responding that he does see. Without warning, he grabs Yuhan by the legs and lifts him into the air. As he begins spinning midair, he comments that if Yuhan is struggling this much, perhaps his previous teachings were not enough. Meanwhile, inside the shop, Hyung notices the baby mecha dragon and finds it adorable. As he reaches out to touch it, the dragon suddenly bites his hand. Logis quickly approaches, hugging the dragon protectively while shouting at Hyung, demanding to know what he is doing. She insists that Tuffy hates it and warns him not to mess with it randomly. Meanwhile, Hyung looks down at his injured hand, which is bleeding badly. Without saying much, he pulls out a large bag of money and hands it to her, stating that he wants all the iron ingots. Overcome with greed, Logis immediately hands him the baby dragon in exchange for the money, enthusiastically agreeing as she rushes to collect the money. Meanwhile, Yuhan is still debating with Guilford while Guilford's subordinates laugh at their exchange. At that moment, Fox approaches the group of Red Tiger mercenaries and greets them. He introduces himself as Nemburin's treasurer, simply stating his name. Upon hearing this, Guilford's subordinates immediately flee without hesitation. Meanwhile, Yuhan notices Hyung's severely injured condition and, concerned, asks how he is doing. He questions why Hyung is covered in blood, to which Hyung calmly responds that it is satisfaction. Confused, Yuhan asks for clarification. Just then, Guilford's attention shifts to the baby dragon, and he asks about the strange creature, referring to it as a lizard. Hyung immediately corrects him, firmly stating that it is not a lizard and that the child's name is Tuffy. He explains that Tuffy enjoys ingots and steel weapons, biting into them with teeth so sharp that it feels like being stabbed by a spear. Despite this, he insists that Tuffy is incredibly cute and lovely, calling it the best living creature, though its origins remain unknown. Listening to Hyung's enthusiastic explanation, Guilford looks puzzled by his strange behavior. Hyungseok notices this and casually remarks that it is simply because Hyung likes cute things. Then, Fox arrives and loudly demands everyone's attention, introducing himself as Nemburin's treasurer and a martial artist. He announces that he has come to collect taxes from the blacksmith who recently opened a shop in Nemburin's territory. He orders the man named Zig to come out immediately and comply with the Lord's command. Yuhan casually cleans his ear and dismisses Fox's claim, arguing that this is neutral ground and not part of Nemburin's territory. He tells Fox to check the homepage to see if he knows how to read Korean. Fox, pointing at Yuhan, angrily counters that Yuhan is the one talking nonsense. He explains that, according to the Nemburin Special Act, this area is recognized as Nemburin's indirect territory. Therefore, any blacksmith operating here must pay taxes. Raising his flag, he declares that if Yuhan refuses to comply, he will be considered an enemy of the Blue Dawn Guild. The Red Tiger mercenaries are surprised to hear the guild's name. The Blue Dawn Guild is a secondary guild derived from the Iron Cross Guild, the #1 guild. It aggressively expands its territory by leveraging the status of the Iron Cross and its financial backing. With a massive number of guild members and mercenaries supporting it, Blue Dawn is known for its warlike nature, making it dangerous to get involved with. Yuhan considers this, recalling that the Lord of Nemburin had been acting strangely recently. He wonders if Blue Dawn is behind it. Realizing that dealing with a large guild, especially one occupying the neighboring territory, could lead to trouble, he decides to avoid unnecessary conflict. After thinking it through, Yuhan reluctantly agrees and asks how much he has to pay. Fox responds that the cost of establishing a blacksmith shop is 200,000 gold, with an additional 100,000 gold as a monthly protection fee. On top of that, Yuhan must pay 40% of his total daily profits and provide weapons whenever the guild demands them. As Fox continues listing the demands, Yuhan silently equips his sword. Without hesitation, he swings it toward Fox, declaring that it can't be helped. He mocks Fox, saying that even neighborhood gangsters leave some money for bus fare when they steal, so he shouldn't be too greedy. Fox glares at him and warns that he has now officially made an enemy of the Blue Dawn Guild. With a menacing tone, he asks if Yuhan dares to attack the mad dog of Blue Dawn. Yuhan, unfazed, points his sword at Fox and confirms that he does. He states that there's no point in running a business if he has to pay such excessive taxes. Infuriated, Fox vows to make Yuhan regret his decision. After a moment, Fox sits in an injured state, stripped of his clothes, while Yuhan stands nearby. Complaining, Fox tells Yuhan that it is unfair for them to gang up on him like cowards. However, the Red mercenaries responded that they did nothing. Meanwhile, Fox worries that if things continue like this, Lord Cage will be furious, and he must find a way to turn the situation around. Hyungseok praises Yuhan, remarking that he has become stronger. Yuhan agrees, mentioning that Self-Daniel might have been of some help. Seizing an opportunity, Fox suddenly snatches the baby mecha dragon from Logies and announces to everyone that if Yuhan refuses to pay taxes, he will kill the creature. Before Fox can act, Loki Hyung strikes him in the face with his weapon, instantly knocking him down. The system then notifies everyone that Loki Hyung has now become a player killer. Meanwhile, Hyung furiously insults Fox for daring to lay a hand on the dragon. Observing the scene, the Red mercenaries express their surprise, noting that Hyung is using an excessive amount of profanity. At the same time, the system declares that Loki of the Red Tiger has killed Fox of the Blue Dawn Guild, granting the Blue Dawn Guild the right to request a guild battle against the Red Tiger Guild. Meanwhile, in Nembran Castle, Lord Cage questions Fox, asking if he has just returned. Fox confirms, explaining that he had no choice regardless of how many people attacked. He also mentions that the one who killed him was from the Red Tiger Guild. Curious, Cage inquires about the Red Tigers, to which Fox responds that they appear to be protecting the blacksmith shop and seem to have a friendly relationship with the owner. After listening, Cage smiles and dismisses Fox, allowing him to leave. Once alone, Cage smirks to himself, remarking that things are about to get interesting. Meanwhile, outside the game, Yuhan practices martial arts with Hyungseok in the dojo, both competing on equal footing. As their practice session ends, Hyungseok laughs and remarks that Yuhan seems to have a natural talent. He then asks if Yuhan has ever considered becoming a professional athlete. Yuhan immediately refuses, stating that he absolutely hates the idea. Hyungseok chuckles and suggests that he take some time to think about it, but Yuhan firmly declines again. Changing the topic, Yuhan curiously asks about the others' whereabouts. Hyungseok explains that they have gone to the capsule room up ahead to create their in-game IDs. Hearing this, Yuhan inquires about the capsule room, and Hyungseok informs him that they have a guild war scheduled for next week. He adds that the Red Director has rented an entire capsule room for them to gather at that time. Yuhan is confused about the guild war. Meanwhile, in the leaders' meeting, Moon Yang Teek, an official of the Iron Cross Guild, questions Lord Cage, reminding him that he has not even repaid the money borrowed during the last battle. He asks how Cage can expect help now that he is preparing for a guild war. In response, Cage explains that their opponent is the Red Tiger Guild. Another colleague expresses doubt, pointing out that the Red Tigers are not likely to accept guild battles so easily. However, Cage clarifies that since one of their guild members was killed by a Red Tiger member first, the system will not allow the Red Tiger Guild to reject the guild battle application. He also finds it surprising that they have accepted the pre-destruction conditions. Turning to Behemoth, Cage reminds him that every time they attempted to take over the Central Territory, the Central Guild Union blocked them, claiming it was a beginner-friendly zone. Since the Red Tiger Guild is one of the most important forces in the Union, this war presents an opportunity to completely crush them. If successful, advancing toward the center will become much easier. The Iron Cross Guild leader, Behemoth, acknowledges the strategy and agrees that the Iron Cross Guild will support the Blue Dawn Guild war. Furthermore, he promises to forgive all of Cage's debts if he manages to destroy the Red Tiger Guild. Overjoyed, Cage asks if he is serious, to which Behemoth warns that if he fails, there will be severe consequences, and he will not get away easily this time. Cage acknowledges the condition. In the Taser plane, at the Wanderer's bar, Dylan enters and apologizes for being late, explaining that it took longer than expected. Yuhan responds that it does not matter and tries to bring up an important topic. But before he can finish, Dylan interrupts. He explains that he has been supplying goods to the Kievan Principality, which recently underwent a government change due to a major defeat in the war between the Sarin Desert and the Kingdom of Oberon. Yuhan acknowledges Dylan's busy schedule and mentions that there is someone who has requested something from him. However, Dylan seems more interested in discussing recent events. He points out that it is quite interesting and mentions Zig, noting that the whole situation might have been seen in the community but originally started in the far west. Feeling troubled, Yuhan states that he is not curious and demands to see the data instead. Dylan, finding Yuhan's impatience amusing, comments on his short temper. Yuhan, confused, asks which part he is referring to. Dylan hands over the data to Yuhan, telling him that it is all there. As Yuhan begins reading, Dylan curiously asks why he is looking for information about Blue Dawn. In response, Yuhan explains that he has been dragged into a guild war. Surprised, Dylan questions him further, asking if he has joined a guild without informing them. Yuhan immediately denies it, saying that it is not the case. However, as he continues reading, his eyes widen in surprise, causing Dylan to grow more curious. He presses for an answer, asking why someone who is not in a guild would be participating in a guild war. But Yuhan remains silent, lost in thought. Noticing his distraction, Dylan sighs and comments that there are two of the most annoying things in the world. One is suddenly stopping mid-sentence, and the other is... But he trails off as he notices Yuhan's expression. Seeing how frustrated Yuhan looks while reading the data, Dylan grows concerned and asks if he is okay. Yuhan recognizes Kim Piljun, the school bully, and immediately feels troubled. He mutters to himself, wondering why Kim Piljun is there. Here in the game, Kim Pil-jung holds the 78 rank as a magic swordsman and is affiliated with Guild Blue Dawn, serving under its leader and within the Nambaran territory. Yuhan tells Dylan that back when he was in the dojo, Hyungseok had informed him that the upcoming guild war was a war of annihilation. When Yuhan asked with whom and why, Hyungseok reminded him about Loki Hyung killing Fox, a player from Blue Dawn. While Loki had no other choice at the time, Yuhan argues that the format of a guild war can be negotiated, so did it have to be an annihilation battle. Since Blue Dawn is affiliated with the Iron Cross Guild, the fight is essentially unwinnable. Hyungseok reassures Yuhan that they are doing their best to investigate. He explains that although Blue Dawn owes a lot to the Iron Cross, receiving significant support would be difficult. Without the Iron Cross, Blue Dawn would not stand a chance against the Red Tiger. However, Yuhan mutters to himself, doubting that things will go so smoothly. Hyungseok then asks Yuhan if he will join, but Yuhan refuses. Frustrated, Hyungseok grabs him by the neck, shouting that since Yuhan is from their dojo, he has no choice but to participate. Yuhan, already expecting this to happen, realizes that Hyungseok had listed him as a mercenary without his consent, causing him to shout in surprise. With a sigh, Yuhan concludes that is how it happened. Dylan processes the situation and acknowledges that a Red Tiger versus Blue Dawn battle will be extremely tough. He agrees that Blue Dawn has a heavy debt to the Iron Cross, but an annihilation battle changes everything. In this case, the Iron Cross would never pass up the chance to eliminate the Red Tiger entirely. Noticing Yuhan, Dylan squints his eyes before asking if Mr. Zig would consider officially joining their guild. Yuhan responds that he does not think it is the right time for such a decision. Dylan points out that Mr. Zig is not a member of any guild, even though the cause of the guild war is, to some extent, linked to him. He explains that if Zig officially becomes a member of their guild, they could use it as justification to deny his participation as a mercenary. This way, it would seem as though Zig had wanted to participate but had no other choice. Yuhan takes a moment to think before asking whether Cage is also participating in the guild war. Dylan confirms that he is, as he is the guild master. Ja arrives at the dojo, holding a lunchbox, and calls out to her father, reminding him that he left it behind. However, she soon realizes that no one is present and asks if anyone is there. Meanwhile, in the capsule room, Guilford announces that the decisive battle has finally arrived. He reminds everyone that this time, it is a battle of annihilation, assuring them that there is no way they will lose. He encourages the members, telling them they can fight and return comfortably. He then shouts, asking who they are, to which the members respond in unison, declaring themselves as the Red Tigers. At the capsule room's reception, a man arrives and inquires about the cost of 2 hours. However, the receptionist, an Iron Cross Guild executive, Moon Yang Teek, informs him that the Red Tiger Guild has rented the entire place for the day and politely asks him to return another time. Inside the game, at Belpa's Square in the Kingdom of Abaran, players gather to witness the guild battle. A broadcaster, Gong Hyuk, greets the audience and introduces himself as the streamer responsible for broadcasting the guild war. Standing in a hot air balloon, he describes the battlefield, emphasizing that it is a confrontation between two major guilds, Red Tiger and Blue Dawn. He notes that Red Tiger, known as the strongest mercenary guild, appears to have all of its members participating, totaling well over 100 people. However, as he shifts his attention to Blue Dawn, he expresses astonishment, exclaiming at the sheer size of their army. Based on staff estimates, he reports that Blue Dawn has gathered around 1,200 people, including 200 guild members and 1,000 mercenaries, making it the largest assembled force in recent history. As Cage steps onto the battlefield, he questions the commotion, wondering what is so special about mercenaries who can be hired with mere money. While observing the battlefield, he reflects on himself, considering what is truly remarkable: the armor that Behemoth lent him. He acknowledges that the Blaze breastplate, one of the rare new mythic grade items on the server, is what makes the real difference. With this armor, he believes he can bridge the gap of 30 ranks between himself and stronger opponents. He reassures himself that he is no longer the same weak player who was once cut down by Guilford in a single strike during the Battle of Barca's territory. Determined, he sees this guild war as his chance to carve a clear path forward. With a burning resolve, he sets his sights on victory, vowing to eliminate the Red Tigers once and for all. As Gong Hyuk announces that only 5 minutes remain until the guild war begins, he raises the question of whether the Red Tiger can maintain their undefeated title. Meanwhile, Guilford dismisses the enemy's reliance on numbers, calling it a waste of money and stating that a true warrior must do whatever it takes to win. Hyung-seok acknowledges that such confidence is understandable for someone of Guilford's rank 45th or Cage's rank 78th, but he did not expect such a large turnout. Uncertain, he wonders if victory is even possible. In response, Guilford urges him to stay strong, emphasizing that this battle is for Red Tiger's honor. He turns to Loki Hyun, seeking affirmation, but Loki merely mutters about how the enemy is made up of bad people who attempted to steal Tuffy. Guilford then questions Zig's whereabouts, noting that although an invitation was sent, he has not appeared. Hyung-seok expresses confidence that Zig would have come, but he is unable to reach him through messages. This leads Guilford to conclude that Zig has fled in fear, deciding that he will need to train him again after the Guild War. As the battle nears, everyone prepares, and the countdown begins in 30 seconds. Once it reaches 0, Guilford declares that the time to fight has come. Meanwhile, Logis, watching the battlefield, begins to wonder about Zig's whereabouts. Concerned, she heads to Zig's room and calls out, urging him to hurry. However, upon entering, she finds the room empty. Confused, she asks herself where he could have gone. As she looks around, her eyes fall on a letter lying on the floor. Picking it up, she reads the short message written by Zig, which simply says that he is sorry. With 10 minutes left before the battle, the crowd watches the battlefield with anticipation. At a betting stall, a bookmaker announces that there are only 10 minutes remaining and urges people to place their bets quickly before it closes. As the betting begins, most people start wagering on the Blue Dawn Guild. The bookmaker then asks if anyone wants to bet on the Red Tiger, mentioning that the dividends are a whopping 10 times. However, no one steps forward to bet on them. Among the crowd, Millions, the guild leader of the third-ranked merchant guild, remarks that it does not matter whether the payout is 10 times or even 100 times, as the outcome is obvious. Pointing at the battlefield, he states that the Red Tiger has no chance of winning. Another spectator agrees with him, saying that the difference in numbers is too overwhelming, and that the battle should be considered Red Tiger's funeral. He adds that accepting the pre-destruction conditions was a foolish decision on their part. At that moment, Logis arrives and shouts in protest, insisting that no one can predict the outcome of the battle before it even begins. She argues that since the Guild War has not yet started, anything can still happen. The bookmaker shows Logis the Red Tiger betting box, which is completely empty. Surprised, she stares at it for a moment before remarking that gambling is a bad habit. Bookmaker mutters that she seems hesitant. Just then, Dylan arrives, carrying a bag filled with 1 million gold coins. Handing it over, he declares that he will bet 1 million gold on Red Tiger. The crowd murmurs in shock, recognizing him. Someone whispers that he is Dylan, a Gold Rush executive, and questions why he would make such a risky bet. The bookmaker, while accepting Dylan's money, reminds him that there are no refunds. Dylan responds calmly, assuring him that he understands. Millions, watching the situation unfold, tell Dylan that he has lost his mind. However, Dylan smirked and replied that they would just have to wait and see the results, then turned to Logis for confirmation. Hesitant, she eventually agrees, saying that perhaps he is right. Everyone is seated in their positions, watching the battle unfold on the screen. Logis sits among them, her eyes scanning the battlefield, hoping for Zig to return. Thinking to herself that if Red Tiger loses, her general store will have to close. As the battle begins, Guilford, in his berserk state, swings his massive weapon wildly, cutting down numerous enemies. Seok, one of his subordinates, observes the scene and remarks that, after all, he is the boss. At this rate, they might actually win. Meanwhile, Fox attempts to attack Seok, who barely dodges the attack, recognizing Fox. Fox smirked and commented that a lot had happened back then, but now things are different. Introducing himself, Fox states that he handles Namburan's finances during peacetime. But on the battlefield, he is known as the Wild Dog of Blue Dawn, the best martial artist in Arpedia. Just as he finishes speaking, Loki suddenly strikes him in the face with his weapon, causing Fox to collapse on the spot. The system announces Fox's defeat, confirming that he has passed away. Seok praises Loki for his swift action. Meanwhile, spectators watching the battle on screen react to the fight. One of them points out that Red Tigers are prevailing, questioning if this is truly a case of quality over quantity. Another viewer disagrees, stating that Blue Dawn's Cage is no weakling either after all, being ranked 76th is no joke. Cage combines his skill Purgatory with Decimation Crosscut, causing a fire eruption that results in the collapse of many Red Tiger members. Guilford notices the destruction and wonders if Cage is over there. As Guilford approaches from behind to attack, Cage, who is focused on attacking, notices him just in time and quickly wields his weapon to counter the attack. Their weapons clash, causing a massive eruption. As the situation settles, Guilford remarks that his response was not at Cage's level and acknowledges that Cage has a good item. Cage responds, recalling that it has been since the Battle of Barca's territory. Breastplate has a special ability. It protects him from explosions and launches a counterattack that shields him from fatal attacks. Cage wields his weapon again, flexing it confidently, and states that this time, things will be different. Seeing the destruction caused by Cage, Guilford begins to worry. He realizes that if he focuses only on Cage, his entire team might be wiped out. As Cage continues his assault, Guilford struggles to block his attacks with his weapon. Then, Yuhan steps forward and announces his arrival. He points his sword toward a location and informs someone that it is Taser Plain, the site of the Guild War. With determination, he declares that it is time to turn the battlefield upside down. A week ago, while Yuhan was sitting in the Wanderer's Bar with Dylan, he asked if Cage would participate in the Guild War. Dylan confirmed that Cage would, as it was his guild. As Yuhan continued to examine Cage's details, he wondered if Cage had come to harass him even in the game. After thinking for a while, Yuhan smiled and contemplated his thoughts. He thanked Kim Pil-jung for giving him a chance to get revenge, declaring to himself that he was no longer the same Yuhan who once lived under Cage's torment. He vowed to repay his suffering twice over. However, Yuhan reminded himself that to succeed in revenge, he needed to think realistically, not emotionally. He recognized that no matter how well he played to overcome the level gap, guild wars were not fought one-on-one. There was no way to hire a large number of mercenaries to balance the scales, so he needed to find a way to resolve the difference in military power first. But the question remained as to how he could do it. Yuhan glanced at Dylan, realizing that he couldn't even ask him for help. However, as he observed something, an idea came to his mind. He then asked Dylan about his earrings, inquiring where he had gotten them from. As Guilford dodges the attacks, he wonders if strong attacks are countered by armor, while weak attacks will only prolong the battle, putting him in a dilemma. Struggling to block the attacks with his weapon, Cage continues his assault, remarking that the renowned Guilford of the Hurricane is holding up well against his breastplate. He contemplates that this is exactly what he wants if Guilford remains occupied with him. The rest of the Red Tiger Guild can be crushed by sheer numbers. Observing the battle, Millions laughs, stating that if things continue this way, Blue Dawn's victory is almost guaranteed. He turns to Dylan, confidently asserting that he was right this time, adding that Dylan has lost the bet and wasted 1 million gold. He further remarks that Dylan always acts proud and looks impressive. Dylan, however, responds dismissively, saying that Millions is being too noisy. He points out that the Money Dance Guild has consistently ranked third for years. Frustrated, Millions asks what ranking has to do with anything. He then points at the screen, emphasizing the overwhelming difference in troop numbers. He notes that Guilford, the only hope for Red Tiger, has been completely overwhelmed by Cage and that it is impossible to bring in additional reinforcements. He further explains that if any unregistered user is killed, a player-killer status will be assigned. Finally, he questions Dylan, asserting that he must see the truth that he is right. Leggies watches the battle with growing concern. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, everyone suddenly hears a loud noise. Some wonder if it is an earthquake as the ground trembles beneath them. Then, Yuhan appears, standing atop the plane, shouting an apology for being late. He adds that he left a letter, so it should be fine. Looking up, Guilford expresses his gratitude for Yuhan's arrival. Cage, noticing Yuhan, questions his identity, remarking that he looks weak. Yuhan, however, declares himself as Red Tiger's trump card, causing Cage to feel confused. Guilford immediately denies the claim, while Cage laughs, dismissing Yuhan as a joke. He wields his weapon and orders someone to eliminate Yuhan quickly. Yuhan, chuckling, suggests starting slowly. As he notices an enemy leaping through the air to attack him, he recalls a past conversation with Dylan about earrings. Dylan had explained that after the Principality of Kiev lost the war, the regime changed, and a new government took over. The Lizardmen now controlled the region, and the earrings were a souvenir from there. At that moment, Yuhan approaches a lizardman warrior who had previously expressed regret for not being able to help due to recovering from the war. The warrior had apologized but promised to send 1,000 warriors as support. Just then, a lizardman suddenly appears and swiftly kills the enemy who was attacking Yuhan. With an army of 1,000 lizardmen standing behind him, Yuhan remarks that this force is more than enough. He then orders everyone to attack, leading them forward as he declares the destruction of Blue Dawn. Meanwhile, Hyuk, broadcasting the battle, watches in shock. He questions what is happening, and his cameraman identifies the incoming army as lizardmen. Hyuk, still puzzled, acknowledges that fact but wonders why the lizardmen, who occupy the Principality of Kiev, has appeared on this battlefield. As he looks closely at the user leading them, he notices his attire and recognizes him. The cameraman then confirms that it is Zig. Everyone watching the battle is taken aback, whispering among themselves. Some speculate whether the person on the battlefield is the blacksmith from the Zhe family, the one who discovered Fortress. Others admit they are unsure of the exact details but confirm that a blacksmith has arrived with a massive army of lizardmen. They acknowledge that this moment is a true turning point in the battle, as Blue Dawn seems to be losing their victory just when it is within reach. Meanwhile, Legis, overwhelmed with joy, begins chanting excitedly. Observers note that with this unexpected twist, the war is truly about to begin in earnest. Meanwhile, Hunal watches the live broadcast on his phone while sitting in the club. He becomes furious, slams his hand on the table, and accidentally breaks a glass, injuring his hand. His friends, noticing this, look at him with concern and ask if he is okay. Hunal, pretending to laugh, apologizes and explains that he must be too drunk. He then excuses himself, saying he is momentarily going to the bathroom. Once outside the club, he calls someone and identifies himself as Behemoth. He demands to know what is going on and instructs the person on the other end to proceed with Plan B immediately. The lizardmen begin attacking the Blue Dawn army, quickly taking control of the battlefield. Hyuk, watching the situation unfold, expresses his disbelief, stating that he cannot believe the lizardmen are helping the Red Tigers. The cameraman adds that since the lizardmen are monsters, they do not receive a player kill penalty for participating in the war. As the spectators watch the battle unfold, they begin speculating. Some wonder if Yuhan is a tamer or if he used a secret skill. Dylan turns to Millions and reminds him that no one can truly predict the outcome of a war until it is over. Logis, shocked by the sudden appearance of the lizardmen, calls out Yuhan's name and asks what is happening. She recalls his earlier words and realizes that when he said he would be late, this was what he meant all along. During the fight, Hyung-seok approaches Yuhan and asks how this happened, questioning whether he had run away and what these monsters are. Yuhan, focused on the battle, responds briefly, saying that he will explain everything later, but for now, they need to end the war first. As Seok notices a Blue Dawn member preparing to attack him from behind, a lizardman suddenly intervenes, blocking the attack and throwing the opponent far away before defeating him. Seok, surprised, asks the lizardman if he just helped him and expresses his gratitude. The lizardman responds that a comrade's comrade is also his comrade and that there is no need to thank him. After saying this, he quickly runs off. Meanwhile, Seok watches in disbelief and remarks to himself that the lizardman is incredibly cool. Meanwhile, Guilford observes the battle shifting in his favor and remarks that, although he is unsure what Zig did, the help from the lizardmen has completely turned the situation around. On the other hand, Cage shouts in frustration, dismissing the idea of a comeback and insisting that the Red Tigers have merely become competent enough to put up a fight. He then re-engages in battle with Guilford. Watching the fight on his way, Hunal questions why the lizardmen are attacking them and acknowledges the danger of the situation. Meanwhile, Cage realizes the urgency, and he decides that he must quickly defeat Guilford and join the battle. But then, Yuhan attacks Cage from behind, breaking his breastplate. Cage glances back and immediately recognizes Yuhan, realizing he is the blacksmith from earlier. However, as soon as the breastplate breaks, it repairs itself, and its durability increases by 1. Yuhan continues striking him with his hammer, causing the breastplate to repeatedly repair itself while its durability keeps increasing. Frustrated, Cage demands to know what Yuhan is doing. In response, Yuhan shouts to Guilford, urging him to attack now. Without hesitation, Guilford charges forward in his berserk state. At that moment, Cage quickly realizes the truth that this entire sequence was a ploy to divert his attention. As Guilford leaps into the air, preparing to attack, Cage shouts at him, questioning if he is incapable of learning. He reminds him that the breastplate counters strong attacks. However, Yuhan calmly responds that he has already informed the master in advance. He had sent a message instructing him to strike while the armor was repairing itself. Yuhan contemplates how he knows this information. He recalls that Bartz once wore the breastplate before he captured the light dragon. It was originally his item. After the guild war ends, he plans to make Cage confess where he obtained the armor. But suddenly, Guilford logs out, leaving Yuhan troubled. As he looks around, he notices that every member of the Red Tiger team has also logged out. Shocked, he wonders what is happening. Cage, equally puzzled, questions how this could have happened. Just then, he receives a whisper from Behemoth, warning that this is his last chance. Behemoth urges him not to mess it up. Clenching his teeth, Cage smirks and expresses his gratitude to Hunel, the Behemoth. In the capsule room, everything aligns by coincidence. The owner of the capsule room, where the Red Tigers have gathered, is absent due to an incident. As planned, Plan B is executed successfully, preventing the Red Tiger members from logging in for a while. Taking the owner's place is his son, Moon Young-teek, who also happens to be an executive of the Iron Cross Guild. These overlapping coincidences lead to the successful execution of Plan B. Back on the battlefield, Yuhan, realizing the situation, shouts in frustration. Seizing the opportunity, Cage catches him in his death hand skill, sneering as he asks if Yuhan has lost his mind. He demands to know if Yuhan has dared to challenge him because he wants to die. Meanwhile, the cameraman, watching the fight unfold, reports that the Red Tigers are at an overwhelming disadvantage. Hayek, confused, questions this, pointing out that, in terms of sheer numbers, the Red Tigers and their Lizardmen allies have the upper hand. However, the cameraman clarifies that despite the difference in numbers, the Blue Dawn still has Cage, a high-ranking player. Now that Guilford is gone, no one remains to stop him, putting the Red Tigers in an extremely vulnerable position. Ja, watching the live stream, listens as the cameraman further explains the rules of the Annihilation battle. He points out that the fight will end only when one side is completely wiped out. Among the Red Tigers, the only officially registered player is Zig, a mercenary. This means that the moment Blacksmith Zig is killed, the Red Tiger's defeat will be sealed. Loggies also approaches Yuhan. As Cage tightens his magic chains around Yuhan, the battle seems to be heading toward its conclusion. Cage mocks Yuhan, taunting him by saying that if he dies, it is over for the Red Tigers. Yuhan, troubled, wonders what is happening. He questions the situation, thinking about his master, the death penalty, and how everyone logged out simultaneously. He finds it hard to believe and wonders what this means for the guild war. Realizing that Red Tiger's defeat is certain the moment Blacksmith Zig dies, he refuses to accept death. Meanwhile, the system notifies Cage that his mana is running low and that the skill Death Hand has been unlocked. As Yuhan collapses to the ground, Cage mutters to himself, realizing that he must have used up all his mana while fighting Guilford earlier. However, he dismisses the concern and, while pointing his sword at Yuhan, remarks that he does not need any special skills to defeat a weakling. He declares that it is time for Yuhan to die. As he looks at Yuhan more closely, Cage squints his eyes, noticing his thin physique and nerdy appearance. A sudden realization strikes him, and he questions whether Yuhan is actually Kang Yuhan. Meanwhile, a Red Tiger subordinate checks another capsule room and informs Guilford that the place is also full. Guilford acknowledges the situation and admits that he does not know how long Zig can hold out. Realizing there is no other option, he instructs everyone to go home and log in from there. Seol reminds him that it is the weekend and they will be delayed due to traffic. Holding a bicycle, Guilford shouts in frustration, asking what they are talking about and whether they do not have legs. He orders everyone to grab a bicycle, adding that whoever logs in last will have to spar with him one-on-one all weekend. Terrified, everyone scrambles to leave as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Cage points his sword at Yuhan, mocking him by saying that it is ridiculous he was the same in real life as well. He questions whether Yuhan is also a blacksmith in the game and wonders what the gods are thinking. Smirking, he remarks that it was nice to meet Yuhan, but now he has to die. However, before Cage can strike, Yuhan suddenly uses his arm break technique, shattering Cage's sword into pieces. Seeing this, Yuhan realizes the immediate danger and decides that escaping is the best option. Although he wants to punch Cage in the face, he understands that if he dies now, the Red Tigers will lose the guild war. Moreover, even the lizardmen who risked their lives to help him will be dishonored. As he starts to run, Blue Dawn members chase after him, and Cage orders his subordinates to catch him immediately. Meanwhile, Hayek watches the scene unfold and questions what is happening, noting that blacksmith Zig has started running, and the situation has suddenly turned into a chase. As Yuhan runs, the Blue Dawn members attack him, forcing him to dodge by bending or jumping to avoid their strikes. While chasing him, Cage comments on Zig's agility, expressing frustration and saying that he feels like he could explode. He then orders his subordinates to fire long-distance attacks. As he continues running, Yuhan wonders whether escaping is truly the best option. He questions what he should do if his brothers do not come back online and considers whether he simply has to accept defeat. After contemplating for a moment, he suddenly thinks of a plan and decides that he can use a particular method. However, just as he stops, he notices a massive wave of arrows approaching from behind. Standing still, he acknowledges that the situation is completely messed up. Before the arrows can reach him, a powerful earth wall forms through magic, blocking all the incoming projectiles. Cage, puzzled by the unexpected spell, questions what is happening. Yuhan, equally surprised, stares at the magic in disbelief. At that moment, the Zhe family arrives, and Eren announces that they have come to the rescue. Yuhan, surprised, asks how they knew about this place. Eren responds with amusement, questioning whether he realizes how many people are watching the YouTube livestream. She explains that they came to thank him since he left after the quest. Zhe then turns to Zig and asks if he is okay, wondering why he did not give her a heads up about the guild war. She also questions why Hyun and her father did not inform her either. Meanwhile, Hayek reports that users have suddenly invaded the guild war field, questioning whether this is acceptable. He notes that while it may seem unusual, there is no actual rule against it. It is simply a case of a PK user intervening during a guild war. However, he points out that both the Zhe family and the Lizardmen are officially registered participants in the battle. This means that despite their presence, the rule still stands: if Zig dies, Red Tiger will lose the guild war. Cage, frustrated, shouts at his subordinates, demanding to know what they are doing. He orders them to capture Zig as quickly as possible before the Red Tigers can return. As they rush forward to seize him, Afen raises his weapon and aims it at them. Zhe follows suit, pointing her bow in their direction, while Eren also readies her weapon to stop them. At that critical moment, Guilford logs back into the game. Zhe states that the fact remains: if Zig dies, they will lose the guild battle. This means they cannot afford to let him die. Yuhan agrees, explaining that he must keep running until the Red Tigers are back online. Zhe acknowledges his plan and assures him that they will buy him time. Meanwhile, Cage, growing more frustrated, shouts at his subordinates to catch Zig before the Red Tigers return. As his forces advance, the Zhe family intervenes. Afen unleashes his angry blast technique, eliminating a player. The system immediately registers him as a player killer. Zhe follows suit, using her skill to take down another player, marking her as a player killer as well. Meanwhile, Eren protects the Lizardmen with his holy armor technique and urgently commands them to guard Zig. Cage, unable to contain his anger, yells at his subordinates, calling them incompetent and ordering them to hurry up and capture Zig. As they continue their pursuit, Zhe aims her weapon at them and firmly declares to Zig that she will not let them catch him. Zhe's arrows create chaos on the battlefield, forcing the Blue Dawn members to take time to block them. While running, Yuhan expresses his gratitude to her, thinking that the Red Tigers are coming back. The real question, however, is whether he can hold out until then. He contemplates that if the Red Tigers had been present from the beginning, they would have easily won. Even if only the Master had returned, the situation would have been different. Just then, Guilford appears in the game and confidently announces his arrival, calling out to the Blue Dawn Guild. However, he soon realizes something is off. He is not on the battlefield. Confused, he wonders where he is. The system then states that Guilford has left the designated taser plane, the designated area for the guild war, and will be automatically eliminated. Perplexed, he struggles to understand what just happened. Meanwhile, as Yuhan continues running, huffing with exhaustion, he reassures himself that he only needs to endure a little longer. If he holds on just a bit more, but before he can complete the thought, A sword slashes through some of the players chasing him. Lizard Warrior steps forward, declaring his allegiance to Zig. Yuhan stops, recognizes him and calls out him the Lizard Warrior. Warrior corrects him, stating no, he is now Lizard King, and orders Yuhan to start his runing again. Without hesitation, Yuhan starts running again, thanking him as he goes. However, as he sprints forward, he suddenly notices someone leaping into the air, rapidly closing in on him. At that moment, Logis appears and intercepts the attack, shattering the opponent's sword into pieces. While still running, Yuhan shouts at Logis, asking why she is there. She simply responds, telling him not to look back and just keep running. The audience watches with excitement as the events unfold, and Dylan also encourages Yuhan to keep going. Meanwhile, the Red Tiger's subordinates struggle to pedal their bicycles as they rush home to log in, with Guilford also sprinting toward his house. Dylan laughs, remarking that all Yuhan has to do is hold on until the Red Tigers return. However, his laughter suddenly fades as his expression shifts. Cage laughs mockingly, asking Yuhan if he really thought he could keep running forever. He declares that it is checkmate. Yuhan finds himself standing at the edge of the battlefield's plain, unable to go any further. Cage smirks, taunting him by saying that he has been getting on his nerves for too long and that Blue Dawn's victory is now certain. Yuhan remains still for a moment before equipping his pickaxe. Cage's eyes widen in confusion as he watches Yuhan raise it. He wonders aloud who he intends to hit, but before he can react, Yuhan slams the pickaxe into the ground. With that single strike, the battlefield's plain begins to crack and shatter into pieces. Je, Afen, Aaron, and the lizardmen handle the enemy's subordinates, successfully defeating them. Taking a deep breath, Je remarks that things are almost under control and wonders if Zig managed to escape. Just then, she notices Legis sprinting toward her at full speed. Legis urgently calls out Je's name, prompting Ji to ask in surprise if she was there as well. However, instead of responding, Legis quickly points in a direction and exclaims that Zig is in danger, urging Ji to move quickly. As the ground shatters beneath them, Cage and his subordinates tremble, struggling to maintain balance. Cage wonders if Yuhan intentionally broke the ground beneath them and questions his intentions this time. He asks Yuhan if he plans to run away again, mocking him by saying that nothing has changed. No matter how much he struggles, the outcome will remain the same. Yuhan listens to his words in silence. Seeing this, Cage orders his subordinates to capture him. As he leaps toward Yuhan, he taunts him, declaring that the swamp of despair lies below. While falling doesn't cause much damage, running away in this situation would put Yuhan at a disadvantage. Cage confidently states that Yuhan has trapped himself, making Blue Dawn's victory certain. However, at that moment, he notices Yuhan moving toward him instead of escaping. Confused, Cage wonders why Yuhan would willingly fall into the swamp of despair. He quickly orders his subordinates to stop, realizing something is wrong. But before he can react, Yuhan delivers a powerful punch to his face, knocking him off balance and causing him to flip upside down before crashing to the ground. Yuhan then raises his gauntlet and, with a determined voice, tells Cage that he never had any intention of running away. As he speaks, he swings his gauntlet upward and grabs onto the remnants of the shattered plane, securing himself. Hanging onto the gauntlet, Yuhan smiles and confidently reveals that it was a trap before mocking Cage. Meanwhile, as Cage falls, his frustration grows when the system announces that he has left the designated Guild War area, the Taser plane, resulting in his automatic elimination. At the same time, the other Blue Dawn subordinates who had been chasing Yuhan also fell out of the designated area and faced automatic elimination. Still hanging onto the gauntlet, Yuhan reflects on his strategy, realizing that he has successfully taken care of all the players who were after him. As long as there are no enemies left on the battlefield, the Red Tigers will secure their victory. At that moment, Cage activates his Death Hand skill and grabs Yuhan by the leg. Yuhan's grip on the gauntlet slips, causing him to start falling as well. While descending, Cage shouts in frustration, refusing to accept defeat. He insists that he will not lose, not under any circumstances. Meanwhile, as Yuhan falls, he contemplates the situation. He wonders if his fall will result in a draw, but quickly realizes that is not the case. If even one opponent remains above, the Red Tigers will lose the battle. Yuhan realizes that his gauntlet is no longer functioning and starts to believe he is about to lose. The onlookers watch in shock, but at that moment, Jill leaps into the air, reaching out to him and urging him to grab her hand. Yuhan quickly takes her hand, and she shouts for him to hold on tight. As she struggles to keep her grip, Logis grabs her leg, followed by Afen, who clings to Logis. Eren and the lizard warrior then grab Afen's feet and begin pulling them up. Together, they form a human chain, holding on tightly as they strain to lift each other. After a tense struggle, they finally manage to climb back onto the plane. Eren shouts in joy as they successfully return while everyone, exhausted and breathless, lies on the ground, relieved that they made it back. After that, everyone eagerly awaits the final results. Dylan and millions also watch patiently, anticipating the outcome. Then, the system announces that the Red Tiger Guild's survivor points have increased to 1. Meanwhile, all members of the Blue Dawn Guild have been eliminated. As the system officially declares their victory, Johan shouts in surprise, announcing that the Red Tigers have won. Cheers erupt as everyone celebrates their hard-fought victory, chanting in excitement and joy. Millions seem upset and mutter in disbelief about losing his money. Dylan laughs, remarking that Zig truly has a knack for surprising people. Yuhan, still unable to fully grasp the victory, happily asks if he really won. Logis confidently claims that it was all thanks to her, but Zig, puzzled, questions what she even did. Eren, feeling jealous of Logis, agrees and points out that she barely contributed. Logis argues that if it weren't for Tuffy and her, Zig would have been dead. Then, she touches Zig's shoulder and tells him to make sure he informs her if anything happens next time. As she grabs his shoulder from behind, she asks again if he understands. Yuhan, shocked to see her so close, simply responds with an okay. However, she tightens her grip on his shoulder and insists that she didn't hear him properly, telling him to speak up. Quickly, Yuhan replies that he will inform her from now on and promises to always tell her. Lizard Warrior remarks that Zig is still young, and youth is a wonderful thing. Then, Afen suggests that they should leave. However, at that moment, Cage manages to climb up, his hand gripping the ground. His voice interrupts them, telling them to stop and commenting on how excited they sound. As he pulls himself onto the ground, he states that he tries to let things go, but they keep crossing the line. He glares at Yuhan and demands to know if he has lost his mind for interfering in his guild war. Stepping forward, he tells Yuhan to come closer, saying he will remind him of the good old days and how he used to toy with him. She looks puzzled and asks if Cage just said Kang Yuhan. She turns to Yuhan, questioning how Cage knows his real name and what he means by that. She then asks if Zig knows Cage. Yuhan remains silent, standing still. Cage laughs and remarks that Yuhan should remember how close they used to be. He notes that it seems Yuhan's friends don't know much about their past. Everyone stands in shock as Cage continues, revealing that the blacksmith's real name is Kang Yuhan and claiming that Yuhan used to be his toy. He taunts Yuhan, asking if he remembers being his punching bag and struggling to find that rope back then. Mockingly, he suggests they should play again and reminisce, laughing as he speaks. Yuhan finally breaks his silence, telling him to stop before agreeing to play. Stepping forward, he states that he will deal with Cage as he wishes. However, he sets a condition: if Cage loses, he must reveal where he got his armor from. Cage mocks him in return, doubting whether Yuhan can win. Everyone looks at Yuhan with questioning eyes, not expecting this reaction from him. Yuhan stands still, lost in thought, realizing that they must be disappointed. He reflects that in the game, he is a dragon slayer, the strongest, a new world conqueror. But no matter how skilled or impressive he is in the game, it does not change who he is in real life. As he grips his pickaxe, he mutters to himself that it is fine, and there is no need to worry. He never intended to make friends in the game anyway. Clenching his teeth, he recalls his father's words, saying that friendships only get in the way of playing the game. His real goal remains unchanged: to catch the hacker, take him down, and track his location. As Yuhan moves toward Cage to attack, Cage swiftly dodges and prepares to counterattack with a punch. However, at that moment, Ja blocks his punch and strikes him in the face, sending him rolling across the ground until his head hits the floor. Ja states that something feels off. She recalls that Yuhan used to be a cheerful, outgoing child who smiled often. She then accuses Cage, saying it was him who changed Yuhan into this. Holding his head in pain, Cage yells at her and hurls insults, demanding that she stay out of their fight. Just then, Logis arrives and strikes him on the head, shouting in disbelief. She furiously asks who he thinks he is talking to and calls the entire situation absurd, asking what he even gains from all this nonsense. Afen remarks that Cage has no shame for someone his age. The group surrounds him, and Aaron states that Cage needs to be punished and should be locked up in a cell ward. The lizard warrior, confused by the situation, simply declares that he wants to kill Cage. Meanwhile, Yuhan, standing behind them, calls out for them to stop. However, Ja firmly tells him to stay back, assuring him that they will handle it. Cage, now feeling cornered, accuses them of ganging up on him and calls them cowards. He insists that he was having a fair one-on-one fight with Kang Yuhan. At that moment, Guilford arrives and asks what is going on, questioning whether the guild war is over. Upon seeing her father, Ja immediately shouts and points at Cage, revealing to him that Cage was the one who bullied Yuhan all throughout school. Guilford takes a moment to process everything before his expression hardens. He demands to know how Cage could dare to treat his student this way, shouting in anger as he points his weapon at him. Cage, now desperate, protests and calls out to his team, urging Blue Dawn to come and protect him. However, at that moment, a whisper message from Behemoth's assistant reaches him, informing him that Behemoth has ordered the disbandment of Blue Dawn. The message leaves Cage troubled, realizing he has no backup. Before he can react further, a punch lands on his face. The group wastes no time, attacking him together. As they continue to beat him, Guilford warns him, vowing that if he ever catches him bullying Zig again, there will be consequences. He demands to know where Cage lives and who he really is, ordering him to give his address immediately. And with that, the system announces that Cage has died. Then, Ja dismisses the situation, saying it was nothing special, as they all turn their attention to Yuhan. He appears puzzled and somewhat upset. Noticing his expression, Ja asks if he is okay, while Guilford questions why he insists on staying alone so much. Yuhan stands silently, recalling both the painful memories of being bullied and the good times he has shared with his friends in the game. After a brief moment of reflection, a small smile appears on his face. Ja, observing him, presses further, agreeing with Guilford and asking again why he acted that way. Then, everyone lifts Yuhan up, tossing him into the air and cheering for him. Overwhelmed by their unexpected warmth, he feels a mix of emotions he hasn't experienced in a long time. A week had passed since the guild war ended. Normally, the excitement from such battles fades quickly, but this time, things are different. The match between Red Tiger and Blue Dawn was anything but ordinary, all because of Blacksmith Zig. Thanks to his leadership, he guided the Lizardmen army to victory. While he was already well known among users, this battle solidified his reputation. After the war, he becomes an absolute celebrity, earning titles such as King of Repairs, Discoverer of Mycenia, Lizard General, Battlefield Tactician, and Blue Dawn Slayer. Hayek, filled with excitement, wants to interview Yuhan. Holding a mic in front of him, he tells his audience that they have brought Zig. Yuhan, looking confused, greets them by introducing himself as Zig. However, Hayek quickly dismisses the introduction and insists on getting straight to the point, asking how he managed to command the Lizardmen. Yuhan simply responds that he did not command them but merely asked for their help. Watching the interview, Aaron teases Yuhan by calling him an awesome, genius blacksmith who communicates with monsters. Frustrated by her teasing, Yuhan tries to hit her, telling her not to do that. Ja laughs and remarks that Aaron is only doing it because she is jealous of him. As Aaron starts running, Yuhan chases after her as she continues to tease him. As they stand outside the capsule room, Yuhan asks if this is the place where the Blue Dawn members turned off the circuit breaker. Ja confirms, explaining that the owner had apologized profusely and had hired a new part-time worker to replace his son. As they step inside, the receptionist welcomes them. However, upon seeing her, they are taken by surprise. It is Logis, their friend from the game. Yuhan squints his eyes and asks Logis who would have thought that she would be the new hire. She responds, saying that it doesn't matter where she works and questions what he is complaining about. Yuhan clarifies that it's just that she looks a bit different. Logis explains that hair dyeing and makeup all cost money. Then, she suddenly shouts that time is money, too, and urges him to stop chatting and go make a weapon. Yuhan quickly runs from there and accepts her order. After the incident, Logis reaches a dramatic settlement with Dylan. They sign a contract to share the delivery of Zig's equipment equally. With Zig's growing reputation and Logis's business acumen combined, the demand for Zig's weapons increases. However, despite the success, Zig finds himself unable to sell his weapons simply because he doesn't have any available. Everything seems to have gone well overall. Yuhan begins hammering the armor when, after a while, Cage's voice unexpectedly comes from within it, insisting that it is not his fault. Eren observes the armor and remarks that it seems to be talking. Logies, unimpressed, tells Cage's voice that he is making excuses until the very end, calling him a classic example of a third-rate villain. In response, Cage admits to bullying Yuhan, but claims he never did it because he wanted to. Logies dismisses his words as nonsense and questions why he has such difficulty apologizing, pointing out how proud he remains even now. Cage's voice then shifts the blame, mentioning Behemoth and saying it is all his fault. She immediately recognizes the name and asks if he means Iron Cross Guild's Behemoth, questioning why he is bringing him up now. Cage confirms and reveals that Behemoth is actually Hunal in real life. Yuhan, recognizing the name, asks in surprise if he means the student council president from their school. Cage affirms this and further explains that Hunal is the grandson of the chairman of the school. He reveals that Hunal had approached him first, instructing him to take action against Yuhan for reporting the school. Yuhan, still processing the information, asks where Cage obtained the armor. Cage responds that he had borrowed it from Behemoth, repeating that everything was Hunal's doing and insisting he did nothing wrong. Without hesitation, Yuhan smashes the armor into pieces. Among the broken fragments, he finds a nameplate bearing the name Bartz. Confused, he wonders why Behemoth possesses Bartz's weapon, questioning whether he simply happened to buy stolen armor. Yuhan asks Cage if he has ever logged in from an unusual location, to which Cage confirms that he has. This response triggers Yuhan's memory of a past training session with Guilford, during which Guilford had gripped his neck tightly and remarked that if it weren't for a particular bug, they would have wiped out all of Blue Dawn long ago. Yuhan quickly processes the information, wondering if a bug had actually appeared. As Guilford's grip tightened further, the others around them noticed and alerted their master that Yuhan was struggling to breathe. Recalling this incident, Yuhan begins to piece things together and considers the possibility that Hunal might be a hacker. If that were the case, it would explain everything: the possession of the armor, the creation of bugs, and even the interference with the director's systems. He wondered about the purpose of all this if it was all just to harass him. The thought then strikes him that Hunal somehow knows if he is Bartz. That seemed impossible. He struggles to comprehend how such a situation could even be possible. At that moment, a knock sounds at his shop, and someone asks if it is the renowned blacksmith shop. Reacting quickly, Yuhan hides his face with the armor and hurriedly directs the visitor to the cabin next door, insisting that this is not the place they are looking for. However, the person removes the armor from his face and points out that it is not even business hours. Yuhan wonders about his identity. The guy, looking at Yuhan, greets him after a long time, calling him Bartz. The unknown man turns back and remarks that a blacksmith hiding like this is the reason he had such difficulty finding him. He then stops, turns to Yuhan, and points a weapon at him, calling him Bartz. Hearing this, Yuhan is taken aback and questions whether the man truly knows him. His eyes then fall on the weapon, and he quickly realizes that it bears Bartz's name. Recognizing it instantly, he confirms that it is, in fact, his own sword. The man then challenges Yuhan, instructing him to block the next attack with a shield. Moving at incredible speed, he charges toward Yuhan with the sword. In response, Yuhan quickly raises the shield to guard himself, but his mind races as he wonders what kind of monstrous opponent he is facing. Although he manages to block the attack, the impact knocks him backward. As the shield slips from his grip, he stares at it in shock, struggling to comprehend what just happened. Looking around, he finally notices the extent of the destruction. His entire workshop lies in ruins. Distressed, he demands to know what the intruder is doing and why he is destroying someone else's business without warning. However, the man ignores the question and instead acknowledges Yuhan's defense, expressing admiration for Bartz's skills. Yuhan, realizing that the man is completely disregarding his words, grows frustrated. He raises his voice and demands to know if the man can even hear him, insisting that he reveal his identity. Yet again, the man does not respond. Instead, he steps forward, preparing for another attack, and simply asks whether Yuhan will be able to block the next strike as well. The man swings his sword at Yuhan once again, but Yuhan raises his shield just in time to block the strike. As he withstands the attack, his mind races, and he questions the identity of his opponent. The man's movements appear reckless, yet he continues his relentless assault. Each time he attacks, Yuhan manages to intercept the blows with his shield, refusing to let his defense falter. Observing Yuhan's resilience, the man finally speaks, asking how long he intends to hold out. Yuhan, gripping his shield tightly, assesses the situation. Despite the aggressive, almost chaotic movements, he realizes that every attack is precisely calculated. The weight behind each strike suggests that the man is at least a level 100 or higher user. His mind quickly pieces together clues about who this person could be. With such skill, he must be a high-ranking player, yet Yuhan has never heard of him before. More importantly, the man knows about Bartz. If he is Cage, or if he has already leaked the information to the Iron Cross Guild, then the situation might be far more dangerous than he initially thought. As the unknown man attacks again, Yuhan raises his shield, blocking the strike once more. The man then steps back, seemingly unfazed, and remarks that, as expected, Bartz is on a completely different level from the others. Yuhan, still confused, wonders why the man keeps acting as if he knows him. He then questions him directly, asking about his connection to Bartz. Repeating the question, the man smirks before responding. He states that he has not forgotten about Bartz for a single day since their encounter. He then recalls a past battle where he had faced Bartz. In that memory, Bartz had noticed him and dismissed him as just another small fry. However, he had declared to Bartz that he would be the one to defeat him, introducing himself as Inse. At that time, Inse had been awestruck by Bartz's incredible response speed. Just as he had heard, Bartz's movements had been almost monstrous. He had then hurled a massive weapon at Bartz, challenging him to evade it. Yet, Bartz had dodged effortlessly, leaving Inse stunned by the overwhelming gap in power. That moment had been a turning point for him. From that day onward, his ambition had shifted. No longer was his goal to simply be the #1 player in the Arpedia game rankings. Instead, his goal had become Bartz to surpass and defeat him. As he points his sword at Yuhan once again, he makes his intentions clear. After hearing this, Yuhan processes the situation and comes to a conclusion. He then states that if this is the case, Inse has no connection with Hunil or the Iron Cross Guild. Inse, with unwavering determination, declares that he will defeat Bartz, and from now on, his name will echo across Arpedia Online as Assault King Inse, the one who bested the legendary warrior Bartz. However, Yuhan interrupts, apologizing and firmly stating that he is not Bartz. He also explains that he is currently focused on production work, making it impossible for him to fight properly. Yet, Inse refuses to listen, shouting that it does not matter, Bartz's true self remains hidden inside him, no matter what form he takes. Realizing that reasoning with Inse is futile, Yuhan sighs and admits to himself that he cannot even recall the guy's name. With no other option, he equips his hammer, preparing to confront him. As Inse charges forward, Yuhan observes him closely and makes a decision. With a determined expression, Yuhan acknowledges that there is no choice but to overpower him. Activating his grain technique, he reminds himself that this is a weapon he obtained as Bartz through great effort. If there is any way to pacify this reckless opponent, it is through sheer force. As Inse swings his sword, Yuhan swiftly counters, executing the arm break technique. In an instant, Inse's weapon shatters into countless pieces. Staring at his broken sword in disbelief, Inse is momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Yuhan takes a deep breath, glancing at his sword and murmuring an apology to his heavy sword, promising to repair it later. Inse kneels down, admitting defeat as he says that he has lost to Bartz once again. He acknowledges that even if Yuhan has changed his profession, a ranker remains a ranker. Yuhan, still frustrated, insists that he is not Bartz and finds the situation incredibly annoying. While bowing, Inse praises Yuhan, calling him his rival, and vows to win next time. As he turns to leave, he urges Yuhan to stay alive until their next encounter. Yuhan watches in disbelief, wondering if Inse is truly leaving just like that. Before he can go, Yuhan stops him and asks where he obtained his weapon. Inse explains that he received it as a reward for completing a quest in the elf village. The NPC who gave it to him was named Alcine. He further adds that, oddly enough, Alcine was not just an elf, but also a blacksmith. Hearing this, Yuhan realizes that an elf blacksmith might be the clue he has been searching for. Determined, he decides that he needs to go to the elf village. Clenching his fists, he silently vows to wait no longer. This time, he will definitely catch the hacker. Inse then announces that he is leaving since his weapon is broken. Yuhan quickly asks him to slow down for a moment, wondering why he is in such a hurry. Inse questions the reason, and Yuhan offers to fix his weapon. Inse scoffs, reminding him that he was the one who broke it in the first place. Yuhan, smiling casually, explains that since Inse attacked him non-stop, it was inevitable. Taking responsibility, he offers to repair the weapon but assures Inse that he won't force him if he doesn't want to. After a brief hesitation, Inse agrees, warning Yuhan to fix it properly. Yuhan cheerfully reassures him, confidently telling him to count on him. However, internally, Yuhan contemplates that while he mentioned repairing the weapon, he never said he would return it. As Inse hands over the broken sword, he quickly flees, calling out that they will fight next time. Watching him disappear, Yuhan lets out a sigh, relieved that he is finally gone. Observing the wreckage of his workshop, he remarks in frustration that everything is in ruins because of that crazy guy. Yuhan sighs, wondering when he will be able to fix all the damage. Wiping a tear from his eye, he reassures himself that despite the mess, he managed to recover Bartz's old weapon and a valuable clue, making it not a complete loss. Placing the broken sword into his inventory, he speaks to it, promising to restore it once his repair rate reaches 100%. As he contemplates the situation, he recalls the name of the blacksmith, Alcine, in the elf village. This likely means that the hacker sold his weapon to that NPC. Determined to uncover the truth, he decides that he must visit the elf village and investigate the matter himself. Upon reaching the elf village, Yuhan stands outside, fascinated by the entrance. He examines the intertwined branches forming vein-like patterns, and he recalls that this structure is said to mark the village's entrance. He marvels at the intricate design, noting how well hidden the village is. The forest surrounding it feels distinct from any he has encountered before, carrying an air of mystery. Hoping that Alcine will provide a valuable clue after all the effort he put into finding this place, he anticipates their meeting. Excitement fills him at the thought of finally seeing the renowned beauty of the elves. As Yuhan steps forward, an elf suddenly grabs him from behind, restraining him tightly. The elf's voice is filled with disdain as he declares that a filthy human like him will not take another step. Yuhan, caught off guard, wonders what is wrong with this elf. Before he can react further, an arrow strikes the ground dangerously close to his feet. Instinctively, he lifts his foot, realizing that he has nearly triggered a hidden trap. A male elf holding a bow emerges from the shadows, aiming directly at him. With a sharp tone, he warns Yuhan not to move, threatening to shoot him in the head if he takes even one more step. Yuhan, now fully aware of the hostility surrounding him, contemplates his situation. The community had wished him good luck before his journey, which suggests there must be a hidden condition for entering the village. Meanwhile, another elf sitting in a tree dismissively orders him to leave the forest. A second elf joins in, demanding that he be gone. Trapped in the grip of the elf, Yuhan points out the contradiction, stating that they need to release him first if they truly want him to leave. After all, they are the ones holding him in place. At that moment, Ji appears, gracefully executing a few swift movements before landing in front of the elves. She confidently asks them to release Yuhan, assuring them that he is her friend and that there is no need to be so wary. She repeats that Zig is clean and should be allowed to enter. One of the elves, however, remains unconvinced. Even though Yuhan is Ji's friend, he insists that they cannot permit a filthy human to step into their village. She turns to Yuhan with a surprised expression, mentioning that she never expected to run into him here. She reassures him that she will free him in no time, explaining that she has been staying in the village for a while due to a quest and has become friends with the elves. Promising to help him, she shifts her attention back to the elves. To prove her point, she calls for their attention and releases several fireballs into the air. As the flames swirl, small salamanders emerge from them. She declares that these spirits will confirm that Yuhan is clean. Yuhan, seeing the creatures for the first time, is taken aback as the salamanders eagerly stick to his face. Surprised, he questions what they are. Ji explains that they are salamanders, low-rank fire spirits. To enter the village, one must gain the elves' approval, and the fastest way to achieve that is by earning the favor of the spirits that reside alongside them. She confidently states that she knew the salamanders would take a liking to Yuhan. Still confused, Yuhan remarks that he has done nothing to attract their favor. She laughs, reminding him that as a blacksmith, he constantly works with fire. Because of this, the fire spirits naturally accept him. Yuhan, processing this information, realizes that affinity with spirits can improve in unexpected ways. Two elves stand nearby, whispering to each other as they glance at Yuhan. They express their disbelief that the salamanders approved of a human, remarking that although he looks filthy, he must be someone who frequently handles pure fire. Yuhan, overhearing their conversation, frowns in annoyance but chooses not to respond. Meanwhile, the elves who had initially blocked his path finally acknowledge him. Accepting the salamander's judgment, they decide to allow him entry. They tell him that since the spirits have approved of him, they, too, will welcome him. With that, they lead him into the village. Yuhan arrives at the blacksmith shop, sighing in relief. He mutters about how much trouble the elves gave him and admits that if not for Jia, he would have been in serious trouble. Now that he has finally gained entry, he can ask about the hacker. Stepping inside, he spots an elf diligently working at the forge. He knocks on the doorframe to get the elf's attention and greets him politely. The elf looks up, acknowledging him with a questioning gaze and asking what he wants. Yuhan, momentarily distracted by the elf's striking appearance, thinks to himself that this is exactly how an elf should look, elegant and refined. Shaking off his thoughts, he pulls out the broken sword and shows it to the elf, asking if he was the one who gave it away. The elf confirms that he did, but then narrows his eyes and asks who Yuhan is. Yuhan mutters that he is the weapon's original owner. He notices the elf's intense glare and inwardly wonders why all the elves in this village seem to frown so much. They all act as if they are constantly irritated. Trying to stay on track, Yuhan explains that the person who had this weapon before claimed to have received it from this shop. He asks the elf how he obtained it. The elf shrugs and says he doesn't know much. The client had left the weapon behind, claiming they had no money to pay for it. Yuhan presses further, asking about the client's appearance. The elf begins to describe them, but mid-sentence, he suddenly stops. Yuhan frowns, noticing the abrupt silence, and asks why he stopped. He waits for the rest of the description, but the elf does not continue. Something seems off, and Yuhan quickly realizes this isn't hesitation. It's an error in the game itself. Yuhan wonders about the bug. He thinks that in Arpedia Online, a game famous for having no bugs, Jia enters the shop and asks Yuhan if he has finished his questioning. However, upon noticing the error, she immediately questions what it is. Yuhan, equally puzzled, asks if she can see it too. She confirms and suggests that they need to report the bug, wondering how it happened. Yuhan explains that he is not sure, mentioning that he simply asked the elf a question before the bug appeared. After checking the system, Ju advised him to repeat exactly what he had done earlier. Following her suggestion, Yuhan asks the elf once again about the client who left the weapon behind. As before, the elf attempts to answer, but the bug remains, preventing any response. Outside the shop, Yuhan, feeling frustrated, remarks that the situation was exhausting. Jia, equally perplexed, states that she has never encountered a bug like that before. Yuhan agrees, adding that he has never heard of such an issue either. Jia suggests reporting it to customer service and offers to send him the recorded video so he can report it as well. He nods in agreement and mutters to himself that he will have to return once a slime, the elf, is back to normal. While walking, Yuhan asks Jia if they are going the right way. She reassures him, explaining that the elf who assigned her the quest directed her to this part of the forest. As they venture deeper, she points ahead and mentions that she just needs to meet the elf high shaman to complete her task. Yuhan asks if this marks the end of her Mycenia quest. She confirms, explaining that her first objective was to visit the elf village and obtain the Wings of the Wind. Then, she asks if Yuhan has finished the aerial fortress restoration quest. Yuhan brings up his system display, showing that he has already completed it. Impressed, Jia remarks that at this rate, she might be the last to finish, mentioning that Afen and Loki have already completed theirs and that Eren is almost done as well. Yuhan acknowledges this and suggests that they can head to Mycenia once her quest is finished. Jia asks if it is alright to leave immediately, considering that Yuhan is in the middle of another quest. He assures her that it is fine, thinking to himself that his search for the hacker has hit a dead end for now. Jia then suggests wrapping things up quickly and says she will contact the others. Yuhan agrees. Seeing the tree, Jia smiles and suddenly dashes forward, announcing that the last one to reach the world tree has to buy dinner. She takes off, leaving Yuhan puzzled. He shouts after her, telling her to wait, and quickly starts chasing her, complaining that having a head start is cheating. As Jia reaches the tree, she places a flower at its base. A bright light appears, and with it, a beautiful elf, the high shaman, emerges. The shaman looks at Jia and asks if she is the one who summoned her. referring to her as a dear friend of the elves. She respectfully confirms, addressing the High Shaman with reverence. At that moment, the system announces that she has earned the title Dear Friend of the Elves. She happily accepts it, celebrating her achievement. She then informs the High Shaman that she has assisted a total of 124 elves in order to earn this meeting, calling it an honor to finally stand before her. The High Shaman expresses her gratitude and bestows blessings upon Zhe, stating that the World Tree has acknowledged her as well. As a token of this recognition, she presents Zhe with a stone, explaining that it is the Wings of the Wind, an epic item. The system further describes it as a crystallized treasure of the world, capable of generating pure magical power. It also hints that Zhe might be able to control the wind in a special way. Zhe, excited, exclaims that she has finally obtained it and eagerly reaches out to take the Wings of the Wind. However, just as she is about to grasp it, the High Shaman pulls her hand back. Both Zhe and Yuhan are puzzled by the sudden hesitation. The High Shaman then speaks, stating that she is aware of the person who sent Zhe on this quest. She asks if it was Ivanius, the mage of the Mycenia kingdom. Surprised, Zhe asks how she knew. The High Shaman explains that while Zhe is indeed worthy of possessing the item, she is not certain if Ivanius is as deserving. She then questions how much they truly know about Mycenia. Zhe responds, explaining that Mycenia was an ancient kingdom that was destroyed long ago. Yuhan, sensing something hidden, directly asks the shaman if Mycenia is concealing something from them. The High Shaman acknowledges that Mycenia was remarkable for a human civilization, possessing both brilliance and arrogance. She reveals that when Ivanius first sought this item, she believed it was for constructing the aerial fortress. Yuhan wonders aloud if the Wings of the Wind were misused in some way. The High Shaman then turns to Zhe and offers a piece of wisdom, cautioning that goodwill does not always lead to good outcomes. With that, she finally hands the item to Zhe, affirming that she is more than worthy to receive it. However, to Zhe's surprise, she finds 2 Wings of the Wind in her hands instead of 1. The High Shaman instructs her to give one to Ivanius and keep the other for herself. She also warns that while Ivanius may be powerful, he is far from being a good person. The system then announces that Zhe has successfully completed the quest, with the next step being to deliver the item to Ivanius and claim her reward. Zhe's family, along with Yuhan, gathers in Yuhan's workshop. Wizard Fen, now at level 100, remarks that it has been a while since they have all come together like this. Zhe agrees, mentioning that the last time they met offline, everyone had been occupied with their respective quests. Erin, now at level 98, excitedly showcases her newly acquired weapon, proudly stating that she has obtained a rare item. Meanwhile, standing beside her is warrior Loki, who has reached level 115, observing the conversation with a composed demeanor. She admires Erin's weapon, commenting on how amazing it looks. Erin, pleased with the compliment, admits that she spent a bit of money on it. Fen chimes in, noting that thanks to this, their party's power will definitely increase, and everyone's level has gone up as well. Shifting the topic, Erin points out that since they went through all the trouble of gathering, Zig should be here by now. Frustrated, she remarks that he is completely late. Just then, Yuhan comes running toward them, apologizing. He explains that he had to grab something. Erin playfully points her weapon at him, questioning why he would call everyone together only to be the last to arrive. Yuhan, still catching his breath, insists that he already apologized before quickly suggesting that they head to the aerial fortress. At the northern part of North Arc Aerial Fortress, a group of players gathers near the palace entrance, hoping to enter. However, 2 reptilian guards block their way. One of the players, frustrated, demands to know why they are not allowed inside. A girl standing beside him agrees, pointing out that this is an open map. The reptilian guards firmly respond that only those with proper authorization can enter. The players, growing more frustrated, speculate that there must be an important quest inside. One of them wonders aloud if anyone has any information, but another player checks the community chat and confirms that there is nothing available about this restriction. Yuhan and his team arrive at the palace entrance, ready to pass through. As the crowd notices him, murmurs spread among the players. Some express frustration, questioning why he gets priority when they arrive first. Others recognize him as the blacksmith and the owner of Lizard Legion, speculating about his presence. A reptilian guard steps forward and greets Yuhan with respect, addressing him as their majesty and welcoming his companions. Zhe responds, mentioning that it has been a while and asking if they are late. The reptilian assures them that he has been waiting and invites them inside. As the palace doors open for them, the surrounding players grow more agitated, questioning why they are not allowed entry. Some begin taking screenshots and documenting the event. Meanwhile, Yuhan and his team step inside, and the doors close behind them. The king laughs heartily and welcomes them, calling them his proud warriors. Je responds that they have returned after completing all the necessary preparations he mentioned, adding that she has obtained the wings of the wind. Eren follows up by stating that she has brought the holy water, while Afen announces that he has mastered levitation magic. Loki also speaks up, holding a letter, and presents Deborah's clue. Yuhan then reports that he has successfully filled up his precision assembly level. The king acknowledged their efforts with satisfaction and declared that the reconstruction preparations are now complete. As a reward, he grants them 30,000 gold coins for their contribution to the reconstruction of the aerial fortress. Seeing the large sum, Yuhan comments that it is quite a generous reward for a mid-level quest. The entire team, receiving their rewards, is surprised by the amount. After receiving their rewards, a new quest notification will appear in their system. It instructs them to prepare to rebuild the aerial fortress under the guidance of the Kingdom of Mycenae. The objectives include sprinkling the holy water in a designated area, installing floating magic in the basement, placing the precision control device in the forge room, and operating the wind wings. As they process the new quest details, a cat-like gatekeeper approaches them and offers to guide them to the prepared location, asking them to follow. While walking along, Afen excitedly mentions that he finally gets to use what he has learned. Je, thinking about the quest, wonders aloud if this should be the final one. The king smirks as he watches them leave. The cat-like chimera leads them into a garden and instructs Eren to sprinkle the holy water there. Eren confirms if she should throw it in that spot, and the cat assures her. She then asks about the wings of the wind, wondering what to do with them. The cat replies that she can hand them over. As she holds the item, she recalls the High Shaman's warning that he is by no means a good person. With that in mind, she decides, instead, to present it to the king herself. The cat, unfazed, nods in agreement, saying she may do as she wishes. Afen descends into Mycenae's basement, scanning the area. He observes that the space is much wider than he had anticipated and notes that drawing the magic circle will take some time. Meanwhile, in Mycenae's blacksmith workshop, Yuhan reads over the instructions and states that the first step is to create 2 large gears. He begins crafting but fails in his initial attempt. Acknowledging the difficulty of the task, he briefly reflects on the challenge only to remind himself that the potential reward must be worth the effort. With renewed determination, he strikes the hammer once more, this time successfully forging a perfect gear. After completing both, the system announces his achievement, stating that Yuhan has successfully crafted a large gear and has gained skills and experience. Yuhan places the tool down and states that the next step is to prepare the precision control device. He begins working on it, and after some time, he successfully crafts the device. The system announces that he has gained skills and experience. Smiling, he takes out the wings of the wind item and places it in position, completing the precision control device. Observing this, the king expresses his satisfaction, declaring that he can finally restore their declining kingdom. One of his chimera subordinates reports that the levitation magic is confirmed to be functioning properly. The cat adds that the holy water was genuine, to which Eren confidently responds that, of course, it was. The king begins working on the precision control device, channeling his magic around it as he casts his spells. After a while, he completes the spell, but nothing seems to happen. Everyone stands in confusion, wondering why there is no effect. Eren questions the situation, asking what is going on. The king then exclaims with satisfaction that, thanks to them, he has finally fulfilled Mycenae's long-standing wish. He promises to grant them a generous reward. Excitedly, they all check their system notifications. Eren expresses relief that one quest is finally completed, while Je comments on how long it took. Afen, eagerly checking his system, wonders what kind of reward he will receive. Yuhan, also curious, looks at his system to see how good the reward is. Then, the system notifies them that they have been rewarded with 300 Mycenae Kingdom official uniform experience. The subordinates hand them the uniforms, leaving them all surprised. Afen questions whether an official uniform is truly their final reward. Je also wonders if this is really it. The king, with a devilish smile, tells them to consider it an honor. as not just anyone qualifies to be a member of the Mycenia Principality. The king bursts into laughter, spreading his arms wide as he declares that this is their chance to rule the skies alongside him and become Mycenia wizards. He proclaims that everyone on the ground will be forced to pledge loyalty to them. Eren, sensing something is wrong, asks in concern what he is talking about. Before they can react further, the king's subordinates suddenly move to restrain them. They struggle against the sudden attack, shouting for them to let go. Afen, taken aback, demands to know what is happening. One of the subordinates orders them to swear allegiance to His Majesty. Yuhan, furious, yells back, questioning why they should obey such a demand. The king, still calm but with a sinister tone, states that if they refuse, they will have no choice but to become sacrifices for the aerial fortress. Outside the palace, the players go about their daily activities, unaware of the impending chaos. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembles violently, and cracks begin to form across the land. Before anyone can react, a massive explosion erupts, sending shockwaves through the area. One by one, players find themselves forcibly expelled from the map under the administrator's authority. Confusion spreads as they question what is happening. Some demand to know why they are being removed so suddenly. Among the crowd, a girl points towards the palace, drawing attention to the shocking sight before them. The entire palace has broken away from the land and is now rising into the sky. Players still on the ground watch in disbelief, wondering how it is possible. They also notice the strange shift in the land's color, something unnatural and eerie. Bewildered, they question what in the world is unfolding before their eyes. Meanwhile, Yuhan and his team find themselves trapped in a large cage. The system notifies them that the kingdom of Mycenia, an ancient cursed nation, is being resurrected, and the ambitions of its king, the ruler of the Sky Fortress, seem unsettling. It presents them with a choice: swear allegiance to the king and become a member of Mycenia, or prevent its revival by eliminating the threat. Yuhan wonders about this unexpected chain quest and finds it unusual. Jo remarks that she has never encountered a quest like this before and questions whether she truly has to make a choice. Afen, frustrated, asks the king where the fairness is in such a situation. Eren, troubled, insists that she has completed the quest and demands to be released. The king, amused, laughs and assures them that he will let them go immediately, but only if they swear allegiance to him. Then, the cage begins to shake under the king's magic, causing Yuhan and his team to fall to the ground. Jit, concerned, asks Afen and Eren what is happening. Afen, struggling, admits that he doesn't know but mentions that it suddenly feels like all his strength is being drained. Eren, realizing the situation, speculates that the old man must have cast some kind of spell. The king laughs in delight, declaring that this is exactly what he wanted. His chimeras confirm that the Sky Fortress appears to be functioning properly and that human magic is flowing into them. The king, satisfied, announces that it is time to move forward, claiming that the era of mages has finally arrived. His chimeras express their loyalty, vowing to follow him. Yuhan, breathing heavily, questions why this quest is proving to be so difficult. Eren, equally frustrated, wonders if a hidden quest can really be this depressing, pointing out that stealing the user's mana is outright cheating. She also remarks that the king seems like an even bigger villain than Deborah. Ja then suggests that they should choose Route B and stop him immediately. Eren, desperate, asks for any hint on how they can escape. Checking the system, Afen notes that logging out likely won't allow them to escape. Ja, visibly upset, wonders what they should do now, regretting that she didn't heed the High Shaman's warning. She laments that she should have refused to obtain the Wings of the Wind. Yuhan, trying to reassure her, argues that since they completed the quest, they should have at least gained some experience points. Ja, still troubled, remains unconvinced. However, Yuhan, determined, tells them not to worry, he has an idea. Then, they suddenly notice something above the roof, and cracks begin to form. The cage starts shaking again, making it even harder to stay steady. While struggling to maintain his balance, Afen urgently tells everyone to hold on to something nearby, but then panics, realizing that his legs are giving out. As Ja loses her balance and is about to fall, Yuhan quickly grabs her, warning her to be careful. She thanks him, still trying to steady herself. Meanwhile, Yuhan, assessing the situation, declares that the first thing he needs to do is check what is happening outside. Yuhan then turns to Afen and asks if the magic can be undone. Afen, determined, replies that he will squeeze out all his remaining magic power and give it a try. Yuhan urges him to hurry, saying they can't afford to be late. as Fen begins working on dispelling the magic. He warns Yuhan not to rush him, focusing all his energy on the task. The king laughs, declaring that the long-awaited day has finally arrived and that the world will once again bow before the mages. Meanwhile, people begin to panic as they feel their bodies become stiff. A girl checks her system, alarmed to see her magic power rapidly draining. She wonders why this is happening, noting that even during a boss raid, such a thing does not occur. The king's subordinate laughs and congratulates him. The king then mentions that he still needs to persuade the humans, believing it would be a waste to kill them outright. His subordinates question what they could possibly do, stating that with the overwhelming power of magic, they will have no choice but to swear allegiance. The king agrees, saying that would be ideal, as they can then use them to exact revenge on Deborah, who betrayed them. Suddenly, the king senses something unusual and wonders aloud what is happening. He then notices that the humans have managed to escape from the cage and emerge from the palace. As they step outside, Yuhan looks around in confusion and asks why the island is flying in the sky. Je, realizing the situation, explains that the sky fortress is now floating, making the map part of the sky. Fen, astonished, confirms that it truly is a sky fortress. Eren and Loki, equally surprised, remark on how incredible it is. The king shouts at his subordinates, demanding to know what is happening and why the humans have escaped. One of his subordinates replies that they have no idea either. The cat Chimera then explains that the rising of the sky fortress seems to have disrupted the binding magic circle. Noticing the king, she points at him and calls him out as the evil mage. Eren, frustrated, remarks that he tricked them well. Yuhan questions why they would ever swear allegiance to him. In response, the king furiously orders his subordinates to capture the humans, declaring that they must not be allowed to escape. As the chimeras rush toward them, surrounding them from all sides, Ji observes that there are even more than before. Yuhan, realizing the situation, comments that the king must have been hiding them all along. The king begins casting his magic spells, but before he can complete them, Yuhan scoffs and hurls an insult at him. Furious, the king demands to know what Yuhan just called him, referring to him as a wicked human. Ignoring the king's anger, Yuhan smirked and asked a question instead. He inquires whether the precision control device he crafted earlier was used to lift the entire map. The king laughs proudly and confirms it, explaining that this is the advanced technology of the Mycenia kingdom. Unlike ordinary sorcerers, they do not rely solely on one type of magic. Instead, they fuse precise mechanical devices with magic, which is the true essence of magical arts. The king proclaims that the result of this fusion is the Sky Fortress, a structure that grants sorcerers limitless power, and he regards it as a place of great honor. Yuhan, however, remains unimpressed. Casually, he remarks that he is not too sure about that. Then, as if confirming something important, he asks if the precision control device he created plays a crucial role in maintaining the Sky Fortress. Without waiting for an answer, he reaches into his pocket, pulls out a remote, and presses a button. In an instant, a massive explosion erupts on the floating island. As the explosion reverberates through the Sky Fortress, everyone loses their balance. Je, struggling to stay upright, asks what is happening, while Fen warns that the ground is tilting and tells everyone to watch out. Even the king stumbles, but his subordinate quickly grabs hold of him to steady him. Enraged, the king glares at Yuhan and demands an explanation, accusing him of tampering with the precision control device. Yuhan, unfazed, smirked and casually admitted to it. He explains that he installed a mini-bomb in the device, then asks the king how it feels to experience the effect of Zig's special mini-bomb. Jit, still trying to process everything, asks when Yuhan even had time to make something like that. Meanwhile, Eren, unimpressed, critiques the name, saying it sounds lame. Frustrated, Yuhan shouts back, asking if they have any idea how difficult it is to make even small improvements. The chimeras rush to the king in a panic, warning him that the fortress is falling. They report that the auxiliary power magic is not working, and at this rate, they will crash into the sea. Realizing the severity of the situation, the king lets out a furious scream, refusing to accept what is happening. As the king unleashes his magical power in all directions, chaos erupts. Everyone struggles to hold their ground as the destructive force surges toward them. Hastily, they form a protective shield, bracing for impact. Fen, wide-eyed at the sheer power of the attack, exclaims in frustration and urges everyone to stick close. Loki, gripping his shield tightly, commands them to stay behind him while he blocks the attack. Afen, visibly drained, admits his exhaustion but promises to protect them as best as he can. As they continue to reinforce their shield, struggling against the overwhelming situation, Afen mutters that he still has not regained his mana. Then, in the midst of the chaos, they notice a powerful wave of energy hurtling toward Yuhan. In a desperate attempt to dodge, Yuhan leaps from the crumbling rock beneath him. But as he falls, he realizes with dread that his descent is too rapid. The speed of his fall is far beyond what his wire gauntlet can handle. Just as panic begins to set in, a strong gust of wind cuts through the air. Je, with the wings of the wind, surges forward with incredible speed. Using her wind skill, she closes the distance in an instant, reaching out to him and saying she got him. Je then takes Yuhan to the ground. Erin, still shaken, tells Je that she scared her and that she thought Je was going to fall as well. Je apologizes, saying she did not mean to worry her. Yuhan, curious, asks Je when she learned such a skill. Je explains that it is something she can do using the wings of the wind, and she credits the High Shaman for it. However, before she can continue speaking, the ground beneath them becomes covered in magic. The king's subordinates, looking troubled, inform him that the magic circle and magic stone have been destroyed, preventing mana absorption. The king, furious, curses the humans, calling them pathetic vermin. Afen, noticing a change, remarks that his mana is returning. Erin agrees, saying that it is now completely full again. Yuhan, confident, states that he expected this outcome, which is why he detonated his secret weapon. Erin is impressed and tells Yuhan that he executed the plan well and that, as expected, he had everything figured out. However, before they can celebrate, the piece of land they are standing on begins falling into the sea. Troubled by the situation, Erin urges Yuhan to do something, exclaiming that they are falling. Yuhan, frustrated, shouts back, asking what exactly she expects him to do. Erin tries to reassure the group, saying that since it is just the ocean, they likely will not die even if they fall. Je agrees, stating that falling into the water should not cause too much damage. However, Yuhan, alarmed, tells them to look more closely, explaining that it is not just normal seawater, but the polar sea, the polar ice sea. He further elaborates that, despite being at -100 degrees Celsius, the sea never freezes due to the flow of mana. He warns that anyone who falls into it will instantly turn into a popsicle. He then adds that, in other words, falling in and running out of health points would lead to an item drop ending. Jet, now panicked, asks what they should do. Meanwhile, as they continue falling, Yuhan, troubled, thinks to himself that the aerial fortress is descending much faster than he anticipated and that he did not expect it to come this far. The king's subordinates also begin trembling as they inform him that the floating magic circle is no longer functioning. They explain that it seems the magic stone has been damaged. The king, refusing to accept the situation, orders them to gather as much mana as possible. However, his subordinates hesitantly responded that even doing so would not be enough. Frustrated, the king snaps at them, demanding that they follow his orders regardless. Meanwhile, Afen, struggling to maintain control, admits that he cannot cast magic properly as his body is shaking too much. He adds that levitating so many people using floating magic is impossible without a magic circle. Erin, growing more anxious, asks if that means they are destined to fall into the ocean. Yuhan then turns to Je and asks if she can use the wings of the wind to levitate them. Je, however, hesitates and admits that she still cannot control it very well. Worried, she questions if there is truly no other way. Before anyone can respond, they suddenly notice Erin losing her balance on the crumbling piece of land and beginning to fall toward the ocean. Without hesitation, Je moves forward using the wings of the wind, though she struggles, noting that maintaining balance is even harder due to the increasing falling speed. At the same time, Loki leaps into the air in an attempt to save Erin as well. Watching them, Yuhan quickly assesses the situation and realizes that even if he manages to catch them using his wire gauntlet, he will not be able to pull all three of them up. As Erin falls, she shouts in panic, calling out that she is falling. However, Logi suddenly appears and catches her in midair. He asks if she is alright. Yuhan, surprised to see Logis, wonders why he is there. Before he can say anything further, Logis yells at him, demanding to know why he is there earning money without her. She explained that she had come because she was worried, but upon returning, she found the blacksmith shop completely destroyed without a single trace. Frustrated, she reminds Yuhan that their business was just about to gain popularity, questioning how she is supposed to run it now. Accusing him of abandoning their business to do quests on his own, she instructs him to get on the hot air balloon, saying she will call him once everything has been settled. Yuhan, realizing there is no time to argue, agrees and says that he and Afen will get on. However, before he can move, an attack suddenly approaches him. Afen quickly alerts him. Reacting swiftly, Yuhan jumps from his spot to dodge the attack. As he falls toward the ocean, he shouts for someone to protect him. Logis, frustrated by the situation, curses at him. However, Je managed to reach him in time. Using the wings of the wind, she swiftly grabs him and brings him into the hot air balloon, ensuring his safety. Huffing and still in disbelief as he lies in the basket, Yuhan asks if he is still alive. Logis, irritated, shouts at him, reminding him that this is not his bedroom. As Yuhan catches his breath, he notices that everything has fallen into the water. Afen observes that since all the Mycenia people fell into the sea, they must have died. Je agrees, adding that it seems they were unable to escape the palace due to some kind of curse. Meanwhile, Yuhan, still processing everything, mutters a desperate plea for them to just stay drowned. At that moment, Logis begins punching him, furiously calling him an idiot and exclaiming that he just had to erase an entire map. She then shifts her tone, suddenly looking concerned as she examines him, asking if he is hurt anywhere and whether his arms are okay. Yuhan, surprised by her sudden change in attitude, asks what is going on with this creepy concern. Logis snaps back, saying that, of course, she is worried he is her investor, and the blacksmith shop is her moneymaker. Realizing her true motivation, Yuhan sighed and said he should not have asked. Logis then insists that he stand still, warning that if he gets hurt, they will be in big trouble. Meanwhile, Eren, standing nearby and visibly upset, complains that despite everything they went through, the quest reward was disappointing. She agrees, saying that if she had known it would end this way, she would not have spent months on it. Afen remarks that no one could have predicted they would use floating magic in such a way. Je then acknowledges that, despite everything, they are all alive thanks to Zig, and that is what truly matters. She reminds them that they almost ended up enslaved to Mycenia. Eren, sighing in resignation, admits that she is right, and that they will just have to be satisfied, even if the reward is underwhelming. Yuhan overhears their complaints and scoffs and asks them what they mean by a poor reward. He then challenges them to actually read their stat screens before making such statements. The system announces that they have successfully stopped the revival of Mycenia, the cursed ancient nation. As a reward, they receive 1,000,000 gold, and each of them levels up 3 times. Jia, astonished, remarks that she has never seen such a large reward before. Afen, equally surprised, comments that leveling up 3 times in one go is incredible, especially at his already high level. Loki, satisfied, also expresses his contentment with the reward. Yuhan, relieved, states that he will finally be able to rebuild his destroyed blacksmith shop. Meanwhile, Logis turns to Zig, reminding him that she was the one who saved him and that they are all alive thanks to her. Eren, already planning how to spend her earnings, excitedly declares that she will buy a new bag. Je, contemplating her own purchases, decides that she will get a new set of lighter equipment. She then speculates that the reward might be this high because Zig wiped out an entire map. Hearing this, Yuhan hesitates and asks if that was meant as a compliment. Loki, thinking ahead, announces that he will buy a new shield. Afen, noticing the growing excitement, warns everyone to stop jumping around, cautioning that they might end up crashing if they are not careful. Meanwhile, in the ice polar sea, the king emerges from the water and lands on an iceberg. His chimeras, concerned, ask if he is all right. Coughing, he responds with frustration, demanding that he looks right to them. As the destruction of the aerial fortress has deactivated his ceiling barrier, he shouts in anger, declaring that he will crush blacksmith Zig the next time they meet. The makers are shocked as they watch the game unfold. Chairman Hodgins sits with his head in his hands, visibly upset. As the doors open, Director Seokjin's voice breaks the silence, questioning whether Zig really managed to crash the game. Entering the room, he claps and remarks that this is exactly what should be expected from Zig. Hojun, frustrated, shouts at him, demanding if that is all he has to say at a time like this. He reminds Seokjin that a single player just ruined a massive project they had been preparing for months and points out that this situation warrants a letter of explanation. Remaining calm, the director casually responds, asking if he should simply write one and take a few more days off. Director Seokjin considers the situation, realizing that with one project already ruined, Arpedia would be finished for good if the development team leader were to leave now. He mutters to himself that this is likely what Hajun is thinking at the moment. Then, looking at the bigger picture, he remarks that while it is unfortunate that the aerial fortress has fallen, they can still salvage the Mycenia episode. Hajun shouts, demanding to know how they can continue when the entire map is gone, emphasizing that they could have fully capitalized on just having a new map. The director, placing a hand on Hajun's shoulder, leans in and whispers, reminding him that they still have something important. He suggests that it is actually better for the players to focus on one major aspect, rather than being distracted by the new map. After a moment of contemplation, Hajun acknowledges the point, realizing that they still have that significant feature. With confidence, he states that they will not be affected by the actions of just one player because the major update, Ancestral Call, is still in play. The director steps out of the meeting room and calls out to his colleagues, who are busy working. He announces that today marks the day of the grand update. However, noticing that everyone's faces look dull and exhausted, he questions their expressions. He then reminds them that they will also be receiving a bonus once the update is completed, hoping to lift their spirits. Everyone's mood brightens upon hearing about the bonus, and they quickly get back to work with renewed enthusiasm. The director encourages them to keep up their efforts before turning his attention to Zig, muttering that he looks forward to seeing how Zig will surprise him this time. The system then announces that the update will begin at 10 am, with the system repeatedly broadcasting the shutdown notice, reminding players that the update is scheduled for 10 p.m. Yuhan logs out from the game and arrives at the dojo, expressing his satisfaction about being there. After practicing for a while, he wipes his head with a towel and remarks that it feels refreshing. He then notices a message from Jie, informing him that everyone is gathered at a cafe and asking him to drop by if he can. At the cafe, everyone gathers to check out the new update of the game. On their notepad, they see the official trailer for the latest update of Arpedia Online. The trailer showcases many new features, including a new boss called the Ancient Creature, an update to the production job line, the launch of class grade improvements, and a new dimension of combat mechanics. After watching, everyone is amazed. Afen remarks that the update is truly massive. Yuhan wonders what DreamMax is planning. Jin notes that there is a lot to do, predicting that they will be busy for a while. Loki asks if there will also be a martial arts tournament or something similar. Eren excitedly points out that players can now build structures like ironworks and smelters, noting that it seems to be a forge upgrade feature. Afen, thrilled by the possibilities, exclaims that at this rate, Yuhan might become millionaire. Jie compares it to running a company. Meanwhile, Yuhan feels a sense of satisfaction. Eren then suggests heading to the capsule cafe once the server opens, and everyone agrees. After several hours of waiting at the cafe for the server to open, they begin to feel exhausted. Afen suggests that perhaps they should just wait at home instead, and the others agree that it would be better. As they walk to their homes, Jie tells Yuhan that he does not have to walk her back. Yuhan replies that it's nothing since he is heading the same way anyway, and it's already dark. Jie still seems hesitant. Meanwhile, Yuhan mutters to himself that it feels like a long day without being able to play the game, joking that he might start experiencing hammer withdrawal symptoms. Hearing his murmuring, Jie calls his name. Yuhan, turning his attention toward her, asks what it is. Jie then asks Yuhan if he remembers the World Tree Race they had last time, reminding him that she won. She hesitantly asks if he could buy her dinner tonight as a reward. Yuhan stands still, processing the situation. But before he can respond, a message pops up in their group chat. Eren excitedly announces that the server is back online. Without a second thought, Yuhan quickly flees, saying he needs to log in immediately. Jie tries to stop him, calling out for him to wait, but he doesn't listen. As he rushes off, he shouts that they should have a rain check on dinner and quickly says goodbye. Watching him disappear, Jie laughs to herself and comments that he should at least eat before playing. Yuhan rushes home, hurriedly removing his clothes even before reaching his room. Without wasting a second, he steps into the capsule room and initiates the login process. The system scans his biometric data, confirming his user identity, and begins the connection. After a brief moment, he logs into the game, but instead of appearing in front of the blacksmith shop where he last logged out, he finds himself in an unfamiliar place. Confused, he wonders why he is there, questioning his surroundings. The system notifies Yuhan to claim his updated rewards, stating that the rewards will be given based on his job class. It then asks if he would like to go there immediately. Feeling excited, he wonders what he will receive and taps on the claim option. Suddenly, a strange surge of energy engulfs him, transporting him elsewhere. As the sensation takes over, he becomes confused and questions what is happening. When he regains awareness, he finds himself in a dark place. Troubled by his surroundings, he tries to make sense of his location. The system then announces that he has arrived at Heaven's Gate. As his surroundings gradually become clearer, he observes the area and wonders about the significance of Heaven's Gate. An angel-like figure appears before Yuhan, leaving him surprised. As he takes in the sight, the figure sits atop a pillar and remarks that the lamb has arrived. The angel-like figure asks if Yuhan's name is Zig. Yuhan, still wary, questions who he is. In response, the figure equips a massive hammer and introduces himself as an angel, a messenger of the mighty Thor. Yuhan questions in his mind how the figure could be considered an angel. The angel, pointing his weapon at him, remarks that Yuhan must have just thought something along those lines. Yuhan quickly denies it, claiming he did not. The angel warns that lying to an angel results in punishment. Seeing the massive weapon, Yuhan mutters that getting hit by it would probably be fatal. The angel then mentions that he opened the gate for Yuhan and acknowledges that Yuhan does have a class. Yuhan, confused, wonders aloud about what that means, causing the angel to glare at him angrily. Feeling uneasy, Yuhan asks why he is being stared at like that. The angel declares that Yuhan is not yet ready and lacks the necessary qualifications, instructing him to return later. Frustrated, Yuhan protests, saying that since the angel brought him here, it makes no sense to call him unqualified. The angel explains that once Yuhan meets the qualifications and the Heaven's Gate is fully opened, he will have the chance to challenge a certain being. Curious, Yuhan asks what qualifications he is missing. The angel responds that if he acknowledges Yuhan, he could become the one and only ultimate being in the world, an Iron Master. However, the angel warns that there are no guarantees, as it all depends on Yuhan's efforts. As the teleportation begins, the angel dismissively states that he has said all he needs to and orders Yuhan to return. He warns that the next time Yuhan comes back, he had better be properly qualified. Yuhan, still confused, tries to ask what exact qualifications he needs, but before he can get an answer, the teleportation forcefully sends him away. He lands recklessly on the ground, groaning in frustration. Irritated, he shouts, questioning whether that figure is even a real angel. He complains about how the so-called angel only talked about himself and provided no clear answers. Frustrated, he mutters about DreamMax, wondering why they added such a bizarre update to the game. Logie suddenly appears behind Yuhan and remarks that he has finally decided to show up. She points out that the server has been open for a while, yet he is only now crawling in. She questions whether he plans to work or make money. Yuhan, frustrated, shouts at her to listen, insisting that something strange happened as soon as he logged in. When she asks what he means, he explains that he encountered an angel, a hideous one at that. Logie's, confused, scoffs at his words, questioning what nonsense he is spouting. She reminds him that there are no angels in Arpedia Online. Yuhan, realizing that nothing unusual happened to Logie's, wonders why he was the only one invited to that strange place. However, before he can dwell on it, Logie's angrily reminds him that if he does not repair her shop soon, she will file a damage claim. Yuhan sighs, agreeing to fix it and telling her to relax. Grabbing a mop, he grumbles about her awful temper. Yuhan opens his chat and writes a message to Dylan, explaining that his shop was destroyed and needs repairs. He asks Dylan to come by and give an estimate, assuring him not to worry about the cost. After sending the message, he turns to Logie's and informs her that he has called someone to fix the shop, urging her to calm down. She silently stares at him, prompting Yuhan to ask why. She denies staring at him, but when he presses further, she simply watches as Dylan arrives, riding an eagle. Dylan waves and greets Yuhan, asking if he called for him. Surprised, Yuhan questions how Dylan arrived so quickly. Dylan lands and casually mentions the pet update, revealing that players can now own and ride creatures. When Yuhan inquires about the cost, Dylan states that it is 20,000 gold, but offers a special 10% discount just for him. Yuhan mentally grumbles about the steep price, but shifts the conversation back to his shop, Explaining his plan, Yuhan states that he wants not only to rebuild the shop, but also to expand by constructing a new building beside it, complete with a forge and a personal workshop. Dylan nods in understanding and asks about the ironworks, wondering how one even builds such a facility. Yuhan decides he might as well construct that as well. As Dylan begins estimating the cost, he pauses to calculate everything. Yuhan tells him to take his time, already envisioning his future. He thinks about how the ironworks will attract more customers, leading to commissions and higher earnings. His skills and techniques will improve, and once the angel acknowledges him as the Iron Master, collecting Bartz's items will become much easier. After completing the estimation and calculations, Dylan asks Yuhan if he has met the requirements for building an ironworks. Confused, Yuhan asks what he means. Dylan explains that only players with a strong reputation as blacksmiths who meet certain conditions can construct an ironworks. He then shows Yuhan the system's information, asking if he has checked it yet. Yuhan admits that he hasn't. Dylan sighs, saying he figured as much. Yuhan defends himself, pointing out that the server just opened today. Dylan, exasperated, tells him that with such slow information gathering, he won't get far. He then adds that Yuhan is likely not qualified yet, mentioning that, to his knowledge, only one blacksmith is currently building an ironworks. Curious, Yuhan asks who it is. Dylan reveals that it's Balian, the second-ranked blacksmith. He also warns that, for an ironworks to be successful, Yuhan will need to craft a unique product. When Yuhan admits that he doesn't have a clear idea yet, Dylan suggests asking the dwarves for more information. Dylan then presents the estimated cost for repairing the shop, totaling 5 million gold, and asks if Yuhan wants to proceed with the contract. Yuhan, unfazed, comments that it's not a bad price to construct a new one and asks if work can begin immediately. Surprised, Dylan questions whether he's serious. Logis, unimpressed by Dylan's reaction, points out that thanks to the rare quest reward, Yuhan is loaded right now. She also reminds him that the shop was already doing well even before the guild battle. Dylan, hearing Yuhan's easy acceptance, jokingly remarks that he should have charged more. He then praises Yuhan, calling him impressive for even having an eye for quests. Yuhan, noticing Dylan's exaggerated enthusiasm, comments that his speech bubbles seem to have changed. Dylan, unfazed, continues to shower him with compliments, calling him the best and their most valued customer. Amused, Yuhan lets it slide this time. A system notification confirms that the contract has been completed. Dylan thanks Yuhan and informs him that, from what he has heard, it takes around 10 million gold to build an ironworks. Since Yuhan has plenty of money, Dylan assumes he will manage it just fine. Yuhan, troubled by the cost, repeats the number in disbelief. He calculates that on top of paying 5 million gold for repairs, he will need to hire staff for the expanded forge. As he considers all the extra expenses, his stress grows. Dylan, unconcerned, mounts his pet and announces that he will be off to find some workers. He cheerfully thanks Yuhan for the order before flying away. Yuhan, now sitting on the ground, holds his head in despair, muttering in a trembling voice about the overwhelming cost. Logis, watching his reaction, questions how a business owner can be so shaken by mere numbers. She reassures him that they just need to make more money. Before she can continue, she notices Tuffy behaving strangely. Curious, she asks the creature what it is doing and what it just spat out. Picking up a piece of black coal-like material, she examines it with the system. Her eyes widen in shock as she shouts that they have hit a jackpot, a huge jackpot. She excitedly hands the ore to Yuhan, urging him to look at it. Observing it closely, Yuhan hesitantly asks if it is what he thinks it is. Logis confidently confirms it, assuring him that her analyzer skill is level 8. Holding the ore in disbelief, Yuhan repeats its name in awe, and a rank chrome ore. A system notification follows, stating that if refined with the appropriate skill, this ore can be turned into the rare metal chrome. Then, deciding to find more rare ore, they take Tuffy with them to track its source. Yuhan asks if they should go deeper, trying to follow the creature's instincts. Sitting atop Yuhan's head, Tuffy suddenly tugs at his hair, pulling him in a certain direction. Irritated, Yuhan complains that Tuffy is going to make him bald. But before he can protest further, Tuffy leaps from his head and scurries forward, leading them toward a specific spot. Observing the sight, Yuhan frowned and commented that the amount of ore seemed too small. He sighs, acknowledging that since chrome is a real mineral, it makes sense that it would be rare. Loggies notices that Tuffy is trying to communicate something and immediately points it out. She tells Yuhan that there's more to it. Watching closely, they see Tuffy start mining the ground, pulling up large chunks of ore and stuffing them into its mouth. Surprised, Loggies asks if Tuffy has always had a skill like that. Yuhan, still processing the sight, wonders aloud if that's all. But then, Tuffy suddenly spits out a massive pile of ore and points toward the mining site. Yuhan, wide-eyed, questions if all of it is chrome. He begins calculating the potential worth, realizing he could sell it endlessly. However, Loggies then notices Tuffy's exhausted state and informs Yuhan that it has completely passed out. Yuhan observes the small creature and realizes that the digging skill must have been its ultimate move. He gently tells Tuffy to stay put and rest. Moving closer to the mining site, Yuhan reflects on how he had always thought of Tuffy as just a glutton who ate all day without doing much. But now, the little creature has pulled off something incredible. Determined to take advantage of the discovery, Yuhan grips his hammer, ready to dig deeper. As he begins mining, he uncovers even more chrome ore. Seeing the vast amount, he grins and declares that with this haul, he'll be able to build the ironworks in no time. Yuhan, troubled, thinks about his situation. Having a lot of ore is useless if there's no one to mine it. Expanding the forge would require hiring more staff, and he can't mine it all by himself. Regretting his earlier decision, he realizes that spending money on repairs might have been a mistake. The real issue is finding miners, especially since mining isn't his primary field. Considering his options, he briefly thinks about visiting Master Guilford, but immediately dismisses the idea. After all, he was just kicked out. He needs to find another solution. Meanwhile, Loggies is hugging Tuffy, praising it as a lucky charm for finding its own food without spending a single penny. She playfully asks if Tuffy had known all along. Yuhan interrupts, telling her to stop bothering Tuffy and get ready to leave. She looks at him, confused, and asks if he isn't going to mine the ore. Clicking his tongue, Yuhan responds that she should know better. Something like this needs to be handled properly from the start. He makes his decision. Instead of rushing in, they're heading to the kingdom. Forget mining for now, he's going to buy land first and figure things out from there. Reaching the kingdom, Yuhan enters the land office, where people are gossiping about the situation. They wonder whether the work will be completed today, but acknowledge that the taxes are much cheaper now compared to when the Blue Dawn Guild controlled the area. At the counter, a lizardman handling the office calls out to Yuhan, recognizing him and addressing him as Zig. He asks what brings him there. Yuhan, surprised to see the lizardmen, questions what they are doing in the office. The lizardmen explain that Guilford won the land and, since managing it was a hassle for him, he handed it over to them. In exchange, they spar with his men. Processing this information, Yuhan realizes that Guilford has to manage the Abaran territory but finds the workload too overwhelming. As a solution, he subcontracted the responsibility to the lizardmen. The lizardman asks Yuhan again what brings him to the office. In response, Yuhan shows them a map and explains that he is there to buy some land. Pointing at the map, he inquires about the price of a specific area. The lizardman gives him a thumbs up and comments on his unexpected big spender attitude, saying it is just as expected from their friend. Yuhan, puzzled, wonders what kind of image they all have of him. The lizardman then informs him that the total cost is 1,000,000 gold. Since the land used to be a neutral area, the price is relatively cheap. However, he also mentions that Yuhan will need to become a naturalized citizen of Abaran. Hearing the price, Yuhan internally debates the situation. He had expected the citizenship requirement, but the cost seemed excessive and far beyond his budget. Speaking hesitantly, he asks if there is any chance of a discount. Frustrated, the lizardman questions what Yuhan takes them for. Feeling troubled by their reaction, Yuhan quickly backtracks and casually insists that he did not mean it that way. However, the lizardman suddenly bursts into laughter and reassures him. Acknowledging Yuhan as their savior, he declares that they will offer him a special 90% discount. He explains that this is something they should naturally do for him and insists they would never let him be the one to bring it up first. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Yuhan feels truly blessed to have the lizardmen as his friends, his eyes welling up with tears. Leaving the land office while holding the property papers, Yuhan happily chants that it is a jackpot. He exclaims that this is why people should live with good hearts, believing that fortune has favored him. Now, all that remains is for him to make a fortune. In reality, he acknowledges that he is just a homebody preparing for the civil service test. However, in another world, he is now a landlord. Feeling excited, he continues singing and jumping as he moves forward. With enthusiasm, he decides that it is time to find some workers. As Yuhan approaches a blacksmith, he is immediately thrown out, with the blacksmith shouting that they are already short on hands and accusing him of trying to take their people. Moving to another forge, he is once again tossed aside as someone yells that they are too busy to entertain anything other than orders. At yet another shop, he is thrown outside with the same response: there is no staff to spare, and he should leave. Finally, he approaches another shop where the shopkeeper, speaking politely for the first time, acknowledges that he seems to have been through a lot. The shopkeeper explains that all the forges are currently busy, making it difficult to find workers. He then mentions that they are also searching for a blacksmith skilled in assembly and casting, offering Yuhan a position. Raising his hand, Yuhan clarifies that he is the boss, not a worker, and walks away. Feeling hopeless, he mutters that there is a labor shortage and questions how every single forge is short-handed. Recalling that production job offers have increased since the update, he checks the system and finds some newbies looking to learn. Frustrated, he contemplates giving up on his search altogether. He then arrives at his workshop and notices that construction has already begun. Observing the scene, he sees Logis instructing the laborers, telling them not to place materials in the wrong spots and directing them to put the lumber in its designated area. She turns to another worker and asks if the extra lumber order has arrived yet. Yuhan, puzzled, asks her what she is doing and reminds her that this is his forge. Annoyed, she retorts that it is also her shop. Muttering to himself, Yuhan remarks on how shameless she is. Turning to one of the laborers, he inquires about the estimated time for completion. The laborer responds that it should take about a week. Yuhan then mutters to himself, thinking that this might actually work out since he has yet to find a blacksmith. He is currently at mining level 4 and quarrying level 6. Realizing his limitations, he remarks that since he lacks the necessary skills, his efficiency cannot match that of professional miners. He then calls for Tuffy, saying they should go do something fun. Tuffy climbs onto his head as they start moving. Logis calls out to him, asking if he is heading to the mine. Yuhan wonders if she has a sixth sense or something. Turning toward her, he says that if she wants to come along, he is not stopping her. As she starts following him, she laughs and exclaims that it is a gold mine, their gold mine. Excitedly, she adds that if they make armor with all that chrome, they are going to be super rich. They begin singing as they walk, with Logis cheerfully suggesting they make a mountain out of chrome. Yuhan says they built a building out of chrome. They start singing happily. As they continue on their way, an old man suddenly appears in front of them, standing firmly and calling out to them. Yuhan asks who he is. The old man states that he has heard about the entire Cape Mountains being sold and wants to know who the owner is. Yuhan quickly concludes that getting involved will definitely be a hassle, so he responds that he doesn't know. In reality, however, he is the owner of the mountain. Logis calls out to him, urging him to move along. Yuhan also tries to sneak away, casually mentioning that they are busy and should get going. The old man, upon hearing the name from Logis' mouth, wields his stick, swirls it in his hand, and points at Yuhan. He then declares that Yuhan is indeed the mountain's owner, Zig. Without warning, he jumps into the air and leaps toward Yuhan, attempting to strike him with a pickaxe. However, Yuhan manages to dodge the attack. Frustrated, Yuhan demands to know what the old man is doing. The old man glances at him and notes that Yuhan has dodged his pickaxe. He then strikes the ground with it, causing a massive explosion with his blasting skills. Rocks and stones are sent flying into the air. Yuhan quickly protects himself with a silver shield, wondering if the old man is crazy. As the dust settles, they notice the immense destruction the old man has caused. Yuhan is taken aback by the sight. The old man then emerges from the hole he created, stating that an elder is speaking. Yet Yuhan has tried to sneak away and even dared to lie. He adds that he has already checked all the cadasters in the Aberran Kingdom. Yuhan thinks to himself that this situation is going to be troublesome. The old man remarks that young people these days have no respect for their elders and always lie without hesitation. He then comments on how unusual it is for a blacksmith to purchase land. Yuhan wonders who this old man is and why he is specifically looking for him. Without hesitation, the old man states that he wants to buy the mountain from Yuhan, offering him 2 million gold coins. The old man insists that Yuhan sell him the mountain at that price. Logis, surprised, exclaims that 2 million is higher than the average price in the area. She recalls how Yuhan had managed to haggle the price down from 10 million to just 1 million, making it a jackpot deal for him. Now, with the old man offering double the original price, it seems like an even better opportunity. Yuhan, tempted by the offer, hesitates as his mouth waters at the thought of such a huge profit. However, he quickly remembers his father's words, leaving a place just because the business is thriving will ultimately lead to failure. Resolving himself, Yuhan firmly declines, stating that he has no intention of selling. Logis, shocked by his decision, grabs him by the neck and asks if he has lost his mind for refusing 2 million gold. Yuhan mutters to her to stay out of it, explaining that it is not just about making quick money. He reminds her that they can make a fortune by mining chrome from the mountain. Logis mutters to herself, finding the situation frustrating. She doesn't quite understand what's going on but feels that the backlash from Yuhan's decision is huge. She wonders if he ate something bad, making him act strangely. She can't believe that he is her business partner. The old man, unfazed by Yuhan's refusal, urges him to reconsider. He argues that the mountain is rough and unrefined, offering to pay even more if necessary. He insists that Yuhan just sell it to him. Once again, Yuhan refuses, apologizing and stating that no matter how much the old man offers, he won't sell. Undeterred, the old man raises the price to 250 million gold coins, asking Yuhan to sell the mountain. Yuhan stands firm, explaining that it's not about the money. He has already established himself in the area, running a successful smithy, and has no intention of relocating. Since his business is thriving, he has even less reason to sell. The old man then tries a different approach, asking what if he offered a good price for the smithy as well. Curious, Yuhan asks him to name a number. The old man casually throws out figures 300 million gold coins, then 500 gold coins. Logis, watching the exchange, comments that the old man is completely money-crazed. However, Yuhan clarifies that he never actually intended to sell. He was simply curious to see how high the old man was willing to go. The old man moves his stick and states that there is no other choice. Yuhan initially thinks Gaston is leaving, but instead, the old man declares that if Yuhan refuses to change his mind, he will have to take the mountain by force. Shocked, Yuhan protests, insisting that it is his mountain and questioning what right the old man has to take it. Gaston introduces himself as a miner, and Yuhan, recalling the pickaxe swings from earlier, acknowledges that much but turns to Logis in confusion, asking why the old man is so aggressive. Logis suddenly recognizes the name and reacts in surprise, confirming Gaston's identity. He struggles to believe that the man before them is truly him. Curious, Yuhan asks if she knows who Gaston is, and Logis explains that he is no ordinary miner. He owns and operates 5 mines in the Kazan Principality, and is known as the Mine King Gaston. Hearing this, Yuhan wonders why a man who already owns 5 mines would be so determined to acquire this mountain. Gaston then wields his axe, confidently confirming his title and stating that, true to his reputation, he cannot let go of this mountain. Yuhan, quite pleased, acknowledges that Gaston must have his reasons, but asserts that he cannot hand over the mountain so easily. Gaston, finding Yuhan cocky, declares that he will demonstrate the power of experience. He then uses his explosion skill, striking his axe at the spot where Yuhan stands. Yuhan quickly leaps into the air, dodging the attack as flames erupt beneath him. Troubled by the display, he realizes that Gaston intends to fight seriously and finds the old man's skill particularly troublesome. Gaston challenges him, asking what he plans to do next. In response, Yuhan questions what Gaston thinks he will do and then advances toward him, hammer in hand. Seeing him approach so closely, Gaston assumes that Yuhan is preparing for a close-range attack. As he swings his axe toward him, Gaston comments that closing the distance is all Yuhan has thought of. However, Yuhan barely dodges the attack and simply responds with a nope. Yuhan finds Gaston's move quite sneaky. Yuhan activates his armor break skill, but to his surprise, it has no effect on Gaston's pickaxe, which remains completely unscathed. Confused, he wonders how the weapon is so durable. However, he quickly decides that if he cannot break it, he will at least create a crack. He then uses his pressure break technique, but Gaston, unwilling to let Yuhan gain the upper hand, swings his axe and activates a mining skill. Their techniques clash. and Yuhan's skill successfully causes a crack in Gaston's axe. Seeing this, Gaston's eyes widen in shock. Seizing the opportunity, Yuhan swings his hammer, forcing Gaston to stumble back, though the older man manages to steady himself. Both of them stand firm, facing each other. Gaston, observing the crack in his axe, acknowledges that it has been a long time since he has encountered a production-class player of Yuhan's caliber, and decides to retreat for now. Yuhan, still catching his breath, remarks that Gaston is quite formidable himself and almost made him give up the land. Logis watches them in confusion, wondering what is with their sudden posing and why they were even fighting in the first place. Meanwhile, Gaston turns to Yuhan and, with a sigh, admits that he is back to square one. He questions where else he would find a mountain with a gold mine like this, emphasizing how difficult it is to secure a new mining location. Logis, not convinced, interrupts him, reminding him that he already owns 5 mines in the Kazan Principality. She demands to know what happened to him and why he is so desperate for this particular place. Gaston pauses for a moment, his expression darkening, before revealing with frustration that others had taken all his previous mines. Gaston recounts how, one day, the land manager approached him with representatives, informing him that he would have to pay higher taxes. Annoyed, Gaston attacked them with his skill and sent them away. At the time, he didn't think much of it, as he was used to people trying to provoke him. However, he now realizes that was his mistake. Not long after, a member of the Iron Cross Guild confronted him, demanding to know if he was the one who had bullied their people. Without much warning, Gaston found himself losing not only his 5 mines, but also the surrounding land. Logis, visibly frustrated, mutters about how the Iron Cross Guild is always causing trouble whenever something goes wrong. Yuhan, on the other hand, isn't too surprised, knowing that this kind of thing happens often. He has heard of powerful players using their influence to take over others' property without spending a single penny. Curious, Yuhan asks Gaston why the guild specifically targeted his mines. It's simply because they were the biggest. Gaston admits that the situation seems suspicious, so he decided to investigate. That's when he heard rumors that traces of Deborah had been discovered in the Eastern Peninsula. But the most shocking part was that some kind of robot had appeared in his mind. Yuhan recalls that the Eastern Peninsula is where Loki claimed to have discovered traces of Deborah and found the blueprint. This realization makes him wonder if there's a deeper connection. Meanwhile, Gaston grumbles about the situation, convinced that the Iron Cross Guild was after those traces from the very beginning. He curses them as foolish scoundrels who have neither respect for their elders nor any sense of honor. Regardless, he refuses to give up this land, as it is the only place in the region with the highest quality mineral veins. Curious, Yuhan asks if Gaston, as a miner, can actually detect mineral veins. Gaston chuckles and asks why Yuhan thinks he was called the Mine King. Yuhan, unimpressed, guesses that it might be because Gaston has some kind of unique skill. Smirking, Gaston gestures for him to follow, promising to show him something special. Gaston strikes his stick against the ground, activating his mineral exploration technique. A glowing map-like projection spreads across the terrain, revealing the vast mineral deposits hidden beneath. He gestures toward different areas, explaining that from one point to another, and from the valley stretching outward, the entire land is rich with minerals. Both Yuhan and Logis are stunned by the revelation. Logis, eager to memorize the details, quickly asks him to repeat the exact locations. Gaston obliges, pointing out the specific resources: chrome over there, copper here, and iron far in the distance. As Logis scrambles to take notes, Yuhan suddenly gets an idea. He sends Tuffy off with a command that he chooses Tuffy to dig. Tuffy starts burrowing into the ground, emerging moments later with his mouth overflowing with copper minerals. Logis, concerned for Tuffy, scolds him, telling him to spit it out and warning him that it's dirty and could give him a stomachache. Meanwhile, Yuhan examines the copper minerals in his hand, his eyes widening in surprise as he realizes there really is a mineral vein here. Curious, Yuhan asks Gaston how he managed to detect it. Gaston explains that back in the day, he worked as a miner. Right after graduating from school, he got a job digging up rocks and earned a living from it. With that income, he married, bought a house, and raised 5 kids. He emphasizes how hard he worked and acknowledges the hardships his wife endured as well. Yuhan, intrigued, starts to ask about his wife, but before he can finish, Gaston interrupts, revealing that she is another ranker in a different game. He explains that once inside the gaming capsule, age doesn't matter, one feels young and full of energy, making it a paradise for people like her. Since she doesn't have to suffer from arthritis in the game, she refuses to leave. Yuhan mutters that he had completely misread the situation regarding Gaston's wife. Gaston continues, saying that his long experience in mining is what led him to develop his mineral exploration skills. Then, out of nowhere, he mentions that his son got a job at an American company and offers to show them a picture. Both Yuhan and Logis quickly refuse. Wanting to get back to the main topic, Yuhan asks Gaston what his true intentions are. He questions if Gaston wants to reclaim his title as Mine King, but firmly reiterates that no matter what, he will never sell this mountain. However, Gaston shakes his head, stating that he has no interest in becoming rich. He has already lived his entire life chasing wealth. This time, in the game, he wants something different. He just wants to mine endlessly until the very end. Yuhan confidently presents an offer to Gaston, assuring him that he won't interfere with his mining operations. He proposes leasing the land to him, allowing Gaston to develop the mine however he likes. Curious, Gaston asks what he means. Leaning in, Yuhan whispers that he will cover all costs, including development expenses and the bothersome taxes, so Gaston can focus solely on mining just as he desires. Logis, wasting no time, quickly calculates the expenses and hands the figures to Gaston. She states that this is the commission they can offer on their end. Gaston, seeing the numbers, is taken aback by the substantial amount. Meanwhile, Yuhan contemplates that they must ensure he is properly compensated, even if Gaston insists he's not interested in wealth. Still in shock, Gaston asks if the offer is real. Yuhan firmly reassures him, declaring that a real man never goes back on his word. After a brief pause, Gaston finally agrees, saying he's in. Yuhan, feeling triumphant, internally celebrates the success of the deal. From now on, he won't have to waste time searching for ore. However, Gaston then brings up an important point, asking if Yuhan has any workers. He explains that without miners, the development of the mine will be impossible. Recalling his time as the Mine King, Gaston reminisces about his former subordinates' loyal men who followed him wherever he went. Unfortunately, after his downfall, they all went their separate ways. Still, he proudly states that he treated them well. Hearing this, Yuhan quickly realizes that this could be an opportunity to find skilled forgers. With renewed enthusiasm, he tells Gaston that he would like to locate those men as well and suggests they search for them together. Logis confirms with Gaston that he has decided to proceed with the contract, to which he agrees. She then explained that they must follow the necessary procedures and presented the contract table. After carefully writing down all the conditions, she hands the contract to Yuhan, stating that it is ready. Yuhan, surprised, asks if this is a newly added skill for the merchant class. Logis clarifies that not just anyone can acquire it. Only the top 500 merchants have access to this skill. Yuhan mutters that for a con artist like her, making it into the top 500 must not have been difficult. Hearing this, Logis immediately asks Zig what he just said, clearly annoyed. Meanwhile, Gaston, watching their exchange, quietly acknowledges that they are not bad youngsters. Logis then hands over the contract and instructs Gaston to read it before signing. Once both parties sign, she declares that the contract is now officially complete. She informs them that the contract is now stored in their inventory, to which Yuhan reacts with surprise, noting how convenient it is that it gets notarized immediately. After reviewing the document, Gaston is satisfied and calls it perfect. Logis, now eager to proceed, suggests they start moving. Gaston agrees and announces that he will take them to the place where they can find the workers they need, the Duchy of Kazan. Upon reaching the eastern peninsula, the Duchy of Kazan, Yuhan stands outside the massive palace gate and observes the surroundings, thinking that this place, also known as the City of Iron, is quite impressive. As Gaston prepares to leave, he mentions that they should meet up again once they have finished their respective tasks. Yuhan, surprised, asks if Gaston is not coming with them. In response, Gaston reminds him that since they are looking for blacksmith workers, he will focus on finding his own men and will contact them later. While wandering outside the market, Yuhan observes his surroundings in awe, thinking that the place is incredible and that North Ark should probably step up its game. He notes that, after dwarven weapons, the second most expensive ones on the market come from Kazan. As he considers which forge to visit first, he decides to start with the biggest one. While making his way there, he notices a banner and stops to read it. Curious, he wonders what it is and soon realizes that it is advertising a craftsmanship contest. He recalls that, as one of the many updates in Ancestral Call, this tournament is hosted by lords and kings within their territories. It is an event where production-class players can compete for incredible rewards and immense fame. Thinking over the opportunity, Yuhan concludes that this is exactly the kind of contest he needs right now. If he wins, he will earn money and gain recognition, and with that money, he will be able to hire the skilled people who come to him. He notices that the first-place prize is an ancient dwarf hammer, which boasts a 1.5 crafting success rate compared to a regular blacksmith's hammer and increases success by 30% when crafting equipment. Seeing the prize, excitement surges through him, and he happily declares that this is an opportunity he cannot afford to miss. Determined, he decides to enter the contest immediately, vowing to claim the hammer for himself. In the office, two managers are engaged in conversation. At that moment, Yuhan interrupts by entering the office, confidently announcing that he is there to sign up for the Steelers City Craftsmanship Contest. One of the managers looks at him and asks who he is. Yuhan, flexing slightly, introduces himself as Zig, a blacksmith from the Abaran Kingdom. The managers exchange glances and begin whispering among themselves. They speculate about whether Zig is the son of someone influential, noting that they have never heard of him. Since he is from Abaran and not Kazan, they question why he would want to enter a contest in Steelers City, assuming that he will only end up embarrassing himself. A man named Elder steps in and hands Yuhan the registration form. Without hesitation, Yuhan fills it out quickly, returns it to him, and asks if the deadline is still today. The Elder examines the form and confirms that his registration is complete. However, he warns him that this contest will not be easy, emphasizing that attempting to win in the City of Iron without being from Kazan is practically a suicidal mission. He offers him a chance to withdraw, saying that he can cancel his application if he wishes. Yuhan dismisses the idea immediately, questioning why he would cancel. He states that winning or losing, regretting or not, these are things that can only be determined with time. As he turns to leave, he reminds them to process his application properly and not to cancel or discard it in secret. After he exits, Elder's colleagues smirk, doubting his chances. One of them sarcastically comments that the people of Kazan will never allow an outsider to win. Another joke is that Yuhan should be entering a combat contest instead, suggesting that with his boldness, he might be more suited for something like the Conqueror Haki contest. The next day, in the Duchy of Kazan, the stadium is set for the Steelers Craftsmanship Contest. The announcer steps forward and declares that the competition is about to begin. The audience cheers enthusiastically, their excitement filling the air. She then announced that among the 50 blacksmiths participating, only one would claim the honor of first place. As anticipation builds, the crowd begins shouting the names of their favorite craftsmen, hoping for their victory. As Zig enters the stadium, the two event managers notice him and exchange surprised glances. One of them asks who the unfamiliar participant is, while the other shrugs, admitting that he has no idea. He speculates whether Zig might be from a neighboring village's forge, remarking that it is his first time hearing such a name, Zig or Zag. Meanwhile, the announcer informs them that the participant in question is said to be a bumpkin from the kingdom of Abaran. This revelation sparks confusion and skepticism among the managers, who question why a foreigner would participate in the Steelers' craftsmanship competition. They express doubt that someone from outside Kazan could keep up with the top-tier blacksmiths in the contest, convinced that he will only end up embarrassing himself. As the undefeated champion, Aaron steps into the stadium. The crowd erupts into cheers, chanting his name. Many spectators confidently declare that Aaron will claim victory once again, as he is undoubtedly the best. Yuhan glances back to get a look at the reigning champion. The announcer then signals the start of the competition, explaining the rules. The participants are given 90 minutes to craft either a weapon or armor they are most confident in. Only the provided materials and pre-approved ones can be used. Wishing everyone the best of luck, the announcer sets the contest in motion. As the craftsmen begin their work, Yuhan contemplates his strategy. He believes that the sword is the king of weapons and is confident in his secret weapon, one that will showcase the craftsmanship of a dwarven master. Focusing intently, he begins hammering away at his piece, skillfully working on his weapon with precision. His movements are fluid and impressive as he prepares to forge a sword. However, to his shock, the sword shatters into pieces. He pauses, bewildered, sensing that something feels off. Wondering what went wrong, he starts to panic, realizing that at this rate, he will run out of time. After a while, the announcer declares that time is up. All participants are instructed to submit the weapons or armor they have crafted. One by one, the contestants submit their finished creations for evaluation. The judges of the Steeler crafting competition begin inspecting the submitted weapons. As they evaluate each piece, they come across a mighty sword, a weapon that appears incredibly powerful at first glance. Simply holding it gives off a surge of strength, and equipping it increases the user's strength by 10%. Moving on, they appraise another weapon, finding it equally remarkable and incredible. However, Chairman Elder remains fixated on the mighty sword. He closely examines it, expressing his astonishment, unable to believe what he is seeing. He recalls that the contestant had been given a broken hammer. The color, the hardness, everything about this sword is incredible. Questioning whether a human could have truly forged such a weapon, he calls the other judges over. As the judges gather and begin discussing, Aaron watches, wondering what could possibly be taking so long. Confident in his skills, he assumes that he is the winner anyway. Meanwhile, the judges engage in a heated debate. Some strongly oppose Elder's stance. One of them exclaims, asking how it could even make sense. Another protests, addressing the chairman directly, declaring the decision unacceptable. As their arguments escalate, the audience takes notice, murmuring among themselves, wondering why the judges seem to be disagreeing. Ultimately, the final decision rests with Elder. Seeing no way to fully convince the others, he compromises, stating that he cannot concede any further. After some reluctance, the judges agree, albeit with visible frustration. Observing their reactions, Yuhan grows curious, wondering what could have led to such conflicted expressions. At last, the announcer addresses the audience, thanking them for their patience and announcing that the judging is complete. The head judge, Elder, steps forward to declare the final results. The honorable winners of the Steeler crafting competition are Zig from Abaran and Aaron of Steeler City. The onlookers react with shock upon hearing the results. They express their disbelief, questioning the possibility of a tie and whether a foreigner could even be allowed to win. Many murmurs among themselves, doubting the elder artisan's judgment and wondering if they have lost their minds. Meanwhile, the other judges also show their disappointment. Some quietly express their frustration, questioning the chairman's reasoning and stating that this is precisely the outcome they had feared. Attempting to restore order, the announcer urges the crowd to remain calm, informing them that the awards ceremony will begin shortly and asking them to stay quiet. At that moment, Aaron steps forward and shouts his objection. He demands an explanation, refusing to accept that he has been placed on the same level as what he calls a scrawny armed blacksmith, especially one who is a foreigner. Insisting that the results are unfair, he demands a re-evaluation. In response, the elder artisan firmly states that the judging results were reached after thorough deliberation and that a re-evaluation will not be granted. He instructs Aaron to return to his seat. At the same time, Yuhan also steps forward, gripping his sword, and voices his own objection. He asserts that he cannot accept a first-place recognition ending in a tie and also requests a re-evaluation. Aaron turns to Yuhan and questions him, demanding to know if he is seriously aiming for first place over him. Yuhan casually responds, pointing out that it should be obvious. He then criticizes Aaron's weapon, calling it flashy but lousy, and confidently states that there is no way it can surpass his own creation. Hearing this, Aaron grows frustrated while Yuhan challenges him further. He tells Aaron that if he has a problem, he should prove his weapon's strength. He proposes a test to see how sturdy it truly is. Enraged, Aaron grips his polearm tightly and charges at Yuhan, declaring that he will see if Yuhan can block his attack with what he calls a pitiful sword. As the attack nears, Yuhan observes Aaron's movement and activates his grain technique. While contemplating the situation, he notes that he had expected this outcome. He realizes that the iron provided for the competition was not abundant, and making such a large axe blade with limited durability must have resulted in a weak weapon. He questions the point of excessive decorations when weapons should prioritize performance. With this in mind, Yuhan swiftly executes his arm break technique, striking the polearm and shattering it into pieces. Seeing his weapon break, Aaron stares in shock. Meanwhile, Yuhan turns to him and asks confidently who the real winner is now. The audience reacts in disbelief, exclaiming that Yuhan's sword destroyed the polearm in a single hit. Many shout in outrage, questioning how a foreigner could cause such a scene in their country. Some demand that the chairman revoke his victory, arguing that such an event should not have occurred in their sacred competition hall. At that moment, the elder artisan raises his voice, commanding everyone to stop. He calls for the crowd to use their eyes and recognize the truth. Expressing his frustration, he questions how much longer they intend to disgrace Steeless City. He firmly reminds them that weapons are meant for combat, not for display or storage. He asserts that if a sword can be shattered by a non-combatant blacksmith's strike, then it is unworthy of victory. With that, he declares Yuhan, the blacksmith Zig, as the official winner of this year's Steeless City Craftsman's Contest. The elder hands the prize to Yuhan and congratulates him. He receives the ancient dwarf hammer along with Inzur alloy, a magical metal infused with silver, making it stronger than steel and ideal for crafting magical weapons. Recognizing its rarity, Yuhan exclaims in amazement before flexing the hammer, thrilled to finally move beyond basic gear. He marvels at the Inzur alloy, a legendary material that third-rank alloy users can create only at extremely low odds. Just then, the system notifies him of a hidden quest completion, leaving him surprised. It reveals that a corrupt official in Steeless City tried to prevent a foreigner from winning the competition. But by securing victory fairly, Yuhan has become the hero of Steeless City, earning an increased reputation in the Kazan Principality. Still in shock, he mutters about the unexpected rewards, realizing how deep the corruption must have been. Elder looks at Zig with admiration and remarks that his sword is truly remarkable, asking if he would be willing to share his secret. Yuhan casually responds that he was trained by a dwarf master who taught him a special technique, though he cannot reveal its details. The elder nods in understanding. Yuhan then adds that there was a slight accident during the competition, but for him, it was nothing. He reflects that without grain, he wouldn't have finished in time. Two onlookers watch Yuhan with fascination, whispering to each other in surprise about his skills. Noticing the crowd's curiosity, Yuhan steps forward and calls for attention, addressing the distinguished blacksmiths of Steeless City. He announces that Zig Forge is recruiting staff, emphasizing that it specializes in crafting small but powerful weapons and is personally operated by him, the winner of the city's craftsmanship contest. He then poses a series of questions, asking if they are curious about the secret behind his victory, if they want to learn Zig Forge's exclusive techniques, and if they wish to broaden their skills as blacksmiths. Encouraging them to visit a baron, he expresses his hope of meeting them again at his forge. Among the crowd, some feel persuaded, while the two curious spectators show keen interest, wondering if they, too, could learn the winner's skills by joining him. At night, Gaston arrives, appearing tired and upset as he recalls how his former subordinates rejected him, asking him to leave. When he questioned why, they simply stated that they could no longer follow him. Sighing, he wonders if there is a deeper story behind their decision, but contemplates whether he should just walk away. Meanwhile, Yuhan arrives and waves at Gaston, asking if he met his subordinates. Just as Gaston is about to respond, two men approach them. One of them finally recognizes Yuhan and accuses him of being a coward who used an unusual skill to block Aaron's victory, demanding to know if he thought he could escape the consequences. The other man declares that as Aaron's enemy, he will not be let go. At that moment, the system informs Yuhan that corruption in Steeless City remains and that he must cleanse the city of its rotten elements. Yuhan mutters to himself, surprised that there is a follow-up quest he did not anticipate. Gripping his new sword, he considers how he had wanted to test it further and sees these men as the perfect opportunity. Without hesitation, he rushes toward them and begins attacking. The men cry out in pain and attempt to flee, but Yuhan quickly approaches one of them, striking him with his hammer and demanding to know where he is going. He then asks if the man has any last words. Trembling, the man pleads for his life and suddenly recognizes Gaston, referring to him as the boss of Rachel. Desperately, he claims to know where Rachel's child is being held and promises to reveal the location if they spare him. Confused, Yuhan questions the man about Rachel, stating that he does not know anyone by that name. Gaston quickly steps forward and asks Yuhan to wait. When Yuhan inquires what is wrong, Gaston explains that Rachel is his right-hand subordinate. Despite being an NPC, Rachel is more reliable than most real people. Looking both concerned and worried, Gaston insists that they must help him and anxiously wonders what might have happened to Rachel. At night, Yuhan and Gaston take Aaron's subordinate, Manson, to rescue the hostage child. As they arrive outside a house, Manson points to it and informs them that this is the place. Yuhan orders him to open the door. Meanwhile, inside, a gang of Aaron's men are playing cards when they suddenly notice the door creaking open. Alarmed, they shout, demanding to know who is there. Recognizing Manson, they question his presence, asking about Aaron and why he looks so beaten up. Injured and struggling to speak, Manson attempts to explain. But before he can, Yuhan and Gaston leap toward the guy who is inquiring from Manson and strikes him hard, causing him to collapse. The gang members, shocked by the sudden attack, exclaim in confusion, wondering who these intruders are. Without giving them a chance to react, Yuhan and Gaston swiftly take them down one by one, subduing them and gathering them in one place. Yuhan, unimpressed, remarks that these low-level thugs are acting too arrogant. Turning to Gaston, he asks if he has found the hostage. Gaston then emerges, carrying the child in his arms and a bag, reassures them, gently telling the child that everything is okay now. The system states that the corrupt city of Stealer quest has been completed, acknowledging that the city of Stealers will never forget Yuhan's bravery and that his fame now echoes throughout the Kazan Principality. Concerned for the child, Yuhan mutters that at least one issue has been resolved. Outside, Rachel approaches with two other men and, noticing the defeated gang members, wonders why they have already been knocked out. Gaston, placing the child down, angrily calls them scoundrels and throws a bag toward Rachel. Frustrated, he demands to know why they had turned to loan sharks, stating that he has taken everything from inside the bag and questioning if that was what they needed. Rachel confirms it. One of the men explains that they suddenly lost their jobs and were pushed to the brink. Rachel then shared that his wife had fallen ill and passed away. He recounts that after being expelled from Gaston's mine, he had come to Stealer's City in search of work, but his wife had died soon after. Struggling to feed his child, he wandered from place to place, but the territorial nature of the city had made things unbearable, as no one was willing to offer jobs to outsiders. The child approaches his father, reassuring him not to cry. Rachel, overcome with guilt, apologizes to his son and explains that he has no choice but to borrow money from Aaron's gang, which controls the mine. As the interest accumulated, he found himself trapped with no way out. Ashamed, admits to Gaston that he never expected to face him again under such circumstances. Gaston, striking his stick against the ground in frustration, questions the unfairness of the game system, and then offers Rachel a job, provided he is willing to follow him. Rachel, moved by the gesture, insists that his previous words were not serious and that they had desperately wanted to stay with him back then. With renewed determination, he pledges his loyalty once again, stating that they will follow Gaston with trust. Gaston acknowledges their resolve and proceeds to introduce Yuhan as their new employer. He instructs them to greet him, and they turn to Yuhan, addressing him as their boss. Yuhan responds with a polite greeting and, feeling satisfied, happily thinks that this finally resolves the matter of the miners. Yuhan receives a message from Jie, who urgently informs him that there is a huge emergency and asks him to come out quickly. Meanwhile, at the Arpedia event, players gather, taking selfies and clicking photos. Jie and Yuhan arrive at the event, and Jie expresses amazement at the large crowd. Yuhan wonders where they should go, noting that there do not seem to be assigned seats. Jie confirms that while they were invited, she assumes they are in the right place. Yuhan checks and finds their names written on the seating list, but admits he is unsure about what a reception event entails. Jie then notices a buffet and quickly runs toward it, exclaiming excitedly about the food. She enthusiastically declares that Yuhan should prepare to register a cultural asset because she plans to build a 150-story tower with a buffet. As they are focused on the food, they suddenly hear the sound of a microphone being adjusted. Yuhan wonders if something is starting, and Jie, slightly surprised, asks if something is already beginning. On stage, director Seokjin stands before the audience and welcomes the players, officially announcing the start of the special reception event. Seeing director Seokjin, the crowd erupts in excitement, shouting his name in disbelief. People murmur in awe, confirming that it is really him. Yuhan, observing the scene, finds the reaction exaggerated and wonders why everyone is overreacting, especially since it is not his first time seeing the director's face. Just then, Seokjin's gaze briefly shifts toward Yuhan. Noticing this, Yuhan is caught off guard and questions whether the director just looked at him. Director Seokjin begins the question and answer session, announcing that other contestants are being prepared and encouraging active participation. A player asks about the balance patch they previously requested, wondering if it will be updated later. The director responds that they still lack enough data, but will check with the development team and provide an update afterward. He then moves to the final question, pointing at a girl in a yellow shirt who raises her hand. She asks about the class update, specifically why some players received class ranks while others did not, and what the conditions are. Seokjin explains that the rank is a privilege granted only to users who meet specific requirements, including level, reputation, and hidden conditions. When she presses for a hint about the hidden conditions, another player agrees, complaining that they are too difficult to find. As Seokjin listens, he briefly glances at Yuhan again, alerting him. Yuhan notices the repeated eye contact and becomes suspicious. Seokjin, however, simply responds with no comment, stating that discovering hidden conditions is part of the game's enjoyment and is up to the players. The crowd protests, demanding transparency and the right to know. Meanwhile, Je notices Yuhan's uneasy expression and asks if he is feeling unwell. He dismisses it, saying he is just tired, but internally wonders if he has really been making eye contact with the director this whole time, or if it is just his imagination. Seokjin then asks if there are any more questions, encouraging players to raise any issues with Arpedia for quick attention. Yuhan suddenly realizes something and raises his hand. Seokjin calls on him, and Yuhan brings up a bug he found in the game a few days ago, which he reported to customer service along with a video recording. He mentioned that the issue had not been resolved, and that he had not even received a response confirming it was under review. He also notes that Arpedia has never had any known bugs before and asks for an explanation. Seokjin apologizes, stating that he has not received any reports on the matter, but will check to see if the inquiry was missed. With that, he concludes the question and answer session, encouraging everyone to enjoy the event and promising to see them next time. The audience reacts with surprise and frustration, questioning why the session ended so abruptly without proper answers. They begin speculating about the possibility of a bug in Arpedia, a game renowned for being bug-free. As they murmur among themselves, some recognize Yuhan, realizing that the person who reported the bug is none other than Zig, the famed blacksmith. The crowd grows more excited, noticing that Je is with him. Someone exclaims that she is from Je's family, the first discoverers of the aerial fortress, and another player refers to Yuhan as the ruler of lizards. Players gather around them, bombarding them with questions about where the bug was found. The discussion quickly shifts to the aerial fortress incident, with people recalling that members of Je's family were inside when it collapsed. They asked whether it was related to the bug and suggested that this might be why Seokjin avoided answering. The excitement builds as players connect the dots, assuming the map collapsed due to a hidden game-breaking error. Overwhelmed by the speculation, Yuhan raises his voice, clarifying that the aerial fortress and the reported bug are completely unrelated matters. Suddenly, a red-haired girl pushes through the crowd, announcing her presence as she makes her way forward. Recognizing her, the audience exclaims that it is Yunbai, the well-known game reporter. A blue-haired man follows her, prompting whispers about his identity. Yuhan, frustrated, tells the crowd to leave, insisting that they have nothing more to say and that there are plenty of other attractions to see at the event. However, Yunbai and the man surround Yuhan, introducing themselves to the gathering. She excitedly declares that they are live and introduces the man as Sino, a gaming YouTuber. Sino greets his audience, encouraging Yuhan to do the same. Yunbai expresses her surprise at meeting such a famous player during her coverage and asks if Yuhan would be willing to do a quick interview. Caught off guard, Yuhan reacts with shock at the sudden request. Meanwhile, Je, noticing their close proximity, feels a twinge of jealousy, questioning why Yuhan is tolerating the situation. At the same time, a male player approaches her, asking what she prioritizes most when forming a party. Confused, she replies that she does not have any specific conditions. He immediately offers to join her, promising to help her find hidden maps and carry her through dungeons. She hesitates, explaining that she usually plays with close friends and finds it strange to team up with strangers. Sino, sensing the tension and looking to distract the crowd, suddenly shouts and points toward another area, exclaiming that Director Seokjin is handing out special coupons. The audience quickly shifts its attention, eager to see what is happening. As the audience rushes toward Director Seokjin for the special coupons, Yuhan, curious, also wants to go and asks where Seokjin is handing them out. However, before he can move, Sino suddenly grabs his arm and tells him to follow. Jie, lost in the crowd, notices Yuhan's sudden disappearance and instinctively wants to call out to him, but the overwhelming crowd makes it difficult. Sino leads Yuhan to an elevator and, before leaving, instructs him to go up, saying that someone is waiting for him. Confused, Yuhan mutters about the sudden turn of events, wondering why he was dragged here and who could be expecting him. Upon reaching an apartment, Yuhan hesitantly steps inside and calls out, confirming if the person before him is Development Director Sun Seokjin. Seokjin, visibly excited, enthusiastically greets him, addressing him as Zig and expressing how thrilled he is to finally meet. Yuhan, taken aback, mutters to himself, questioning how Seokjin knows him. The director quickly apologizes for getting carried away, explaining that he was really looking forward to meeting both Yuhan and Ja today. However, due to circumstances, he could only bring Yuhan. Curious, Yuhan asks why he was chosen specifically. Seokjin responds with admiration, stating that Yuhan is the hero who thwarted the conspiracy of the Mycenia Kingdom, making it inevitable that he would want to meet him in person. While shaking hands with Seokjin, Yuhan can't shake off his unease, wondering what the real reason behind this meeting is and if it could be to hold him responsible for destroying Mycenia. With that thought lingering, Yuhan directly asks if the reason for his summons is related to the reported bug. The director explains that while a complaint was indeed filed under that title, an investigation determined that it was not a bug. Yuhan, surprised, questions how that could be possible, pointing out that the NPC suddenly froze, glitched, and stopped functioning. He insists that such behavior should be considered a bug. However, the director firmly states that it is not. When Yuhan asks for clarification, Seokjin explains that the issue is actually a part of the game's scenario. He then marvels at Yuhan's ability to consistently uncover hidden elements, expressing his amazement at how he always manages to find them. Yuhan, now deep in thought, processes this revelation. He considers the fact that the NPC could communicate normally about everything else except when it came to the origin of the Bart's weapon. As he contemplates the significance of this, the director continues, acknowledging that Yuhan is demonstrating gameplay beyond his expectations. He expresses his high hopes for him, addressing him as Zig. Yuhan, unsettled by the mention of expectations, wonders what exactly the director is expecting from him. Just as he prepares to speak, Seokjin interrupts, addressing him not as Zig but as Bart's instead. Yuhan, frustrated, raises his voice and demands to know why the director is treating only him this way. He accuses Seokjin of neglecting the aftermath of the hacking incident and now dismissing his report as something other than a bug. The director calmly responds that he has never lied and asserts that the hacking issue has already been resolved. He reminds Yuhan that account management is the customer's responsibility. Yuhan, growing more irritated, tells him that he is really pushing things too far. Seokjin then challenges him, asking if he plans to quit Arpedia. He points out that the hacker has not even been caught yet. Yuhan, caught off guard, wonders when he ever mentioned quitting. Clenching his fist, he firmly states that he never said anything about leaving. Stepping forward, the director grabs Yuhan's hand and affirms that, in the end, he is someone who will see Arpedia Online through to its conclusion. With a confident expression, he tells Yuhan that he will continue to watch his progress from here on. Finally, he wishes him luck, addressing him once more as Bart's. Meanwhile, a group of men from Steeless City stands outside Zig's workshop, curiously observing the place. They wonder if this is really Master Zig's blacksmith shop, the place where they can learn the legendary winner's skill. Yuhan appears and greets them, confirming that they are from Steeless City. A man dressed in purple, Hajong, steps forward and affirms their identity. He politely asks if they can start their training, even if only for a few months. Yuhan assures them that it is fine and invites them to follow him as he begins showing them around. He first points to the yard, explaining that a display stand will be set up there. Then, he gestures toward the main building, where they will be working. Next to it is the shop and his personal room. Hajong, impressed, comments on the size of the place and the quality of the facilities. At that moment, Logis approaches and asks if they are the new employees. Introducing herself as the shop owner, she welcomes them and expresses her hope that they will work well together. The men, taken aback by her presence, whisper among themselves, marveling at her beauty. One of them even admits that his hands are sweating from nervousness. Logis, smiling warmly, reassures them not to be so tense, saying that they are practically family now. Internally, however, she thinks to herself that the real work has just begun. The slaves have finally rolled in. If they are this nervous already, they have no idea what's ahead. Reading their expressions, she smirks slightly. Hajong then asks if they can take a look inside the shop. Logis, maintaining her composed demeanor, apologizes, explaining that it is still being cleaned. As Tuffy approaches the newcomers, they are taken aback by the strange creature and ask in surprise what it is. Loggies calmly explains that Tuffy is the blacksmith's mascot and has likely come because it was worried about her. She then soothes the creature, telling it to calm down and have a snack, reassuring it that it will be seeing these people often from now on. As Tuffy starts eating iron, Loggies turns to the newcomers and playfully asks if they would like to give it a try as well. Shortly after, they begin handling Tuffy. Meanwhile, Yuhan notices Loggies staring at him and asks if something is wrong. She, in turn, counters the question, pointing out that his face looks terrible and asking what is going on. Yuhan dismisses her concern, saying it is nothing, and that he simply could not sleep the night before. Loggies, still unconvinced, questions if that is really all. Yuhan insists that it is and suggests they finish the tour, adding that he will rest later. Loggies, though still suspicious, responds indifferently and drops the subject. Yuhan then gathered the newcomers' attention, announcing that he would wrap up the introduction and asking them to follow him. As he continues leading them through the shop, Loggies quietly observes him, still feeling that something is off. Inside, Yuhan presents the blacksmith shop, explaining that this is where they will be working. The newcomers express admiration, noting how spacious the place is. Hajong, spotting something, asks if that is a casting mold. Yuhan confirms, explaining that he has a casting skill and offering to teach it to anyone interested. Impressed, the newcomers acknowledge his expertise, commenting that, as expected of Boss Zig, he truly stands apart from the rest. Gaston arrives, holding a map, and announces his presence. Displaying the map, he explained that it represents the mine they surveyed while Yuhan was away and estimated its approximate size. Yuhan, taken aback, expresses his surprise and asks if they have already completed such extensive work. Gaston, with confidence, responds that this is not their first time handling such a task, making it a piece of cake for them. He then moves on to the next step, declaring that construction will begin soon and instructing that workers be sent to the mine as soon as they arrive. Recalling that Yuhan mentioned that he knows a construction company, he asked him to handle that part. Yuhan reassures him, saying he will take care of everything and should quickly get in touch with Dylan. Before leaving, Gaston also requests that Yuhan handle the security costs. Without hesitation, Yuhan agrees, affirming that he will manage it all. Satisfied, Gaston departs, entrusting the matter to him. Yuhan checks the bill, muttering in disbelief as he tries to count the number of zeros. Meanwhile, Gaston enthusiastically announces to everyone that the work is finally starting and encourages them to do their best. Yuhan, sitting on the ground, staring at the bill, sighed and reflected that this was the true weight of being a boss. A few days later, at the Kate Mountains, workers are actively engaged in mining operations. Meanwhile, production is in full swing at Zig's blacksmith shop. As Yuhan gives a tour of the workshop, he instructs the workers, emphasizing efficiency in crafting short swords and cautioning them to be mindful of the fire. Soon after, a newly forged weapon is completed. Examining it with satisfaction, Yuhan enthusiastically declares that this is exactly the quality he envisions. As customers arrive, Yuhan interacts with them, confidently recommending a sword suited to their level. He adds an enticing offer, mentioning that purchasing it now includes lifetime free durability repairs. Some customers take note of the shop's changes, remarking that it has expanded and the repair line remains as long as ever. Later that night, Yuhan sits alone, reflecting on the day's success. The profits made reinforce his belief in the appeal of production work. Compared to his time as Bart's, where he was constantly on the run, chasing achievements, he now realizes that if something needs solving, he must handle it himself just as he had always done from the beginning. Gripping a sword in his hand, he firmly resolves to track down the hacker responsible, determined to catch them with his own hands. Meanwhile, the Red Tiger Guild makes their way toward Yuhan's workshop, filled with anticipation. One of them excitedly remarks that it has been a long time since they last visited. Hyungseok wonders if Zig is inside, while another member expresses confidence that Zig will be thrilled to see them again, reminiscing about their shared experiences. Standing outside the newly established blacksmith shop, they are taken aback by its grandeur, realizing firsthand why one should never underestimate a blacksmith. A moment of uncertainty lingers as they wonder whether Zig will welcome them. Meanwhile, Yuhan contemplates the situation, realizing that DreamHack has seemingly abandoned the hacker case. With no official action being taken, he concludes that handling it himself is the only option just as he originally planned. Turning his attention back to his blacksmithing skills, he notes that his casting skill is on the verge of reaching level 5, while alloy remains the lowest ranked skill. He wonders what he should create to level up alloy, acknowledging that it is not a particularly useful skill, and, therefore, difficult to advance. If he wants to establish a foundry, he needs to level up all his skills as quickly as possible. Adding to his concerns, he reflects on the cryptic words spoken by that angel or whatever it was. He speculates that once his proficiency increases, he will likely unlock more diverse quests, making skill progression even more crucial. As he checks his inventory, he suddenly recalls something Erzin alloy. In the midst of his busy schedule, he had completely forgotten about it. Realizing its potential, he considers it the perfect material to level up his alloy skill. Since it is a high-quality material, anything he crafts with it is likely to turn out legendary. The key now is figuring out what to make. At that moment, Seokhyun shouts, asking if Zig is there. As they enter, they express amazement at Yuhan's private room, praising his efforts. However, they quickly notice his strange behavior as he tries to hide the Erzin alloy behind him. Yuhan then asks Hyungseok what brings him there. Hyungseok responds with a casual remark, questioning whether they need a reason to visit. Yuhan mutters to himself, realizing that they are simply stopping by. Hyungseok invites Yuhan to join them for the Battle of the Kings tournament without hesitation. The Battle of the Kings tournament is one of the events introduced in the latest major update. It functions like a crafting competition, but also includes various battle events. There are matches between individuals with the same profession, as well as competitions between completely different jobs. Additionally, some tournaments require cooperation between different professions. Hyungseok explains that the guild war will take place, and cooperation with production-based professions, especially blacksmiths, is essential. Yuhan acknowledges this, but internally considers that, while he is curious about the new event, leveling up his skills remains his priority. He then declines, explaining that he is currently busy with blacksmithing work and does not think he can participate. Hyungseok, surprised, questions Yuhan's refusal, reminding him of everything they have been through. Yuhan remains firm, stating that it is his busiest time and suggesting they find another blacksmith instead. Frustrated, Hyungseok then brings up the 90% discount Yuhan received on the Kate Mountain gear from the Lizardmen, accusing him of being shameless for refusing to help despite benefiting from their generosity. At that moment, Loki speaks up, saying he has heard something about the tournament. Yuhan mutters to himself that even if Loki is the one asking, he still does not intend to go. However, Loki then leans in and whispers that Gwaryeon, the #1 blacksmith, will be participating in the tournament. Upon hearing this, Yuhan immediately becomes alert, realizing that if Gwaryeon is competing, it means he will have the chance to examine the best gear created by the top-ranking blacksmith. Scouting new trends and discovering top-tier items. No, more than that, this tournament is a valuable opportunity to improve his own skills as a blacksmith. Yuhan then tells Hyungseok that, after thinking it over, participating in the tournament might not be a bad idea, and decides to join them. Hyungseok responds enthusiastically, expressing his happiness at Yuhan's decision. Meanwhile, on their way to the tournament, Yuhan checks the system and notes that there are specific standards for the weapons that can be used, along with a set of rules. As they get closer to their destination, they spot the Kingdom of Grozia, recognizing the Colosseum where the tournament will take place. Yuhan, impressed by the grand scale of the event, comments that it looks much more serious than he had expected. Hyungseok laughs and agrees, reminding him that they are almost there. Suddenly, another participant drives past them in a buggy, moving at an incredibly fast speed. Frustrated, Hyungseok shouts at them not to be intimidated and reminds the group of the tournament's prize money, which amounts to 10 million gold. Excited by the thought, the group starts cheering and chanting, identifying themselves as the Red Tiger Guild. Yuhan, watching their enthusiasm, mutters to himself that he still cannot get used to this energy. Hyungseok then urges the group to defeat their flashy competitors, declaring that they will claim the 10 million gold to fix their empty treasury. Hearing this, Yuhan leans over and quietly asks Loki if the Abaran Kingdom's treasury is really in such a dire state. Loki confirms that it is, explaining that since no one had managed the territory before, they are struggling even to feed the Lizardmen, which poses a significant problem. Yuhan then inquires about guild leader Guilford, wondering why he did not come. Loki replies that Guilford has embarked on a rigorous training journey and left strict instructions that they should not return unless they win the tournament's prize money. Determined, Yuhan assures him that he will make sure they win. Yuhan, while checking the system, asks about the first-place prize for the tournament. Loki responds, mentioning something about a relic key. Hearing this, Yuhan immediately loses interest, stating that a key does not appeal to him. Instead, he decides to focus on leveling up his alloy skill rather than aiming for the prize, thinking that he should make the most of the opportunity in some other way. Meanwhile, Hyungseok announces that they have arrived. Observing the surroundings, Yuhan is surprised by the number of participants and comments on how many people gather for the event. That night, in the Mono's Empire, inside the Iron Cross Guild headquarters, Behemoth, whose real name is Hunal in real life, sits on a throne. He questions Cage, who is sitting on the ground, about his request. Cage explains that in order to complete the Thunder Emperor's quest, he needs the relic key, which happens to be the first-place prize for the Battle Polo event. He asks Hunal to lend him some men, promising that he will obtain them for him. Hunal, skeptical, asks why he should trust Cage, reminding him that he was utterly crushed in the guild war against Red Tiger. He also mentions that he had to personally smooth things over to prevent Cage from being expelled. And now, Cage is requesting to take men from the guild into the tournament. Cage, determined, argues that if he can obtain Thunder Emperor's Hall, he will be able to recover the combat power they lost in the past. He pleads for one more chance. After considering the request, Hunal agrees and hands Cage a bag. Cage, confused, asks why Hunal has that particular item. However, Hunal dismisses the question, telling him that he does not need to know. He emphasizes that he is giving it to Cage especially, so he expects him to do his best with the gear. Finally, he warns Cage that if he fails to bring back the Thunder Emperor's legacy, he will truly be expelled from the guild this time. Confidently, Cage assures Hunal that he will not fail and tells him to just leave it to him. As the battlefield readies and the audience gathers, Hyungseok, standing at the stand, comments on how well the seating arrangements have been designed, noting that the entire arena can be seen clearly from their position. Loki observes the vast number of seats and remarks on the large turnout. Hyungseok then reminds the team that their first match is scheduled for tomorrow, suggesting they observe how the other teams fight today. Meanwhile, Yuhan reflects on his preparations, thinking that he did modify some armor and weapons to make them battle-ready for the tournament. But he still wonders how strong the other teams actually are. As he watches the teams entering the battlefield, they seem pretty normal at first glance, but he mutters to himself that the key is to watch their strategy and learn from it. Then Yuhan hears someone call him Bartz. Turning around, he sees Inset, who smirked and said he knew Yuhan would show up. He asks if it is not nice to see each other again after so long. Yuhan leaps toward him, clenching his teeth, and warns him to be quiet, insisting that he is Zig now. He threatens that if NC calls him Bartz one more time, he will regret it. Inset, confused, asks why, to which Yuhan replies that if he does, he will spread the word that a production job player kicked the charging King Insa. Shocked, NC quickly agrees to drop it and then shifts his attention to the people beside Yuhan, asking if those noisy old men are seriously his teammates. The Red Tiger members do not like Inse's comment, and Hyungseok, feeling suspicious, asks what is with the name Bartz. Inse smirked and said that even the great Bartz he quickly corrected himself to Zig seemed past his prime, competing in a tournament with players who looked like they belonged in a senior soccer club. The Red Tiger members feel insulted upon hearing this, and Seok angrily asks what exactly Inse just said. Inse responds that this is a new competition added after the update and asks why they did not put more effort into preparing for it. Before tensions escalate, Seoyoung steps in, urging everyone to calm down. He then points in a specific direction and asks if they realize how big of a deal this tournament actually is. Sino, serving as the announcer, greets the citizens of the Empire and introduces himself as the 12th Grand Master of the Imperial Knights. He expresses his honor in hosting the event and shares his excitement for the Battle of the King, acknowledging the many incredible competitors participating. With great anticipation, he declares the beginning of the first match. As his announcement concludes, the referee blows the whistle to officially start the battle. As the two teams enter the battlefield on horseback, Inse remarks that the match has finally begun. Yuhan, observing the scene, is surprised to see both teams charging toward each other immediately. Noticing their similar infantry strategies, he becomes even more intrigued when a player employs what appears to be the crane wing formation technique. He analyzes the teams, realizing that one has thickened armor and large shields, clearly prioritizing defense. Meanwhile, the opposing team lacks shields, suggesting they intend to rely purely on brute strength. As the match unfolds, the king of one team hurls a spear toward the opposing king, who skillfully deflects it while dodging the attack. Shouting to his teammates, he orders them to cover him, only to realize they are scattering. Frustrated, he demands to know where they are going, but they respond in panic, admitting that their opponents are far more intimidating than expected. Just as he processes their retreat, an attack strikes him down. Sino, the announcer, declares that the king has been defeated in a single blow, making the Hansando Guild the winner. Watching the match end so quickly, Yuhan realizes he needs to gather more data on the other teams. Turning to Insit, he asks if he was originally a member of that guild. Insit replies that he was scouted and saw it as the perfect opportunity to put arrogant big-shot guilds in their place, so he joined. Yuhan recalls Insit's lone wolf nature before asking about the big-shot guilds participating in the tournament. Insit lists the Dark Knight, Stardust, and even the top-ranked guild. Surprised, Yuhan confirms if the number 1 guild is competing, to which Insit adds that the Iron Cross Guild will also be joining. Yuhan, shocked upon hearing about the Iron Cross Guild, wonders aloud whether Hunal or Cage will be participating. However, he reasons that since they are not the only members of their guild, they will likely send someone else. Overhearing the conversation, Hyungseok and Loki react, with Hyungseok acknowledging their presence and stating that they will need to take things more seriously. Yuhan reminds them that their previous victory was partly due to the Lizard Army and warns that this time, it will not be as easy. Loki then turns to Insit, asking if he has watched their guild battle footage. Insit clarifies that he had not intentionally sought it out but came across it due to the algorithm. He then mentions that the Iron Cross Guild has prepared a hidden card for the tournament. Yuhan, intrigued, questions what this hidden card might be. Hyungseok, now determined, dismisses the concern and asserts that Zig will lead them to victory just as he did in the guild battle. Insit, observing their confidence, notes that a blacksmith's skills indeed play a crucial role in this tournament. As they are engaged in their discussion, the audience suddenly starts chanting about the arrival of the Iron Cross Guild. Yuhan remarks that they have spoken of the devil. Sino then announces the guild's arrival, introducing them as top contenders for the companionship title and referring to them as the warriors of the Iron Cross Guild. As they enter the battlefield, Yuhan notices the guild king wearing a full suit of armor. His eyes widen in shock, and he tightens his grip while questioning what that armor is. Upon noticing the name Bartz inscribed on it, he wonders in disbelief if it truly belongs to him. People begin commenting on the armor, questioning whether it is the Redbone Plate Mail that Bartz used. Redbone Plate Mail has a defense rating of 400 and offers excellent resistance to both physical and magical attacks with fire attributes. It was obtained by slaying the Rage Red Dragon, which is the only S-grade armor in the game. Since then, the Redbone Plate Mail has become a symbol of Bartz. Yuhan, frustrated at seeing someone else wearing his armor, wonders if that person has any idea how hard he worked to obtain it. A man standing behind Yuhan asks another whether this means Bartz is really present at the tournament. The other responds that it certainly looks like the Iron Cross Guild is determined to win. Furious, Yuhan mutters to himself, questioning the identity of the person wearing his armor. He notices that everyone believes the man to be Bartz simply because he is wearing the helmet. Insit leans in and whispers to Yuhan, asking when he learned to use shadow clones. Yuhan responds that he has not. Meanwhile, the armored man declares that he is Bartz the Berserker and has once again returned to Arpedia. Yuhan, still in shock, wonders who that person truly is. Both teams enter the battlefield as Sino announces the start of the second match. He introduces the top contender, the Iron Cross Guild, facing off against the Black Crescent Moon Guild. Kira, from Black Crescent Moon, confidently states that even if the real Bartz were present, they would still not be able to take him down. Without hesitation, the armored man attacks, taking out the enemy's king, Kira, with a single blow. Sino immediately declares the Iron Cross Guild as the winner. Yuhan, shocked by the sudden outcome, wonders how the match ended so quickly when the infantry had not even moved. Hyungseok, equally stunned, remarks that with someone like that on their side, the Iron Cross Guild does not even need to come up with a strategy. The man is a monster. As the winning team leaves the battlefield, the crowd erupts in cheers for Bartz, with fans excitedly shouting about his return. Meanwhile, a red-haired girl clad in full armor pushes through the crowd, apologizing as she moves. A spectator, noticing her heavy armor, remarks on the stamina required just to wear it. She, upon realizing the last match has already ended, expresses disappointment at missing the chance to watch the other teams in action. As the next team enters, the crowd buzzes with curiosity. The Gory Guild makes its appearance, fully armored from head to toe, with even their horses covered in heavy plating. Having registered under the name Ironclad Cavalry, their strategy sparks mixed reactions among the onlookers. Some express skepticism, questioning how the horses could move under such weight, while others find the concept intriguing. Yuhan explains that in the Battle of the King, only the king is allowed to ride a horse. While this could be a weakness since the king's fall means instant defeat, covering both the king and the horse in armor significantly increases their survival rate. The red-haired girl, however, raises concerns about their lack of speed, pointing out that if an enemy reaches them first, they will not be able to dodge. Yuhan acknowledges her concern but emphasizes that player skill also plays a crucial role, urging her to observe how the battle unfolds. As the opposing team's king charges forward, he mocks the ironclad cavalry, questioning their ability to move properly while calling themselves cavalry. Yuhan observes that their opponent is well aware of their mobility disadvantage and thus takes the initiative to attack first. However, the cavalry guild members remain alert, gripping their spears tightly. Instead of directly engaging the enemy king, they skillfully target his horse, causing it to collapse and sending him tumbling to the ground. Sino announces the results with excitement, declaring the ironclad cavalry of the Gory Guild as the winner. Yuhan analyzes their approach, noting that since their primary strategy was to protect their own horse, they naturally extended that tactic by attacking the enemy's mount instead. While their plan worked well for this first match, he acknowledges that adapting and modifying strategies as the tournament progresses will be crucial. An onlooker, impressed by Yuhan's insight, questions how he knows so much, asking about his identity. Another spectator, noticing his attire, speculates that he must be a blacksmith from another team. Before Yuhan can respond, Hyungseok grabs him by the neck, proudly declaring that he is the Red Tiger Guild's blacksmith and emphasizing his importance to their team. With a possessive tone, he warns others not to even think about taking Zig away from them. The red-haired, intrigued comment that she had heard about the Red Tiger Guild and their upcoming first match. Looking at Yuhan, she expresses anticipation, stating that she is eager to see what kind of equipment the renowned blacksmith Zig will bring to the battlefield. As the match concludes, while going, Seok says to Yuhan, commenting that it was an enjoyable experience and suggesting they arrive early the next morning. Meanwhile, a man rushes after the red-haired girl, calling out to her as Guryeon and questioning why she is there instead of working. She firmly reminds him to address her as Pollen when she is making this appearance. The player, probably her subordinate, seemingly anxious, informs her that the Iron Cross Guild has brought Barts, emphasizing the need to reconsider their strategy. Urging her to take the situation seriously, he once again calls her Guryeon, clearly concerned about the upcoming challenge. Guryeon, known as the Republic of Beretta's top blacksmith, and the #1 blacksmith in Arpedia Online, also operates under the alternate character Pollen. When her subordinate insists she take the situation seriously, she sighs and agrees to be there later, telling him to stop nagging. He then asks about her prolonged stay at the arena, to which she responds that she found someone interesting Zig. Curious, he inquires if she knows of him, and she confirms it. He describes Zig as a blacksmith who enjoys adventuring, quite different from the usual blacksmiths. Despite being a production job player, Zig has discovered the aerial fortress and commands the lizard army as if they were his own. However, he doubts whether Zig does much actual blacksmithing. Guryeon firmly disagrees, calling Zig a proper and talented blacksmith. When her subordinate asks what makes her say that, she explains that Zig appears to have significant combat experience. Though she has never heard of his name before, his rapid rise in rank suggests he might possess a hidden skill. He wonders if she is implying that Zig has a skill similar to hers, but she dismisses the idea, stating she is uncertain. Regardless, she admits she is more interested in Zig than in Barts from the Iron Cross Guild. Meanwhile, Yuhan contemplates the challenge posed by the ironclad cavalry, acknowledging the difficulty if they end up facing them. He turns to Seok, asking about their first match opponent. Seok informs him that they will be facing the Cold Suicide Squad, a team that appears to be a group of rookies merely there for experience. Notably, they haven't even brought a blacksmith, meaning they likely plan to rely on basic equipment. However, Seok warns that their next match will be against the ironclad cavalry. Yuhan remains confident, stating that with their team, the first match shouldn't be an issue. As he puts on his gloves, he decides to inspect their equipment, emphasizing that no matter how skilled or strategic a player is, all efforts would be futile if their gear is subpar. As Yuhan hammers away, crafting armor, he contemplates whether he should make additional modifications. Suddenly, the doors burst open, and Inse storms in, loudly calling him Bartz and asking if he is there. Yuhan immediately approaches him, firmly reminding him once again that he is not Bartz. However, Inse dismisses the argument, insisting that this is not the time for such discussions. He demands to know whether Yuhan truly intends to let the imposter roam freely, emphasizing that this is blatant impersonation. Inse passionately declares that he will not allow someone to tarnish Bartz's name after all the years he has spent chasing after him. Remaining composed, Yuhan asks if Inse even understands what it means to wear that armor. He explains that even if the imposter is not the real Bartz, the fact that he is wearing it indicates that he must be at least level 200. He questions whether Inse is capable of defeating someone of that caliber and warns him that if he charges at the imposter now and causes a scene, he will be disqualified. Yuhan then asks if Inse is willing to go home without even participating in the tournament. Inse hesitates before admitting that he does not want that. However, he finds it strange that if the imposter is strong enough to be considered a ranker, Yuhan wonders why the imposter would go to such lengths to impersonate Bartz and enter the tournament. Yuhan ponders the same thought. If the imposter were truly at ranker level, he wouldn't need to resort to such deception. He begins to suspect that the man might not actually be a ranker level player. However, the stats the imposter displayed in the match were undeniably impressive. Suppose he could have used another trick beyond just equipping high-level gear. More importantly, Yuhan is most curious about how the imposter obtained his armor in the first place. With the guild battle incident and now this impersonation, he starts to suspect that the hacker might be connected to the Iron Cross Guild. A smirk forms on his lips as he realizes that this situation might actually work to his advantage. Confidently, he states that he never said he would do anything. He fully intends to catch the imposter, but first, he has a match to win. The next day, on the battlefield, Sino announces the start of another round of the Battle of the Kings, introducing the quarterfinals. He asks which team will advance to the semifinals and begins with the first match between Hansando and Ashram. Eventually, the Ashram Guild emerges victorious. Moving on to the second match, he announces the face-off between the Red Tigers and Gori. The audience noticed the Red Tiger team expresses confusion, wondering why they are not fully armored and are only wearing basic leather gear. Observing this, the Gori Guild King questions whether they truly believe they can face his team with so little armor and demands to know what they are planning. Riding his horse, Seok spins his stick and shouts that they will not know the outcome until the battle is over. With that, the Red Tigers rush toward their opponents at great speed. The audience, surprised by their swiftness, remarks that they might be the fastest team they have seen, speculating that their light gear gives them an advantage. The Gori Guild's king quickly orders his subordinates to raise their shields, urging them to act fast. Despite their defense, the Red Tigers continue their rapid assault. As Seok charges toward the enemy king and attempts an attack, the king swiftly dodges and counters, but Seok manages to evade as well. Just then, Yuhan approaches the king from behind and points out that he did not see this coming. With that, the Red Tigers claim victory over the Gori Guild. The audience erupts in excitement, chanting about how impressive their strategy was, praising the Red Tigers for having everything planned. Other guild members, also surprised, discuss how reducing weight to boost speed turned out to be an effective tactic, especially since their opponents had a high defense. They wonder who crafted such gear, and Insa proudly reveals that it was Zig, the blacksmith. Recognizing the name, some recall that Zig is the owner of the Lizard Army and express their disbelief that he is truly a blacksmith, as they assumed he was just pretending to be a production job player due to his frequent adventures. Overhearing the conversations, Gurion is visibly impressed, acknowledging that she expected him to be skilled, but not to this extent. She muses that Zig is no ordinary opponent and considers inviting him over next time. Meanwhile, the next match features the Iron Cross Guild. The opposing guild's king expresses his honor in battling Bartz and vows to give his all. As the match begins, Inse mutters in frustration about the imposter. A guild member notices something strange, And when another asks what it is, he points out that the way the supposed Bart swings his weapon does not match how Cage usually wields it. Another guild member recalls that Cage was the one who was defeated by a blacksmith in the last guild battle and questions if he could be the imposter. The first guild member admits he cannot be sure, but suggests that if the person is truly an imposter, it should lead to automatic disqualification. The opposing guild's king orders his members to stand their ground and fight Barts with honor. However, within seconds, the imposter swiftly defeats them all and showcases his sword. Sino announces the Iron Cross Guild as the winner, praising their lightning speed victory, just like in their first match. The audience erupts in cheers, chanting Barts' name. Smirking, the imposter quietly mocks them, revealing that they did not even notice his blade was coated with paralysis poison before the match. Frustrated, Insa declares that he has had enough. Yuhan, noticing his anger, asks what he plans to do. Insa insists that he cannot just stand by and watch the imposter ruin Barts' name any longer. As he prepares to act, Yuhan stops him, acknowledging that while it is true he never acted like that, causing a scene before the tournament ends would not be wise. Insa, determined, refuses to change his mind. Seeing this, Yuhan suggests hearing him out first before taking action. Curious, Insa asks what he means, and Yuhan whispers something in his ear. After hearing the plan, Insa questions why they should go through all that trouble, suggesting they simply charge in and expose the fraud. Yuhan, however, insists that in a real man's fight, there must be a good reason. Meanwhile, at the Iron Cross Guild headquarters, a no-entry banner sticks outside the door. Inside the quarters, Cage lies on the bed, struggling to remove the helmet from his face before finally tossing it aside. Huffing, he tries to catch his breath. He then checks his stats, noticing that his strength, dexterity, endurance, and intelligence have all decreased. Sitting up, he holds his head as the system notifies him that he is currently heavily affected by the action destruction debuff. He mutters that the potion's side effects are worse than he expected. He had consumed Berserker's blood, a potion crafted from a secret recipe found in the Man's Empire dungeon. Despite its powerful effects, its use is strictly prohibited. Looking at his hand, he realizes that his speed has decreased, and his body refuses to respond properly. If he consumes all of these potions, his level will drop below 100. However, in order to equip Barts' gear, he must continue drinking Berserker's blood. The potion doubles his level, stats, and even his skill success rate. This is his only way of maintaining the act as Barts. By pretending to be him, he can easily climb the ranks. He convinces himself that he must do whatever it takes to win. Otherwise, all of this effort will be meaningless. If he fails, he will be kicked from the guild for good. Winning is the only option. At that moment, one of Cage's subordinates knocks on the door, telling him to hurry up and open it. Cage opens the door and reminds him that he had told them not to come to his room unless called. The subordinate, however, insists that there is no time for that. When Cage asks what is going on, the subordinate explains that a man outside claims to be Barts' friend in real life. Meanwhile, outside the headquarters, players gather, wondering whether Barts will come out. One of them expresses excitement, believing that an interview with Barts would easily reach 1 million views. Another player states that they started playing the game because of him and wishes to see him without his helmet. Just then, Insa arrives and accidentally bumps into someone, warning them to watch where they are going. Without hesitation, he begins knocking on the door, calling for Barts to come out. A nearby player informs him that it is pointless since Barts never opens the door, no matter how many times someone knocks. Insa, surprised, insists that he is Barts' friend and simply wants to greet him since he has finally logged in after so long. The players around him react with shock, realizing that he is really Barts' friend. As Insa continues knocking, urging Barts to come out, another player curiously asks whether he is truly friends with Barts. Insa confidently responds that they spend a lot of time together. Recognizing him, someone points out that he is Insa from the Blue Irons and recalls seeing his impressive match. Insa proudly states that, as Barts' friend, he is naturally strong. Inside the headquarters, Cage grows frustrated and shouts at his subordinates, demanding to know what they should do since the man outside claims to be Barts' real-life friend. The subordinate, uncertain, tells Cage to come up with something and send him away. Cage, panicked, argues that there is no proof the man is truly Barts' friend. He worries that if anyone discovers he is an imposter, the entire tournament will be ruined, and he could face a permanent ban from the game. Since Arpedia Online enforces strict policies against player impersonation, he orders his subordinate to go outside and get rid of Inse immediately. Finally, the subordinate opens the door and informs Inse that he had asked Bartz about him, but Bartz claimed not to know him. Inse, shocked and furious, demands an explanation, insisting that it is not true and telling the subordinate not to mess with him. He questions whether the subordinate has any idea how long he and Bartz have known each other, recalling that since the early days of Arpedia Online, he had taught Bartz his skills, and Bartz had followed him everywhere. Despite Inse's insistence, the subordinate repeats that Bartz said he does not know him. Frustrated, Inse yells again, asserting that he is Bartz's friend, but the subordinate remains firm, reiterating that Bartz denies knowing him. The two begin arguing until Inse, losing patience, demands that Bartz come out and say it to his face if they are truly not friends. He questions whether there is any reason Bartz cannot come out. The subordinate, maintaining his composure, explains that Bartz is busy preparing for the next match. Inse, growing even more frustrated, shouts back, questioning just how busy Bartz could possibly be. He argues that it would take only a minute to settle everything if Bartz simply came out and confirmed whether or not they were friends. He then accuses the subordinate of acting suspiciously. Hesitating, the subordinate asks what Inse is trying to imply. Inse, narrowing his eyes, then questions whether the man in the Iron Cross Guild is actually the real Bartz. Everyone is taken aback by Inse's statement, sparking a wave of gossip among the onlookers. They begin speculating whether the real Bartz is somewhere else. One player argues that it is impossible, pointing out how strong Bartz was in the match, while another counters that Inse is also a well-known player with no reason to lie. Inse, overhearing their murmurs, quietly mutters that everything is unfolding just as Zig had planned. As the speculation intensifies, the players start questioning who the person inside really is. Meanwhile, Cage secretly observes the situation, growing anxious. Inse, without hesitation, grabs the subordinate by the collar, accusing him of impersonating his friend and demanding to know if he has lost his mind. The subordinate, clearly rattled, stammers that Inse is mistaken and insists there is no proof. He then turns the accusation back on Inse, suggesting that he could be the one lying. Inse, undeterred, argues that if Bartz were truly inside, he could easily come out and settle the matter. He calls out the so-called Bartz, claiming he must be listening, and demands that he stop the charade and reveal himself. The subordinate, trying to maintain control, firmly states that Bartz is not a fake and then warns Inse, reminding him that he belongs to the Blue Iron and should stop causing a scene. Inse, however, remains persistent, challenging them to prove their claim by bringing Bartz out. The onlookers grow even more suspicious, whispering among themselves. They begin questioning why Bartz refuses to appear, concluding that his continued absence strongly suggests he is an imposter. Some struggle to believe that the Iron Cross Guild would engage in such deception, but as the guild continues to hide him, doubts deepen. A few players decide to start recording, sensing that the situation could turn into a major scandal. Meanwhile, Yuhan observes the unfolding scenario and mutters to himself. He instructs that the footage be recorded and spread across the community board. He notes that the so-called Bartz only ever appears during battles and deduces that there must be a condition preventing him from showing up outside of fights. With this trap successfully set, Yuhan believes the imposter has walked right into it. Cage watches the entire scene unfold from his hiding spot, growing increasingly anxious. The situation outside spirals out of control as the onlookers begin throwing objects at his window, shouting for him to come out. Yuhan, witnessing the chaos, smirked to himself, thinking about how amusing it was. He muses that the imposter made a grave mistake by trying to tarnish Bartz's name. News about the Red Tiger's victory and Zig's tactical brilliance dominate the highlights. The light armor strategy is revealed to be intentional, proving that battle tactics rely more on strategy than sheer force. The crowd erupts in cheers for Zig, celebrating his ingenuity. However, the excitement quickly shifts as a new controversy takes center stage: the suspicion surrounding the so-called Bartz. The scene of the alleged imposter is now in the spotlight, sparking heated discussions. Some players question the necessity of impersonation, arguing that the Iron Cross Guild, being the top-ranked guild, wouldn't need such deception. Others, however, find the situation too suspicious to ignore. As uncertainty spreads, more players begin reporting the imposter, demanding an investigation. The game's developers are taken aback by the unfolding situation. The chairman, visibly concerned, questions the severity of the issue, asking how many reports have been filed against the Bart's impersonator. A colleague quickly responds, stating that a total of 176 reports have been submitted. Puzzled, the chairman wonders when Bart's was even hacked and instructs his team to begin tracking and investigating immediately, emphasizing the chaos erupting on the bulletin board. However, before any action is taken, Director Seokjin abruptly shuts the colleague's laptop and dismisses the need for an investigation. Chairman Hajun, taken aback, demands an explanation, pointing out that complaints are flooding in and action must be taken. Seokjin, however, offers a different perspective. He argues that while the fake Bart's has caused a stir in the match, no harm has been done to other players. It remains unclear whether impersonation charges can even be applied in this case. Hajun acknowledges the point but remains skeptical, questioning whether they should simply sit back and watch. Seokjin confidently insists that waiting is the best course of action, believing that Yuhan will take care of the situation on their own once the match concludes. Meanwhile, Yuhan successfully smelts a chrome alloy. The alloy, created by layering, allows chrome ore to be spread thinly, enhancing both magic defense and the success rate of magic enchantments. Satisfied, Yuhan notes that if he combined this with armor, even the armored cavalry would be envious. Once the combination is complete, the system announces that chrome armor has been successfully crafted. As he inspects the armor, Yuhan reflects on his strategy. In the previous match, he had prioritized speed by using lightweight armor, but this time, he has reinforced durability with chrome. The system then notifies him that his alloy level has increased, and his smelting, production, casting, and alloy skills have all reached rank 5. Additionally, he now has the ability to build a steel workshop. However, to proceed, he must travel to an industrialized nation to gather the necessary information. Excited by the progress, Yuhan exclaims that this is like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Determined, he plans to start building the steel workshop as soon as he returns. Holding up his newly forged chrome armor, he confidently declares that with this, he will defeat the Iron Cross Guild. With his armor complete, Yuhan shifts his focus to enhancing his weapon. He acknowledges that raw attack power alone won't be enough. This is no ordinary spear. Carefully selecting stones and other materials, he mutters about adding specific enhancements. Despite asking Logis in a hurry, he finds the outcome impressive. He then begins drawing a magic circle, carefully copying the design. Once finished, he confirms that he has done it correctly. With only one more team left to defeat before the finals, Yuhan prepares himself, determined to showcase his full potential in the next match. The next day at the Colosseum Stadium, Hunal instructs the NPC of the Monos Empire to guide Empress Minerva to her seat. As she settles in, Hunal remains close by. The audience murmurs in surprise, recognizing him as the leader of the 4th-ranked Iron Cross Guild and astonished that he has entered alongside the Empress of the Monos Empire. Minerva reminds Hunal that she has come personally at his request and warns him not to disappoint her. Bowing his head, he assures her that he will not, though inwardly, he reflects that this is Cage's last chance. Sino then steps forward to make an announcement, addressing the eager crowd. He declares that, after much anticipation, the final round of the Battle of the King is about to begin. With excitement in his voice, he introduces the competing guilds for the first semi-final match, emphasizing the exceptional skills of both teams. The Blue Lion Guild and the Iron Cross Guild then step onto the battlefield. As they face off, the imposter Cage glares at Ense, warning him to prepare for his demise at his hands. Ense, smirking, dismisses the threat, questioning how Cage expects to defeat him when he is nothing more than a fake. Drawing his poison-coated sword, Cage interrupts, insisting they should not waste time arguing like fools. In response, Ense grips his weapon firmly, agreeing that they should settle the matter by proving their strength in battle. As Ense charges forward, he declares that he will demonstrate the power of the Blue Lions Guild. Watching him approach, Cage remarks that Ense is rushing in recklessly once again, like a wild colt. Expecting this move, Cage confidently states that he has already prepared something for Ense's advance. Without hesitation, he commands his team to surround their opponent. Realizing the situation, Ense angrily calls Cage a coward, accusing him of relying on tricks once again. He orders his teammates to stop him, but just as Ense is about to attack, Cage suddenly flees at an incredible speed. Stunned, Ense questions how Cage managed to escape so quickly. wondering about his riding level. Cage, smirking, reflects on the effects of Berserker's blood, which not only boosts his strength but also doubles his riding skill. He mocks Inse and his team, calling them brainless for charging in blindly. Meanwhile, Inse checks on his teammates, who reassure him that they are fine and urge him to remain cautious. As he barely dodges an oncoming attack, he finds himself surrounded by Cage's team. Cage taunts Inse, pressing him to keep dodging, knowing that he cannot evade attacks on horseback forever. In response, Inse strikes down an opponent, demanding that Cage stop running and face him. However, as another attack approaches, Inse realizes that he is being led around without any control over the battle. Spotting Cage directly in front of him, he seizes the opportunity and hurls his weapon at him. The attack lands, striking Cage's armor, reducing the remaining duration of Berserker's blood to just 2 minutes. Cage, rather than retreating, defiantly asserts that he will not go down quietly. Inse, laughing at his persistence, calls him a madman for continuing to charge forward despite taking a direct hit. However, Cage retaliates with a powerful strike, knocking Inse off his mount and sending him crashing to the ground. Sino then announces the results, declaring that after an intense battle, the first match of the semifinals has concluded. With the fall of the Blue Lion Guild's king, victory goes to the Iron Cross Guild. After Inse's match, Yuhan asks him about his experience. Inse responds, confirming that Yuhan was right. The fake Barts felt noticeably weaker compared to the previous match. He appeared sluggish, and despite taking a critical hit, he continued charging forward as if he were racing against time. Inse reflects that if they had figured out the trick behind his strategy, they might have won. Yuhan then inquires if there is anything else unusual. Inse recalls that as the match progressed, the fake Barts seemed increasingly desperate. He notes that the longest Cage stayed in the arena was around 9 minutes, no, 10 minutes. Yuhan confirms this, concluding that Cage likely has a 10-minute time limit. Inse speculates that Cage must have used some kind of illegal booster. He remembers how Cage was gritting his teeth and pushing himself to the limit, likely out of fear that the effect would wear off. Yuhan agrees, pointing out that Cage's quick exit suggests there must be some kind of penalty once the effect ends. However, Inse acknowledges that they have no concrete proof, making it impossible to report the issue to the tournament officials. Accepting that Cage is advancing to the finals, he questions Yuhan, asking if he intends to let this happen without interference. Yuhan states that the situation is unfolding exactly as planned. Cage needs to reach the finals for his strategy to work. Inse, however, reminds him that Red Tiger must secure a place in the finals first. In response, Yuhan dismisses his concerns, asking what nonsense he is talking about when he is personally backing them up from behind. He confidently asserts that there is no way the old man will lose. Meanwhile, Gurion's team faces Red Tiger on the battlefield and struggles against them. They express their frustration, questioning the toughness of the armor, as neither spears nor magic seem to work against it. Inse, watching the battle, turns to Yuhan in disbelief and demands to know what he has done, calling the armor insane and asking who made it. As expected, the armor proves to be the decisive factor, leading to Master Gurion's team's defeat. Yuhan calmly explains that the outcome was inevitable, as the flaw of Erzan alloy lies in its 300 magic defense. With just one strike, the opposing king is knocked from his mount, sealing the result of the second match. Red Tiger secures its place in the finals. Afterward, Yuhan excitedly asks Inse if he witnessed their team's performance, referring to their old guys and their skills. Inse, unimpressed, responds that he does not care and simply finds them irritating. Yuhan teases him, suggesting that he is jealous, but Inse insists that he is not and claims he feels like throwing up, telling Yuhan to stop. As the Monos Empress observes the unfolding events, she acknowledges the significance of the upcoming battle. She expresses her amazement at how the warriors have surpassed all expectations, making the final match even more anticipated. She calls upon the remaining fighters to demonstrate their noble battle. Sino then announces the final match of the Battle of the King Iron Cross Guild versus Red Tiger. 10 minutes before the finals begin, Logis arrives at the arena, waving to get attention. Jin notices her and waves back. Shortly after, Guilford enters the stadium, marveling at its size. He admits that he initially thought it was just a simple game and wonders if he should have joined as well. Jit turns to Logis and suggests that they should focus on cheering for their team. She reminds her that if Red Tiger wins just one more time, they will be crowned champions. Meanwhile, Tuffy tries to say something to Loggies, prompting her to ask what is wrong. At that moment, she spots Yuhan and suddenly notices something unusual. Surprised, she asks why Zig is coming out of that area. Since guild staff members are also registered in the players list, they can be substituted as backup players. Loggies, taken aback, questions Zig's intentions and wonders what he is planning. As the battle begins, the Red Tiger members advance toward their opponents, who are also approaching. One of the Iron Cross members taunts them, demanding to know if they are planning to run away. However, before they can engage, a sudden magnetic force binds their weapons. Confused and struggling, one of them exclaims in shock, wondering why their spear is moving on its own. Another realizes they are being pulled in by force and questions whether magic is being used, despite it being banned. Disbelieving the situation, they order a teammate to enchant their weapons, but as they attempt to do so, they find themselves immobilized. The magic effect is too strong. Panicking, one of them identifies the phenomenon, stating that it is a magnetic force causing metal items to become magnetized. Another member questions how this is possible, recalling that enchantments on weapons are typically not allowed unless they are built-in skills. A teammate responds, explaining that while it is not entirely impossible, weapons have a high chance of breaking during enchantment. Curious and alarmed, they wonder how the Red Tigers managed to pull it off, as only top-tier experts would dare attempt such a feat. At that moment, Hyunseok smugly asks if they now understand the craftsmanship of their genius blacksmith, mocking their earlier arrogance. Meanwhile, Yuhan observes the unfolding chaos, internally acknowledging that while using magnetism also prevents them from attacking, it does not matter. Their goal is not offense but something else entirely. With a confident smirk, Hyunseok then declares that it is time to hunt down the last remaining king. Imposter Cage, troubled by the situation, quickly flees as the Red Tiger members begin chasing him. He realizes that if he gets too close, he will be caught by the magnetic effect. With all the infantry stuck, he knows he cannot rely on them for cover. Determined to escape, he swings his weapon and strikes a fire source behind him, triggering a massive explosion. Smirking, he mocks his pursuers, suggesting that they must feel like they are burning alive. He confidently believes that the fire magic imbued in the Dragon Bone Spear is absolutely impenetrable. However, his expression shifts to one of shock as he sees the Red Tiger members emerging unharmed from the flames. Stunned, he stands still, watching them approach, unable to comprehend how they withstood the fire from the Dragon Bone Spear. As the Red Tiger members approach, Cage swiftly dodges two of them. Meanwhile, Seok lunges at him with his sword, but Cage blocks the attack with his weapon. Seok smirks and acknowledges his defense, remarking that it is not bad. Cage, narrowing his eyes, demands to know what exactly Seok is planning. With a grin, Seok replies that this was not exactly his plan. At that moment, the system indicates that Berserker's blood has only 48 seconds remaining. As time passes, Cage begins to struggle. He attempts to strike Seok, but Seok skillfully dodges each attack while maintaining a firm stance. With each passing second, Cage becomes more desperate, doing his best to land a hit. Finally, in a burst of frustration, he grabs Seok's spear and hurls it away. Mocking him, Cage questions if that is all Seok's plan amounted to, pointing out that he acted as if he had some grand strategy, but now appears powerless. However, Seok remains unfazed and observes that so this is what it means to be Bartz, though he notes that the real Bartz was supposed to be much faster. Before Cage can respond, Yuhan suddenly appears and strikes at him from behind. Cage barely dodges the attack and quickly glances at Yuhan, recognizing him. Yuhan, staring him down with disdain, calls him a pathetic con artist. As Berserker's blood expires, Cage feels his body weakening rapidly. All of his stats begin to drop simultaneously. His experience points plummet, and an action restriction debuff activates, leaving him with only 20 minutes before complete incapacitation. Exhaustion washes over him, making it difficult to sit properly on the horseback. Yuhan, noticing his weakened state, seizes the opportunity. He raises his voice and declares to everyone that Cage is not Bartz. As he advances with his spear, he confidently states that he will prove it. With a swift strike, he lands a blow to Cage's helmet, knocking it off and exposing his true identity. Seeing his face, Guilford immediately recognizes him and exclaims that it is Cage, the same guy who bullied Zig in the past. Ja, equally shocked, confirms that it really is him. Without hesitation, Yuhan draws his dagger and prepares for the final blow. Addressing Cage, he bids him farewell before swiftly striking him down in a single decisive attack. The system then announces that Cage has died. Sino announces that Zig, a mere foot soldier from the Red Tiger Guild, has defeated the king of the Iron Cross Guild. With that, the winner of Battle of the King is officially declared to be the Red Tiger Guild. The audience erupts into discussion, with some confirming that the rumors were true. They acknowledge that the defeated player was never the real Bartz, as the true Bartz would never have fallen from a single blow dealt by a mere foot soldier. Meanwhile, Hunal, deeply disappointed, mutters that Cage is utterly useless. Sino then calls the runners-up forward and presents the Iron Cross Guild with their runner-up trophy. Meanwhile, Ja turns to Zig and praises him, saying that he looked amazing today. Guilford joins in, adding that Zig truly pulled off something incredible. Even Logis acknowledges his efforts, saying that he did well. Yuhan, slightly surprised, questions Logis about her sudden compliment. In response, she teases him, pointing out that he seems oblivious to what is happening. She informs him that, at this moment, he is a total star. At the same time, Yuhan reflects on how coming to this tournament was entirely worth it. His blacksmith workshop has already gained significant recognition, with its location pinpointed by many. Ja, still excited, tells Zig that this is a great moment for him. Sino then calls for the champions to step forward. As Yuhan shifts his attention toward the Red Tiger members, he expects them to be celebrating wildly. However, he notices that they seem unexpectedly calm while holding the trophy. This unusual behavior causes Yuhan to wonder if something has happened. Finally, Sino concludes the event, bestowing blessings upon the glorious champions and officially closing the Battle of the King.